He needed to learn a jutsu from this damned scroll that his academy teacher, Mizuki, had given him. This was his last hope, his last chance to become a shinobi of Konohagakure no Sato. He had failed the genin graduation exam 3 times, each time due to a single jutsu that he was unable to master despite his best efforts. His name was Uzumaki Naruto, and he was the Jinchuriki of Kyuubi no Yoko, the strongest Biju. Alright, let's check. Taju Kage Bunshin on Jutsu is the first jutsu, followed by a summoning contract? Hand seals are. It's requesting my blood signature. Alright, Naruto said, shrugging and biting his thumb. Got it. Now for the Taju Kage Bunshin on Jutsu, he said, grinning as he swiftly signed the contract inside. 3 hours later, Naruto was sitting on the ground, panting, obviously out of breath, when Iruka leapt down into the clearing. After saying, "About time nosebleed, I found you," Naruto grinned. Iruka yelled angrily, "No you fool, I found you, instead." Naruto scratched the back of his neck and remarked, "Hey. I guess you have me. Too bad you were so fast. I've only memorized 2 jutsu." "You look exhausted. What the hell have you been doing?" Iruka said, perplexed by his condition. "Wait until I show you. I never dreamed. Some of the jutsu in this thing are amazing," Naruto said with a smile. "If I show you I've mastered these jutsu, then you'll let me pass, right?" Confused, Iruka asked, "Who told you that?" Naruto smiled and said, "Mizuki-sensei said if I learn a jutsu from the scroll then you'll let me graduate." "Mizuki?" Iruka turned quickly as his eyes widened in surprise. The blonde was shoved aside, and then he was inundated with shuriken. "You." Mizuki said, "I'm impressed that you figured out where to go," as he descended fully equipped for battle. "Now I understand," Iruka grunted while clutching his bleeding side. "Mizuki, the scroll." "Naruto, give it to me," insisted. Naruto exclaimed, What is this?" with a hint of surprise and trepidation. He kept his sights fixed on the treacherous Chunin, and Iruka yelled at him, "Don't let him have it, Naruto. Protect that scroll with your life. It's more dangerous than you can imagine. It holds the record of all ninjutsu and kinjutsu known by Konoha. Mizuki used you because he wants it for himself." Mizuki smirked and said, "Naruto, even if you've read it, it will still be meaningless. I can show you what it means." Iruka yelled, Shut up," in a growing panic. Mizuki would never do that. Mizuki smirked broadly and said, "Naruto, do you know what really happened 12 years ago when the Kyuubi no Yoko was defeated, don't you?" Mizuki, stop. "Don't," Iruka yelled, now utterly terrified of what was about to happen. "Since the incident, the people of our village have been bound by the highest decree," Mizuki said without showing any signs of change. Naruto felt his throat drying up and asked, "What are you talking about?" Now, Mizuki was beaming broadly. "You wouldn't remember because the decree was that everyone would know except you," she said. Naruto stammered, "Why not me?" out loud. "Because you are the Kyuubi no Yoko," exclaimed Mizuki with delight. What?" Naruto asked, standing motionless and unsure of what to do. "You are the Kyuubi, the monster which assaulted and rampaged through Konoha 12 years ago until finally you were defeated and bound to your current form by our beloved Yondaime Hokage," Mizuki went on. Iruka yelled, "Stop it," to the traitor. "Since then, you've been made a fool of by everyone in the village. Didn't you ever think it was strange? To be despised everywhere you went? You killed Iruka's parents too? If he were honest, even noble Iruka would admit he hates you too." Mizuki screamed as he turned his funa, his palm. He tossed it in the direction of the blonde. "No one will ever accept you. That scroll you now carry was the key to your sealing, demon." The shuriken pierced Iruka's back after he jumped in the way, calling him foolish. Naruto looked up at the face of his former teacher and asked, "Why?" "Pardon me," Iruka said with tears in her eyes. A moment later, Naruto ran off into the trees, saying, "Maybe it wouldn't have come to this if I'd been a better teacher. A better person." He yelled, "Naruto," after the boy. "It's over, Iruka. Goodbye, old friend," Mizuki uttered as he swung a kunai downward. And the unforgiving ground began to seep blood. Naruto looked over his shoulder and thought, "I have to get away, I have to get away." The shout was, "Naruto," and he saw Iruka leaping next to him. "Give me the scroll, it's what Mizuki is after. Keep that scroll safe at all costs. You are Yoko's Kyuubi." Naruto swiftly spun around and struck Iruka with his entire weight, causing them to both fall to the ground. Iruka rasped out, "You," as he attempted to stand up, before his illusion vanished, revealing Mizuki in its place. He questioned, "What's wrong, Naruto?" He insisted, "How did you know I wasn't Iruka?" "I didn't," Naruto said, leaning against a tree and laughing. "But Iruka-sensei told me to guard this scroll, and that is exactly what I intend to do." "So noble. Why? Don't you want the power? You and I are the same, Naruto. We both want something. Give me the scroll and I will give you whatever you desire," Mizuki said with a hand raised. "Not a chance," retorted Naruto. "I'm nothing like you, Mizuki Teme." The traitor gave him a disgusted look and hurled forward, Fuma shuriken spinning in his hand, saying, "Die, then say goodbye, Demon Fox." Naruto's eyes grew wide before he automatically made a number of hand seals. Kachiyose no Jutsu. A second later, a big puff of smoke signaled that a summoning had begun. "What?" With a startled thought, Mizuki halted a short distance away. A huge dragon, several meters long, emerged from the smoke and turned to face him. Holy! That demon could never call forth a dragon, the traitor thought, a little afraid. The dragon's menacing voice said, "This boy. It's been a while since I was last summoned. I shall test his worthiness later, but for now I am hungry and certainly smell a desirable meal. Prepare to die mortal," before his head shot forward. No, before the big beast in front of him ate him, Mizuki pondered. The dragon saw that the blond boy was now unconscious and turned to face him. As it lifted the boy and lifted the scroll into the night sky, it thought, probably exhausted himself. "I must take him away from here and back to the mountains. Perhaps that human village nearby will prepare him for the trials ahead." Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Sandaime Hokage, watched with sadness in his office as a dragon swept away the boy he had grown to regard as a grandson. Even though he knew that Naruto would not be returning to Konoha as a citizen, not when he would be experiencing the outside world away from Konoha, he still harbored the desire to send a team after them. He was now aware that he was the Kyuubi Jinchuriki, and based on the way he had been instructed, it wouldn't be attractive if he looked at Konoha in rage. Konoha couldn't send anyone to find the boy or the scroll that contained one of the few items that could break the seal on the dragon's stomach because he didn't know where the dragon was going. There was a key in the scroll, to the seal of Naruto. Naruto. Hiruzen pondered anxiously. Land of Lightning, Raikage Tower and Kumogakure no Sato. A pretty female Jonin said, "Here is today's paperwork, Raikage-sama," while carrying a big stack of documents into the office. With hesitation, she said, Raikage-sama, instead. Zzz, and so the Raikage, Killer E, the strongest shinobi in Kumo, slept at his desk while the morning sun shone through the window. "Raikage-sama, you have to finish the paperwork for today," she yelled in his ear. He woke up and asked frantically, "Who? What? Where? Why?" "Today's paperwork, Raikage-sama," the assistant said, grinning. Working for this man was always interesting. He was sometimes childish and at other times he seemed level-headed. He was occasionally a tough guy, but only when it came to his younger brother and or the granddaughter of the previous Raikage. He had essentially become the girl's adoptive father after the Sandaime Raikage died along with young Yugito's parents, and he loved her as if she were the daughter he had never had. In relation to that, he still needed to assemble her team for her graduation later today. If things continue as they are, 2 members will be absent. Since he was the Hachibi Jinchuriki, he had already chosen his own brother as his sensei. If things didn't work out, he would have Kurabi become his apprentice. Then his assistant hesitantly said, Raikage-sama? He turned serious at her abruptly withdrawn expression and asked, "What is it?" "That's a dragon." "What the fuck is a dragon doing outside my window?" he said, his eyes widening slightly as he turned to face the direction she was pointing. Yes, it was. The enormous beast stopped just outside the window and placed a little blond boy with a scroll on his back on the balcony. It gave the Raikage a single glance before vanishing in a cloud of smoke, indicating that it was a summoned being. The assistant inquired uncertainly, "What just happened, Raikage-sama?" "That scroll is definitely the forbidden scroll of sealing created by the Shodai Hokage," he said, examining the boy and the scroll on his back. "But that would mean he's from Konoha, so why did that dragon bring him here? What makes you unique? Dragons hardly ever leave Cloud Peak, and when they do, it's only to eat." Suddenly, 3 Kumo nins entered the room and asked, "Raikage-sama?" After assuring them, "It is all right," he turned to face them. "Samui, Karui, Omoi. Take this boy to the hospital immediately and contact me the moment he wakes up. Also check if there is anything strange about him." Samui acknowledged, "Yes, Raikage-sama," despite her inability to comprehend the rationale behind the directives. The day was going to be long, Land of Lightning, Hospital, Kumogakure no Sato. When Naruto woke up, he moaned as he saw the sun disappearing through the closed window, its rays casting a red tint across the sky. With another moan, he sat up and looked around, realizing instantly that he was in a hospital, though it didn't seem to be Konoha's. It was covered in monitoring equipment and was primarily yellow rather than the customary white. What on earth am I doing? As he stumbled out of bed, Naruto asked himself, how did I get here? He asked, looking down to discover that he was dressed in a hospital gown. I'm not in Konoha anymore, he said as he approached the window and peered out. Whoa. He saw a huge village that resembled a city spread out over a number of mountains. The door abruptly opened, and a young woman wearing a nurse's uniform that was both familiar and entirely unfamiliar entered. She paused, gave him a quick glance, blinked, and hurried back out of the room. Naruto thought, this can't be good. I need to get out of here, and sealed his hands. Henge, he said instantly, putting on clothes once more despite knowing they were a fabrication. I have to get out of here now, he said, forming another hand seal and summoning as much chakra as he could muster. Taju Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Immediately 20 people entered the room and began to storm out to provide him with distraction. He and his clones leapt out of the window and tripped. Naruto cried out, what the hell? As he tumbled through the wide opening between the platforms of the village, which kept everyone on top of the mountains. I'm going to die because I don't have the chakra left to build a ladder out of clones. Then all of a sudden it was dark. The mindscape of Naruto, Jinchuriki seal. Let it drip. Let it drip. Let it drip. What the hell happened? Naruto said, shaking his head and surveying his new environment. Huh. It appeared to be a sewer. This feeling, Naruto said as he began to move slowly through the hallway and into a spacious room that appeared to have a huge metal gate on the opposite side. Come here, boy, the blonde said, and two red slitted eyes snapped open. In an attempt to tear him through the bars, the beast suddenly swung out 4 enormous claws. The voice snarled in exasperation, you annoying little human. Rip this seal off now or I shall feast on your bones. Naruto stumbled, why you can't be. The Kyuubi no Yoko, and stepped back. And the giant fox roared angrily, do not waste my time, do as I command. Naruto's jumpsuit suddenly opened, revealing the seal on his stomach. Yes. You're doing fine. A moment later, the seal distorted, and a black liquid began to pour out and onto the floor. Everyone sees you, as me. A demon. Give up. I will save you from your pain, your loneliness, and your hatred. The fox commanded, now. Come here and rip this seal off, and Naruto stumbled in the direction of the cage's seal. Omoi yelled, Raikage-sama, as he and the troops reached the location. I see it, he said, glancing down at the enormous 8-tailed demon fox that was clinging to the mountainside below. With a hint of concern, he thought, so that's what's made the boy special enough to receive the attention of the dragons. In a poor rap, he asked his brother, why don't you come and see me? The Rockin' Killer Bee. He pointed to the hideous animal and asked his brother, do you not see the giant demon fox in front of us? So that's the Kyuubi. To transform like that he must have an interesting Jinchuriki, Kurabi remarked in a rap. The Raikage commanded, go Hachibi and hold him down while I seal him up, and the two leapt to the ground. A rough voice said, wait, and they quickly turned around. They discovered a dragon and said, we will take care of him. He realized, I didn't even sense them, just before the dragons appeared out of thin air and swooped down toward the hideous fox. The lead dragon said, stay out of the way while we deal with this, it will be over soon, and then they descended toward the tailed beast below. Another said, nodding, Miyaka-kun you know what to do, and passed right over the 8-tailed demon fox. Miyaka roared, Fuinjutsu. Raimu Fuin, as she slashed a huge spear of white lightning through the middle of the fox. The beast then roared in rage as the lightning lanced out and pinned its tails to the ground, declaring, it is done. The dragon leader said, now we shall see if he remains a fox or ascends into a knight. Yes, Hotori-sama, Miyaka said, bowing her head in the direction of the dominant dragon. The mindscape of Naruto, Jinchuriki seal the Kyuubi exclaimed with delight, almost there, as Naruto extended his hand to seize the seal paper from its cage. Only for his wrist to be grabbed by someone. Naruto asked, huh? As he regained consciousness. His eyes widened at the sight that met his eyes as he turned to face the person who had stopped him. He started, before the figure lifted him and carried him out of the cage. You! Yelled the Kyuubi angrily at the intruder. What are you doing here? Naruto stammered, why Yondaime Hokage-sama? In shock. I infused some of my chakra into the seal to act as a failsafe just in case the Kyuubi tried to break free and release 8 of its tails. I honestly hoped I never had to see your ugly face again, Kyuubi. But I wanted to see how far my son had grown, so I guess it all evens out in the end. Oh well, said Namikaze Minato. The Kyuubi roared once more, Yandaime Hokage. Come here, I'll rip you to shreds. Minato scowled and replied, not the best invitation, so. No thanks, he questioned the younger blonde, right Naruto? Bewildered, Naruto uttered, Naruto. My name. How did you know? Minato said, how? I'm the one who named you, with a laugh. You're my son, after all. Your son? Naruto hesitated, not understanding what was happening. Minato confirmed, you heard me. You're my son, Naruto, as Naruto began to cry. With hesitation, the boy said, Dad? The Kyuubi bellowed, Yandaime, in annoyance at being disregarded. Minato remarked, that thing is too annoying at times. Let's go somewhere quiet, and then he clicked his fingers, sending the two into a vast white void. As Minato watched sadistically, Naruto wiped away his tears and said, Sandaime-sama didn't tell you much of anything, did he? I guess he wanted to suppress as much information about the Kyuubi as possible. If people knew you were my son, then you'd have been in danger. Naruto spit out, a lot of good that did me, after saying, I'm sorry, Naruto, but that was the only option that came to mind. Minato was punched by the younger blonde. Why would you ever put the Kyuubi inside your own son? How could you put me through that? I don't know if I'm happy or if I'm mad right now. You're completely insane. Naruto broke down in tears. When it was evident that his son had calmed down, Minato sighed and asked, I know. Naruto. How old are you? 12, Naruto replied, wiping his eyes once more. Minato said, 12 already, huh? Damn. I don't know what to say, with a sigh of sadness. After saying, just give me a second, Naruto inhaled deeply. He chuckled, seemingly relieved. All right. I'm the Yandaime Hokage's kid. I can deal with that. Minato simply grinned before continuing, there is something you should know. There was another reason why I sealed half of Kyuubi's chakra in you. It wasn't just because I thought you could control its power. It was because there was someone manipulating the Kyuubi 12 years ago when it attacked Konoha. Surprised, Naruto questioned, manipulated? Are you saying the Kyuubi was being controlled when it attacked Konoha? Minato gave a grimace. I fought him and I didn't even scratch him. It was like I was fighting a ghost. He's an extremely dangerous shinobi. Naruto questioned, who is he? I don't know. I didn't even see his face. He was wearing a mask, replied Minato. I believe he will attack Konoha again, and I believe he will come after you to get the Kyuubi back. You can't let him get it. Naruto started to say, Dad. Konoha. But Minato stopped him by raising his hand. As Minato interrupted, I already know. I must admit I don't blame you for leaving. But I didn't, Naruto began once more. To them the moment you were taken by the dragons you were considered to no longer be a Konoha citizen, and after what I saw from the seal. I wouldn't blame you for staying away from them, Minato said. Naruto hesitantly said, do you think I should stay here? That is up you, Naruto. It's your decision and no one else's. I'm proud of you no matter what choice you make, Minato joked. Dad. Thanks, Naruto returned the smile. Minato started by bringing his hand up to the seal on Naruto's stomach and said, now I must be going. I'm almost out of chakra. A word of advice. If you're staying in Kumo, then you won't meet Jiraiya anytime soon, and he is the only one I gave a key to. It turned around again shortly thereafter. I just used my key to restore the seal to normal. But this is only a one-time thing. Inside the Forbidden Scroll of Sealing is the third and final key to your seal. It's at the very end of the scroll and you really can't miss it when you see it. It is the first step to controlling the Kyuubi, and I have faith in you to find a way to do it. I understand, Naruto said, nodding. Forbidden Scroll of Sealing. I got it. You're not strong enough to fight the Kyuubi, so don't use it unless you are absolutely confident that you can beat it, Minato advised him. He smiled as he slowly vanished, placing his hand on the younger blonde's head and saying, parents always believe in their children. And I believe in you, Naruto. A second later, he was gone. Naruto said, thanks Dad, and turned as the emptiness exploded all around him. Kumogakure no Sato, also known as Rainbow Mountain, is the land of lightning. Miyaka remarked, it looks like he passed our test, after witnessing the Fox contract and collapse. I was worried we might have to kill him for a minute there. Hodori nodded and continued, that would have been unfortunate, as the red chakra subsided and Naruto appeared entirely unharmed. In his words, "Boy, step forward." Following his instructions, Naruto turned to face him and said, "You must be the dragon I summoned before." Miyaka said, "No, that was me," in a sideways voice. She greeted, "I am Miyaka no Ryu. It's a pleasure." The reply was, "Uzumaki Naruto, Kyuubi Jinchuriki, Naruto." He glanced at the 5 dragons and said, "Don't get me wrong, but what are you all doing here?" "You summoned one of my people last night," the dragon leader said emphatically. "We dragons haven't been summoned by anyone in over 300 years, and not only were you able to summon us, but you were also able to pass your test to become a Ryu Sennin, Dragon Sage." "A what?" a bewildered Naruto inquired. Hodori gave the order, "A Ryu Sennin. Miyaka-kun, do it." Miyaka said, "Yes, Hodori-sama," with her wings glowing and her head bent. Light beams erupted, obscuring Naruto's formation. Ryupo. Ryu no Yoroi. Naruto was once more revealed to the world as the light faded. Glancing down, Naruto questioned, "What is this?" He appeared to be wearing some sort of orange, black, and white armor all over his body. There was a blue-white ball just below the hilt of a glowing red sword in his hand. Consider Naruto's outfit from the video game Naruto Shippuden. Ryujinki. Although I didn't enjoy the game, I enjoyed changing my outfits, so combine that with knight armor to create the current Naruto. Think of them as gifts. If you are going to be our summoner, then you will need strength unrivaled by anyone else. We only accept the best as our summoners. You will be the best or you will die. Now let me hear you." Hodori turned his attention to the young blonde. "I will become the best, surpassing everyone else and catch up to my father. That's my promise," Naruto made it clear. Hodori bowed his head respectfully and said, "Good, then we will be off. Until next time, boy," before taking off into the sky, one by one, followed by the other dragons. Miyaka said, "Call on me if you need some help, Naruto-kun," and then she took off too. With a sigh, Naruto put the sword away on the scabbard he had fastened to his back. He turned to see a number of Kumo nins approaching, thinking, "This has been a long day." "So you're Konoha's Kyuubi Jinchuriki," said the leader, a large man wearing what appeared to be cage vests. "I am the Yondaime Reikage of Kumogakure no Sato," he said. Heir. I'm Heir. Uzumaki Naruto, Kyuubi Jinchuriki, and current Ryu Sennin. It's nice to meet you," Naruto said, a little uneasy. He had assumed that all of the cages would be elderly men, similar to the old man, rather than someone who could kill you with a glance. "You should try not to annoy him." "I'm not Konoha's Jinchuriki anymore, Reikage-sama," he said. "Really? Then, would you be interested in joining Kumo?" asked he, raising an eyebrow at that. "Join Kumo?" Naruto asked, blinking in bewilderment. "Why, I failed the Genin graduation exam 3 times and I still haven't passed it." E's eyes widened as he said, "If that were true, then you shouldn't have been able to summon one of those dragons. You clearly summoned the one that dropped you off at my office this morning. How could you not pass the graduation exam 3 times and yet summon a dragon?" Naruto uttered the embarrassed words, I can't create clones." It was Karabi who said, "Clones? They wouldn't happen to be normal clones, would they? Because if they were, then get down and shake your belly, cause we Jinchuriki got too much chakra to make such a useless wannabe." "Huh?" Naruto asked, blinking a drop of perspiration. "What my brother means is Jinchuriki are physically incapable of creating regular clones because they have too much chakra to control. Even our own Jinchuriki can't create regular clones, so they use A-rank lightning clones instead," he said. "You have Jinchuriki here?" a startled Naruto inquired. E responded, "Karabi, this is the Hachibi Jinchuriki," pointing to his younger brother. With his fists clenched at his sides, Naruto muttered, "I see. Then Konoha didn't want to tell me that, or they didn't want to know why I couldn't create regular clones." The Reikage nodded in agreement, saying, "It seems that way, kid." After a moment, Naruto said, "Is that offer still open?" "Yes," E confirmed with a nod. "Then yes, I will become a genin of Kumo," says Naruto, bowing his head in agreement. E was pleased with himself. "Good, then come with me so we can get you registered and then you will head to our academy to meet your team." "Team?" Naruto asked, blinking bewilderedly. "Genin team," smirked the Reikage in response. "Unfortunately, we only have one genin out of the regular teams and normally they're kept behind, but since you're here now I finally have a third team member." Land of Lightning. Academy of Kumogakure no Sato. This was unreal. He felt a strong sense of home and Konoha as he walked towards the academy, but it was also very different. After obtaining his ninja license and signing all the necessary paperwork, he proceeded to the academy, which was run by Shi, a boy who was a year older than him. There was one very important difference between the way the villagers went about their daily lives in the village and how they did the same in Konoha. Instead, they practically adored him. They didn't even glare at him or ignore him altogether. A few people waved a few times, smiled, and said hello. When he unleashed 8 of Kyuubi's tails in the middle of the day just this morning, he had no idea why they were acting this way. Even stranger was the fact that he saw girls his age and a few years older staring at him as they walked, just like he had seen girls in Konoha do to Sasuke. Odd. Like a mind reader, she said, Jinchuriki are treated differently here compared to other villages. Instead of fearing the demons they contain, we actually consider them to be the ultimate protectors of our village and its people. Kurabi-sama especially, considering how much he's sacrificed to ensure our continued peace. He's a hero among heroes here in Kumo, and to be a Jinchuriki is considered the highest honor. Finally, Naruto said, I see, as they continued to move. She exclaimed, here we are, as they arrived at their destination. The graduation class is on the 2nd floor, room 217. Thanks, she said, and Naruto nodded before going inside. After being called, he hurried to the room and exhaled, here we go. He knocked and went inside, saying, hello, I'm here for graduation. As the teacher understood, she said, ah, you must be the boy Samui-san talked about. He joked, come in. I'm Darui and I will be your teacher. For the next 10 minutes, before adding the final sentence. I think I'll manage, Naruto jokingly said. Please introduce yourself to the class, Darui said, pointing to the group that had gathered. The blonde smiled and said, I'm Uzumaki Naruto. Nice to meet you all. He's cute, said one of the girls. A boy sneered, oh please, he looks like a wimp. Nah, didn't you hear? This guy is the Jinchuriki guy from Rainbow Mountain this morning, replied another child. The first boy demanded, seriously? This guy is a Jinchuriki? What the hell makes him so special? The girls smirked and said, how about the fact that he's not an ass like you? Darui said, okay, everyone, calm down. As Naruto sat down in the chair he had been motioned to, silence descended upon the room. Adjacent to the lone student in the class who disagreed with the newcomer's viewpoint. Instead of losing control and letting the Kyuubi out this morning, this guy managed to control himself, being able to confront the strongest Biju member. He is not your typical Jinchuriki like me. He's different, Ni Yugito thought. All right, class, I'll read out your teams now, Darui said once more. First is Team Z consisting of. Naruto sighed as he thought, this has been a very long day. Finally, someone called his name. When Darui concluded, the two looked up in confusion. Since there are 2 students more than usual, Team B will be a 3-man squad consisting of Uzumaki Naruto and Ni Yugito under Yatsuki Kurabi, Darui said. The same team with 3 Jinchuriki? This would never end well. It turns out that others shared their opinion. One of the students demanded, Darui-sensei, why do they get special treatment? Darui looked irritated and spoke before Naruto lost. Are you blind? There is no one else available to fit the slot for a 3rd teammate, and it's not unusual for 2 academy graduates to have their own team. When I first became a genin I was in a 3-man cell myself, and trust me, it's a lot harder without a 4th teammate watching your back. At that point, the class fell silent. The only thought that crossed Naruto's mind was, very long day. Tap, 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 tap. Yugito yelled angrily, would you stop that already? Since every other team had been removed by their respective sensei, leaving them alone in the room, they had been waiting for 20 minutes. After being bored for 5 minutes, Naruto began tapping his pencil on the table, which irritated Yugito. He kept doing this until she yelled at him to stop. Quietness. Yugito mumbled, thank you, with relief. Tap, 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 tap. Yugito yelled, that's it, and threw him to the ground. As the two rolled across the floor, Naruto yelled back, hey, what are you doing, you crazy catgirl? What is your problem? Yugito asked Naruto as they stopped in front of the teacher's desk, holding him down by his arms. With annoyance, Yugito yelled, you're my problem. You come out of nowhere, graduate as a genin, and then you have the audacity to annoy me with your infernal tapping and ask me what's my problem. You are a complete and total moron. That's my problem, you idiot? Then Naruto hesitantly said, sorry. Hey now. I just needed something to do. It's been a messed up couple of days and I'm still sorting through everything. Yugito snorted and walked away from him. Sorry if I offended you or anything, he said, laughing anxietily. Yugito questioned. Why? Before turning to look at him. Why are you here? This was supposed to be so simple. I was supposed to graduate and be taken as Kurabi-sama's only apprentice and become strong enough to protect my home. Then you walk in and accomplish the same thing I've been doing for the last 4 years in only a day. How the hell do you think that makes me feel, huh? At that point, Naruto said nothing. Oh boy, they said as they jerked their gaze to the door and noticed a dark-skinned man who appeared to be in his 30s standing there. In a poor song, the man said, "Fools, ya fools, this is going to take some work." With a blink, Naruto asked, "Who are you?" "I'm the man who floats like a butterfly and stings like a killer bee." "'Cause, I'm the eight-tailed beast," said the individual. "Kurabi-sama," Yugito said, bowing her head. She started, "We were just." "No need to tell 'cause I heard it all like a ringing bell," Kurabi said. "You're our sensei?" Naruto inquired, a little let down. He sighed thoughtfully. Somehow I was expecting. Well, a ninja, not someone who sings bad rap. Kurabi said, "Both of you come with me, yo, and we'll see where you stand on my test, yo," as he led the two of them out of the room. Naruto screamed, "Hey, no pulling," as the man practically pulled the two of them out of the academy and toward one of the training areas on the village's lower platforms. Lightning Nation. Training Platform D, Kumo Kurabi remarked, "Let's begin with you both introducing yourselves, fools, ya fools," as the two genin took seats against a metal surface. First to speak, Yugito said, "Ni Yugito. I like my home and I dislike anyone who threatens it as well as someone I know." She glared at Naruto, who scoffed, and went on, "I don't have many hobbies in my dream. My goal is to become the Kumo's greatest protector." When it became obvious that she was done, Naruto spoke up, "The name's Uzumaki Naruto. I don't really like anything and I dislike how corrupt Konoha has become. My hobbies? Pulling pranks and watering plants. And my dream? I don't really have one. Alright, I'm Yatsuki Kurabi. You will refer to me Hachibi-sama, Hachibi-sensei or Kurabi-sensei from now." "Fools, ya fools," said Kurabi. "I like Enka and my vacation time. I dislike anyone who has a problem with my rap and my brother's meddling. My hobbies are my singing and making new raps. My goal is to merge Enka's singing with my own rap style. Fools, ya fools." With a drop of perspiration, Naruto thought, "Man, and I thought I had problems." When Kurabi said, "Now then I will test you both here and see how you both fare. Fools, ya fools," he got to his feet. He nodded and added, "We're going to spar to see if you're up to par." Yugito leapt to his feet and punched, but Kurabi dodged and hit her in the chest instead. The Kumo champion was paralyzed by her lightning-fast explosion, but he quickly dismissed it when the real her materialized behind him. Yugito screamed, "Raikyu," and threw a lightning bolt at the Kumo Jonin. Kurabi began, "Not bad, little cat," but he vanished in a flash of speed and then reappeared behind her. He kicked her away, causing her to skid along the metal floor until she stopped. "But you're still as slow as a clumsily flung bat," he said. Damn it, Yugito thought grimly. Kurabi-sensei is really strong. She added thoughtfully, Rai Bunshin no Jutsu was practically useless against him. When Naruto yelled, "Taju Kage Bunshin no Jutsu," 100 Naruto clones unexpectedly materialized and charged in their direction. If he can make this many shadow clones using just academy-level chakra control, this kid has potential. Kurabi smirked as he used his bare hands to defeat the gathered clone army, thinking, if he can ever fully control it, he will be almost unstoppable. Yugito yelled, "Raikyu," as she hurled another lightning bolt at him in an attempt to surprise him by diverting his attention. Seeing it coming, Kurabi leapt to the side. "We can't even touch him," he said, observing the two genin preparing for the next attack as he landed a few feet away. "Hey sensei." Naruto smirked and yelled. The Hachibi Jinchuriki was startled when a second Naruto suddenly materialized behind him and seized his shoulders. "Maybe you should watch your back more," the clone suggested. He yelled, "Take him out now with my clone," to his teammate, who was making plans for her next move. "When did he?" Kurabi blinked in surprise as he attempted to struggle out of the boy's hold. "Raikyu." Yugito hurled a lightning bolt at their sensei and the clone that was restrained him. It hit, and the air was heavy with smoke. Kurabi said, "You pass," as he emerged entirely unharmed behind the two. "Thank you, Kurabi-sensei," Yugito said, bowing her head in recognition. He is a true Jinchuriki, Naruto thought, grinning. This might not be as horrible as I thought. Land of Lightning. Raikage Tower and Kumogakure no Sato. Before being presented with yet another D-rank mission, Naruto practically yelled, Please, I'm begging you. Don't make me do another one of these chores. And why would I give you higher ranking mission? He asked with a simultaneously amused and irritated expression. Oiroke no jutsu. Everyone, apart from Karabi, was shocked when a naked blonde girl with clouds covering her entered the room after a smoke explosion. He never had a chance. He fell out of his chair grinning and with blood streaming from his nose. Yugito didn't appear to be happy at all, and Karabi didn't appear to be affected either. The blonde girl changed back into Naruto after Yugito gave her a quick slap across the head. Yugito grabbed her fellow blonde by the collar and growled, "What the hell was that, you idiot?" Before the Raikage regained consciousness and spoke in a serious tone, this continued for several more minutes. As soon as he said, "Very well, you will get your mission, however it is not an ordinary mission," the two were stopped. Then Naruto blinked. "What is it?" There was recently a request forwarded to Konoha by a bridge builder from the Land of Wave. It has been listed as a C-rank mission, however I don't believe that. Our spies have identified that the shipping tycoon, Gato, is in the area and is working towards enslaving the entire country. The Konoha team being sent has the last Uchiha on it, and Konoha won't risk him when they finally find out about the information their client has been withholding from them. Your orders are to succeed where Konoha fails, the Raikage said. Karabi shrugged and said, "Leave it to us, brother. We'll have it finished in time for supper." "Fools, ya fools." The command was, "Go," said Eastern Border, Land of Fire. The final member of his clan, Uchiha Sasuke, had been suffering through the day as he listened to his number one fangirl persistently asking him out on dates. Even their new teammate, Sai, appeared to be more skilled than Haruno Sakura, who had been pitiful during their actual genin test. Sai was a reserved young man who, well, I'm not sure how to characterize him. The statement, "We're entering foreign territory, you should be quieter, ugly-san," is accurate. Sakura yelled angrily, "What did you just call me? I'm going to kill you," and sprang to attack the newcomer, but their sensei intervened. Now Sakura. What have I told you about teamwork?" Hitaki Kakashi was holding her back by her collar as he read his small orange book. "Why did we have to have him on the team? He's almost as bad as Naruto Baka on his worst days." Sakura sighed as she carried on walking. Sasuke asked indifferently, "So can we expect any ninja on this mission?" "It's only a C-rank mission and the Land of Waves doesn't have a shinobi village. You don't have to worry about foreign ninja for a while yet," Kakashi said with a smirk. At that moment, two figures emerged from the puddle they had passed and shackled Kakashi. "What?" Sakura almost screamed, "What the?" as the group turned around. One of the assassins whispered, "One down," while tugging on the chains. And in just a few seconds, he cut Kakashi down. "Kakashi-sensei!" Sakura cried out in terror as they witnessed their teacher being easily killed. The assassins whispered, "Two down," and emerged behind Sai. Luckily, he was prepared for them and turned swiftly, blocking the chain in the middle with his tanto. Sasuke moved and pinned the chain to the nearby tree, forcing the two assassins to split apart as they made a hasty attempt to counter. While the other moved to attack Sakura and the client, the first pursued Sai. Kakashi appeared unharmed a moment later and destroyed the two assassins. Sakura stammered, Kakashi-sensei," as she saw a man who appeared to be dead come back to life. "Very good, Sasuke, Sai, Sakura," Kakashi said with a nod of admiration before turning to face their customer. "Tazuna. Our attackers are Chunin-level Nukanen from Kiri. Do you mind explaining why they came after you and not us?" Tazuna responded, I mean, with a stutter. Kakashi merely remarked, "You lied about the mission level. This is easily a B-rank mission and could increase to an A- rank if things become any more complicated." Sakura questioned tentatively but optimistically, "Kakashi-sensei, we're not strong enough yet for this type of mission. Can we quit?" "This is getting complicated," Kakashi frustratedly sighed. "What do you all want to do?" he asked the group. "This team is not yet ready to complete a mission of this caliber. We must return to Konoha," Sai said. Although Sasuke remained silent, his scowl conveyed the message that both Hokage-sama and Danzo-sama will be very upset should we be killed because we were lied to. After glancing at the distraught Tazuna, Kakashi said, "Very well, we are returning home, now." "I understand," sighed Tazuna, defeated. "Then I will be continuing on home. If I am to die, then I won't run away from it." Kakashi apologized, saying, "For what it's worth, I am sorry, Tazuna-san." Tazuna bowed his head and said, "Don't be. You've done enough just by getting me this far. I can go the rest of the way." After Kakashi gave the order, Team 7 move out, the Konoha ninjas leapt into the trees and made their way home. I had to try, even though it was a bad idea in the first place. Damn, what the hell? Tsunami. Inari. I'm headed home. Tazuna sighed once more before carrying on with his stroll. He was startled when a voice said, "Yo, are you Tazuna? It looks like those Konoha wimps left you, fools, ya fools." Tazuna turned to see 3 new ninja and he stammered in surprise, What? With a hint of fear, he asked, "Who are you?" "We're your new guards from Kumo. We'll be guarding you from here on out, yo," the well-known leader responded in a sarcastic manner. Tazuna questioned, "You aren't working for Gato?" "No, we're not," shot back the young girl. With a sigh of relief, Tazuna said, "Thank the gods. Well, I don't have the money for this kind of mission, but..." The boy at his side, dressed in orange and black, said, "Just pay us back later, old man." Tazuna said tremblingly, "What do I call you? I never got your names." The leader practically sang, "I am the man who floats like a butterfly and stings like a killer bee. Because I'm the 8-tailed beast." "He's Kurabi-sensei," groaned the girl. "I'm Yugito and this idiot here is Uzumaki Naruto." "Don't call me an idiot," Naruto snarled in response. Hopefully, these 3 will suffice, Tazuna thought anxiously. Slipping past the patrols and mercenaries that protected the island from unwanted inference, took them 2 days to arrive. The bridge builder believed that Team B hadn't been that bad. Throughout the trip, they were largely silent, with Kurabi writing non-stop in his pad, likely inventing new raps, and the 2 genin appearing to be attempting to avoid one another. Yugito abruptly stopped and threw a kunai into the nearby bush after they had disembarked from the boat and were strolling through the forest. Tazuna stiffened as Kurabi pushed them both to the ground, What? Yugito also fell to the ground, but Naruto swiftly spun around, removing the Ryujin's sheath and raising it to block the approaching blow. A Zanbato, a huge sword, flew from the trees and struck the Ryujin, knocking Naruto back a few feet before it finally clattered to the ground. Impressive boy. To withstand the force behind a thrown sword of that size like that is impressive for a genin. "I see you train your students well, Hachibi," the attacker said, emerging next to his fallen sword. "Not that it matters. Hand over the bridge builder now," he commanded, glaring as he carried the enormous weapon. Holding the Ryujin by his side, Naruto questioned, "Who the hell is this guy?" "Momochi Zabuza, one of the 7 shinobi swordsmen of the mist. He's nicknamed the Demon of the Mist in the bingo book. It's said that he once tried to assassinate the Yondaime Mizukage," Yugito said. "It's good that I know whose ass I'm about to kick," Naruto remarked, putting his sword down next to him and forming a seal with his hands. "Jinchuriki no Jutsu," he said, and then a red chakra burst out of him. When in hell will he figure out how to use the Kyuubi's chakra? Yugito thought, startled. As he reacquired the Ryujin, Naruto thought, "I truly need to thank Sensei for teaching me this jutsu. My power comes with a price, boy. Remember that," a menacing voice said in the back of his mind. As he twirled the Ryujin in his hands as if it were instinctive, Naruto retorted, "Think of it as rent for housing you for so damn long." Zabuza narrowed his eyes and said, "This chakra is inhuman," as the boy vanished in a flash of speed. As Naruto emerged behind him and swung Ryujin around, striking the Kabikiri Hocho with a loud clang of metal hitting metal, the Nukanen thought, "There's no question," and quickly turned, digging the Kabikiri Hocho into the ground. According to his jutsu and chakra, he is unquestionably a Jinchuriki. Nevertheless, Zabuza thought, compared to Yagura Teme, he's nothing more than a child, before he swiftly turned and sliced the blonde boy in 2. Yugito exclaimed, "Naruto," as she saw her teammate cut in half. The Jonin beside him was writing in his notebook when Tazuna asked, "Why aren't you helping them?" "Because I want to see how they fare in a real fight. It should be an interesting sight," Kurabi responded in a rap. No blood was present. No more than a puff of smoke. A shadow clone. Zabuza was alarmed when he noticed an orange blur behind him. Quickly turning, he was knocked away by a forceful punch to the face. Naruto's voice reverberated throughout the clearing. "How do you like that?" "What?" Zabuza abruptly vanished into water a moment later. "Not bad, kid, but you just aren't there yet," the real Zabuza said, emerging from behind the boy with the blonde hair. "Now die." The Nukanen yelled as he struck the boy with Kabikiri Hocho. With 2 kunai in hand and a body encrusted with blue-purple chakra, Yugito confronted the much larger Kabikiri Hocho with a resounding clang. Heh, so he has 2 Jinchuriki students. How fitting. In an attempt to throw the girl off balance, Zabuza pushed his sword farther down while laughing. Zabuza was forced to retreat when Naruto entered from the side and slashed with the Ryujin. Then Yugito leapt over the boy and hurled a lightning bolt at the Nukanen. Yugito yelled, "Raikyu!" as she threw the jutsu at him. Zabuza dissolved into water after it hit its target. Damn it, he created a water clone. With a loud clang, Kabikiri Hocho struck a katana in Kurabi's hand. "I thought you were sitting out," he taunted. The real Zabuza then materialized behind the two and swung Kabikiri Hocho around, saying, "I've got you now, kiddies." Kurabi told his two students, "You two take a break and consider what's at stake." With a quick spin, Zabuza brought his sword around to slash the dark-skinned Jonin. "So you're finally getting off your ass and doing something, eh? Alright, I'll take you on," he said. Kurabi pulled out another sword and easily deflected the blow. "What the?" He flexed his arms a little more, and 5 more swords sprang into the air, which he caught with various parts of his body. With a sword hilt in his mouth, Kurabi stood for a moment before saying, "I'll give you a taste of my hook." "Why are you taking that position?" With narrowed eyes, Zabuza considered this as Kurabi bounded forward. He grunted, "Shit," and withdrew just as Kurabi hit the position he had just reached. Before most people could notice, Kurabi had already surrounded him once more, forcing him to raise Kabikiri Hocho in self-defense. Kurabi began by charging lightning chakra through his swords, knocking Kabikiri Hocho to the side and creating a gap in Zabuza's defenses. "Yo, first I'm gonna float and fly like a butterfly," he said. Why is he using Kenjutsu? With wide eyes, Zabuza thought, I can hardly read it at all. As he impaled Zabuza with 5 of his swords, Kurabi exclaimed, "Then I sting ya like a killer bee. 'Cause I'm the 8-tailed beast." As he observed, Naruto thought, "Wonderful." As the Hachibi Jinchuriki moved in to finish him off, Zabuza thudded to the ground, saying, "And I end my flow with a finishing blow." Just as Kurabi struck down, a white blur swooped in from the side, snatched Zabuza, and rolled them aside. Naruto pointed to the newcomer wearing a mask and yelled, "What the? Where the hell did he come from?" "I didn't even sense him," Yugito said in a worried whisper. Kurabi said bluntly, "You aren't a hunter nin," and rushed forward. As he closed in, he yelled, "You little fly, you would have killed this guy already instead of saving him. We have to get out now." The mask-wearing novice made a hand seal after giving it some quick thought. A second later, Zabuza and the newcomer vanished in a puff of smoke. Shunshin no jutsu. What was that about? A bewildered Naruto inquired. The guy who saved Zabuza was dressed as a Kiri hunter nin, but if that was true then he would have not only killed Zabuza himself but also completely destroyed the body. That hunter nin was clearly one of Zabuza's allies, Yugito said. Naruto said, "So it's not over yet," while putting the Ryujin in its sheath. "That's not a pleasant thought," Tazuna sighed. A moment later, the 4 vanished into the mist once more. "Come on. My house is not too far from here. We can rest once we're there." "This way," they said. Nami House. The Land of Wave Tazuna was asked by the 28-year-old woman, "Are you all right, father?" As he collapsed onto the futon, the bridge builder sighed and nodded, saying, "You look like you've been through hell." Naruto muttered, "Stupid old drunk, he didn't even do anything," just before Yugito gave him a shove. Tazuna looked up at the ceiling and said, "I'm fine, Tsunami, but I need my sleep because it's been a long day." "Zabuza will probably take a week to recover. What until then?" Yugito inquired. Kurabi sang back, "We're going to train you, and then we're going to make them wet their pants like little ants." Yugito asked, "And how do we do that?" Declaring, "Kachiyose no jutsu," Naruto slammed his hand to the ground, causing seals to appear all over it. In an instant, a huge scroll materialized in front of him, and he lifted it onto his shoulders. Startled, Yugito questioned, "What is that?" "This is the forbidden scroll of sealing which I brought with me when I left Konoha and came to Kumo. The Raikage can't open it because of something the dragons did to it, and they've been holding onto it for me. Only I can open it because it's keyed to my blood, so no one else can get their hands on its secrets," Naruto said as he placed the scroll down. With curiosity, Yugito inquired, "So what's in it?" "Every jutsu Konoha has ever acquired, including my father's," said Naruto. Kurabi stepped up and said, "You don't have the chakra control for those, fool, ya fool." "Yeah, I know," Naruto said, nodding in comprehension. "You need to bring up your control, so I want ya to start walking on water while swirling kunai in your hand. This will allow you to at the very least stand," Kurabi told his 2 pupils. "Yes, Kurabi-sensei," the 2 genin said, nodding in agreement with the command. At that moment, a young boy came into the room. It was going to be a long week, Naruto could tell. Nami house. The land of wave. They all sat down at the kitchen table, and Yugito asked, "So what's the plan?" "We find out where they're hiding and bring them pain. That way we will become their bane," Kurabi sang. Naruto, who had grown accustomed to their sensei's routine, questioned, "So we find this Gato guy and then hit him where it hurt, right?" Kurabi sang, "Right 090, nodding. "How do we find him? I'm a sensory type and I can't sense Zabuza or that hunter nin anywhere on the island. Where do we start looking?" asked Yugito. "Naruto, you should make some clones and have them scout the other islands. When you find something, Yugito should be able to locate Zabuza." "Fools ya fools," Kurabi said. Naruto said, "I'll do that," and nodded. Inari, Tazuna's grandson, screamed, "Why? No matter how hard you train, you'll never match Gato's thugs. You all act cool and talk tough, but big, strong guys like that are always too much for people weaker than they are. They'll destroy you." Naruto snorted and said, "Shut up, I'm not you and I'm not going to lose to anyone. Least of all a bunch of bullies. Just watching you ticks me off. You go running your mouth when you don't know a thing. This isn't your town and you don't know a thing about me. You're always clowning around and having fun. You don't know a thing about suffering or loneliness or what my life is like," Inari yelled. Then Naruto said, "Actually, I know more than you think. I've heard that your father was considered a hero, someone who put his life on the line to do the right thing, and your entire country betrayed him by not helping him. You think you're the only one has suffered? Don't be stupid," the man said with a scowl. "Since the day I was born I have been lied to by those around me, and people have even tried to kill me simply because I exist. My father was a hero too, and despite that they discarded his dying wish and even went as far as to not even tell me he was my father." As Kurabi watched in silence, Yugito thought, "Naruto," with a mixture of surprise and sadness. Naruto growled as his eyes briefly flashed red. "I had to be driven to the brink of madness just to discover who my father was, and you sit there in front of me and whine about Gato's invincible mercenaries? Don't insult me," he said. "I have stood in front a demon that could level a nation by itself and chose to become a sage instead of a monster. Even now it tries to corrupt me, but I won't let it, and I'll keep fighting long after Gato is dead." He got up shortly thereafter and approached the entrance. "I'm out of here." "Wait, Naruto." Yugito protested, but Kurabi took hold of her arm. The Hachibi Jinchuriki told her to let him go. He needs to time, so take it slow. Was what he said true? Tsunami nervously inquired. He hasn't had a very good life even by Jinchuriki standards, Kurabi clarified. He concluded by saying, he has only started to live his life away from those bastards, talking about Konoha. After a moment, he added, at least Kumo trained me. But unlike Kumo, Konoha didn't want anything to do with the Kyuubi. Yugito stumbled out, I didn't know, and looked down at the ground. I had no idea that I thought he was treated like we are. Naruto grew up facing the darker side of humanity. Even I am amazed he has maintained his sanity, Kurabi said with a sigh. He wasn't beaten or anything like that. But they wouldn't have lifted a finger if he were to go splat. Yugito thought sorrowfully, and I said those things to him back in Kumo. I'm such a fool. There was a huge fortress carved into a number of trees that rose above the ground deep within the forest of one of the nearby islands. The still recovering Momochi Zabuza currently resides in this fortress, which served as the base of operations for Gato in the Land of Wave. He was almost completely recovered from his loss to Team B, which had occurred almost a week prior. The word of the day. Nearly. The three of them looked out over the enormous base. Talk about paranoid. There's enough guards here to hold off a full-scale invasion, Yugito muttered. She looked down at the horde of mercenaries and asked, how do we get in? Naruto joked, how about right through the front door? Be serious for once, Yugito angrily retorted. I'm being serious. I say we go down there and kick their collective ass. Isn't that what we're here for? Replied Naruto. Kurabi replied plainly, yes, but we need a plan. Preferably something that doesn't nail us to someone's fan. Naruto rubbed his hands together in delight and remarked, how about I blow up the entire fortress? There's this new jutsu I want to try anyway. With a hint of fear, Yugito asked, what do you have in mind? She had never seen that expression on him before, and when he made a familiar seal, she swallowed. Just watch. Taju Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, he said, pumping as much chakra into it as he could. The guards looked up just in time to witness the appearance of a huge army of 1,000 shadow clones. How did he? Even with the Kyuubi, he shouldn't have that much chakra. As the clones rushed toward the fortress's entrances, Yugito thought, his eyes wide. Enticed, Kurabi thought, he can make an army with a hand seal. That's not a bad deal. Stupid Kyuubi, always showing off, he thought to himself as the Hachibi grunted. Charge. The clones poured into the complex, and a short while later, the outer walls were rife with explosions. Bunshin Deibakuha. The clones yelled, exploding everywhere. And that is how it is done, Naruto remarked, wearing a smug expression. Thank you, please hold the applause, he said, gesturing to the flames that now surrounded the fortress as he made a mock bow. Sarcastically, and people say my pranks are useless, he remarked. Yugito asked, when did you learn that? How to make exploding clones? A few days ago from the scroll, but I couldn't really get it down right. It takes too much chakra, Naruto murmured. Was that your first kill? Kurabi inquired, not intending to be humorous for once. No, Naruto replied plainly. By summoning Miyako-chan to kill Mizuki was my first kill even if I was knocked out at the time. I will never feel sorry for the deaths of these people. If that's what they can be called after what they've done to this country. Even though his power is increasing more quickly than I anticipated, he is still in the early stages of his development, Kurabi thought resignedly. He turned quickly when he saw a blur behind him, drew one of his swords, and blocked a big Zanbato's blow. He yelled at his attacker, you really think you can get the drop on me? The Rockin' Killer Bee? Don't make me laugh, Zabuza retorted, pressing his sword down. He commanded, Haku, deal with the brats. And a blue blur, the imposter hunter Nin, came into view from the side. Down! Yugito yelled, avoiding a barrage of Senbon needles as she pushed Naruto and herself down. Naruto crossed his fingers and conjured up two clones, saying, Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, as they descended through the trees and headed for the ground below. Where the hell did he come from? Asked the two clones as they seized them and threw the two Jinchuriki up onto a nearby branch. Yugito retorted, I couldn't even sense him, as Haku leapt forward and hurled a barrage of Senbon at the two. When the Kumo Kunoichi yelled, incoming, the two Jinchuriki leapt to the side. The masked Nin yelled, Sensatsu Suisho, and sprayed the two with a huge spray of Senbon. Yugito grunted, damn it, as the Senbon got closer. To avoid the volley of, what are you doing you fool? Attacks, Naruto entered from the side and tackled her to the ground. Naruto's legs struck the ground and he slid for a few feet before coming to a halt with Yugito in his arms. What does it look like? I'm saving your life, he shot back. As she also descended to ground level, his gaze remained fixed on the phony hunter Nin. Haku said, Hayaten. Hiyomu, while forming a one-handed seal. I have never killed before, but Zabuza-sama tells me that I cannot afford to hold back against you too, so I will have to fight to kill, Naruto said as ice exploded from the ground beneath the two, impaling him through the stomach. Yugito exclaimed, Naruto, as he saw the blonde boy impaled. Before he exploded in smoke, Naruto rasped out, not bad but, Haku was it? You made one very crucial mistake which everyone has made at one point or another. Was that a clone of the shadow? But while the real him took his place, he sent a clone to protect the girl from my last attack. As an orange blur materialized behind her, Haku pondered. The blonde boy concluded, you underestimated me, and launched an assault. With the intention of cleaving the masked Nin's head off in one swift motion, Naruto swung the Ryujin, but a figure parried the blow just before he could hit his target. Everyone was taken aback by this move. Even Kurabi and Zabuza paused abruptly to gaze at the newcomer. A moment later, Naruto retreated and raised his head to see the newcomer's face. It was his own. The shadowy one. The figure sneered, hey. It's strange huh? How your teammates get the easier life, as his head lifted and his cheeks showed 6 distinct marks. When Yugito saw a copy of her teammate, she asked anxiously, Naruto, did you create another clone? No, Naruto replied plainly while preparing the Ryujin. What a bunch of pests, the copy snorted, giving Naruto a fierce look. Call me Yami, he said, wearing an outfit that was largely black with occasional touches of red, much like Naruto's, but instead of orange, black, and white. Naruto muttered, he looks just like me, as Yami pulled a perfect replica of the Ryujin out of his scabbard and placed it beside him. An indelible mark on the history of the hero. Kurabi squinted. He shouldn't be able to take a physical form, she muttered. Konoha treated us like a pariah and Kumo treats us like a godsend, but we both know we're just tools to them all. Surely you understand Naruto, Yami said. Who are you? Asked Naruto. Can't you tell? I'm you. I'm the darkness inside your heart, said Yami. Naruto hurled forward, spinning the Ryujin in his hand for a few seconds before swinging horizontally at the copy. What the hell are you talking about? I have no idea who you are. Don't give me that crap, he yelled. Foolish, Yami said, quickly parrying the blow in a single motion that was exactly like Naruto's own strike that caused them to collide. You have no idea how that sword of yours works, do you? It is one of two swords crafted long ago to wield the ultimate power of the ancient rulers of this world. By accepting the Ryujin, you've allowed me to form from the darkness and hatred in your heart to bond with the sword in my hands now. The Onijin is the dark counterpart to the Ryujin, and I will use it to slay you, Naruto. Naruto pushed forward and swung at the copy, but Yami parried every blow as he yelled, "What do you want from me?" As they parted ways, Yami yelled back, "What I want? You don't get it. I want what both of us has always wanted. I want power, I want to be the best there is, and I want people to acknowledge my existence. That's what I want. That's what we want." Kurabi retreated from Zabuza, thinking, damn, things are really getting bad. Because he wanted to see how far his students had come, he hadn't been fighting all out, but now things were becoming more complicated. To the surprise of the Kirinukinen, he sheathed the 7 swords in a matter of seconds, saying, "I'd better end this quickly and help the brat." "You're giving up?" Zabuza inquired, sounding irritated. In response, Kurabi raised his right hand in the air and sealed it. "Got no choice but to cut loose, otherwise my team will be nothing more than a stuffed goose," he said. He whined like a bull, "Here comes the 8th," as red chakra burst out of his body and manifested as a human-sized ox with 3 chakra tails. With concern, Zabuza thought, "Oh, this can't be good." Yami said, "I've had enough of this little game," and he retreated. He made the well-known hand seal, Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, while holding the Onijin. 10 clones appeared all around him and charged forward, saying, "Time to die." As the clones charged, Yugito exclaimed, "He can create shadow clones too." Rai Bunshin no Jutsu intercepted them with a dozen lightning clones. With a sudden burst of speed, the real Yami emerged behind Haku and struck with all of his strength. Fortunately, Haku was able to avoid the blow, primarily because it nicked her shoulder as she leapt away. Naruto emerged in front of the copy and lunged with the Ryujin a moment later. Yami quickly swapped out one of his surviving clones and skidded to a stop a short distance away. "He's faster than me," remarked Naruto impatiently. They heard it after Yami was silent for a while. A low chuckle turned into a full-fledged laugh as Yami's eyes glowed brilliant red. Yugito forced herself to keep from shivering as she watched the deformed replica of her teammate and felt appalled just by its sight. Before licking Haku's blood off the Onijin, Yami sarcastically questioned, "You really are a fool. You have no idea how these swords work at all, do you?" Haku's eyes grew wide as he said, "Allow me to show you one of the Onijin's abilities." The ability to copy bloodlines, and old runes began to appear on his body. He muttered, "Chimera no Jutsu," and then made a seal with one hand. Makio Hyosho. Suddenly, the 3 fighters were surrounded by dozens of ice mirrors. The statement, "This is my bloodline jutsu," shocked Haku. As the 3 stood back to back, Yugito asked, "Does it have a weakness?" "None that I know of. No one has ever survived when I use it. At least no one inside has been able to defeat me," Haku responded. Yugito went on, "What about outside? The mirrors are vulnerable from the outside." "Yes," Haku nodded in response. A second later, Naruto formed a hand seal, and red chakra burst out of his body. "Okay, then. Jinchuriki no Jutsu. This should even the odds a little," he said. "Damn," Yami moaned as Naruto broke the ice long enough for the 3 to escape by sending out the biggest shockwave he could manage. "I must still need to train in controlling whatever bloodlines I acquire," said the person as the ice melted. "Give up, Yami, you can't win," Naruto stated unequivocally. Yami continued to giggle. "You really think that, don't you? Please don't insult me, Naruto. After all, you should know better than anyone not to underestimate yourself." What is he doing now? As he leapt back to reassemble with Yugito and Haku, Naruto thought. Haku questioned the 2 blondes, "Does this happen to you often?" "Don't really know. It's our first real mission," Yugito said uneasily. Haku remarked, "I pray that it isn't your last then," after a silence. As he slammed the Onijin into the ground in front of him, Yami cried out, "Dark Knight of the Fallen Kingdom. I humbly ask that you grant me power. The power of the forgotten, the power of destruction, and the power of reincarnation. I call upon you. Crusader, Ascendo." Everyone in the vicinity had to shield their eyes as purple light burst from the sword. After it subsided, everyone was able to see once more, and everything. Gazing up, Yugito said, What is that? A huge black armor giant with raven-like wings and an equally enormous black sword. The Onijin, in his hand, was standing there, towering over them. Its helmet was shaped like a bird, and the armor was covered in runes and symbols. It was about 20 feet tall, and its eyes were glowing red as it looked down at the three before flapping its wings and sending them flying back through the forest, knocking over a few trees in the process. What's happening over there? As he sensed the enormous surge of chakra emanating from the area where his students were engaged in combat, Kurabi pondered. Zabuza had said, "It looks like things are heating up. Catch me if you can," before he vanished into the water. Kurabi immediately concluded he must be pursuing the others and fled into the trees. Haku stood shakily and gritted her teeth. "That thing almost killed us," she said. "If it weren't for Zabuza-sama's training, I wouldn't have survived that blast." "What is that thing?" The armored giant's voice was twisted like Yami's as he said, I am a knight of the ancients, and this is my true form. The form of Crusader, and the one who will kill you all right here and now. He's too strong. These chakra levels. They're inhuman," let out a breathy Yugito. "You don't understand how your sword functions, do you? It is one of two swords that were made in antiquity to wield the supreme power of the world's ancient rulers." By that, what did he mean? While holding the Ryujin by his side, Naruto posed the question. "What the—" It began to glow red all of a sudden. "Don't you want power, boy?" "What? Who made that statement?" Surprised, Naruto thought. "Repeat after me and give me the courage to come forward if you want the ability to protect those around you." The Ryujin began to glow a horrifying crimson, while Naruto's eyes began to glow gold. Yami yelled, "Wait, that's—" No, but it was too late. Duke. Ascendo. Light burst from the dragon blade, blinding everyone nearby. "Holy Knight Champion of the Ancients, I ask you for power. The power to protect, the power to defend, and the power to safeguard the innocent. I call upon you." It can't be." Yami stepped back when it subsided. A huge armored knight about Yami's size gained stability and stood tall, causing two thuds to reverberate through the forest. It holds a huge blue shield in one hand and a long red sword. The Ryujin in the other. It had a long blue cape flowing in the wind behind it, and its white body was covered in gold patterns. A recognizable voice said, "Whoa! This feels incredible," from the knight. The white knight's eyes briefly flashed gold, and Yugito exclaimed, "And Naruto?" "Yami. I'm taking you down," Naruto said, aiming his sword for the black knight. He commanded, "Yugito, Haku-san. Move to a safe distance while I deal with this," and then rushed forward. As he blocked the initial blow, Yami thought angrily, "This isn't going like I had planned." Yami barely avoided the attack as Naruto lunged, saying, "He's getting faster." Naruto yelled, "Raiden! Duraganare Jingu," as he vanished into thin air. His speed just doubled, tripled even, Yami thought, feeling a little worried and frustrated. Flapping his wings to stay in the air, he leapt high. "He can't get me as long as I'm in the air," he thought before lunging for the white knight. As Yami closed in, Naruto thought, "Here he comes." The black knight stabbed Naruto with his sword as soon as Yami was within range, but he vanished and his cape fluttered away. "What?" Yami blinked in bewilderment and glanced around, but nothing was moving. Where did he go? He squinted as he thought. When he heard a screech that echoed like chalk streaking across a blackboard, his eyes widened and he looked up quickly. "Above me. There." His opponent descended upon him. Naruto yelled, "Raiden! Feinaruyajimento," as he channeled his chakra into the Ryujin and struck them, causing a huge explosion that destroyed a sizable portion of the surrounding forest. Yugito yelled, "Holy Mother of," as she and Haku gripped the trembling floor. She yelled to Haku, "Stay down," as the ground shattered into pieces of rubble and cracked all around them. As the explosion subsided, Haku couldn't resist asking, What was that?" Yugito yelled, "I think that was Naruto," as she turned to face the masked nin. "In any case, are you all right?" Because her mask was now ruined. Haku said, "I've been better," as she reclined against a piece of rubble. "Hey look," she said, pointing to the disappearing cloud of dust, where she could see the two knights facing one another and standing apart. "Heh heh heh heh," Yami said with a sly laugh as he stood up again. "Don't think you've won just yet. I'm not finished yet, Naruto," he yelled while directing his chakra toward the Onijin. "What plans does he have?" As Yami grasped the Onijin in both hands and struck the ground, Naruto pondered. "Raiden. Sutoraikaraiden Ingu." Yami cried out as a huge lightning strike erupted from the Onijin's tip. The force of the attack pushed Naruto back several feet, even though he had already raised his shield to protect himself. As Naruto strengthened his footing to better withstand his opponent's attack, he thought, "This guy." Yami exclaimed, "Kaden. Senpu Hozenka," as his wings spread out and a tremendous burst of flames shot out of them. After spinning like a tornado with a phoenix at its head, the flames circled Naruto's sides before moving inward to attack the White Knight's exposed back. Naruto realized as he leapt very high to dodge the two attacks that were aimed at him, "Damn it, he's backing me into a corner." As Yugito yelled from the sidelines, "Naruto. Those jutsu he's using are meant to be used in combination. Don't let them hit you." Naruto yelled back, "I know," as Yami soared in his direction. Yami joked, "Too slow," and swung his sword. "Shut up," Naruto yelled back, lowering his sword in retaliation. Raiden. Sutorai Raiden. Feineru Yajimento. The two airborne knights clashed with thunderous force, causing the world to tremble. They fell a moment later, and as they closed in on the ground, they kept attacking each other. A few seconds later, they struck the ground, and the impact sent dust flying. After it cleared, the two knights engaged in a final battle before pushing one another away. With concern, Yugito said, "And Naruto?" The armor itself appeared to be alive with heavy breathing, and Naruto's breathing was labored. He told her, "I'm reaching my limit," between breaths. Everyone's attention was abruptly drawn to a massive chakra accumulation as Zabuza arrived and proceeded to murder Yugito. Yugito closed her eyes and turned, but she knew there was nothing she could do. Lariat. To everyone's surprise, especially Haku's, Kurabi came up from the side and struck Zabuza's chest fatally. Haku yelled, "Zabuza-sama," as she rushed to the side of her deceased mentor. "Haku," shrieked Zabuza. Kurabi glanced at the two knights and asked, "What's going on over here, Yugito? And who are these weirdos?" "The white one is Naruto, but the other one is the enemy," Yugito answered. Kurabi said, "I see. Then leave it to me," as his skin began to split and shrink around him. A giant ox with 8 tails or tentacles materialized a short while later and roared at the Black Knight. The ox roared, "Now look upon me, the Rakan Hachibi." Yami thought, this is not going as planned at all, and glared angrily at Kurabi and Naruto. "We will meet again, Naruto," Yami said, flapping his wings. "I don't think I care to face a knight and a tailed beast today. Maybe some other time." A moment later, he launched himself into the air and began to fly as quickly as he could. Yugito yelled, "He's getting away." Naruto roared, "Not if I can help it," and lifted his shield. As the crystal in the middle began to accumulate chakra, it began to glow blue. Raiden. Feinari Ryushin. Out of the shield, a white burst of pure chakra shot after the Black Knight who was running away. It struck its target and detonated upon impact, but it was soon evident that Yami had gotten away after a brief period of silence. Naruto let out a frustrated growl, "Damn it, he got away." Kurabi pointed to Naruto's form and remarked, "I wouldn't worry too much about it, not when we need to find out about this little bit." Before his form was consumed by light, Naruto's shield flashed blue 3 times. A few seconds later, it subsided, and normal, human Naruto took its place, holding the normal Ryujin. With a sigh, he fell to his knees, feeling completely worn out and breathing more forcefully than before. Kurabi lowered himself next to his weary pupil and withdrew the Hachibi's chakra. As Naruto's breathing somewhat stabilized, Kurabi asked, "You alright, Naruto? Are ya gonna puke yo?" Naruto waved him away, saying, "Just give me a minute." "Well, they've certainly made a mess out of you, Zabuza," a haughty voice from the battlefield's edge said. Everyone turned to face a short but obese man at the front of the crowd and an army of mercenaries. "What a pity. Oh well, I wasn't going to pay you anyway," they said. Zabuza turned his head to face the businessman and rasped, "Gato," in a fit of rage. He snarled, "What are you doing here?" "This isn't how I had planned it, but plans aren't always foolproof," replied Gato. "After this lot destroyed my base, I decided to make this personal, and here we are. You must have guessed I never intended to pay, and now that you've made me lose more money than I can forgive. Well, to put it simply, you're all going to die here and now." Zabuza stood up, gritting his teeth in agony. He let out a war cry, seized the Kabikiri Hocho, and charged at Gato and his mercenaries. Haku yelled, "Wait, Zabuza-sama," as her mentor attacked the merc army by himself. Over the cries of death that followed the carnage he brought, Zabuza yelled, "Haku," to her. He closed in on his target, saying, "I release you from my service." You can do what you want from now on. When he finally said, "This is my end," he quickly cleaved Gato in half. Haku said, "Zabuza-sama," and she fell to her knees. The demon of the mist was still fighting even though he had already been impaled by several spears and swords. He eventually succumbed to the combined attack of the 100, formerly 200, mercs and fell to the ground, revealing his face for the final time as his mask slipped off. One of the mercs remarked, "Damn, that bastard just killed our meal ticket." "Let's kill them," exclaimed another merc. Everyone turned to face Inari, who was carrying a crossbow and had at least 300 villagers behind him. "You think you can take them while we're here?" they asked. The mercs yelled, "Run away," and turned to run in the direction of the harbor, where their boats were. "It's over," Yugito exhaled gratefully. "Zabuza-sama." Haku knelt next to her deceased mentor and whispered. She sobbed as snow began to fall. "I was supposed to be his tool, nothing more." As the assembled group paid their respects to those who suffered on this day, silence descended. Yami. Naruto stared up at the sky, his fists clenched at his sides. The sun was able to shine through the clouds that parted, clearing, close to Tazuna's house in the land of Wave. Naruto roared, "Kachiyose no jutsu," as he slammed his hand to the floor. In a puff of smoke, Hodori emerged a moment later and said, "Hodori-sama, it's good to see you again." The dragon, "I wish I could say the same, boy," said. Though Naruto framed it as a question, they both knew it wasn't. "You know what I'm going to ask, don't you?" Hodori said plainly, "So you've finally encountered the Black Knight. It is an entity which wields the darkest emotions of the White Knight." "You?" Naruto said. "Me? Why me?" To him. "That's simple. You wield the Ryujin." The dragon boss snorted in response. "When you accepted the Ryujin. When you accepted Duke, you were able to draw on his power. On your power and wield it against your darkness. The Black Knight is known as Crusader. He is the embodiment of death and destruction given physical form. The Onijin is the Ryujin's dark counterpart and its equal in every shape and form." Naruto got frustrated and said, "Then how'd I beat him?" "Beat him? Foolish boy. He is you, so you should know better than anyone. You cannot defeat yourself in such a way. You will have to fight him, but you cannot kill him because if you do he will just reform later," Hodori said. In response, Naruto blasted, "So what do I do then?" To which Hodori replied, "You will have to find the answer to that yourself." Naruto held back from yelling, "Great," as if things weren't bad enough. "What the hell is up with these swords anyway? I'd better start at the beginning. Tell me, boy, do you know the story of the Rakudo Sennin?" Hodori asked. Naruto blinked at the strange inquiry. "Yeah, he was supposed to be this big guy who discovered chakra," he said. The Rakudo Sennin was a priest who went from town to town and taught ninjutsu to everyone who came to him. He became known as a god by defeating the most powerful demon in history. A demon so powerful it made even the Kyuubi look like an ant in comparison. It was known simply as the Jubi, Hodori said. Naruto exclaimed, "There's a Biju with more tails than the Kyuubi?" It was creature of unrivaled strength, and unlike the Biju of today, it was able to contain its mind enough to think about what it was doing. It was an abomination that wanted to destroy everything and kill everyone it came across. Even my kind was threatened by it. My own father was killed by it, Hodori went on. Naruto questioned, "What's this got to do with the knights?" The Jubi commanded an army of lesser demons and sent them to hunt those that were hiding during its reign. The Rakudo Sennin's first encounter with the Jubi ended with him almost dying from the combined efforts of the Jubi and the lesser demons. He knew he couldn't defeat them all at once, so he forged several weapons out of extremely old magic, Hodori said. When Naruto realized, the Ryujin and the Onijin. Not quite, Hodori said, grinning at his inquisitive expression. He crafted 5 swords and infused them with parts of his chakra. Those 5 swords merged and allowed him to become the final knight of the ancients. I only saw it once, but he defeated the Jubi with it along with the Rinnegan, his bloodline. He was a god knight, and I can still remember the words he said to us after the battle was over. Naruto, what did he say? Hodori remarked, "I have brought peace and order," that's what he said. He died a few years later. "And you're saying the Kyuubi is one of the lesser demons that survived the war?" replied Naruto. "No. The Rakudo Sennin wiped out most of them and forced the rest to flee, including the Ribi. Only the most battle-hardened of demons remained behind after the fall of the Jubi, and the Kyuubi came into existence after the Jubi's defeat along with the rest of the Biju of today. The Kyuubi and the rest of the Biju are actually parts of the Jubi's chakra core. The Rakudo Sennin split the Jubi into the 9 Biju of today just before he died, and on his deathbed he constructed the moon itself to act as a prison for the physical remains of the Jubi, Hodori said. He created the moon. That's the scale of what you're talking about, is, Naruto started. The Rakudo Sennin was a monument to humanity's potential and deserves nothing but the utmost respect. After the battle was over, he placed the Ryujin and the Onijin in our possession while he entrusted the other 3 swords to others. He also foretold a prophecy which said that his successor, a child of prophecy, would come to us in order to claim the swords. Many have tried, but all have failed to control the power of the knights. In fact, nearly every one of them has been killed by their own power, Hodori went on. Naruto questioned incredulously, and you think I'm this child of prophecy? I don't know, said Hodori. Glancing at the red sword he was holding and gripping its handle, Naruto said, I am not sure what you want me to do. Simply put, do what you must, Hodori said. Where did the Jubi come from? You said it just appeared one day, so where was it before that? Naruto was perplexed. After a moment of silence, the great dragon responded, it came from the realm of oblivion where nothing exists. With even more confusion, Naruto questioned, what's that supposed to mean? Hodori narrowed his eyes and said, tell me boy, what do you know about Pandora's box? The response from Naruto was, I've never heard of it. The dragon clarified, a goddess made it ages ago to contain all the evil in the world. It has only been opened once in all of existence, and that was the time when the Jubi and its minions were released. Naruto questioned incredulously, wait, you're saying the Jubi came from a box? Is it so hard to believe? You have a demon sealed within your stomach, Hodori replied. Pandora's box is a prison like any other, however this prison is connected directly to the realm of oblivion where only emptiness exists. The box holds incredible destructive power and has been sought after by many men. It's fitting that only a woman is capable of touching the box and opening it. So even if someone found it, they wouldn't be able to open it unless they were a girl? Why? Asked Naruto. The box is hidden away in a place eons old that even I do not know. Only the Biju know of its location, and none of them are capable of touching the box. Only a human female is capable of touching the box without being sealed within it, Hodori said. Naruto questioned him, why are you telling me all of this? Before vanishing in a puff of smoke, Hodori said, because your darker counterpart has already learned this information and will most likely use it to his advantage. Use this information wisely, boy. It's easy for you to say, Naruto sighed. Yami, what are you actually up to? Mainland Bridge. Land of Wave. After the bridge was finished, the Kumo team stood in front of Zabuza's grave for 2 weeks. As Haku set the Hitai on the post and stepped back, everyone fell silent. The service had started with Tazuna and ended with the team turning to depart, but not even Kurabi had spoken. Naruto said to her, Haku, come on, we're leaving, when he noticed that she was motionless. Goodbye. Zabuza-sama, Haku said, bowing her head in remembrance of her mentor who had passed away, then turning to follow the group. She carried the big Kabikiri Hocho on her back as a keepsake of the man who had saved her life years before. The majority of the villagers were waiting for them when they finally reached the bridge. Tazuna laughed as she said, thanks to you, our bridge has been completed, but it's going to be pretty dull around here when you're gone. Yugito bowed respectfully and said, thank you, we've enjoyed your hospitality. Tazuna, you old drunk, we'll come back and play with you again. Just make sure the next time you call us there are bad guys involved, said Naruto. Tazuna nodded and laughed. I'll do that, she said. Kurabi rapped, come on team, let's go home while we're still in the zone, as he and Haku began to descend the bridge toward the mainland. When Naruto saw the younger boy's face, he trailed off, Inari. Inari tried to keep his composure as he said, I promised myself I wouldn't cry. Naruto grinned and said, it's okay to cry when you're happy, before he followed his team. That boy touched Inari's heart, and Inari touched the hearts of the villagers because of him. Naruto built the bridge that eventually carried us all hope and courage, just like a knight of the Western lands. And speaking of bridges, we still need to name this one, and there's only one name I think will fit, Tazuna said with a grin. Tsunami asked her father, what are you going to call it? Tazuna proposed, how about the Great Naruto Bridge? When Tsunami said, heh heh, it's a nice name, Dad, she laughed. Tazuna exclaimed, then I named this bridge the Great Naruto Bridge, as the audience applauded their newfound tranquility. Fire Temple. Land of Fire. The monks started their daily routines in the early morning, but many of them were aware of the storm that was gradually moving in their direction. A well-known 12-year-old boy approached the temple's main gate in the forest just outside of it. He couldn't help but smile at the monks standing watch at the entrance, which he could see from the trees. Since being defeated by his opponent Uzumaki Naruto and that blasted ox in the land of wave, he had been traveling for days. With his current strength, Yami realized he was no match for his partner, especially since he lacked Naruto's access to the Kyuubi no Yoko's nearly infinite chakra reserves. At that point, he had begun to consider a different approach. He had followed the Kumo Genin to wave because he could sense Naruto's location thanks to the Kyuubi's chakra's lingering effects, which is also why he was now standing in front of the Fire Temple gates. Though on a much smaller scale, he had sensed another signature in this temple that was exactly like the Kyuubi's and he had come to claim it. He just had to track down the Yuki carrier he was feeling. Just 2 guards. As he tossed a rock over the wall and it exploded with a pop, Yami thought, "I'm almost insulted." He grinned as he took his sword out of its sheath and descended from the trees, saying, "Electrical barrier seal. It looks like I'm going to have to knock." One of the guards exclaimed, "What the, it's a kid, with a start." As he swung his sword into the ground and purple light burst forth from him, Yami yelled, "Dark Knight of the Fallen Kingdom. I humbly ask that you grant me power. The power of the forgotten, the power of destruction, and the power of reincarnation. I call upon you. Crusader, Ascendo." A guard said, What the," before the Black Knight's sword struck him down. The other guard yelled, Hey, what are you?" But Yami blew the man away with a flap of his wings. "Raiden. Sutoraikaraitaningu," the knight cried as he lifted his sword and slamming it into the main gate. A moment later, the barrier fell and the gate was destroyed, allowing the knight to proceed inside the complex. As the knight passed through the flames that dotted the area around the gates, dozens of monks were now filing into the courtyard. Chiriku, the monks' leader, was standing at the main building's entrance, staring up at the knight as he approached. Yami paused, scanning the gathered monks with his wings spread wide. Chiriku asked plainly, "Who are you, intruder, and why have you come here?" "My name is Yami," claimed the Black Knight. "I have come for the corrupt power you have in your possession." Chiriku replied, "There is nothing corrupt here," lacking any idea of what the entity in front of him was discussing. "Simply put, you are lying," Yami said. "You have in your possession something known as a Jinchuriki. Or perhaps you only have a piece of one. It doesn't matter. Hand it over to me and I shall leave here peacefully." The words, Jinchuriki, were muttered. The Yami explained, a demon, turning his head in the direction of the spot where he sensed the tainted chakra. "You," he said, staring down at a boy his own age with red eyes. "That kid," a monk said. "I always knew he was trouble," said another. When Chiriku said, "I'm afraid I cannot allow you to take him," the monks were essentially silenced. "So be it," the knight said as flames burst from his wings and hit multiple spots in the courtyard. Kaden. Sempu Hosenka. A number of monks perished as the flames quickly burned their bodies because they were unable to flee in time. The boy he was after yelled, "Futon! Yuha Repu Sho," as he hurled a big chakra claw at him. Yami smiled inside the knight and took to the air, thinking, this might be fun after all. The boy yelled, "What do you want from me?" "Everything, Raiden. Sutoraikaraitaningu," Yami retorted, directing a powerful lightning strike towards the temple. Chiriku said, "Raigo. Senjusatsu," as a huge, spiritual, golden cannon with 1,000 arms materialized and protected the temple from the onslaught. Yami laughed as the cannon abruptly changed into a red demonic monster in front of him. Interesting, he exclaimed. Chiriku told the boy, "Stay down, Sora," as he threw the 100 spiritual fists at the knight who was coming down. Yami called out in a resounding battle cry, "Come here, Raiden. Sutoraikaraitaningu," as he struck down on the cannon and forced Chiriku to his knees. Then all of a sudden, there was no longer any pressure. Chiriku looked up, but the knight was nowhere to be seen. His attention was abruptly drawn to a yelp of pain. Sora. With the onijin on the boy's right shoulder and blood oozing from the wound, Yami was standing behind Sora. Yami said icily, "Don't move, old man, or he dies," as red chakra poured into the onijin from Sora's body. You're nothing but a child," Chiriku's realization was. Yami sneered, "A child with power," as the red chakra ceased to flow. "We're done here. I have what I wanted," he said, kicking Sora out of the way before hurling a smoke bomb set at the ground. Chiriku yelled to the monks, "Don't let him escape," as he struck the escaping boy with multiple spiritual fists. Yami exclaimed, "Kachiyose no jutsu," as a hawk materialized in a puff of smoke next to him. He commanded, "Get us out of here," Takamaru, and leapt onto the now airborne hawk as it rose through the sky. He got away, a monk uttered with clenched teeth. Shiriku asked the young boy beside him, Sora? When Sora saw his now human hand, she trailed off, my hand. Shiriku thought, he took it away, as he watched the hawk vanish into the distance. Telling the hawk he was riding on, Takamaru. Thank you for the help, Yami said. The hawk inquired, did you get what you wanted, master? Yes, I did, Yami said, grinning as red chakra smeared across his arms. Where to now? Inquired Takamaru. I need be ready for my next encounter with my other. I need to start collecting bloodlines, Yami stated simply. I heard Konoha is holding something called a Chunin exam this year while we were in Tanzaku town a few days ago. A perfect time to start. Takamaru asked, so we have a destination? Yami grinned as they took off. Yes. Head south, towards Konoha, he said. The hawk questioned, aren't you on the run from them? Yes. But what better place to hide from those after you then right under their noses? Replied Yami. Hold on a second. Let me get this straight. Not only did you defeat Momochi Zabuza and acquired a bloodline user for Kumo, but you also gained the loyalty of another nation and fought some dark version of Naruto? He responded with disbelief. Naruto said sheepishly, well, when you put it like that. After saying that, yo, the dark guy we fought is Naruto's darkness. That never happened to me. Fools, ya fools, replied Kurabi. Right, he uttered as a headache began to develop. He asked, do we have any idea where this thing went? Yugito answered, he vanished as soon as Kurabi-sensei arrived, and the Raikage gave a sympathetic nod. If you encounter this Yami again, then I want you to either capture him or kill him. Understood? He responded with a clarification. Because they understood Raikage-sama, the team was unable to question his directives. When Naruto said, he'll be coming after me, sir, he wants to kill me, and I will have to face him sooner or later. And by that time you will be ready. My brother will see to that, he said gravely. The girl in question nodded in response, now that the issue with Wave is out of the way. Haku, was it? What do you wish to do? You can join Kumo if you wish, and I will even place you on the same team as these two. With a bow, Haku said, I'd like that, Raikage-sama. The words, you said too, Raikage-sama, Yugito said. Yes, I'm reorganizing Team B, he explained. Kurabi, I need you here in Kumo for the next few months until the Chunin exams are over. Blinking, Naruto asked, Chunin exams? It's the exam which genin take to become Chunin. Aren't they being held in Konoha this time? Yugito inquired. He firmly stated, yes, they are, but you won't be taking the exams. What? Why not? Asked Yugito. Everyone fell silent as he shot back. What do you think Konoha would do if Naruto were to step foot in the village? No genius was needed to predict what Konoha would attempt to do. They would seek to either kill him or capture him. Kurabi remarked, so they can't take the exams this time around. That still doesn't explain why I'm on the rebound, aside. He said, Konoha no Naruto is here in Kumo, to the assembly. Wars have been started over less, and I wouldn't be surprised if they tried to pull something. Kurabi sighed and said, fine, I'll still here. Team B will be reorganized into Naruto, Yugito-chan and Haku. Haku, you will have the rank of genin until I say otherwise, he said clearly. Haku gave an understanding nod. Yes, Raikage-sama, he said. When his assistant handed them a file, the three genin instantly straightened up. Good. Now Team B, I have a mission for you, he said. Her name is Fujikaze Yukie. She's an actress who is rather famous in the movie industry. Currently she is working on a new Princess Gale movie, and they are filming it in the Land of Snow. 10 years ago the Land of Snow was in a state of civil war, with one side being aided by Yukigakure no Sato. The result was the daimyo murdered and Koyuki Haim forced into hiding. These days Yukigakure no Sato has become erratic and prone to attack anyone who enters the Land of Snow. Yugito asked, we're supposed to guard Yukie-san? Correct. Yukie-san has a large amount of power despite the fact that she doesn't use it. To the public she is a symbol of hope in this chaotic world we live in, though from what I'm told she doesn't seem to care, he grumbled. Your mission is to simply guard her. Normally this is a B-rank mission, however there is a possibility that you may encounter Jonin, so this will be classed as an A- rank mission. Understood? Confused, Yugito questioned, wouldn't this be better for Chunin and Jonin Raikage-sama? Normally yes, however missions are erratic right not because of the exams, and quite frankly I want you three as far away from Konoha and Kumo as long as the exams are going on. Understood? He said. With a collective, "Yes, Reikage-sama," the three genin responded. The Reikage gave the order, "Good. You've proven yourselves capable in the land of waves, so I expect you to keep it up." Dismissed, and the three vanished out the door. He said to his younger brother, "Isn't this too soon? They might go kaboom." He leaned back in his chair and answered, "If I didn't have faith in them, I wouldn't have assigned them this mission. Those three are exceptionally powerful from what I read in your report, but they need experience, before it happens." Kurabi asked, "What's this, that's got you in such a fit?" "War," was the Reikage's harsh response. "According to the file, Yukie-san should be in the land of grass right now and will be continuing on to the land of rivers in a few days. We should catch up with them at the land of rivers. At least then I'll be able to sense them without the inference from other chakra signatures," Yugito said. Naruto turned to their new teammate and said, "Then let's go. The sooner we get there, the sooner we find out client." "Haku?" Haku replied, "We do not wish to run into any hostile forces." After a brief pause, "We should try to mask our presence as much as possible until we reach our client." Yugito said, "I agree. Tell us what to do," to the other girl. Haku, primarily due to her training to conceal her presence at all costs and to keep the team largely unnoticed until they crossed the land of fire and entered the land of rivers, led the way as they set out a few minutes later. Land of Rivers. Campsite for film crew chaos. That's the only way to describe the situation at the campsite, where the camera crews were running around frantically, trying to find someone or something. When Team B landed on the branches of a nearby tree, they were met with this scene. "Hello?" Naruto said, drawing the man in charge's attention. The moment he said, "We're ninja from Kumo here to guard an actress known as Fujikaze Yukie," the man let out a sigh of relief. One of the men said, "I've been expecting you. My name is Sandayu and I am Yukie's manager," at the side. When Yugito asked, "Where is Yukie-san?" the film director on the side sighed in response to the query, "She's." Naruto blinked and asked, "What was that?" The director made it clear that, "She's run away again." After a moment, Naruto said, "Run away again? How often does this happen?" "Well, every few hours since we started heading for the land of snow," said Sandayu. Naruto turned to face his fellow Jinchuriki and said, "Right. Yugito, can you find her?" According to Nibi Jinchuriki, there is only one chakra signature in the area and it's that way. She turned to face east after nodding. Naruto said, "Haku, you take the lead," turning to face his fellow teammate. "Stay close," Haku told the two blondes before she fled into the jungle. Her teammates trailed behind a second later. She needed to leave. She was unable to return. Not to that location, not to the location where her father was separated from her. She was unable to return. If she did, she would die. She actually wanted to die, so she wasn't afraid of dying at all. She simply didn't want to give those jerks the satisfaction of seeing her suffering end. As Fujikaze Yukie ran through the forest toward the border of the land of fire, her only thought was, "I must get away." A thump, she came to a complete stop and quickly turned to see where the sound was coming from. She saw three figures fall from the trees right away. Two girls, about 12 to 14 years old, and a boy. "Fujikaze Yukie?" inquired the group's blonde girl. Yukie retorted, gripping the purple necklace around her neck, "What's it to you?" The boy, who appeared bored, said, "Come on, we're your guards, and you're needed back at the camp right now." "I'm not going back there," Yukie declared, her face contorted. After a moment, Naruto said, "Haku," and a moment after that, the older girl emerged behind Yukie. Yukie collapsed in her arms after receiving a single chop to the neck. "Why'd I get the feeling this will be a long mission?" she asked. "Don't jinx it," Yugito retorted instantly. Haku hefted the actress onto her shoulder and said, "We should return to camp before dusk." A moment later, they took off into the trees. A lone masked man wearing a long gray cloak and carrying the hitai of Yukigakure no Sato was hiding on one of the nearby tree branches. As he watched the three genin depart with their goal, he squinted, knowing that he needed to inform his superiors of this. He vanished silently into the trees as he made his way to the landing spot. Land of Snow. Ocean, Yuki airship. The airship's darkened room was silent as the movie screened on the wall, and the people inside couldn't help but laugh at what they were seeing. Kazuhana Dodo, the daimyo of the Land of Snow, stopped the movie and spoke in a very funny tone. Dodo's words, "We've finally found her," reverberated throughout the space. "And she even has the hex crystal. How interesting." Starting with, her escort is a team from Kumo, Roga Nader began. She is being guarded by Team B, students of Yatsuki Kurabi. Fuyukuma Mizore went on, they're just genin, they're not a threat. I wouldn't be so sure. You know as well as I do the things Kurabi-san has done and how strong he is. I doubt he would teach just anyone, replied Kakuyoku Fubuki. She's right. His other students and especially that bitch, Samui aren't normal at all. We should be careful, said Nadir. The recording briefly resumed before pausing once more, this time to display the image of the three genin together. Curious, he asked, who are these genin exactly? The girl on the left is Ni Yugito, the granddaughter of the Sandame Reikage and is unquestionably skilled in the ninja arts. According to our spies, the other girl is Momochi Hiku, the former apprentice of Momochi Zabuza, a member of the 7 Shinobi Swordsmen of the Mist. Finally is the boy. His entire file is classified above top secret and we couldn't get much information on him, Fubuki said. Yeah, according to our spies, he was originally from Konoha and failed the graduation exam 3 times, but he managed to kill a Chunin before escaping the village with the forbidden scroll of sealing. He's now a member of Kumo and is said to be the main reason that the Land of Wave is now free from the business tycoon. Gato, completed Mizore. Nadir asked, what about Konoha? What do they say about him? They don't say anything about him. Jiraiya-sama's spy network neutralizes almost all of our spies that go to Konoha, but the ones that have survived reported that this kid has been all but ignored by the populace. Officially he doesn't exist, Fubuki replied. As he walked in front of the picture, Nadir smirked and thought, now that is interesting. Oh? Doto asked, raising an eyebrow. Nadir's smirk began to grow. If Konoha is making such an effort to remove this boy's name from their village, then he must be something dangerous, she said. I wonder why. He rests his hand on the picture of the blonde boy. Doto ordered, just bring me the hex crystal, and we'll find out soon enough. Land of Snow. Ocean, film ship just long enough to roll over from the sunlight coming in through the window. Yukie moaned as she woke up from her sleep. She tried to sit up, but her head was pounding and the room felt like it was swaying. She instantly recognized the voice asking, Yukie-sama, are you awake? She said, Sandayu. Could you get me a glass of water? My head won't stop spinning, while rubbing her eyes to get the sleep out of them. This is going to sound crazy but it feels like the room is swaying, she said. Well, actually it's not all that crazy, Sandayu declared uneasily. She blinked and he pointed out the window at the sea outside. What? She asked. She mumbled, oh no, and then leapt from the bed and ran to the door. She opened it and dashed down the hallway until she came to the final door. You have got to be kidding me, she exclaimed as she opened it and stepped outside onto the big ship's main deck. That was the life of a well-known actress. Yugito remarked mockingly, I see she's as cheerful as ever, as she turned to watch the actress getting ready for the recording. Naruto sighed, it's not so bad, he said. We could have a bloodthirsty maniac with a giant sword after us again. No offense, Haku. As she tapped the Kabikiri Hocho, Haku waved it away, saying, none taken. Hopefully, we won't encounter one this time, Yugito shrugged. Land of Snow. Ocean, iceberg. An iceberg. I know this is the land of snow and all, but what's with a single iceberg in the middle of nowhere right in our path? Naruto was perplexed. Haku said, it is strange. When Yugito whispered to them, that's because it was formed from chakra. The iceberg was made by someone who can control ice, she stated. Naruto turned to the girl and questioned, ice? Haku? In response, she shook her head, saying, don't look at me. Well, if it wasn't you then who was it? I doubt there are any other hide and bloodline wielders out there, replied Naruto. Adding, Yuki nins are famous for their usage of hide and jutsu, Yugito interrupted. Anyone with wind and water affinities are capable of using hide and jutsu, but only those with it engraved into their bloodline can do it without training. Naruto trailed off, saying, so that means. When Haku said, someone's out there, he nodded. I can sense them. There's 3 of them on the iceberg. What do we do? Replied Yugito. She rambled, do we run or? A smile began to appear on Naruto's face as he asked, a fight? Are you serious? They were distracted by a sudden explosion on the iceberg and said, I don't think that was part of the movie. Yugito said, let's go, and the 3 leapt in front of Yukie and the actors. Naruto yelled, come out. We know you're there, and a man wearing odd armor appeared atop the nearby cliff, although the camera crew appeared perplexed. The man sneered and said, welcome friends. To the land of snow. Yugito said, the other 2 are to the left and right, as 2 more Yuki nins emerged from the snow in the direction she had described. The pink-haired Kunoichi grinned and said, greetings Princess Koyuki, I do hope you're still carrying the hex crystal. Yugito glanced back at Yukie and thought, Princess Koyuki. The man on the right remarked, you seem to be as good as they say, Yugito-san. With his fists clenched at his sides, Naruto thought, I knew this was going to be a long mission. And it was such a pleasant escort mission at first. Nader said, Fubuki, Mizore. I'll leave the princess to you, and then he leapt from the precipice. Naruto declared, he's mine, and rushed forward, forming a hand seal. As soon as he exclaimed, Taju Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. 30 clones materialized at his side and charged at the Yuki Nin that was descending. As he sliced through them and made his way through the holes in their attacks, Nader thought, that's a lot of clones for a kid to make. Solid clones? As he eliminated the final clones, he continued, he is skilled, but he is still a child. Naruto spread a large scroll in front of him and said, get ready to have a taste of my hook. Fuin. Kai. He exclaimed as he bit his thumb and dumped blood onto the scroll. A moment later, 7 short swords materialized in a puff of smoke, and he caught each one with a different part of his body. Let's see you dodge this. With amusement, Nader said, what are you doing, kid? This, yelled Naruto, leaping at the Yuki Nin. It is impossible to read his movements, Nader said, squinting at the idea. After saying, hey isn't that? Haku fell silent. Yugito concurred, yeah that's Karabi-sensei's Kenjutsu style, as Mizore and Fubuki rushed forward. With his gauntlet arm cocked back, Mizore yelled, get out of the way little girls. Haku said, I'll deal with him, as she leapt over the approaching Yuki Nin and made a hand seal. Makio Hyosho. A few seconds later, ice mirrors formed out of the snow surrounding Mizore. Nibi Jinchuriki was attacked by a swarm of ice swallows as Fubuki entered from the side. She yelled, Hyuden. Sabama Fubuki, as Yugito leapt aside and avoided the onslaught. As her hands swiftly formed multiple hand seals, Yugito thought, I can't afford to play around here. Kaden. Gukakyu no Jutsu. She exclaimed, destroying the swallows with a huge fireball a second later. Raikyu. She threw a ball of lightning at the Yuki Kunoichi as soon as the swarm melted. Fubuki grunted, bitch, and then leapt to avoid the explosion. The ice exploded as she touched the ground, attempting to grasp Yugito. Hyoro no Jutsu, she exclaimed. As her body turned to ice, Yugito thought, damn it, she got me. Not so tough now are you? Fubuki smirked and taunted. Jinchuriki no Jutsu. Yugito's dark blue chakra burst out of her form, shattering the ice surrounding her. I refuse to die that easily, she said, falling to the ground as it resembled a firecat with a single tail. Who is she? As her opponent vanished in a sudden burst of speed, Fubuki thought in terror. Yugito roared, Nekomata Enden, and a huge burst of flames shot out of her mouth. Fubuki grunted as the blast struck her chakra barrier, which her armor created. Damn it, she said. Oh no, she thought as Yugito suddenly materialized behind her, her arm glowing white. Yugito yelled, Kaizuki, as her jutsu hit the barrier with a loud bang. As the generator on her shoulder broke off from the jutsus, Fubuki retreated. Damn, she nearly had me there. Yugito suddenly charged again and slammed her other arm into Fubuki's chest, breaking the ribcage and blowing out her back. What? Another inch and I would be dead. That was too close. Yugito yelled, Lariat, as Fubuki was flung back and fell to the base of the adjacent cliff. A moment after the impact, snow piled on top of her, reminding her to never underestimate the strength of Kumo. Haku came flying out of the battlefield, shattering the ice mirrors he had previously made on the opposite side. A moment later, the ice melted, revealing Mizore holding out a metal hand. As he leapt forward and slammed his hand down on the ice girl, who was barely able to raise the Kabikiri Hocho in time to block the blow, Mizore laughed with delight. Nevertheless, Mizore landed on the ground in front of her, sending her hurtling back before she collided with the side of the cliff. As he closed in on her, Mizore sneered, You're about to die, little girl. I apologize to Zabuza-sama, Yugito-chan, and Naruto for my failure. Please pardon me, Haku said, closing her eyes and preparing for the pain that would follow. To be easily mortal, you give up. When did I start hearing voices in my head? Haku thought, startled. I think you're a humorous person with a watery and icy heart. If you want to win and live to fight another day, repeat after me. I'll take care of that. As the Kabikiri Hocho in her hand began to glow blue and her eyes began to glow as white as snow, Haku snapped them open. Mizor stepped back in shock as chakra burst from the sword and began to encircle the ice girl. What? He asked. Everyone on the battlefield, particularly the Kumo ninjas who realized what was happening, halted and turned in its direction in shock. Yugito was shocked and thought, don't tell me she's another knight. As Naruto watched Haku lift the Kabikiri Hocho to the sky, he trailed off, that is unmistakably another of the knight swords in the Rakudo Sennin's arsenal. I call upon you. Eternal. Ascendo. Haku cried as she was enveloped in a dazzling white light. Frozen princess of the ancient moon, I ask you to grant me power. The power of eternity, the power of transcendence, and the power of the immortals. The new knight rose from its crouch and lifted its head to survey the battlefield, its feathery white wings spreading outward. It was plated blue and had white runes on its shoulders, arms, and neck. A stunning blue crystal that glowed for a few seconds before going out was located in the middle of its chest. As a Zanbato materialized in the hands of the new knight, Mizor yelled, "What is this?" In a whisper, Haku said, "Hyeten." Tsukishiro, as a ring of ice formed around Mizor. What? He was instantly paralyzed. The ice princess clicked her metal fingers and turned away. She muttered, "Shatter," and the ice broke into a shower of fragments. Haku hefted the Zanbato onto Yugito's armored shoulder, and all she could say was, "Whoa." Nader yelled angrily, "Damn you three," and leapt away. He made a hand seal after landing on one of the neighboring cliffs. He yelled, "Hyeten. Roga Nader no Jutsu," as dozens of ice wolves gathered and sped down the iceberg side. Naruto cried out, "Jinchuriki no Jutsu," as red chakra burst out of his body and covered him. Avoiding the ice wolves, he vanished in a sudden rush of speed and reappeared above his opponent. As he attempted to avoid the blonde boy's nearly unreadable kenjutsu, Nader thought, "This kid." As a huge ice dragon formed and descended towards the blonde, he yelled, "Hyeten. Haryu Moko," and leapt away, forming another set of hand seals. The dragon struck Naruto's position, causing him to tumble down the iceberg's side until he rolled to a halt next to his teammates. A second later, Haku transformed back into a human and landed with a thud close to the Nibi Jinchuriki. Yugito yelled in alarm, "Naruto," as the boy slowly got back up and stumbled a little. In response, he exclaimed, "I'm fine, I'll handle this guy, you two get everyone back onto the ship now." Yugito began to say, but was interrupted by a hand on her shoulder. From her side, Haku said, "He's telling us kindly that we're in the way, or don't you remember what happened in Wave?" "Damn it," Yugito said, clenching her teeth as she spun around and ran in the direction of Yukie Koyuki. Before sprinting to the film ship they were using, she and Haku swiftly seized the actress and her manager. She muttered, "That show off," as she glanced back at the battlefield covered in snow. "Get ready to die, boy," Nader said with a sneer. Naruto proclaimed, "You're the one who will fall today," and he pulled the red-glowed Ryujin out of its sheath. Duke. Ascendo. Light burst from the dragon blade, blinding Nader and everyone else in the vicinity. "Holy Knight Champion of the Ancients, I ask you for power. The power to protect, the power to defend, and the power to safeguard the innocent. I call upon you." As the light faded, Naruto appeared as a knight, standing about 20 feet tall and holding a blue shield in one hand and a large Ryujin in the other. Nader stepped away from the white knight and yelled, "What is this? What are you?" "I don't really know anymore," Naruto said candidly, extending his sword to the side before bringing it down on Nader's position. He yelled, "Raiden. Dragonare Jingu." As his attacks grew more rapid, he forced Nader to leap higher onto the iceberg and launched a flurry of attacks at the Yuki Nin. Nader cried out, "Just die. Hyeten. Akaku Hakuge," as a massive ice whale burst from the surrounding water and fell upon the knight. Swiftly turning, Naruto swung the Ryujin to attack the elemental animal that was attacking. Naruto exclaimed, "Raiden. Feinaruyajimento," as he drained his sword of the lightning chakra. A few seconds after the ice whale exploded, Naruto leapt off the iceberg and the world burst into light. When Nader saw him, he landed on the water a few hundred feet away, next to the film ship. As he raised his shield in front of him, Naruto thought, "I have to end this now. Channeling chakra to my feet to stay on top of the water is draining me faster while I'm in this form." Yugito, who was observing from the ship, blinked when she noticed the big blue shield start to glow and asked, "Isn't that Naruto's?" Haku affirmed, "Yes it is," while the film crew continued to record. With the words, "Raiden. Feinaruyushin," a white flash of pure lightning pierced the shield and flew in the direction of the iceberg. What? As the blast hit the cliff directly above him and light engulfed him, Nadir's eyes widened in terror. When the entire iceberg vanished in a single, tremendous explosion, he was embraced by oblivion. The director called out, "Did we get all that?" He said anxiously, "Yeah, I think we got it all," to his assistant. A moment later, Naruto returned to normal and fell to the water, and the night vanished. He was swiftly captured by Yugito and Haku, who carried him back to the ship's deck. Yugito said, "You reckless idiot," and shook her head. Naruto, who was obviously worn out, said feebly, "Sorry if I worried you," as they placed him against one of the nearby crates. Haku said, "That was a Jonin, quite plainly. These knights, they're a dangerous thing to wield." "Yeah. But that's what makes me worry so much. If I can defeat a Jonin like that with my knight and you can beat a Chunin in one move, then what can Yami do with his?" Naruto was asking. There was no response from either of the girls. Land of Snow. Ocean, film ship attempting to control his growing rage at the man in front of him, Naruto uttered, "Okay. Start from the beginning before I get mad. Fujikaze Yukie is only an alias I created. Her real name is Princess Kazuhana Koyuki. She's next in line for the Land of Snow's throne," Sandayu said, bowing his head and inhaling deeply. "I served the princess's father, the former daimyo of the Land of Snow, Sosetsu-sama. Then 10 years ago Sosetsu-sama's younger brother Dodo hired a group of Yuki-nins and started a coup d'état. The Kazuhana palace was burned to the ground and Sosetsu-sama was killed by them. I thought the same fate befell the princess, but she was saved by a man from Konoha called Hitaki Kakashi," Sandayu recalled. With surprise, Yugito said, "Hitaki Kakashi? You know him?" inquired Naruto inquisitively. "I know of him," explained Yugito. "He's a living legend in the shinobi world. His father was Hitaki Sakumo and he was recognized as a genius at a very young age. He became a Jonin at the age of 13 and was a student of the Yandaime Hokage." Naruto blinking in shock, "This guy was a student of my dad." "Damn," he said. "Yeah, I know. He's also said to be a candidate for Godem Hokage," Yugito said. "The day I discovered Koyuki-sama was alive I was practically beside myself with joy. She was alive after all those years. We all thought she had perished with her father," Sandayu said, remaining silent until they returned their focus to him. A voice said, "I should have died that day," coming from the door. "I am alive. But whatever tears I had left all dried up that day," Kazuhana Koyuki said, leaning against the archway. "And that's how I came to be the manager of Fujikaze Yukie. I have bided my time, waiting for the opportunity to return the princess to the Land of Snow," said Sandayu, wiping away his tears. The assistant by his side questioned, "So you've just been using us all this time?" Sandayu moved in front of the Snow Princess and stood there, saying, "I'm terribly sorry for deceiving you all, but it was for the Land of Snow's people. Please, Princess, I beg of you. Confront Dodo and take your place as the leader of our home," he said, falling to his hands and knees. "You've got to be kidding me," said Koyuki, staring at him without emotion. Fearfully, Sandayu said, But what about the Land of Snow's people?" "I could care less about them," Koyuki sighed, turning her head away in disgust. Sandayu said, But Princess, first." The princess glared and said, "Will you give it up already? Don't be stupid, it doesn't matter what you do, you can never get rid of Dodo." Naruto asked calmly, "Can I just say one thing?" When Koyuki said, "I don't want to hear it," he shot back. "You should give up," Naruto said, suddenly emerging behind her. She turned quickly, and he said, "Trying to make me give up," from behind her. In a whisper, Sandayu said, "Naruto-san. We've already beaten Dodo's best in our last fight. I say we take the fight to him and kick him right off his throne," Naruto said. Yugito smiled and said, "You really are a complete idiot, aren't you? You're getting more reckless by the day. Sounds like fun." Naruto turned to Haku and said, "This time we can back it up though," after a brief pause. "You have a knight but Zabuza didn't and you both wield the same sword, so I have to ask. How are you able to wield a knight?" "I'm not sure I understand it myself, but I think it must have reacted to my bloodline limit," Haku said. "So long as there is hope, one may dream, and from those dreams the future is created. I like it, it's the perfect theme for our new movie," the director said. "The movie is evolving. Just think about it. How often do you get to make a movie with a real princess? We're looking at the chance of a lifetime here. I want to make this movie a reality. You can rely on us to keep you safe," Haku said, bowing slightly. When Koyuki yelled angrily, "Would you stop fooling around? There is no such thing as a happy ending in this world," Did she have fear in her eyes? Naruto grinned sorrowfully and remarked, if that were true, I would have died months ago. After a moment, it became brighter, and, now let's go take back your country. Naruto muttered, that's a lot of guards, as they looked down at the fortress in the canyon. Judging by their chakra, I'd say they're all genin level, except for one, replied Yugito. Dodo, thought Haku. It would seem so, concurred Yugito. Naruto said, okay, let's get this over with, and he retreated from the precipice. This is insane. Attacking Dodo's stronghold like this, Koyuki said, interrupting the group. This isn't the first time we've done something like this, princess, she was told by Naruto. He's right. This is just like what happened in the Land of Wave, Yugito said. There's a difference between Gato and Dodo though, Haku said. We don't know what kind of things Dodo has up his sleeve, so this might not be as easy as it was in Wave. Naruto came to the conclusion, all the more reason to strike sooner rather than later. Yugito's eyes briefly flashed purple, and she asked, have you got a plan? Before revealing the plan to them, Naruto trailed off, something worthy of a practical joke. Yugito complained, I can't believe we're doing this, as she rearranged her purple gown. Haku said, it's not so bad, Yugito-san, as she walked flawlessly in her own white dress. Yugito said, I don't mind the dress, it's what we're using it for in her plan, turning to face her fellow female associate. Naruko tried to walk straight in her red dress and said, don't look at me. You agreed to it and you said you wouldn't hit me, from the side. As they got closer to the fortress's main gates, Yugito choked back a growl that threatened to escape her throat. Damn his Oiroke no jutsu. The lead guard, who was obviously a mercenary, said, well, hello ladies, what can we do for you? Daimyo-sama has requested us for today, Haku replied, smiling somewhat artificially. The merc smiled and held out his hand, saying, Dodo, why don't you come with me and get to know a real man? With a swift reply, we were requested for him specifically, Haku said. Let them through, Fumaru, the other guard demanded. You don't want to upset the boss by breaking them in before he does, do you? Fumaru shrugged and gestured the three girls through, saying, I guess you're right. Shame though. I'll take you to him, he began, guiding them into the castle. As they made their way down a lengthy hallway to the throne room, the two blondes thought, nicely done, Haku. The guard stopped when Haku, who seemed apprehensive, said, excuse me. Is there something wrong? Fumaru asked as he turned. I'm sorry about this, smiled Haku in response. Fumaru began to say, sorry about but collapsed to the ground, 3 senbon in his throat. Naruko made a hand seal and said, okay, we're in. Kai, she said, instantly transforming back into Naruto. Yugito snarled, that perverted jutsu of yours is disgusting. But effective, retorted Naruto. Besides, we got past them, didn't we? With a sigh, Yugito headed for the throne room down the hall. As they moved through the vast fortress toward their destination, they stayed in the shadows. The group paused just before entering the chamber, and Naruto produced a scroll. Yugito whispered, I hope your plan works, Naruto, as the blonde boy unfolded the scroll and placed it on the ground. Naruto created multiple hand seals and remarked, it will work as long as the seal I put on Koyuki responds to my chakra appropriately. Where did you learn how to do these seals? Neither Zabuza-sama nor Karabi-sama have ever mentioned anything like these seals before, Haku asked with interest. The dragons are surprisingly good at fuinjutsu and they've been teaching me how to do them. The toads actually do something similar with the seal I'm using now, but they can only do it with those who signed their contract. The dragons don't have that limitation, Naruto said as he chose his last hand seal. He slapped the scroll and said, as long as I've placed the seal on a person I can summon them. Gyaku Kachiyose no Jutsu, causing smoke to burst out of it. Koyuki emerged and looked around in confusion as it cleared. What was that? She uttered slowly as her thoughts started to calm down. Naruto questioned as though it were clear, you wanted to get inside the palace undetected, right? Yugito looked down at the scroll and asked, can you do this at any time, Naruto? As long as I've placed a seal on the person I'm summoning, then yes, I can. The only bad thing is that it only works once. As soon as it's used, then the seal fades and I have to reapply it, Naruto clarified. A moment later, Yugito said, have you ever thought about summoning yourself like you can other people? No. Why? Naruto asked, blinking bewilderedly. Yugito's response, because what you just did sounds an awful lot like the Yondaime Hokage's Hiraishin no Jutsu, caused everyone to freeze. She's right, acknowledged Haku. That jutsu you just used. It sounds like a primitive version of the Hiraishin no Jutsu that he fears so much. Naruto blinked and glanced down at the scroll he was holding once more. You know, I read in the Forbidden Scroll about that jutsu. I can't believe I missed how similar they are, he said. Haku shook herself and turned to face the throne room down the hallway. Let's talk about this later, she said. Yugito nodded in agreement. Right, we still need to deal with Dodo, he said. You're all fools, Koyuki said, grinning and shaking her head. You're hopelessly outnumbered and you still want to continue. Damn right we do, Naruto said, grinning as he nodded. Now, let's go and take back your country. They dashed through the gap and entered the spacious throne room that was located beyond. A cloaked man was seated in a single chair at the top of a flight of stairs at the end of the room. It's been a long time, Koyuki, Dodo humorously remarked. You've grown pretty over the past 10 years, and based on the sparkle around your neck, it appears that you still possess the hex crystal. Koyuki proclaimed, and you won't get your hands on it while holding the purple gem. How wrong you are, Dodo said, shaking his head before clicking his fingers. 30 Yuki nins suddenly materialized in the room. As you can see, you are surrounded. That crystal is the key to unlocking the Kazahana treasure. Hand it over to me, now. Before Koyuki could reply, Naruto said, Hey bastard. Have you ever had someone tell you that you talk too much? The ceiling exploded a second later, scattering the Yuki nins as debris crashed into the room. Dodo recognized the airship high above as one of his own right away, and he couldn't help but become enraged at having his own tools used against him. Listen, Dodo. This day of reckoning has long been anticipated, to exact revenge on our beloved ruler Sosetsu-sama. Asama Sandayu and 50 devoted warriors are in front of you. Dodo, you're going to die here. As they dropped more explosive barrels on the fortress, Sandayu yelled from the airship. You. Dodo snarled in surprise. Naruto smiled as he ran along the side wall and leapt at the snow daimyo, saying, You weren't expecting us to capture the airship that belonged to the snow team we faced on the iceberg, were you? That should keep the Yuki nins off us for a while. Come here. As he pulled the Ryujin out of its sheath, the blonde boy yelled. As he turned, Dodo threw off his cloak and spread his wings. Naruto hit the ground and made contact with a barrier that resembled the ones the Yuki ninjas used, and he soon realized that Dodo was wearing chakra armor, which appeared to be a more recent and obviously more potent type of armor. Dodo sneered and backhanded Naruto, sending him crashing into the nearby pillar as Yugito emerged from above. You are such a pest, Dodo said. Kaden. Jutsu no Gukakyu, she exclaimed as she exhaled a large fireball down on the snow daimyo. It dissipated as soon as it hit the barrier. Damn it. This isn't even how we can touch him, she yelled in exasperation. It's his armor. As she launched a barrage of senbon at the snow daimyo, Haku yelled back, This armor is too thick for my senbon to penetrate, and ninjutsu are useless against it. As Yugito landed on a piece of stone, she gritted her teeth in frustration and said, Damn it. All right, she said, smirking, let's see how this armor of his holds up against my new jutsu. She immediately formed a set of hand seals, and her right arm was suddenly covered in golden flames. Kaizuki. Here I come, she yelled as she bounded forward. Haku prepares to eliminate him. Not so quick. Hyuden. Bofusetsu Kokuryu. Dodo yelled as he punched her, and a huge dragon that resembled black mist burst forth in the direction of the blonde kunoichi that was coming. I won't let that stop me. Come on, she muttered as she pushed down, hoping to break through the chakra barrier. Yugito shouted back as she threw out her fire blade and cut through the mist like ice dragon. A moment later, she descended upon the snow daimyo and struck down, slamming hard into the chakra barrier. Brash little girl. You dare to disagree with me? Dodo shouted in anger and swung his arm round, catching her in the midsection and sending her crashing down at the bottom of the stairs. Haku suddenly appeared behind him and swung with the Kabikiri Hocho. Dodo narrowly avoided the attack and kicked her away. Don't toy with me. Bunshin no Jutsu, Taju Kage. A voice called out, and all of a sudden, 300 Naruto shadow clones flooded the room. You believe I'm afraid of this? Rethink your assumptions. Hyuden. Bofusetsu Soryu. When Dodo unleashed 2 black ice dragons on the clones, he let out a war cry, and the 2 of them formed a tornado that started tearing the fortress and the clones apart. The airship outside was struggling to hold its position. Stay steady. As the storm raged, Sandayu yelled the order to the airship's crew. The tornado abruptly stopped, and back down in the fortress, a shadow clone had seized Dodo from behind, securing his arms and successfully cutting off the Hyuden jutsu. Leave me alone. Dodo yelled angrily as he attempted to escape. I have two things to say to you. Bunshin Debakuha. Before exploding in a raging blaze of destruction that rocked the entire fortress, the clone yelled. Quietness. It's over. Koyuki exhaled deeply. Snow country. Rainbow Glacier. Are you certain that this is the correct location? As the airship landed on the snow-covered ground at the glacier's edge, Naruto posed the question. After the dodo fell, the Yuki forces had all surrendered 3 days after the battle began, and Team B had taken 2 days to recover from their wounds while remaining vigilant in case any of Dodo's former associates sought revenge on Koyuki. Let's talk about the Snow Princess. Yeah, this is the location, Sandayu said, pointing to the altar in the middle of the glacier. The vault of the Kazuhana clan should be in the center, he added. Koyuki muttered, and the hex crystal is the key, as she made her way to the altar. Yugito, are we clear? The blonde teammate was asked by Naruto. Yugito affirmed, I don't sense anything within 100 kilometers. Naruto grunted, good, as they got closer to the altar. The area around them abruptly changed from ice and water to grass and streams as Koyuki stood in front of it and inserted the crystal into the slot in the middle. What is causing this extreme warmth? Confused, Koyuki inquired. The words, it's a heat generator, caused Sandayu to blink in surprise. The image of a younger Koyuki appeared in the center of the glacier, but it was obvious that it was a recording. Believe in the future. If you do, then the spring will surely come. What will you do when it comes, Koyuki? A man's voice inquired. I'm going to become a princess, Koyuki said in the recording, grinning like a child. What kind of princess, then? The male voice inquired. Well, let's look for someone who fights for justice and is kind and strong, the young girl said with a smile. The male voice said, ha 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 ha, that's some dream, with a cheerful tone. Did I actually say what I said? As she gazed at the recording, the real Koyuki inquired. As he emerged next to the girl, a man who was considerably taller than the young Koyuki, wearing green robes and sporting glasses, smiled proudly. The recorded Sosetsu smiled and put what appeared to be the hex crystal around the young girl's neck before turning to face her. Well, so long as you believe in your dream and never give up. One day you'll be that fine princess, he said. Can you see her? He smiled and said, now there's a gorgeous princess standing directly in front of you. When the real Koyuki looked up at her father's face, tears were already streaming down her cheeks. The younger Koyuki said, I have a problem though. There's something else I want to be, behind her. Sosetsu gave her a questioning glance and said, really? What is that? An actress, she answered, smiling naively. Sandayu watched and grinned while shaking his head, but after a few more seconds the image faded and silence descended upon the glacier. Sosetsu laughed at that, obviously believing she could pull it off. The real Koyuki began to laugh lightly, but eventually the image faded and the recording turned into nothing more than memory. Koyuki said in a sorrowful whisper, Father. Land of Spring. Airship, Kazuhana Palace. A week after the battle, Team B was ready to leave for home in a very different way than how they got there, and Koyuki had already put in place a number of laws that would begin to repair the damage caused by Dodo and his forces. The inauguration ceremony went off without a hitch. Can we actually have it? Gazing up at the enormous airship that Dodo and his troops had utilized, Naruto blinked. I don't see why not, Sandayu replied. After everything you've done for us, it is the least we can do. I'm sure Koyuki Haim feels the same way. Yugito retorted, but still, we can't even fly this thing right, pointing to the airship. Actually, I've been learning how to use the controls for a while now, Haku said. Are you able to fly it? Naruto questioned her. Haku gave a wink, for the most part. Just don't ask me to do any loops or anything. How about the generator? Yugito inquired. Koyuki responded, that generator isn't fully developed, as she walked up to the group. So, winter will return soon, huh? Naruto let out a sigh. Not really. We may be able to make it permanent without having to turn it on again if we use what we already know and keep working on it. Because of what you did, the land of spring has come into being, Koyuki grinned. Yeah, but it's really a shame. You're a famous person, and you'll have to retire, right? Yugito smiled sadly as he asked. Who declared my retirement? Koyuki smiled and said, I believe I can manage both acting and ruling over the land of spring. She began walking away from them, saying, I mean, I'd have to be insane to give it up now. I hope you all visit sometime when things are less hectic, she said before vanishing once more into the palace. Story of my life, Naruto sighed. Yugito said. Well, we'd better be off, as she and Haku boarded the airship. Sandayu said, Hey Naruto. Here, and gave the boy an envelope. What is this? Naruto questioned him. Sandayu smiled and replied, Something for you and your team. Now go on. And I hope to see you three visit us sometime. Naruto nodded, hopped on the airship, and opened the envelope. We'll do that, he said. Upon entering the command section, he saw Haku seated at the controls and heard the sound of the airship's engine coming to life. It was an autograph featuring a picture of his team and Koyuki standing in front of the altar at the Rainbow Glacier after it had melted. This thing is amazing, Yugito said from afar. Imagine what Kumo could do if they had this kind of technology. We'd have aerial superiority everywhere. We'd also be able to bomb any village and they would be hard-pressed to counterattack, Haku said. Yes, but Kumo won't have anything comparable prepared for battle for some time. Yugito sighed and sat down in one of the chairs, saying, For now. Let's just get this thing back to Kumo and report to RyugaXD-sama. She then turned to face the silent blonde, asking, Is something wrong, Naruto? It's nothing, Naruto said, shaking his head and turning away. This feeling. He said as he was leaving the room, stopping and nearly falling against the wall. What are you looking for from me? Everything. As he struggled to control his breathing, Naruto thought, what the hell was that? It can't be. He shook himself when he recognized the image of a dark warrior, Yami. He said, I see you've been busy, turning to face the airship that had touched down on one of the platforms close to the tower. It's all in the report, RyugaXD-sama, Yugito said, setting papers on the desk in multiple sheets. Hey, I take it that everything went smoothly at that point? The Ryukage inquired. It was great, Naruto said with a nod. Good, because I'm promoting you three to Chunin. Led the group with his response. RyugaXD-sama, are you certain? Yugito let out a startled stutter. That was another reason for giving you that level of mission, he clarified. I wanted to see if you had what it takes to do the right thing, even though it's not easy. I'm happy to hear you made it through, and congrats on your Chunin status. The previous mission was a test, then? Haku inquired. Yes, it was, he explained, but what sort of cage would give Genin an A- rank mission? I've given you all A rank missions because I know I can rely on you, so they'd have to be insane to even consider the possibility. Yugito trailed off, the mission to the land of Wave. I trusted my brother to look after you, he said, and this last mission to the land of snow. Sorry, I meant land of spring. I sent you on that mission because I wanted to give you a chance at becoming Chunin through a field promotion. Promotion in the field? Naruto inquired. The villages would consist almost entirely of Genin if passing the Chunin exams was the only path to becoming a Chunin. Although the purpose of the Chunin exams is to preserve good relations with other nations, those Genin who pass it are also heavily criticized. He concluded, a field promotion keeps Chunin out of other villages' sight. Anyway, how are the Chunin exams going? Yugito asked. From what I understand, they're preparing for the third exam stage, the Ryukage said, leaning back and shaking his head, but none of our Genin advanced to the third round, so I won't be going. Naki asked, flicking the intercom, what is it? A man from Konoha is here to visit you, RyugaXD-sama. Through the system, his assistant said, he says it's important. Konoha. Naruto thought, halting the clenching of his fists. He ordered, send him in, and the door opened. One figure, one that was instantly recognizable, stepped through. When Yugito saw the man, he stiffened. That's. What can I do to help you, Sanin Jiraiya? His expression was neutral as she asked. Jiraiya replied, looking at the blonde boy, I've come to talk to him, not really to talk to you. RyugaXD-sama. You mean Uzumaki Naruto? Who would have guessed that things would end up this way, huh? Who are you? Naruto suppressed the growl that was about to burst from his throat. I'm the Gamma Sennin no Myobokuzan, so that's a good question. I'm glad to meet you, Naruto, Jiraiya replied, waving a little. How are you aware of my identity? What? Asked Kyuubi Jinchuriki. I trained the Yondaime Hokage, Jiraiya had answered. Why are you here? You trained. With mistrust, Naruto inquired. I'm here to teach you something the Yondaime Hokage wanted you to know, the Gamma Sennin replied appropriately. Where were you before now, if you truly trained? When my own sensei was hunting me down, where were you? When my own sensei attempted to murder me, where were you? Where were you when my father sealed in the Kyuubi in me? Naruto snarled as red chakra began to flicker across his body. Jiraiya was stopped in his tracks by that final question. The Gamma Sennin whispered in surprise, You know. Yeah, I know. No thanks to Konoha, Naruto retorted. How come you didn't respond to my inquiries? I. Jiraiya paused to catch his breath before continuing. I was keeping track of your enemies, he said, causing everyone in the room to narrow their eyes. Enemies? Naruto inquired. A group of 9 S-rank Nukenin called the Akatsuki, thereafter the Biju. Including the Kyuubi, Jiraiya went on. Among their members are Orochimaru of the Sannin and Akasuna no Sasori. The names caused I's eyes to flash. Orochimaru is involved in this? According to Jiraiya, he was, but he appears to have left the organization. Who is Orochimaru? Feeling left behind, Naruto inquired. Like me, Orochimaru is a Sandaime Hokage's student and a member of the Sannin. Additionally, he ran for Yondaime Hokage and betrayed Konoha when your father succeeded him as Yondaime. Since he left the Akatsuki, I haven't been able to find him, Jiraiya said. So you'll teach me how to combat them more effectively? Naruto inquired. If I may, Jiraiya offered, and Naruto turned back to the Gama Sennin after first looking at I and then Kurabi. Both brothers nodded. All right, Naruto sighed in agreement. What will you teach me? A jutsu that Minato wanted you to know, the Rasengan. Land of Fire. Chunin Exam Stadium, Konohagakure no Sato. It was this. This was his opportunity to demonstrate that he was getting closer to killing his brother, his adversary, and exacting his retribution. Using his left hand, which was encased in pure lightning chakra, Uchiha Sasuke charged down the side of the stadium wall, focusing on his opponent and the Tsunagenin he was fighting, who had encased himself in a ball of sand and was nearly impenetrable to anything he threw at it. Almost anything, actually. Chidori. The crowd held their breath as Sasuke yelled as he approached within striking range. He looked up and glared at the person who dared to tamper with his match, but his eyes widened at what he saw when a figure fell from the sky and slammed his lightning-covered hand down on the ground, leaving a small crater. Quietness. Dobi? Sasuke inquired in surprise. Hardly, replied Naruto, with a snort. You stupid little abomination. Still acting like the genius, I see. He sneered at the Uchiha below. Genma came from the side and grabbed Sasuke, but not before the blade slashed across the Uchiha's arm, drawing blood. Genma backed away with Sasuke in hand and continued to stare at Naruto. He brought his sword around faster than most could see and slashed down at the dark-haired boy. 8 Anbu immediately surrounded him and said, I see the Hokage wants his little weapon back. Yami corrected. Please call me Yami since I'm definitely not that fun-loving moron, and licked the blood off his sword. Come with us quietly, Uzumaki Naruto, and you will not be punished, said the Anbu in charge. Damn, I sounded way too much like Dad there for a second, Yami joked, shaking himself in amusement. Yeah. It's not the best invitation, so. No thanks, he said. Red chakra burst from his body, shocking and frightening everyone in the room as it tore his skin apart and took the form of a human-sized chakra fox with 4 tails. Now who wants to go first? With a roar, he extended his hands and hurled multiple massive chakra arms towards the Anbu. Orochimaru, dressed as the Cage, yelled up in the cage booth, start the operation. As a massive genjutsu swept across the stadium, Yami's attack claimed the lives of 4 Anbu and wounded 2 more. Yami spun around as Hitaki Kakashi emerged behind him and threw a lightning-covered fist at him. Reikiri. When the jutsu subsided, Yami roared, the Kyuubi's chakra is protecting him, the copy nin said as he drove the attack into the chakra fox's chest. Try something different. A huge shockwave that leveled the stadium around them and undoubtedly killed many people was sent out when Yami roared and punched the ground. Kakashi saw chakra beginning to gather at Yami's mouth and thought, damn it, where is Tenzo? Doden. Doryuheki no Jutsu. He cried out as a solid rock wall rose up between them. Amari Yanbiko. Sand burst from behind the fox, revealing a huge sand tanuki staring down at them all as Yami roared as the enormous chakra sphere exploded towards the Konoha Jonin, tearing open the earth as it went, blowing right through the earth wall and forcing Kakashi to take cover in the ground. Who are you? Gaara snarled from within the creature. An ally for now, said Yami. Why are you here? Gaara scoffed. Hehe, I exist to destroy, Yami said darkly. I seek naught but blood and carnage, nothing more and nothing less. Gaara snarled, then stay out of my way, and threw a sandstorm at anything that moved. A crazed laugh escaped his lips as he vanished in a flash of speed and emerged above Kakashi, roaring as bones appeared on his chakra shroud and 2 more tails formed to equal 6 tails swishing behind him. Just before Maeda Guy entered from the side and kicked Yami away, Kakashi remarked, "He's fast." "Have I gotten him?" Guy inquired. "Not likely," Kakashi replied, straightening up again. "Kun Sasuke." Kakashi turned to see an unconscious Sasuke in the arms of Yakushi Kabuto, a known spy, after Sakura shouted out, grabbing his attention. "Leave my pupil alone." As he leapt at the Auto spy, Kakashi yelled. A second after saying, "Shunshin no Jutsu," Kabuto and Sasuke vanished in a puff of smoke. "Sasuke-kun." "No." Sakura let out a horrified cry as her crush was removed. Kakashi gritted his teeth and turned to Neji. "Damn it," he said. "Can you track them?" he inquired. "They're out of my range." Neji shook his head in response. "Sasuke-kun," exclaimed Sakura. Taju Amari. The group was surrounded by 6 bolts of chakra that burst from the smoke near the stadium. "Doden. Jutsu no Doryuheki." Kakashi yelled as he built a substantial stone wall to keep them safe. As Yami, now in human form, stepped through the flames slowly and sent them a chilling glare with his back against the flames, Kakashi's Sharingan spun wildly as the 6 tiny chakra spheres struck the wall and exploded, shattering it like glass and consuming their vision in fire. "This cannot be the final one," Kiba bellowed angrily. "Deadliest." He unsheathed the Onijin and bounded forward, whispering, "Sharingan," as his eyes abruptly changed into the Sharingans. "Oh please." Yami snorted at the name. "I've always been this powerful, but Konoha has always held me back. Now you will see my true strength," he said. Before he could use taijutsu on the boy, Kakashi muttered, "How did he? He's using Kyuubi's chakra to augment his speed, and with the Sharingan he is predicting my moves." As he dodged a blow and took a knee to the face, Yami reflected, "I'm glad I got Sasuke Demi's blood at the end of the match, or this would be much more difficult." Kakashi said, "Got you." But Yami vanished in a puff of smoke. "A shadow clone?" Shocked, Kakashi said. Neji turned quickly, but the blade grazed his shoulder and drew blood, and Yami smirked and leapt away before Neji could counterattack. Yami had suddenly appeared behind Neji and lunged at him. After saying, "Heh, too easy," Yami licked the Onijin's blood. "How did you harm me?" Neji gave the blonde a sneer. "I stole your bloodline like a good little thief," Yami replied smirkingly. "Byakugan," he whispered, and his eyes went white. "What?" Neji, unable to control his emotions, let out a growl. "Kaden. Jutsu no Gukakyu," Kakashi yelled as he launched a huge fireball attack from the side. "Kaden." As he spun and encircled himself with a spinning chakra shield, Yami yelled. Tenten whispered, "That's the," as the fireball was shrugged off by the jutsu. As Kakashi landed in front of him, Yami chuckled and said, "Do you get it now?" As Gaara was observed demolishing buildings throughout the village, he continued to laugh. "This is what happens when you betray your own." Kakashi told the blonde, "After what you've done here today, you won't leave here alive." "Old man, what is your name?" As he smirked and buried the Onijin in the ground, Yami questioned. "Any normal Jonin would have perished by now if they were to face someone like me." The copy nin replied, "Hakata Kakashi, not that you really need to know," as Yami's grin grew in his Sharingan world. Yami was smiling now as his sword began to glow purple. "I prefer to know the names of my enemies," he said. "What is he doing?" Guy inquired. "I respectfully request that you give me power, Dark Knight of the Fallen Kingdom. The power to destroy, the power to reincarnate, and the power of the forgotten. I summon you, Crusader. Ascendo." Their vision was filled with purple light, which subsided a moment later to reveal a huge black knight with wings resembling ravens. "What just did he do?" Choji inquired at the scene. "Senpu Hozenka, Kaden." Yami spread his wings and released a huge flame burst. "Come on down." As everyone sought refuge in the debris and the area was engulfed in flames, Kakashi yelled. "We're not fighting a ninja here," Asuma grumbled. "We're fighting a monster, and one that may be just as bad as the Kyuubi from 13 years ago." Guy steadied his breathing and remarked, "I guess it's appropriate given who he is." "What do we do when that Gaara kid levels the village building by building?" The question was posed by Kurenai. "The civilians have most likely been moved to the shelters while Hokage-sama fights Orochimaru. Our best course of action at the moment is to pull out and get ready for a counterattack," Kakashi concluded rapidly. "Hey, take a look, he's powering down," Choji mentioned. "Well, I've had my fun, but it looks like the snake bastard has finished dealing with the old man." Yami sighed as he transformed back into a human. He looked up and saw the barrier fall as Orochimaru fled with his 4 bodyguards, despite the fact that his arms appeared to be injured. It's time I withdrew as well, he said, biting his thumb and creating multiple hand seals. Kachiyose no Jutsu, a huge hawk materialized a moment later in a puff of smoke. You're not a fool, are you? As Yami leapt on and they took to the skies, Takamaru joked. Yami curtly replied, not all the time, as he turned to face the demon tearing through the ruined village. Where are we going now? The hawk inquired. With a sly smile spreading across his face, Yami uttered, I think it's time we initiated the first part of the plan. Right. I can sense the target north of here. I believe it to be the Nanabi no Kabutomushi, replied Takamaru. Yami commanded, let's go then, and they took off into the sky. How about the yang chakra of the Kyuubi? As they were flying, Takamaru inquired. As Yami produced a containment scroll, he said, don't worry. I've captured my dad's corpse. As soon as I have access to a key, I can transfer it into my seal so I don't have to rely on these bastardized chakra cells from the temple. With the combined Auto-Suna strike force and Gaara tearing through the village, this day signaled the end of Konohagakure no Sato. Announcing to the room, Konohagakure no Sato has been completely destroyed, he said. What? A startled Naruto inquired. The Raikage clarified, we just got word from our spies an hour ago. They say that Konoha was attacked at the end of the Chunin exams by a combined Suna and Auto invasion force. We're still trying to confirm the village's condition, however. It looks like there was another force at play during the battle. Another force? Asked Yugito. From what we were able to piece together, Suna entered the Ichibi Jinchuriki into the exams as a genin who then reached the finals. He was matched up against the young genius Uchiha Sasuke and the invasion began as soon as he started to transform, he said. Naruto blinked and said, a Jinchuriki fought Sasuke Teme? Do you know him? Inquired Haku. Not really, Naruto said with a shrug. He was the rookie of the year, and I was the dead last, so we didn't hang out that much. He was always a loner who everyone adored because of his family, though I thought he was an arrogant bastard. He let out a sigh and reclined in his chair. Yes, well, from what I am told he was defeated and captured by Auto during the battle. That's not what worried me though, he said. It's what happened at the end of the match itself. Apparently you showed up and stopped him from delivering a lethal blow to the Jinchuriki. Naruto. Me? Naruto stepped back, startled. But I wasn't anywhere near Konoha during the finals. I've been here training with Ero Sennin and my team. I know that, but the reports clearly state that you entered the battle and defeated anyone that stood in your way. It even describes transformations into a six-tailed chakra fox and a giant black warrior, he said. Black. Began Haku. Warrior, concluded Yugito. Yami, Naruto snarled, his fists clenched at his sides. From the side, Kurabi said, it seems your shadow has turned out quite mellow. That's impossible. He shouldn't be able to use the Kyuubi's chakra if he doesn't have the fox in his gut. He wouldn't stand a chance against Konoha by himself, Naruto began. It looks like he was able to attain a large amount of the Kyuubi's chakra cells from a pseudo-Jinchuriki at the Fire Temple. After single-handedly breaking through the temple's defenses, he said. With concern, Yugito inquired, how strong has he gotten? I don't know. But by your own accounts he can steal bloodlines, the Raikage remarked somberly. There is little doubt in my mind that he is growing in power and it is only a matter of time before he attains his true goal. Whatever it might be. Haku questioned, so what do we do? He replied, Jiraiya Dono has already left for the ruins of Konoha in hopes of gathering survivors and I have already sent teams to render humanitarian aid. I also have another mission for you, providing them with a sheet of paper containing the information. Sabaku no Gaara, the Ichibi Jinchuriki has gone rogue and is currently hunting the Sannin. We're not really sure why. Your orders are to locate and capture him if possible. If you are unable to capture him, then you are to eliminate him, understand? Haku said, understood Raikage-sama, bowing. With Konoha destroyed we are now the strongest of the four main villages, he said. This action has upset the entire continent and soon war will break out for dominance. Do not let anyone gain control of the Ichibi. Kurabi said, I'm going with them, in fact. What are we waiting for? Let's go already, Yugito said, waving the door as she and Haku made their way there. As Naruto left the room, he paused and gazed at the distant setting sun. Yami. You're worried, Haku said to the blonde Kunoichi who was in the same room as him. Naruto had taken the other room when they stopped for the night in a nearby town, where they had each been given two separate rooms. Confused, Yugito asked, what do you mean? Haku went on, you've been snooping around on Naruto all day. I can't really blame you since from the look on his face I'd say he is having trouble coming to terms with the destruction of his former home. Yugito said, but it's not his home anymore. Konoha has never done anything to even deserve to be called his home. He owes them nothing for what they've done. How so? Asked Haku. They didn't tell him about his father, they didn't tell him why he was hated, and they didn't even have the decency to at least properly train him. They wanted nothing to do with him, and as far as I'm concerned they got what they deserve. Have you seen him when he walks through the streets of Kumo? Everyone in Kumo loves him not only because of his strength but what he stands for, Yugito said while clenching her fists continued. Haku asked, and what about you? Yugito jerked her head in the direction of her teammate and asked, what about me? Haku said, I've seen the way you look at him, Yugito-chan, with knowledge. That look of longing in your eyes when you look at him can't be faked or hidden, especially from me. Yugito denied, I don't know what you are talking about, and turned away. I think you do, retorted Haku. That look of longing. What is it about exactly? Do you long to get the same praise as him, or do you long just for him? What do you want, Yugito-chan? Drop it, Yugito growled at her, his eyes narrowed. Fine, sighed Haku. But let me give you some advice. Right now he is alright, but that won't last forever. Someday he will be lost and just drift through life. When that day comes I hope you are ready to do something about it, because I'm sure we will all regret it if you aren't. Yugito asked, why do you care so much? The answer was a whisper, because I'm in love with him, as she turned away. She is, of course, and Naruto has made a special effort to make her feel at home both here and after the wave mission. But why do I feel sorry for him? Yugito glanced at the door and thought. Tanzaku Town, the land of fire. As they arrived in the town, Yugito complained, I still think we should have taken the airship. The eggheads are still working on the technology involved in it, Yugito-chan, Haku responded. What is the issue with this image? Naruto asked, surveying the deserted marketplace. Where is everybody? Haku inquired, perplexed as well. They're all in their homes, but I'm sensing large amounts of heavy chakra concentration coming from the north, Yugito said, closing her eyes and focusing. Haku nodded, sounds like a battle, as Naruto leapt to the roof of a nearby building and turned to face north. Naruto added, well, whoever it is looks to be going at pretty heavily, after noticing the flashes on the horizon that indicated the use of explosives. Kurabi said, let's go check it and we'll interfere a bit, and he leapt forward, followed closely by the other members of the team. He didn't like that this wasn't going as planned. It began with the fall of Konoha, which rendered Orochimaru's arms useless, but the village and the Hokage were destroyed. Almost immediately after returning to Otokagura no Sato, Orochimaru left his body and assumed control of Uchiha Sasuke in order to obtain the fabled Sharingan. He could only keep this body in good condition for 3 years before it failed, which is why he was out here now to find his old teammate, who was and still is the greatest medic nin to have ever lived. His right-hand man, Kabuto, could only do so much in comparison to Senju Tsunade, the current Katsuyu Sennin and the granddaughter of the Shodai Hokage. He had given her a week to respond, which leads us to the current, annoying situation. The deal was straightforward enough. She would fix his body so that it would last a lifetime, and he would bring back her brother and lover, both of whom had perished in the Second Shinobi War. The boy had the gall to pursue him and Tsunade in the hopes of killing them. Of course, Orochimaru didn't like that and knew that he could kill the boy easily, but that would be pointless if Tsunade's obnoxious fear of blood led to her death. The Ichibi Jinchuriki, Sabaku no Gara, who had essentially destroyed Konoha alone, was now searching for strong opponents to prove his existence, or so he claimed. He knew that if Tsunade died, the Sharingan would be extinct, so where would he be? 3 years isn't enough time to properly wield these magnificent eyes that the Uchiha took pride in, but he knew that going to Danzo would be the only other option, and since Root was still in operation, he couldn't risk any contact at the moment, at least not until he gained more power. Gara conjured up a huge sand waterfall and uttered the insane words, "You will prove my existence. Ryuuse Bakuryu." As the sand closed in, he yelled. Orochimaru smirked and commanded, "Stand back, Kabuto, Kimimaro," before leaping over the sand waterfall and spinning the kusanagi in his hand. "Die, you obnoxious child." As he swung the sword downward, he yelled. Clang. When Orochimaru of the Sannin, the self-proclaimed Otokage of Otokagura no Sato, stood with the blade of kusanagi in hand clashing against one of Yotsuki Kurabi's, the Hachibi Jinchuriki's many swords, it was an unexpected sight that took everyone a few moments to comprehend what had happened. Silence is a great thing, but it can be broken by anything. Orochimaru frowned and retreated a moment later, saying, "Yotsuki Kurabi, Why are people like you here? Kurabi retorted, settling into his multiple sword kenjutsu stance. Just floating around seeing as there are snakes like you abound, he said. So I see. You must be here for the Ichibi, Orochimaru concluded in a flash, because I want that Biju to die with its Jinchuriki. It doesn't matter that Kumo always wanted more Biju to strengthen their forces. In this manner, Akatsuki will be unable to accomplish their objective, and I won't have to be concerned about their meddling. Naruto said, I'll handle the Jinchuriki, while maintaining eye contact with Gaara. Are you certain, child? Kurabi questioned the blonde boy. Naruto, he might be too much for you. Naruto grinned and said, just give me my shot and I'll do the rest. The bone guy is mine, Yugito declared emphatically as she scowled at the man in front of her, who had bones all over his body. Haku came to the conclusion, and that leaves the one with glasses for me. Orochimaru sneered and bit his thumb, saying, all right, let's see how you handle this. He made multiple hand seals and slammed his hand to the ground when a big snake suddenly materialized in a puff of smoke. Kachiyose no Jutsu. Manda sneered up at the Habi Sennin. Orochimaru, you know better than to summon me. I demand 100 sacrifices for this, while Orochimaru merely smirked and narrowed his eyes at the Kumo nins. Naruto, Yugito uttered while gazing up at the massive serpent. Naruto responded, I know, while biting his thumb and creating a series of hand seals. Kachiyose no Jutsu. As he slapped his hand on the floor, smoke burst from his position. Orochimaru blinked in shock. What? That's a. This isn't how things were supposed to happen. The Kyuubi brat is supposed to be a weak fool, he thought, growling as a big dragon appeared out of the smoke. Naruto smiled and said, hello again, Hotori-sama. It's good to see you again, he said. Looks like you're having some issues, Naruto, the dragon boss inquired. Yes, I am. Would you mind helping me out here? The assistance would be greatly appreciated, Naruto said to him. Well, I haven't fought in a long time anyhow. Hotori laughed and got down on all fours, saying, I just hope this will be enough to keep me entertained. Naruto leapt off his head and began to roar at the snake boss in front of him. Hotori shifted slightly and swatted the giant snake away just before he grabbed its tail, then roared again as he pulled on the tail and threw the snake into the air. Manda struck first, moving faster than most could see despite its immense size, and descended on the dragon. As Hotori flailed his wings and rose into the air, Naruto thought, awesome. Kitsui Taifuu, Rahishin. As lightning and wind burst from his wings, forming a directed tornado, Hotori roared. I still see Hotori Teme acting haughtily. As the jutsu hit him squarely in the middle, Manda yelled. Ryuuse Bakuryu. As a huge wave of sand fell upon the Kumo and Auto ninjas, Gaara yelled. Spread. Yugito yelled, and everyone leapt to their feet. Bunshin no Jutsu. Taju Kage. Naruto exclaimed as he touched back down on solid ground and created an army of clones. Take Gaara down now. He gave his clones the command. Not so quick, boy, Orochimaru leapt at the blonde boy and yelled. I am your opponent. The Hachibi. Kurabi swiftly positioned himself between them and blocked Naruto's sword blow. You idiot. Get out of my way, Orochimaru snarled in rage and swiftly struck the Kumo swordsman 3 times in a row, each time being parried. To you, that is Fool-sama. Kurabi swiftly drew his 7 swords and launched an attack in response to the shout. Yugito was nearby, hurling lightning balls left, right, and center in an attempt to strike her opponent, who was brandishing a bone. Raikyu! She shouted once more as she threw another one, but Kimimaro managed to get away from her once more. Kimimaro said, Teshi Senden, and hurled a number of sharp bones at the blonde. That's just gross, Yugito said, avoiding the volley with disgust. Kimimaro said, I care not for what you say, and then he lunged, his bones protruding from his body. As he closed in and the blue-purple chakra burst from her body, Yugito thought grimly, this isn't going to be easy. Suna Shigur, Gaara said, raising his sand to his side and hurling it at Naruto's clones, who were swiftly destroyed by the barrage of hundreds of sand bullets. Gaara narrowed his eyes and blinked in surprise as Naruto reappeared behind him, throwing a punch faster than most could see. Sand gathered and the punch collided with it, but the sand clearly withstood it. Naruto backed off as another wave of sand attempted to grab him before he vanished in a burst of speed once more. Naruto swiftly released red chakra into his system and vanished in a burst of speed. His sand encases his entire body and it gathers wherever he is about to be attacked to defend him. He's not controlling it, Naruto thought as he launched a side attack, but the sand seemed to defend against him once more. Well, then let's see how he likes this, he thought as he accelerated and literally ran circles around Gaara at high speed to create a dust storm. His sand couldn't keep up with the continuous movement, so he struck after a few more seconds, first kicking low, then punching high, then a quick jab at the back, a kick from the side, and a blow at the head. The final blow hit Gaara in the jaw, sending him flying across the field. "You damned raccoon, I got you," Naruto laughed and yelled. Gaara stood slowly and said in a low voice, You hit me." Naruto tensed abruptly and asked, "Now what?" "No one has ever laid a hand on me in a long time," Gaara said, looking up with a mad smile on his face as sand encircled him in a sphere and spiraled around him. "Oh, this cannot be good," Naruto muttered as he leapt forward and punched the ball. Sand spikes came from the ball, attempting to impale him, but he immediately retreated after striking the dense, solid ball of sand. He heard Gaara's distorted voice say, "I will prove my existence," from the ball. When Naruto said, "Kage Bunshin no Jutsu," a clone immediately materialized at his side. The clone vanished a moment later as Naruto rushed forward and threw his arm out at the sphere, directing the concentrated chakra into his hand as it rapidly spun and took the shape of a ball. Rasengan. The chakra sphere struck the ball of sand and penetrated its layers until it hit its target. Naruto and Gaara were flung apart as the other side of the sandball exploded outwards, but they recovered quickly as the sand encircled Gaara once more, this time in the form of a human-sized tanuki made of sand. "My blood is this." Gaara screamed in pain as he clutched his healing shoulder. "Suna Shuriken!" he exclaimed in anger as he hurled a volley of sand bullets at the blonde boy. Naruto brought his hands up and the sand shattered upon contact with the Kyuubi's chakra. "Why won't you just die? Futon. Daitopa Mugen." As he hurled a tremendous gust of wind at him, Gaara went on. As Naruto was launched back and into the air, he thought, "He's not letting up. Taju Kage Bunshin no Jutsu." As he landed, hundreds of clones suddenly surrounded him. "Suna Shuriken." As he attempted to crush the approaching clone army, Gaara yelled. "Daibakuha Bunshin." The clones erupted everywhere Gaara was standing, shouting as one. "I guess not," Naruto said thoughtfully as sand burst upwards and took the form of a huge sand tanuki. "Did I get him?" Dai Sabaku Q. As the sand began to swirl around Naruto, Gaara let out a roar. "Please give me power, Holy Knight Champion of the Ancients. The authority to defend, to protect, and to keep the innocent safe. Duke, I summon you," Naruto started. Sabaku Soso. The blonde boy was crushed by the sand as the tanuki clenched his fist. Ascendo. After finishing, Naruto burst into a burst of red light, which subsided a moment later to reveal the massive white knight with the blue shield and red sword pulsing with energy. "Who are you?" Gaara insisted. "A knight," said Naruto, his blue cape flapping in the breeze. "He isn't the one that attacked Konoha with us, the other one was black yet he has the same face. That chakra I felt was definitely the Kyuubi's, but how is that possible when the other brat wielded the Kyuubi's power also?" Orochimaru paused and gazed at the massive boss-sized juggernaut that had materialized from the side. Naruto taunted, "Come on Sandy-chan," as he lowered himself into a crouch with his sword by his side, his legs slightly shifted, one in front of the other, and his shield raised in front of him. "Uzumaki Naruto is fascinating. Tanuki Niri no Jutsu," Gaara whispered before he passed out, and the raccoon yelled as he emerged from the sand on its head and formed a hand seal. "I'm free, haha," Shukaku chuckled as he regained complete command. "What the devil just happened, Hotori-sama?" Surprised, Naruto asked. "He's given control to the demon inside. The human is gone, only the monster remains," the dragon boss said, lowering himself to his side. Hotori replied, "There's nothing you can do for him right now." Naruto gritted his teeth and said, "Damn it," as Shukaku noticed him. "Is there someone here to play with me already? All right, get ready to die." The demon's laughter was obviously insane. "Remember about me, Hotori Teme." Just before the snake could reach him, Hotori leapt into the air and yelled, "Damn you! Get down here and fight!" Manda growled as he leapt from the ground. Futon. Renkuden. With a great burst of compressed air, Shukaku let out an exclamation. Feineru Yajimento, Raiden. Despite possessing the elemental advantage, the wind bullet exploded under the prolonged discharge of the lightning bolt. Naruto retaliated by leveling his sword at the demon and a burst of energy erupted from the blade's end, colliding with the air bullet. Perish. Futon. Renkuden. As he launched 4 more wind blasts at the White Knight, Shukaku yelled. With all the chakra he could muster, Naruto swiftly raised his shield and charged it. Raiden! Feinari Ryushin! As the compressed blast of pure lightning erupted from the shield's center and struck the approaching attack, he yelled. The 4th and final air bullet struck the White Knight's shield, exploding with enough force to shatter the surrounding landscape. Naruto was flung back and fell to the ground with an echoing thud, his shield landing a few feet away covered in smoke. 3 of the approaching air bullets exploded, but one made it through just as the lightning blast subsided. Damn, the White Knight moaned thoughtfully as he rose slowly to his feet. That hurt like hell even though my shield took the brunt of that last attack. Are you still living? Are you not persistent? Shukaku looked insane as he laughed. As Shukaku inhaled more air, Naruto reflected, I can't win against something like this. Keep going. Futon. Renkuden. Shukaku yelled as he threw 3 more wind gusts at the White Knight. Now, fight, boy, your power is mine, and mine is yours. Raiden. Kaminari no Tate, Naruto said, his eyes going white as the 3 bullets hit his chest, causing multiple massive wind explosions. Naruto. Yugito yelled in alarm as the battlefield came to a halt. I did it, haha. He's no longer alive. When Shukaku saw his work, he laughed. His chuckles were short-lived. Raiden. Jinrai. Shukaku's right arm appeared to have been severed by a lightning strike that erupted from the smoke-engulfed spot where Naruto had been standing. What? As the smoke dissipated, Shukaku yelled in rage. Naruto stood where the wind bullets had struck him, seemingly unharmed, his eyes glowing white as lightning sparks flew between him and the ground, and he was now dancing across his armored body with lightning chakra. This is something I haven't experienced since him. People like you won't be able to defeat me so easily. Futon. Renkuden. As he fired 4 more wind bullets at the knight, Shukaku roared into action. Naruto's tone was much more dangerous than usual as he said, I've had enough of you demon, raising his sword and swinging it down. Raiden. Kaminari no Tate, he said, and the lightning that covered his body sprang out, easily swatting away the wind bullets. Gosh darn you. The Tanuki shouted in outrage at seeing his most powerful attack deflected with ease. He then watched in what amounted to demon equivalent of fear as the knight began to charge chakra into his free hand. No. Hyakurai, Raiden. When Naruto raised his hand to the Tanuki, a tremendous bolt of lightning burst into being, striking the spot where Shukaku was standing and instantly illuminating the surrounding area. It was over a moment later. What was that in hell? Haku climbed back to her feet and rasped out. Orochimaru muttered in rage and mild terror, that brat. So, Duke, you've already merged with the boy I see. He must be something special for you two to bond so quickly. However, the darkness will eventually surface. Will you be prepared for that, Naruto? Hodori pondered. That was the biggest lightning jutsu I've ever seen, Kurabi said, startled. His rate of advancement is insane, but what's wrong with this deal? His skills and abilities have significantly increased, but is this all due to his enemy? As the dust gradually dissipated, Yugito thought anxiously, Naruto. A flash of light indicated that Naruto had returned to human form and was beginning his slow approach to the fallen Ichibi Jinchuriki. The White Knight stood tall, glaring hard at the crater where the sand demon lay still. Shukaku appeared to be fighting to keep his form together, but it soon became evident to everyone that it was a losing battle, and soon the sand collapsed completely, revealing Gaara on the ground below with the Tanuki's eyes. Boy, you won't win. Shukaku shouted, clearly still in control of his Jinchuriki. Suna Shigur. A moment later, a hail of sand bolts flew in the direction of the blonde. With his eyes glowing white and the sword in his hand glowing a dangerous crimson, Naruto continued to move as the sand broke into specks around him and he swung up with the Ryujin. Shukaku watched in fear and rage as Naruto stopped right in front of him and leveled the Ryujin at him. Fuinjutsu. Raimu Fuin, he said simply as he sheathed his sword and made a number of hand seals. You've lost demon, he said, and a spear of lightning materialized as he held out his hand in front of him. No. Shukaku roared in anger, sprang to his feet, and lunged at the blonde, only to have his eyes distort and Gaara's return to normal as the lightning spear struck his gut and the chakra lashed out to pin his arms, legs, and sandtail. After a moment, Gaara dropped, he wasn't conscious. Finally, Naruto exhaled with a sense of relief. The jutsu he had employed was a seal that locked the demon in a time dilation field and restrained it within its target. The dragons had taught him this particular jutsu after he had read the details in the Forbidden Scroll of Sealing. It appears that the Uzumaki clan had developed it before their home was destroyed and they fled the former land of Whirlpool. One thing became evident to him throughout all of this. This was not the end of the fight. After saying, "That brat he's too dangerous to be left alive," Orochimaru leapt in the direction of Kyuubi Jinchuriki, who was already weak. "You idiot, don't go so fast," Kurabi yelled as he followed. "Huh?" Naruto asked, turning just in time to see Orochimaru drop down on him while holding the Kusanagi. "You can't get in the way of my plans, boy, die," as he cut down, the Hubby Sennin roared. Clang Senju Tsunade was standing between them, holding up the Kabikiri Hocho, and when Naruto looked up, his eyes widened. He turned to face Haku, but she was standing over the battered body of Yakushi Kabuto. "Tsunade, what are you doing?" As he pressed the Kusanagi down harder on the agitated defender, Orochimaru made an angry demand. Holding the Kusanagi by the blade, Tsunade uttered, I refuse your offer. I won't betray Dan or Nawaki by siding with the likes of you." He drew back, then spun as he swung the sword, saying, "Dai Tsunade, I could have brought them back to you, stupid girl," Orochimaru sneered. "How disappointing, Tsunade. If you won't help me then I'll simply find another way." As he prepared to cut her in two, he yelled. Clang Orochimaru threw his full force behind the swing, but Kurabi pushed his weight down to keep the two swords locked in place as they struck down. "You should watch your back, ya fool," Kurabi said. Orochimaru withdrew and threw several snakes at them, his eyes glimmering with rage. Sene Tajashu. Tsunade appeared above Orochimaru and swung her leg down in a wide arc, and the Hubby Sennin barely avoided the attack as it landed on the ground in front of him. Kurabi unshed all of his swords and slashed down the approaching snakes. "Satenkyaku! Take that, you bloody snake!" Tsunade cried, and a burst of smoke and dust followed. As the dust settled, she yelled. After lying motionless for a while, Orochimaru's head turned to the side and his mouth opened, revealing a hand, a head, and a few shoulders before his chest, stomach, and legs appeared and rose to greet them with a smile. "That is disgusting," said Tsunade. Orochimaru boasted, "I am immortal Tsunade," mocking her. Kurabi retorted, "You're not immortal enough," as crimson chakra burst out of his body and consumed him. "What?" The Hubby Sennin stepped back in shock. Orochimaru's eyes widened slightly as Kurabi raised his arm to clothesline him when he was within range, and Kurabi roared into action as he shot forward at blinding speed, appearing before the snake Sanin in an instant as the chakra condensed and took the shape of a human-sized ox with 8 tails. "Lariat!" As Kurabi struck, he yelled. Kurabi stopped a few feet behind the snake Sanin as the two halves ejected snakes from the severed tissue and pulled him back together again, and Orochimaru's insides were blown out as the corrosive chakra slammed into his ribs and severed his upper and lower bodies in a single attack. "I am truly immortal now," Orochimaru thought gleefully as he turned and Sharingan spun wildly. "This is the strength of the strongest Jinchuriki him. Kukakuku. Well, if that's the best he's got then I've already won. My Sharingan will predict them both and use their own strength against them. You won't even fit in a box after I'm done with you, so get ready for the ox." As his skin began to tear apart, Kurabi's voice roared. "Jutsu no Yamata." Orochimaru let out a quick cry as his body burst into an enormous 8-headed snake. A giant ox with 8 tails or tentacles roared at the snake a few seconds later, saying, "Now look upon me, the Rakan Hachibi." With her sword slung over her shoulder, Haku stood over Kabuto's now dead body and whispered in wonder, "Whoa! Kurabi-sensei is. I'll turn you into a smear if you come here. I will kill you with the power of my Biju." Kurabi roared as he snatched one of the heads and wrapped his tails or tentacles around 3 more heads, ripping them off the snake in a single motion. "Gosh darn you!" As 3 heads sank into the Hachibi's neck and shoulders, Orochimaru hissed. "Leave me alone before you force me to vomit," Kurabi yelled, knocking the 4-headed snake off balance. Orochimaru quickly turned to run, thinking, "I have to escape or I'll surely be killed." He slithered away, transforming back into a human. Kurabi began to charge a ball of chakra at his mouth and said, "Yo, I'm not letting y'all escape this late in the game. Ya fool, Hachibiju Amari." The ball detonated in a spectacular burst of energy at the Hubby Sennin. "Kachiyose. Rashomen Sanju." Orochimaru slammed his hands on the floor and yelled. Just as the blast passed over his location, summoning seals appeared on the ground, and 3 enormous demonic gates appeared between the two fighters. As the blast subsided, Orochimaru began to sink into the ground to get away, but Tsunade appeared behind him and punched him in the jaw. You're not going to get away. Tsunade snatched him by the neck and squeezed while shouting. Have mercy Tsunade, insisted Orochimaru. Tsunade replied, you'll get none from me Orochimaru, as seals developed on her arm and gradually began to migrate onto Orochimaru's form. The snake Sanin gasped in agony as the seals administered the most lethal poisons to him, on par with Sasori's. In a matter of seconds, he was dead. As Kimimaro approached, bones sticking out of every part of his body, she shook herself as Yugito crashed into the side of a cliff overlooking a small lake on the opposite side of the battlefield. Raikou. She threw the lightning ball at the Auto Jonin, but he swatted it away, prompting Yugito to yell. Your jutsu are useless against my bloodline, Kimimaro stated emphatically as he came to a halt not far away. Stop talking. As the blue-purple chakra burst out of her form and transformed into a cat with a single chakra tail, Yugito yelled in rage. As she vanished in a flash of speed and resurfaced above him, Kimimaro thought, interesting. Karamatsu no Mai. As bones protruded from his skin, he cried out. Kaizuki. With a roar, Yugito slashed across the Auto Nin's chest, slicing through the bones as her arm caught fire in a layer of compressed fire. This girl. She cut right through my bones as if they were nothing, he thought, leaping away and blinking in surprise at the wound. What is that jutsu she's using? He asked in his mind. Teshi Senden, he said, raising his hands, and bones exploded out of his fingers towards the cat-like girl. To his surprise, Yugito brought her arm to the side and then swatted the projectiles away with ease. She's a close-range fighter, so as long as I keep my distance her body will eventually succumb to the strain of using that power she has, he concluded. Yugito snarled, hold still, as a sphere of fire appeared directly over her mouth. What is she doing now? Kimimaro asked herself anxiously. Enden Nekomata. As the fireball advanced with remarkable speed, Yugito yelled. As seals began to spread across his body, Kimimaro thought quickly, it's too fast to dodge. Kai no Juin, he whispered as the fireball engulfed him, exploding upon contact and sending smoke and flames skyward across the battlefield. Yugito growled with satisfaction as she inspected the crater filled with smoke. Got you, you little prick, she said. Tessenka no Mai. Suru, she was seized by a bone whip before she could blink. When she saw the shape of the bones, she thought, is that his spine? What the? She growled as the bones held her in place. These bones will take a few seconds to burn through, she added as she struggled to break free. With his left hand now transformed into a massive spear-like cluster of bones and his right hand holding the other end of the bone whip, Kimimaro declared, you're mine now, as he leapt out of the smoke and headed for her. Tessenka no Mai. Hana. As he struck, he yelled. As the attack struck, Yugito started, Nekomata and, her moment of disarray caused her own attack to become unstable, and the two of them were blown away in opposite directions. She felt the Nibi's chakra working quickly to heal her wounds, and as she let the Nibi's chakra fade from her body, Yugito rolled across the ground for a few seconds before stopping at the edge of a cliff, groaning as she forced herself onto her arms and knees. She turned her head and saw Kimimaro approaching slowly. Kimimaro firmly stated, you are indeed a formidable foe, however it is over now, as he drew closer to her. Isn't he arrogant? But from a servant of that snake's shame, what do you expect? With icy indifference, a female voice inquired. Who made that statement? Kimimaro halted a few feet away, uncertain of whom she was addressing, but he persisted in approaching after a brief pause. Yugito looked in the direction of the voice but found nothing. The voice said, I did, while a snake slithered up beside her. Who are you? Orochimaru's summons, perhaps. What? Yugito asked. Please don't insult me, the snake said sarcastically, and now, do you want to win or not? Little girl, I can see right into your heart that you have a desire for power that is only surpassed by your need to prove yourself. If my understanding is correct, prove yourself to him. Yugito said sharply, I don't know what you're talking about. I've had enough of your nervous breakdown, Kimimaro declared, preparing to kill her with one of his bones while standing over her. Are you interested in power? The snake gave her a hiss. Yes I do, Yugito said, examining the bone that resembled a dagger in Kimimaro's hand. The snake hissed, then take me into your hand and repeat after me, as Yugito grasped it. Please give me power, raging queen of the forgotten land. Having the authority to lead, make decisions, and govern. Freedom, I call upon you. Ascendo. As light burst from her form and blew Kimimaro away from the column of light, Yugito yelled. What did she do now? As he recovered, Kimimaro mumbled. As the light faded, Yugito's new form emerged, standing motionless against the evening sun like a statue, her blue cape flapping in the wind as she held out a silver sword that Kimimaro recognized as an enormous kusanagi at her side, her armor emerald green with gold plating stripes and 2 silver gauntlets on her hands. As the new raised her free hand towards him, Kimimaro thought, is that the kusanagi? Impossible. Orochimaru-sama has that blade and it would only be able to choose another master if he were dead. That cannot be. And what is this form she has taken? Yugito calmly uttered, Doden. Yamatatsu no jutsu, as the ground rattled beneath them. Kimimaro rasped, impossible, as the ground engulfed him. Yugito clenched her outstretched hand and said, embrace oblivion, as the earth slammed shut. Sawarabi no mai. Bones exploded up from the ground all around her, but those that hit her were unable to penetrate her armor. I'm not finished yet, he shouted as his body materialized from one of the bone clusters behind her with a bone spear as his right hand. I have you now. As he attacked, he yelled. I've gathered the densest, strongest of the earth to create this defense. Even your calcified bones aren't enough to penetrate it, Yugito muttered as she glanced over her shoulder. Doden. Iwa no tate, she said, and the attack was immediately stopped by a barrier of stone that appeared between them. I haven't been brainwashed. As he attempted to get past the barrier, Kimimaro yelled. Yugito sighed in relief and turned to return to the others. Yes you are. Doden. Tsuchi Shigur, she said as a barrage of rocks fell upon him from above, breaking his regenerating bones. So you'll accompany us back to Kumo? I doubt there will be much of a fuss now that Konoha has been destroyed, Kurabi thought. In appreciation, Tsunade nodded her head. Thank you for the offer, she said. Tsunade-sama. Why are you doing this? Shizune, her assistant, questioned her. Because that brat over there could have killed that sand guy but he didn't, Tsunade thought, emphasizing that such individuals are uncommon and will stop at nothing to ensure the happiness of those closest to them. She removed her necklace and tossed it to Naruto, saying, oh, and I almost forgot. What is this? As he studied the green crystal, Naruto inquired. My grandfather's legacy, Tsunade replied with a grin. It's cursed but I want to bet on you to break that curse, so that's why I've given it to you. Naruto said, thanks, unsure of what to say. May we now head home? As Yugito felt the kusanagi transform back into a snake and coil around her right arm, she said, I could really use a shower. Kurabi turned to go, rapping, okay, let's head back to Kumo. There are 5 knights with a 6th being all 5 merged together, so if Yugito is the 4th knight then who is the 5th? Was the thought that kept coming to Naruto as they walked. When the team got back to Kumo, Anbu took Gaara right away to a containment cell for when Naruto's jutsu would wear off. It didn't really matter because he had learned a fuinjutsu on the way back that would completely seal off a biju from its jinchuriki, which he had used as soon as they got home. Despite his advanced age, he was very skilled at seals, and Kurabi had praised him for it, but by Jiraiya's standards, he was still a novice. What will happen to him now, then? Naruto posed the query. He's being returned to Suna. Once there he will no longer be our problem, he responded. Why? They despise him, asked Naruto. He is also a Suna nin and rightly falls under their jurisdiction, the Raikage clarified, adding, and I'd prefer not to face a 4th grade shinobi war just yet. If we don't hand him over, it could spark conflict. We still need to think about the Akatsuki, he continued. Is there any update from Ero Sennin yet? After a moment, Naruto asked. According to yes. He's made contact with the Konoha remnant. They have no allies and Suna and Iwa are at war right now throughout the Land of Fire. Now that Konoha has been destroyed and the Fire Daimyo has lost his military might, it's essentially a land grab. How do you anticipate them acting? Yugito inquired inquisitively. Jiraiya Dono will most likely organize Konoha's survivors and attempt to leave the nation. There is little chance that Konoha will ever be rebuilt without the assistance of the Fire Daimyo. They're just nomads for the time being, he answered. How about Iwa and Suna? Naruto inquired. Konoha and your father in particular have always been despised by Iwa. They are engaged in a battle to seize as much territory and resources as possible from the Land of Fire. Suna, on the other hand, seek restitution for their losses during Konoha's destruction as well as for the death of their Yondaime Kazekage. The Raikage clarified, I don't expect them to try anything against us because Kumo has been largely ignored because we're trying to maintain our neutrality and the balance of power has shifted in our favor due to Konoha's destruction. I see, Naruto said with a nod of comprehension. Will that be all Raikage the same way? He inquired. After he gave the order, the 3 Chunin filed out of the room. That's everything. Dismissed, she said. As Karabi rapped, they gotten better, but they still have yet to face their true terror, the door shut. Jiraiya Dono was able to locate Yami's next target. It's Takikakure no Sato, he replied. What made him go there? To look at them icily? Karabi inquired. He answered, I don't know. How are you going to respond? For once, Karabi did not rap when he asked. Jiraiya claims that Yami won't be infiltrating Taki for 3 more days. I want Team B to be fully recovered and prepared for deployment by tomorrow morning. B, get them ready, he said. After a while, the 2 females of Team B stopped at an empty training platform, and Yugito finally released Haku, who had just left the room when he grabbed her arm and pulled her away, saying goodbye to a bewildered and slightly alarmed Naruto. What is Yugito-chan involved in? At last, Haku inquired. Yugito said, You know what it's about, as she turned her head away. So you're finally admitting it. That's good, but I'm not the one you should be telling, Haku said with a smile. And I still want to hear you say it, she continued. I love Naruto, Yugito said at last. It's took me a while to realize it, but after seeing how far he would go to save someone from themselves like he did Gaara. I suppose I always knew but chose to ignore it. Haku smiled and nodded, saying, he's too kind. He doesn't care what someone is, just who they are. You love him too, Yugito remarked, turning to face the older girl. With that, what comes next? She asked directly. Adding, I don't mind sharing, Haku said. I do mind, said Yugito. Naruto is the last member of the Uzumaki clan of the fallen Uzushiogakure no Sato, Haku said. In order to re-establish the clan he will have more than 1 child, and having 2 wives will help to reach that goal. Yugito gritted her teeth and turned away, her face flushed. I am a member of the Yatsuki clan. But that law hasn't been used in years, not since the Second War, she said. I have no clan, Yugito-chan, Haku sadly acknowledged. Everyone tried to eradicate the Genkei in Kirikeke because they were viewed as subhuman. My father attempted to kill my mother and me after learning that we both had a Kekkei Genkei. He attempted to kill me and killed my mother. In the end, I killed him with my Kekkei Genkei, but Zabuza-sama saved me. I've only ever wanted a family since Zabuza-sama was killed, and I want you and Naruto to be that family. With her fists clenched at her sides, Yugito muttered, Haku-chan. All right, she sighed, we'll find some way to make it work. We have to, she concluded. I'm sure we will, Haku said with a smile. Perhaps the Kyuubi's rate of recovery and regeneration also applies to other activities. That caused Yugito to flush. You've been spending too much time around that perverted Sannin. As he made a hand seal, Naruto thought, well, according to Karabi-sensei, my elemental affinity is wind, and he's already taught me how to augment my swords with it like he does with the lightning element. Taju Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, he said, and hundreds of clones appeared on the training platform instantly. Okay, I want you pair up and see what you can do with it, he ordered, and the clones divided into pairs. To the surprise of the gathered clones, he vanished in a puff of smoke about 9 minutes and 18 seconds later. Hey, did the boss disappear? One clone inquired. Hell if I know, said another. The first clone shrugged and leapt off the platform, returning to the main village. Whatever. I'm going to go prank the village, he said. The second clone remarked, boss is not going to be happy about that, before returning his attention to the task at hand. Cloud Peak, the land of lightning. The mountain that loomed over the rest of the region was called Cloud Peak. It was even bigger than the mountain on which Kumo was situated and was mostly covered in snow and ice. All of the dragons in the elemental countries lived on Cloud Peak, and few people dared attempt to ascend it. In fact, the Sandaime Raikage was the last person to do so in the days after the Second Great Shinobi War began. Miyaka slapped her claw down on the ground and called out, Gyaku Kachiyose no Jutsu, as Naruto emerged in a cloud of smoke. What was that in hell? Startled, Naruto cried out. Sorry, Miyaka said, feeling a little ashamed. Were you busy? With innocence, she inquired. Why does it seem to me that this is not a call for social interaction? Naruto inquired. Because it's not, Hodori said, emerging from behind the precipice. How are you? The boss of the dragon asked. It's freezing, retorted Naruto. Hodori chuckled softly at that, saying, yes, well. You humans don't have a natural resistance to cold weather like we do. This is actually quite pleasant for us. It's not exactly what I would call a tropical paradise, Naruto said, attempting to stay warm while shivering. Miyaka joked, you should see it during the winter, and Naruto moaned. Hodori said, enough of this, and then turned away. The dragon boss commanded, come with me. I am taking you to meet the elder, and he began to head toward the nearby large cavern entrance. Who is this elder that you are referring to? Naruto asked, trailing closely behind. Of all the dragons in the tribes, he is the oldest and most respected. Seryu-sama, replied Hodori. Having fought in the Demon Wars and proven himself superior on numerous occasions, including a brief battle against the Jubi before the Rakudo Sennin himself arrived, Seryu was by far the oldest dragon in the entire known world, with knowledge and age dating back to before even the Rakudo Sennin had been born. Before settling down on Cloud Peak, he had united the dragon tribes and led the dragon race for millennia. 3 years before her death, his late soulmate had hollowed out the entire mountain, and the tribes had made it their home. He had resigned from his position as boss after his mate's death and grieved her loss. Even as he neared the end of his life, it wasn't normal for him to give orders to anyone or use his authority at all. His nephew and heir, Hodori, had taken over as the tribe's boss after he stepped down, and Seryu had given advice when asked but had stayed out of the affairs of the tribes, preferring to watch over them as they continued to grow. Today, that had changed. Seryu had gone straight to the central chamber and addressed his nephew directly, giving him the straightforward directive to bring Uzumaki Naruto to him right away, unharmed and alone. Naturally, this had raised many alarms among the dragon tribes, as he hadn't used his power since before the ninja villages were founded. Seryu then went back to his home, a sizable throne room near the cavern's bottom, and waited while Hodori personally went to call for the boy. Soon after he had finally arrived, Hodori said, "Seryu-sama," and bowed his head respectfully. "Uzumaki Naruto, as you had requested," he said, pointing to the blond man by his side. Seryu bowed his head in acknowledgement and said, "You have my thanks, nephew. Would you mind staying outside while I speak with the boy for a little while?" Although it was framed as a question, the two dragons swiftly left the room after realizing it was an order. Despite his nervousness, Naruto maintained his composure as he focused entirely on the enormous and seemingly strong dragon elder in front of him, Seryu, who was at least 3 times as big as Hodori and appeared to be much meaner. The dragon's tail whipped out faster than most people could blink, striking Naruto in the side. The blond boy yelled as he crashed into the nearby wall, and the thud from the impact reverberated throughout the large chamber. A moment later, fire erupted from Seryu's throat, and a moment after that, the Uzumaki air washed over him. Suddenly, a single figure, whom he immediately recognized, lunged at the dragon elder. The White Knight was there. When Naruto brought the Ryujin down on the dragon elder, Seryu used pure chakra to swat the blade away and slammed his entire body weight into the White Knight, causing Naruto to skid to a stop a few feet away and crouch with his sword at his side and his shield raised. "So even though you have that blade, you are still unable to use its full powers yet," Seryu thought. "What on earth is happening? You just attacked me, but why?" Naruto made a demand. As his wings spread out and then retracted once more, Seryu responded, "I wanted to test how much of Duke's power you can control. You are able to assume Duke's form, but you are unable to use your primary abilities, as demonstrated by the fact that I easily swatted the Ryujin away from me." "What on earth are you discussing?" Angrily, Naruto asked. "You two became one entity, and Duke is the Ryujin. Your shadow self and the Onijin have merged into a single entity, much like Crusader. He has complete access to the Onijin's actual abilities, which is the only thing that separates you two," Seryu clarified. "First," Naruto said, "Yami he is a shadow, less than human, and a creature that isn't really alive until he kills you. He can steal the power of others because he doesn't have any himself. Didn't you think it was odd that you can't steal human bloodlines, but he could? You are here today because I think you are the one who can unleash the full potential of the Ryujin, but even though you can assume that form, it is still largely locked. It's the Onijin's special power," Seryu interrupted. "Why me? You gave me the Ryujin, but why? Since I got it, it has only caused me problems," Naruto yelled angrily. "Do you think I should have given it to someone else instead? That Sasuke guy from your academy days, perhaps? Boy, of course not. You are Fate's pawn and the one who will bring about a revolution in this world. You have been selected by Fate to make a difference. The world might have taken a much darker turn than it has now if we hadn't given you the Ryujin," Seryu growled in response. "All right, so what should I do? The Ryujin's actual power is sealed, isn't that correct? How can I get it unlocked?" After some time, Naruto inquired. Seryu said, "That, my dear boy, is why I have summoned you," with a smile that seemed to be a dragon's. "Power down and we may begin," he said, and Naruto grudgingly transformed back into a human. "Now step into the center of the circle on the floor," he said, as Naruto hurried to take his place at the center of the seal matrix on the chamber floor. Exactly what is this? The seal's lips lifted as Naruto asked. A moment later, as his skin began to darken and his muscles began to convulse, the necklace around his neck began to glow. His hair turned crimson, and 10 rings exploded from the floor, each perfectly fitting and glowing green, before the chakra chains retracted into him and the light began to fade. Chains of chakra exploded from his body and struck 10 different locations on the floor. What just took place? Confused, Naruto asked. Seryu merely stated, "You have ascended," before going on to explain, "There have been numerous Ryu Sennin, but no one has ever mastered the Ryujin before. Only on a technicality, and not since Rikudo Sennin himself." "So now I can make the most of the Ryujin?" Naruto inquired. The Ryujin fuses with the wielder directly and bestows upon them 3 extremely dangerous abilities, in contrast to the Onijin, which absorbs and duplicates power from outside sources. First, you will be stronger than the average man. Second, you will be able to control energy to an inhuman level. And finally, but no less important, you will be able to temporarily supercharge your body with chakra. You are a very dangerous opponent because of these 3 factors combined, Seryu explained. When you use that burst mode, your coils will naturally be strained, but even on the battlefield, the Kyuubi should be able to repair the damage in less than a minute. All right, so what are the rings used for? Naruto inspected the rings on his fingers before asking. Those are the rings of ascension, Seryu replied. They will help you focus your burst mode and Kyuubi's power up to a certain point. A specific point? Naruto inquired. Seryu said, 3 tails, maximum, in conclusion. Finally, all right, Naruto said. We are done here, said Seryu, his voice tinged with stone. Don't be misled, Uzumaki. You are the child of prophecy and you will usher in a revolution unlike anything this world has seen since the Rikudo Sennin's time. I hope you're prepared for when fate finds you because if you're not, I worry that we'll all suffer the consequences. Examining the mission form, Naruto questioned, You're sure it's Yami? Yes I am. He confirmed with a nod. Jiraiya-sama tracked him to Takigakure no Sato a little while ago. Your orders are to find out what he's doing and stop him, at all costs. He's already done enough damage, destroying Konoha and reducing an entire country into a battleground. Naruto nodded and put the form back on the desk. We'll get it done, he said. Your team is going alone this time, he said, pointing to the 3 Chunin. I need my brother here just in case Iwa decides to get any ideas, not that I expect any trouble as long as they're concentrating on the land of fire but I'd rather be safe than sorry. Haku said, Understood Raikage-sama, and bowed her head. The Raikage gestured them to wait a moment. One more thing before you go, he said. A former Konoha elder by the name of Danzo has recently taken over Oto and has also targeted Taki. Do not engage them if you can but do what you think is necessary to complete this mission understand? As they nodded he concluded. He gave the order, dismissed, and the 3 Chunin departed the office. Waterfall Land. Airship. It's a good thing the techs back in Kumo are already finished building the first wave of airships, said Naruto. If they weren't we would have never been able to reach Taki in time on foot. We're just lucky they got everything they needed from this thing. Yugito's response was a sharp one. Naruto smirked as he lay down on the couch and said, I'm just saying if we're going to travel around all the time then what better way to do it than in comfort. When Yugito said, I never pictured you as the lazy type, he was deadpan. Our opponent is Yami, Haku declared from the controls. She questioned them, should we really be taking this so lightly? Naruto said, don't get me wrong, first. I'm worried about what he's doing but what's the point in getting all hyped up before we even confront him? Yugito sighed, I guess you've got a point. Haku questioned the 2, any idea what he's after? The file didn't say. But I bet he's after the Nanabi Jinchuriki, Yugito proposed. Taki has a Jinchuriki? I thought only the 5, 4 main villages have them, was Naruto's startled response. All of the Biju were distributed between the villages by the Shodai Hokage, Yugito said. Taki is the only village to receive a Biju outside of the main villages. Naruto questioned, how do you know that? I doubt it's common knowledge. Kumo has always had the Nibi and the Hachibi since those days. It's the same with Suna having the Ichibi and Konoha having the Kyuubi. We've always had them since before the First War, Yugito replied with simplicity. What do you mean Konoha has always had the Kyuubi? The Kyuubi attacked Konoha 14 years ago, Naruto was perplexed. The Kyuubi was sealed into the Shodai Hokage's wife, a woman by the name of Uzumaki Mito, Yugito responded. Naruto was shocked by this and questioned, "What do you mean? There was a Kyuubi Jinchuriki before me? And she was a member of my clan?" "Of course," Yugito confirmed with a nod. Uzumaki Mito was said to have been an extraordinarily powerful woman who lived all the way into the reign of the Sandaime Hokage. "She's Tsunade-sama's grandmother, or didn't she say anything? When she died, the Kyuubi disappeared and only reappeared on the day it attacked Konoha." Naruto asked, "So no one knows where it went?" "Not really. A lot of people thought it might have been resealed and the Jinchuriki hidden, but no one really knows. If anyone does, they're probably keeping it to themselves," Yugito said with a smirk. "I sealed half of Kyuubi's chakra in you for a reason other than simply believing you could control its power. 12 years ago, when the Kyuubi attacked Konoha, someone was manipulating it." Naruto relived the memory in his head, thinking, there's at least one person who knows where it disappeared too. Haku called, "We're coming up on the drop zone now," and brought the airship to a halt over a clearing. She declared, "I'm setting us down now," as the airship came down and touched down in the clearing. Yugito turned to the hatch and said, "All right, let's go." A moment later, they hurried out of the airship, saying, "What do we do about the ship? I don't think we should just leave it like it is." When Naruto tapped a seal on the airship's side, it vanished. "1 second, he said. Yugito asked, "What did you just do?" "Activated a seal I've been working on," Naruto said, turning away. "I based it on an invisibility jutsu from Iwa. It's meant to turn objects invisible." "Your Fuinjutsu is getting better," Haku said. Yugito said, "Let's move out," and the three vanished into the woods. Waterfall Country. Takigakure no Sato was found, as expected, inside a large cavern with a huge tree in the middle, behind a waterfall. Located at the base of the tree, the village appeared serene as the sun shone through the tree's branches and ceiling cracks. This serene scene was disrupted, though, when a string of explosions engulfed the village's east side in crimson flames, killing countless Taki nins and bystanders. "Stay away from me," yelled a 14-year-old girl at her three assailants. Auto nins descended upon the village all around them, destroying everything and everyone that stood in their way. A second later, a pale-skinned 14-year-old boy wearing Enbu gear and his two teammates landed in front of her. The young man had served as Danzo-sama's personal assistant and later his right-hand man during his full-scale takeover of Otogakure no Sato. Danzo-sama had to relocate his operations after Konoha was destroyed, and he decided to use Auto. The young man was paired with two Auto ninjas, Suigetsu and Jugo, and given the codename Sai. Other than the Sound Four, who had gone rogue and left the nation, these two were Orochimaru's most formidable and dangerous former forces. After Danzo revealed his Sharingan and halted his transformation, Jugo finally agreed to work for him, despite his initial reluctance. The trio was now in charge of an army of Auto and Root Enbu nins that were fighting Takigakure no Sato and, more significantly, its Jinchuriki. "I apologize, Fu-san, but Danzo-sama has ordered that you be taken into custody," Sai said in a monotone. Fu yelled, "I said stay away, Hijutsu, Mashidama," and hurled a swarm of insects at the trio. As the swarm drew closer, Sai thought, "That's an Abarame's secret jutsu." He quickly concluded, she must have acquired this ability from the Biju within her. Suigetsu yelled, "Suiten, Daibakufu no Jutsu," as he called forth the nearby lake's water to wash away the bugs and level a number of buildings. Jugo appeared above her and slashed down with his enormous fist as Fu leapt back onto the roof of a nearby, undamaged building. A moment later, the punch destroyed the roof she had been standing on, and Fu barely avoided the blow. Sai exclaimed, "Choju Giga," as 4 ink lions emerged from his scroll. A black blur landed next to her and grabbed her violently just as the beasts were ready to attack. Fu yelled in surprise as the chakra encased them both in a spinning ball as he spun and released chakra. When the chakra ball made contact with the attacking ink lions and tore them apart, Sai's eyes widened a little. The unknown whispered, "Kaden," after the chakra ball subsided. "I'm sorry to interrupt you and nutjobs, but I can't let you kill her or capture her," he said clearly as he stepped in front of the Nanabi Jinchuriki. Calmly, "Uzumaki Naruto," Sai said. Yami yelled angrily, "Uzumaki Yami. How many times must I tell you? I am not that orange neon sign." Couldn't people distinguish between them? Really? For crying out loud, one was all love, peace, and understanding, and the other was death, destruction, and bloodshed. "Danzo-sama has ordered your capture as well," Sai said. "Come with us quietly and you will not be harmed." Yami smiled with laughter. "Yeah, it's not the best invitation, so no thanks," she said. When he said, "Oh, and by the way, I'm a shadow clone, he quickly clarified. Chidori. Yami rushed up behind Sai and ripped his lightning-streaked fist through Sai's heart at that precise moment. With a whisper, one down, Sai vanished into ink a moment later. He mumbled, "Crap, it's a clone," as Jugo materialized beside him. Faster than he could react, the Auto Nin's punch struck his face and changed into some sort of mutant monster arm. Yami was literally thrown to the ground as his elbows rocket-like thrusters ignited and accelerated his arm down on his face. Yami said, "Not bad," from beneath Jugo's fist. With Yami's free hand now gripping the Onijin, she abruptly severed Jugo's arm, saying, "But you'll need more than that to kill me." Suigetsu entered from the side, swinging for the intruder's head while holding his custom-made Zanpato. Quickly shifting his weight and bracing himself, Yami used the Onijin to block the enormous blade. As this was happening, Sai prepared his Tonto at his side and ran at him from behind. When Fu leapt between them, Yami was about to release the chakra from his Kyuubi cells after spotting him coming. She muttered, "Futon. Fukunai," and the wind chakra emanated from the kunai she was holding. Sai used his Tonto to strike down, but Fu swiftly deflected the blow, severing the root's blade. Then she dropped the kunai, kicked him away, and made a series of hand seals. She screamed, "Futon. Daitopa," and blew the root Anbu back a few feet with a burst of wind. At that moment, Yami pushed Suigetsu away and charged at him, his fist now covered in lightning. "Chidori!" he exclaimed, startling the Auto swordsman. As Suigetsu splashed the ground a few feet away, he exclaimed with delight, "How do you like that? Hey Toots! How would you like to come with me?" Yami then asked, glancing at the girl behind him. With her gaze fixed on the root Anbu before her, Fu questioned, "With you? Why would I do something like that?" "Oh, I don't know," Yami said with a sly smile behind him. "Maybe because of the fact that your village is pretty much screwed. Taki won't survive long and I am offering you a way out of here." "Fine," concurred Fu. She questioned, "What's up with Happy-san over there?" as seals began to appear on Jugo's skin. Yami deadpanned, "Maybe he's constipated," as Jugo's body transformed into a gray monster the size of a human. Jugo rushed forward, "Grab on." Fu grabbed hold of the blonde shadow just before he began to spin, and he roared at the two, "And he's got bad breath." "Kaden." Jugo was pushed away from the two as a ball of chakra encased them. When Fu yelled, "Drop your barrier," the chakra ceased to spin. Out of her, hundreds of bugs burst forth and swiftly circled them. Mushi came no jutsu. "That's cool but also kinda creepy," Yami acknowledged. Fu yelled in his face, "Well, sorry for being the Nanabi Jinchuriki. What the hell is going on here anyway? Who are you and why are those people outside destroying my home?" she asked. "A man named Danzo. He's real piece of work. Has decided to basically conquer the entire bloody world and your village was his first target. He wanted to get his hands on you or more specifically the Nanabi sealed in you for his new army which he'd then train and unleash on the major villages. After he dealt with you his next target is Suna and their Jinchuriki," Yami said with a smirk. Fu said, "And what about you?" Amused, Yami said, "Me? I seek naught but blood and carnage. I want them all dead, I want power, and I want to take over the entire world. To do that I need you," he continued. "Me? Why me?" Fu thought, perplexed. She demanded, "What do you want from me?" "Just you," was Yami's straightforward reply. "I couldn't care less about the Nanabi, though it does help it is not really much of a factor in my plans. I want a female Jinchuriki. There are only two and the other one has already joined my enemy." Fu questioned, "Your enemy?" "A guy called Uzumaki Naruto," indicated Yami. "He's a Kumo nin and the one who wields the brother sword of my Onijin," he declared, brandishing his sword. Finally, Fu said, "Just get me out of this nightmare, and I'll join you." Yami dropped a katana into her hands and said, "Okay then. Here, take this." The Nanabi Jinchuriki asked him, "What is this?" Yami said slowly, "Just listen," and then there was silence. "Can you hear me, please?" As she dropped the blade, Fu yelled, "What the hell?" "Oh no, you foolish girl, that hurt, next time, be kinder. You know, I'm not made of titanium." After asking, "You're not made of what?" Fu shook her head. She demanded, "How are you talking?" "Later, ask the idiot over there. Now, get me back up and follow my instructions to the letter, or you'll perish here." Reluctantly, Fu said, "All right fine," and picked up the blade once more. Yami smiled and said, "Drop the barrier," and the bug barrier vanished in an instant. Sai commanded, "Jugo, kill them," as Jugo rushed up the cannons on his chest. Burning Empress of the everlasting sky, I ask you to grant me power. The power of deliverance, the power judgment and the power to vanquish the unworthy. I call upon you. Justice. Ascendo. Fu sang and burst into green light. Soon after, Yami transformed into his night form and said, Dark Knight of the Fallen Kingdom. I humbly ask that you grant me power. The power of the forgotten, the power of destruction, and the power of reincarnation. I call upon you. Crusader. Ascendo. Now standing next to his black-clad self was what appeared to be a hunter of some kind, brandishing a variety of blades, from daggers to the lone katana she was holding. She glared down at the 3 auto nins in front of her, her helmet pulling back a little as her eyes glowed a dark green. Yami laughed and said, Now aren't you glad you joined me? Fu exhaled, futon. Tatoi Taifu, and a powerful gust of wind swept through the room. Jugo fared fairly well, despite the fact that he was now missing both arms and was gradually growing them back. Sai and Suigetsu were cut to pieces almost immediately. The majority of the Auto army had been eliminated in that final assault, and the village surrounding them was now totally destroyed. I have to admit that was beautiful, Yami said, whistling. Hey. At least you know how to show a girl a good time, Fu replied. Raiden. Ryuga. Yami was struck from behind by a lightning claw. Yami swiftly spun around and raised his sword, sidestepping the blow with a narrow deflection. The White Knight roared, You're not getting away this time, Yami, as he appeared. Yami laughed when she saw the newcomers. Well, I'll be damned, she said. Haku and Yugito were standing next to Naruto, both in their night forms and with their weapons ready. I knew you'd track me down eventually. I just never thought you'd bring the other 2 knights with you, they said. Fu questioned the Black Knight, So these are the enemies you were talking about? Yami gave a nod. Allow me to introduce you the other 3 knights of the ancients. Uzumaki Naruto, Ni Yugito and Momochi Haku. Well now. This'll be fun, Fu said, chuckling a little before assuming a kenjutsu pose. Let's dance, Yami said with a smile as he leveled the Onijin at the White Knight. You're mine, Yami, Naruto snarled as he charged forward, followed closely by Yugito and Haku. With the village totally destroyed by the auto root attack and the attackers themselves all but destroyed by the stray attacks of the 5 fighting knights, Takigakure no Sato was no more. It was understandable that Naruto would choose to face Yami alone given their relationship, while Yugito and Haku fought Fu. Since the Nanabi Jinchuriki was powered by a Biju, unlike the other knights except Naruto, she was turning out to be a far more formidable foe than first believed. Fu yelled, Futon. Tatoi Taifu, and hurled a powerful gust of wind at the 2 female knights. Doden. Kekai, Yugito murmured as a barrier of rocks shaped like a dome appeared between them. But it was in vain because the Earth Queen was forced to retreat when Fu's wind attack broke the barrier in a matter of seconds. Haku exclaimed, Hyaden. Sennen Hyoro, as enormous ice pillars grew around the Sky Empress. Doden. Tsuchi Shigur, Yugito replied, launching a barrage of fast-moving stones into Fu's body. Fu snarled, You bitch, as she leapt at them and swung her sword. After swiftly catching the blow with her own blade, Yugito kicked forward, but Fu leapt back. After exclaiming, Futon. Hanichiri Mai. She quickly threw a hail of petals at the Earth Queen, each of which was strengthened by wind chakra to intensify its destructive potential. Yugito cried out, Doden. Iwa no Tate, as a layer of earth covered her body. She yelled, Try something else, as the wind tore at the armor. Don't forget about me, Haku muttered as she swooped down on the Sky Empress and slashed her with her sword. Fu drew another sword from her back and caught the blow as it was brought down, bracing herself. As soon as Yugito noticed this, he threw the kusanagi at the Nanabi Jinchuriki. However, Fu anticipated this and snatched another sword from her back, firmly putting it in the ground between them and letting the kusanagi strike it. After spinning and kicking Haku away, Fu rushed at the now unarmed Yugito. The first attack came from the side, but the Nibi Jinchuriki quickly released her gauntlet blades and parried it. However, she failed to parry the follow-up as Fu cracked the armor with a quick knee to Yugito's plated ribs after releasing another blade on her leg. Haku cried out, Hyaden. Yukihana no Jutsu, as ice formed at Fu's feet and quickly surrounded her in a prison of ice in the shape of a flower. A few seconds after Fu said, Futon. Dangekinami, the ice surrounding him broke. I don't know who you are, but I know you can do better than that. Shall we continue? Fu asked the 2 of them. Yugito yelled, Haku. Let's go. as her gauntlet blade retracted and the kusanagi slithered back into her hand. Fu nodded and lifted off once more. Right, he said. Naruto yelled, "You're too slow, Yami," and used his shield to swat his alter ego away. Yami sneered and thought, how could he have gotten so much stronger since our last battle? It has to be his night. Naruto had obviously honed his kenjutsu in the 2 years since the Battle of Wave, to the point where confronting him up close was practically suicide. It would seem clear that the Kyuubi Jinchuriki had picked up some skills of his own after spending the previous 2 years training under Yatsuki Kurabi, a kenjutsu master who was on par with Kiri's 7 shinobi swordsmen in skill. A second later, Naruto rushed forward, collected chakra for his sword, and swung it. In a flash, Yami collected chakra in his own blade and swung to block the White Knight's blow. Behind the waterfall, they clashed in a flurry of lights that illuminated the dead and destroyed village. Naruto yelled, "Raiden, Feineru Yajimento," as they fought. Soon after, Yami exclaimed, "Raiden, Sutorai Ningu." The 2 knights were flung apart by an explosion that reverberated throughout the room. Both of them remained motionless for a few long seconds as Naruto crashed through a damaged building and Yami splashed down in the nearby lake. There were brief periods of quiet on the battlefield, interrupted only by the sounds of the other 3 knights engaged in combat farther up near the tree. Yami recovered first, breaking through the water's surface and ascending back to the dry land. Soon after, Naruto emerged from the wreckage of the building and stood up straight again. "Is that the best you can do, Yami? You can't even touch me now?" Naruto chided. "Surrender?" "Never," Yami retorted, spreading his wings. Kaden. Senpu Hozenka. Flames erupted from the wings and swept across Naruto, who had shielded himself to avoid the full force of the assault. Yami narrowed his eyes as the area where he had stood was covered in words as the flames subsided. Naruto leapt out of the smoke and lunged at the Black Knight, but Yami couldn't see the White Knight because of the blue cape that appeared from the smoke. Naruto swiftly slammed his shield against the Black Knight's helmet after Yami was only just able to block the blow. After that, Naruto kicked him in the chest and slashed at his midsection, sending him tumbling back into the cavern's side. Naruto yelled, "You lose, Yami," as he directed his shield's chakra charge toward the fallen Black Knight, who had wrapped his wings around himself. "Raiden, Feinari Ryushin." Yami was struck by lightning chakra that burst from the shield and struck the cavern wall where she was standing. The area was covered in smoke and flames after a deafening explosion. After the smoke cleared, Yami was visible leaning against the demolished cavern wall, covered in his own blood and once again in human form. He suffered nearly crippling damage even though he had used his wings to protect himself from the onslaught his lighter counterpart had unleashed against him. He would have perished in that final assault if it weren't for the Kyuubi cells that are now healing his body. "Damn you," Yami spit out, wiping his mouth of blood. In a flash of red light, he exclaimed, how did you? You shouldn't be stronger than me, instead." With a grim expression, Naruto thought, that must be from his Kyuubi cells. Taju Amari. A Yami with 6 tails that was now covered in red chakra began to shoot red blasts at the White Knight. Naruto complained, "This isn't going to be easy," as the bolts struck his shield as he raised it. When they hit him, they exploded, pushing him back while Yami began to charge a big ball of chakra at his mouth. Yami shouted, "Rokubiko Amari," and threw the ball at the knight. In an instant, the ball rolled over Naruto's position, breaking Duke's armor and causing Naruto to transform back into a human. As the Kyuubi Jinchuriki pounced on him, a skeleton began to form around him, and Yami growled at him. Naruto counterattacked by punching the fox in the head after swiftly rolling to the side to avoid the first blow. With a roar, Yami ejected a shockwave that blew the blonde back into a nearby debris pile. As he stumbled back to his feet, Naruto thought grimly, "I can't win like this. He'll kill me at this rate, and Duke won't be able to hit him as long as he's in that form. It's time." "What is the time for?" With his sword in hand, Naruto posed the question. "It's time for us to unite." As the Ryujin glowed orange and light surrounded him, Naruto planted it in the ground in front of him. With a long blue cape now flapping in the wind behind him, a helmet formed over his head and white armor encircled his body as the Ryujin infused itself into his spine. With an angry growl, Yami asked, "What the fuck is that?" Naruto calmly responded, "The real me," while preparing the Ryujin in his grasp. "This won't save you," Yami roared, his mouth releasing a compressed chakra beam. Naruto reappeared behind the Shadow Warrior after vanishing just before the beam hit him. "What?" Yami snarled as he spun around, but Naruto kicked him in the face with a spinning motion, sending him flying across the battlefield. A second later, Yami landed and vanished in a flash of speed. Following suit, Naruto pushed his body past its limits as white chakra moved across it like a second skeleton. The two collided more quickly than most people could see, and each blow sent shockwaves that got harder and harder. Naruto was right behind Yami when he reappeared, but Yami knocked him away with one of his tails and threw a volley of tiny chakra bolts at him. Despite his skin feeling like it was on fire, Naruto managed to avoid the attack by kicking Yami into the air. Soon after, Naruto arrived, accompanied by 8 clones. The swift succession of clones' attacks caught the still airborne Yami completely unprepared and battered him from all sides. At last, the actual Naruto leapt over him and swung down, landing a spinning kick that struck the fox in the head. The blonde cried out, "Uzumaki Naruto Renden," as Yami plunged back to earth with a loud thud and a billow of smoke and dust. A moment later, as his clones vanished and the chakra skeleton vanished from his form, Naruto touched down again. I now understand what old man Seryu was saying about the strain of this burst mode. Holy Mother of God, that hurts. You. Yami snarled, looking down on his hands and knees as the dust settled. I won't stand for this, Naruto, he scowled. Naruto joked, you don't appear to be standing at all, in spite of his exhaustion. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, he said, and a moment later, 2 clones appeared beside him. What are you doing now? A bell-like screech reverberated throughout the battlefield as a spiraling sphere of chakra and wind formed in the real Naruto's hand, prompting Yami to ask the question as the clones began channeling chakra to his hand. Yami, here I am. As he launched his clones forward, Naruto yelled. Yami was about to retreat when Naruto suddenly switched into his burst mode and lunged forward, slipping through Yami's defenses and driving the attack into his chest. The clones initially jumped at the chakra fox and were swatted away as Naruto approached. Rasen Shuriken, Futon. In a matter of seconds, the Kyuubi's chakra enclosing Yami's body was slashed and torn apart, blowing Yami back as the ball engulfed in a spiral of wind and power, and then the ball exploded, sending both fighters crashing down in the middle of the newly formed crater, while Naruto's arm was sliced open to the bone and bled. Quietness. Since his chakra cloak had taken the brunt of the attack, Yami wasn't much better, but the Kyuubi's cells were now floating in the air around him and were eventually absorbed by Naruto. Naruto stood up warily, clutching his bleeding right arm, which looked so bad that you could see the bone. Naruto said to him, I win, Yami. You've lost. Kachiyose no Jutsu, Yami replied, biting his thumb and forming a series of hand seals. You may have won the battle, but the war is far from over, Naruto, he said, and a moment later a large hawk appeared at his side. We're leaving now. The situation is no longer favorable, he told the hawk. Yami climbed on Takamaru's back after he nodded, right, and the hawk took off, flying in the direction of the opposing knights. You're not going anywhere. Naruto shouted and fought through the pain in his arm in order to form the same set of hand seals. Kachiyose no Jutsu. A second later, Miyaka emerged in a puff of smoke. We have to pursue them, so there's no time to explain, Miyaka-chan. He mounted and gestured to the hawk that was running away. Hey, lovely? Do you need a lift? As Takamaru flew low, Yami called out and extended his hand. Fu instantly transformed back into a human and grasped it before he hauled her up onto the hawk's back. Return here. As she watched them run, Yugito yelled. Coming through. Miyaka threw them a rope, which they caught and pulled themselves, now in human form, up onto the dragon's back as they left the cavern and flew out into the open air. Naruto yelled as Miyaka flew right over them and pursued the hawk that was running away. This is completely crazy. Over the swift-moving winds, Yugito yelled. Try to bring them down, Miyaka-chan, Naruto informed her. Teppodama, Kaden. The dragon launched a number of massive fireballs at the hawk while slanting slightly. A few more fireballs soon followed, forcing Takamaru to pull up to avoid the volley, but he barely avoided it, diving towards the ground and banking up as the fireballs exploded against the ground behind him. They won't just abandon us, will they? Kachiyose no Jutsu, Yami said, forming a set of hand seals. 3 stone-like hawks then materialized in the air next to them, and the 4 of them angled so they could fly straight up. Remain calm. As the final golem and Takamaru circled her, Miyaka roared as she banked sharply and pursued, still spitting fireballs. 2 of the golems dropped back, and Miyaka barely avoided them as they passed her. Her teammate nodded as Haku trailed off. Should we? A moment later, she leapt off, lunging at one of the golems and severing it in half with her Kabikiri Hocho. Next was Yugito, who sprang at another golem, setting her arm on fire. Kaizuki. As she sliced through the stone like hawk and fell, she cried out. Teppodama. Kaden. When Naruto finally leapt off, Miyaka swooped down and grabbed Haku and Yugito before they could fall all the way to the ground, then threw another fireball and caught the final golem in its flaming blaze. Yami grunted and grabbed Fu, tossing them off the hawk. Damn, he said. Rasengan. Yami turned in midair as the three of them fell through the clouds and formed a set of hand seals. A moment later, Naruto struck, sending the spiraling sphere into the hawk's back and making it vanish in a puff of smoke. Hosenka no Jutsu, Kaden said. As he hurled multiple tiny fireballs at his lighter counterpart, Yami yelled. Despite knowing that he was in freefall, Naruto straightened and attempted to accelerate downwards towards Yami, swung in with a punch that connected with Yami's shoulder, but Yami spun wildly and kicked him away as the ground got closer and closer. Naruto literally blasted himself out of the way of the fireballs by channeling as much wind chakra as he could to his sides. After a few long minutes, Naruto and Yami were on their feet again, with Fu lying exhausted next to where Yami now stood. Fu quickly channeled wind chakra below them, and then a gust of wind blew upwards, slowing them down. They still crashed into the forest, but despite gravity's best efforts, they survived the fall. Yami laughed as lightning engulfed his hand and he leapt forward, saying, Ha! Ha! Ha 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 ha! Chidori! He exclaimed its name. Rasengan! Naruto swiftly retorted, and light flooded the world. After a moment of silence, Yugito and Haku dropped down and checked their teammate while Miyaka hovered just above them, and Fu followed suit as she checked Yami, who was lying face down on the ground. The world exploded a moment later as the two fighters were flung apart and crashed down at opposite ends of the clearing. Yami was in a similar situation, having to rely on Fu to stand, and the glare he was giving the three Kumo ninjas was utterly lethal. Naruto moaned as Haku helped him to his feet and returned his focus to his dark counterpart. Yami told him, "This isn't over, Naruto. You can count on that," before he put an arm around Fu's waist and the two of them vanished in a cloud of smoke. "Where have they disappeared to?" Haku inquired. Yugito said, "I can't sense them," and shook her head. After inhaling, Naruto stated, "It was a reverse summoning. They're long gone from here," he continued. "Fuck," Yugito snarled as she struck the tree close by with her fist. As he stood there staring at the spot where Yami had vanished, Naruto couldn't help but sigh. He knew that this was far from over, especially since he still didn't know how to kill Yami entirely. He had just dealt enough damage to kill a cage, but Yami wasn't human, and he would eventually heal from the wounds Naruto had inflicted on him. That's a lifelong promise. I need to get stronger, and I will get stronger, and I will beat you, Yami. So the mission was a failure, he said in a rough but accepting tone. This Yami is definitely a slippery one. And he's recruited another knight? It just had to be another Jinchuriki, he murmured the final sentence. As Naruto said, I absorbed his Kyuubi cells during the battle. He won't be able to use the Kyuubi's power anymore, and it doesn't matter if he has a Jinchuriki on his side, he won't hurt anyone else. Yugito went on, but he's gotten stronger, and that girl we fought. We only fought her knight and she was still holding her own against Haku and me. I think that was because of something Yami did, Naruto shot back. He must have done something to bond the knight with her and the Nanabi probably added to it. Haku acknowledged, it would explain her speed and physical strength. He grunted and leaned back in his chair. Well, whatever the case may be, I doubt we will be hearing from them for a while, he said. You're all dismissed. Get some rest. You've earned it. After saying, yes sir, Raikage-sama, the three bowed and left the room. He said, turning to face the open window. Well? He inquired following a pause. They're ready for the trial, but even I don't know if they won't turn into bile, Kurabi sang. If I know Naruto and Yugito, then they'll be training for the next few days. Do it whenever you think they're ready. Jinchuriki Sanctum. Land of Lightning. Island of Death. Although everyone knew it was only temporary, a relative calm had established itself during the 6 months that went by without any incidents. Team B continued their missions as usual, but they were able to be found at the training platforms or the ramen stand when they weren't on duty. That leads us to the present circumstance. Kurabi assured them, this is the place, as he guided his group to the front gate. It's time for you all to become an ace. Naruto said, and you're sure we can learn to control the Biju here, and his teacher grinned back. Parents always have faith in their kids. As Naruto looked down at his right hand, he thought, things aren't like they were before. Yami, I can't let you continue like this. Inscribed on his skin, the intricate sealing key had extended to his shoulder before coming to a halt. From behind him, Yugito's voice said, "Naruto? I'm not sure about this. I mean, do we really want to do this now?" He smiled and remarked, "Yugito, it's okay really, I'd rather do it now while I'm confident the wait and second guess myself." Yugito said, "Sorry," with timidity. She began, "It's just," but was interrupted by a finger on her lips. Naruto said softly, "I know," as Haku grinned sideways and Yugito flushed from the touch. With hesitation, Haku questioned, "Are you sure you know what you're doing, Naruto?" "Yugito? I mean, if you fail then you will die and the Nibi and the Kyuubi will be released." Kurabi shrugged and went inside, saying, "If that happens, the seals in the temple should keep them locked away until another Jinchuriki is found. There'll be new hosts abound." Naruto only took 3 steps before the ground beneath him glowed and chakra made chains erupted, ensnaring him from all sides and holding him in place. Yugito yelled, "Naruto!" as she attempted to assist him but was thwarted by a chain. Haku informed her, "He's unconscious," as the chains glowed and the light faded. Kurabi said, "That wasn't supposed to happen," with a perplexed expression. "Maybe it has something to do with Yami not being a part of him anymore." The mindscape of Naruto. Jinchuriki's seal his surroundings abruptly changed, and he found himself in what appeared to be a cell chamber. There was a big fox with 9 tails and glaring red eyes behind the bars of the cage door. Red water began to seep out of the bottom of the cage doors, and the Kyuubi roared. Telling the fox, "You're looking as ugly as ever," Naruto joked. Kyuubi asked, "Naruto, what are you doing here?" Naruto responded, "What the fuck do you think I'm doing here, tearing off the paper covering the gate's seal?" Kyuubi demanded, "What are you trying to do?" Naruto replied, "What the fuck does it look like?" as he rolled up his sleeves and opened his jacket to show the key on his arm and the seal on his stomach. He turned and pressed the key to the seal on his stomach, letting it go and pushing it open. Additionally, the gate's seal retracted, spiraling out until it was completely open. Coincidentally, the Kyuubi knocked the gates open. With a roar, Kyuubi blew him back and sent him hurtling down the enormous hallway. Naruto uttered the words, "Damn, you seriously have bad breath," with pretend disgust. "Finally trying to take control of my powers, are you?" Kyuubi mocked him. "Bring it on," Naruto exclaimed, grinning. Kyuubi growled, "It's about time," as chakra began to pool in front of his mouth. "I've been waiting for this day when I would finally be able to deal with you without that meddlesome seal." Naruto yelled, "I won't let you win here," as he threw one down the hallway and removed 2 3-pronged kunai. Since the Battle of the Waterfall, he had been practicing the jutsu his father had created for the past 6 months. He was eventually able to use it after months of labor and overuse of his shadow clones, albeit not as extensively as his father did in his day. It was now time to assess his training's advancement and the progress he had made since his first visit to Kumo 3 years prior. Kyuubi snarled, "Kyubiko Imari," as the ball of chakra exploded out of his mouth. Naruto cried out, "Jikukan Kekai," as his kunai's seal glowed and absorbed the blast. The blast exploded down the corridor, shattering the mindscape into a water-covered white void, shattering the sewer surrounding them. He said, "That was too close," as he landed on the ground. "Naruto," Kyuubi let out a growl. "Your father did the same thing when I used the Imari against that blasted village." As he threw the kunai at the demon's head, Naruto exclaimed, "Then you're going to love this. Hiraishin no jutsu," he said as he materialized where the kunai was and his body was covered in white chakra. He swiftly descended while holding a huge sphere of spinning chakra as his armor formed. After yelling, "Cho Udama Rasengan," he hit one of the beast's tails instead. Kyuubi roared, blasting the blonde away and bringing his tails down on the young sage. "You really think you can win?" Naruto shot back, flashing to the spot where his kunai had landed. "If I hadn't, Hiraishin no jutsu," he said. In Kage Bunshin no jutsu, he created 2 clones and used his burst mode as a medium to launch his most potent attack. With a shout of "Futon! Rasen Shuriken!" he threw the spinning chakra shuriken at the fox. He had begun using burst mode to gain more control over his jutsu after a month of trying to make it work without injuring himself. This lengthy procedure allowed him to toss the futon Rasen Shuriken at his opponent rather than sprinting at them and then striking them, as he would have done with the Rasengan. However, it had a drawback. He could only use the jutsu twice per charge, and it nearly depleted half of his burst mode in a single use. Ironically, he would have to wait until his body was sufficiently healed, typically by the Kyuubi itself, before he could use his burst mode again after it had been exhausted. If a medic was already present, The procedure could be sped up to 20 seconds, but it typically took 2 minutes and 4 seconds. As the chakra shuriken struck Kyuubi's side and grew into a ball of destructive wind that engulfed the majority of his body, his eyes widened. Not expecting his blonde container to pose a serious threat, he fell onto his back and roared in pain from the blow. Naruto yelled, now, as a spectral manifestation of himself materialized from his shoulder, seized the Kyuubi's chakra, and attempted to remove it from the fox. Kyuubi snarled, no, and directed some of his rage into his chakra along their connection. I want to kill them all because I despise them and it hurts. Assist us? Why? I wish you weren't present. I'm seeking retribution, only him, don't bother him. I detest every aspect of you. As he became increasingly uncontrollable, Naruto stumbled, what the hell is this? You don't have what it takes to control me. You're nothing more than a tiny fragment of my hatred. Kyuubi screamed at him. He is that. Nobody will ever accept you, so leave. Leave. Get away from us, quit talking, never be seen again, Naruto. The woman with the red hair said, no, you belong here, Naruto, as she materialized before him. Naruto asked in confusion, what the hell is someone like you doing here, and how do you know my name? The woman said to him, of course, you wouldn't know. Why don't you guess, Naruto? No, Naruto said with a blink. The redhead laughed and said, figured it out? Naruto pointed at her and said, you're the Kyuubi no Yoko's true form. When she heard the response, she simply laughed and said, that's no woman's laugh. You'll have to do more than transform to trick me, you damn foe. The woman slapped him on the head and yelled, no Ibane, in indignation. Ow. Wait, what? Naruto asked, blinking in bewilderment. She said, I got a little worked up there, sorry, with a sheepish appearance. Naruto questioned, what the hell is going on around here? I've been kinda hot-tempered since I was born and talking like that when I get excited. I try not to say it but I'm a fast talker and impatient, so adding that to my sentences became a habit. What about you? I always hoped you wouldn't end up saying silly words when you get worked up, like me. Catching on, Naruto said, you're. She could only say, Minato never told you anything, did he? Good lord. Yes, I'm your, before he seized her in an embrace. Naruto sobbed on her shoulder, I've always wanted to meet you, Datbeo, Mom. Kushina grinned and said, Datbeo eh? You really do take after me. Naruto said, there are so many things I want to talk to you about, Mom, and withdrew. Kushina turned away and focused. Yeah, we'll have a long talk, but let's deal with the fox first, she said. When chakra chains erupted from Naruto's body again, he continued to draw on the Kyuubi's hateful chakra while on the battlefield. Knowing that Naruto no longer had the ability to draw on his own chains, Kyuubi was taken aback by their appearance. He only knew of one person who still had this ability, someone he never imagined he would see again. Kushina, Kyuubi snarled as he was restrained by the chains. Kushina added, Minato also used my chakra to form the seal to help you control the Kyuubi's power someday, as the two sat down. We wanted to aid you whenever we could. Are you listening? Naruto confessed, I'm just thinking how glad I am to see my mom's a babe. Kushina said, well, thank you, with a shy smile. Well Naruto, I'm sorry you ended up with my face, but at least you got your father's hair. Why? If my mom's a babe, and I look like her that makes me a hunk, right? And you've got really pretty hair, I bet that would have looked good on me too, Naruto thought as he pictured it. Kushina confessed, heh. You're the second man to ever compliment me on my hair. Naruto blinked and said, I am? Who's the other one? Your father of course, said Kushina. Aha, I get, Naruto exclaimed with excitement. There's something I always wanted to ask. How the hell did you and Dad fall in love? Kushina choked out, that's totally embarrassing, Ibane, with anxiety. Naruto accused him of saying, you said, Ibane, again, you're all worked up. More like flustered, Ibane, Kushina said shortly after. Ha, you said, Ibane, again, Naruto continued, chuckling. Well, what about you and those two teammates of yours, huh? Don't think I haven't seen the outside of this seal, Kushina replied to him. Just make sure you use protection and don't have kids until you're married. I mean it, you stupid noble son of mine. Naruto really didn't need to be talking to his mother like this. Mom, please. During their training sessions, Jiraiya gave him detailed explanations that he could still clearly recall. When you factored in his two incredibly attractive teammates, he knew exactly what she was talking about. Oh, all right, Kushina said with a simple smile. I moved to Konoha when I was young. Your father and I were just kids. The first time I saw him, Minato, I thought he looked like a flaky girly boy. Whoa really? Blinked Naruto. He had never heard anyone from Kumo, let alone Jiraiya, characterize his father in that way. Since I was a kid, I wanted to make an impression on the first day of the academy lessons, so when they asked me what my dream was for the future was, I said, I'm going to be the first female Hokage, and... Yeah, Kushina replied with a grin. Naruto chuckled, nice one mom, you definitely take after me. Other way around, son, Kushina informed him, so... They didn't like how the new kid was suddenly talking about becoming Hokage and the boys started making fun of me all the time. They called me Tomato. Naruto questioned bewilderedly, I don't get it though, why did they call you that? I had a very round face and with my fiery hair. Well, I looked like one. Even I had to admit it. And it infuriated me, Kushina said. Ah, so dad was the one who stood up to the bullies, and you, began Naruto. Nope, Kushina interrupted. I went after those boys who made fun of me, and in the end the tomato squashed them. After seeing all that wild red hair whipping around while I beat them half to death, I got a new nickname. The red hot-blooded habanero, she said with a grin. Naruto swallowed when he saw the smile on her face, thinking, I think I finally understand why Omoi and she are so scared of their moms now. So what did dad say when they asked him his goal for the future? Minato? He said, I want everyone in the village to acknowledge me and become Hokage, though at the time I admit I didn't believe it, said Kushina. Naruto shook his head at the irony of it all. Get everyone to acknowledge him and become Hokage, huh? Damn, that sounds like mine. When I heard that, I thought there was no way that a goofy flake would ever be Hokage, Kushina said. As Naruto defended himself, but dad totally looked super strong when I met him. Yes. But what did I know? I was young. So I looked down my nose at Minato until the certain incident, Kushina replied. Incident? Asked Naruto. His eyes narrowed. I've always hated my red hair until one day, thanks to Minato. I came to like it, Kushina saddened. Naruto questioned her. What happened? My chakra is a bit special, you see, and Kumo wanted it badly enough to kidnap me, replied Kushina. Surprised, Naruto said. Kumo tried to kidnap you? Kushina said, it was a different era, Naruto, with a sorrowful smile. Every village has its dark secrets. One of Kumo's just included trying to capture me. I'm glad that you chose to do what you wanted and not what others expected of you. Anyway, we're getting off topic. As they were marching me away, I pulled out one hair strand at a time to mark the path we were taking. I was very careful not to be seen, Kushina went on. Konoha sent out pursuit squads immediately, but none of them managed to find me. As we grew closer to the border, I started giving up hope. Aha, Naruto chuckled after realizing. Yes, Minato was the only one who picked up my trail. He was the only one who noticed the trail of red strands. As he held me, he said he noticed my beautiful hair right away. Suddenly he looked like the most magnificent shinobi ever, like a man who would make all my dreams come true, and most importantly, he changed me. My bright red hair had led me to my soulmate, Kushina said. It became my own personal, red thread of destiny. From that day on, I liked my hair, and more importantly, I loved Minato. Naruto smiled upon hearing that. I see, he said. There's a special little something I like to tell the men who compliment my hair. Yourself included, Naruto, Kushina joked. When he said, I love you, he froze. Damn, Naruto said, shaking his head. No one's ever said that to me before. Well, I am saying it, Kushina said with a smile, acknowledging his sudden uneasiness. So tell me, what is the product of Konoha's yellow flash and the red hot-blooded Hanabero? Naruto laughed and said, Kumo's orange raikage, while glancing down at his jumpsuit. Now let's go finish this, Kushina said with a smile as she got to her feet. The time had come to finally deal with the Kyuubi. I cherish you. Naruto thought, I can win, as more chakra chains burst from his body. With a low growl, Kyuubi said, damn you, Kushina, as the new chains struggled with him. As long as you're attempting to absorb the Kyuubi's chakra, your chains won't be effective because my chakra can't keep it down for very long. Make the most of your opportunity to eliminate him, Naruto. Right, Naruto said, rapidly condensing his chakra and creating a hand seal. Tajukage Bunshin no Jutsu. Almost 100 clones appeared all around him at once. Kyuubi growled, accursed child, and began tearing the chains off. The army of clones yelled, let's do it, and leapt at the demon. Isn't he a strong man? The clones yelled, opened wide, as they descended upon the beast. "Don't be so conceited," Kyuubi snarled. "I have one more to go." As the clones closed in, the fox was tripped by a chain on the ground and fell onto his back. Kyuubi saw dozens of huge spheres of spinning chakra descending on him as he looked up. The clones cried out, "Sho Udama Razan Tarangan!" as they launched their assault. The demon was blasted back several hundred meters to a skidding stop as the chakra spheres hit the fox squarely and exploded with enough force to break a mountain. Kyuubi grunted, "Accursed brat," in agony. Almost there, the clones grabbed hold of the demon's chakra, and the real Naruto, glowing white, threw another chakra shuriken at him. He yelled, "Futon Rasen Shuriken," as the fox was struck and devoured in a destructive windball. When did he get to be this strong? The clones vanished as soon as Kyuubi recovered, and the real Naruto began rapidly absorbing his chakra. Kyuubi thought this as he was blown away from his mass of chakra. "What is this?" As the chakra grew around him and his seal took on a new form, Naruto blinked. Naruto, don't enrage me," Kyuubi roared. A few seconds later, chakra gathered above him into a ball several times the size of his body. Naruto remarked, "You've still got all that power. Man. You're really something else," and pressed the key on his hand to his new seal. Immediately after, a dozen columns rose and swiftly surrounded the demon, neutralizing its attack and enclosing it behind a new gate and seal. Kyuubi thought, "This is the Rakudo Sennin," the demon snarled, "I won't forget this Naruto," and vanished into the shadows behind the seal. Naruto thought, "Kyuubi, I'm sorry, but I won't hurt you anymore." "Wait. Just wait a little longer," as he and his mother reappeared in the void. As Kushina exclaimed, "You did it, Naruto," Naruto nodded, "Yeah, so, Mom, are you? And now I can follow after Minato," Kushina said with a grin. "But first there's one last thing I need to tell you, Naruto. I want you to know the truth behind the incident 15 years ago, the night you were born." "The reality?" Naruto inquired. "I was the previous Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi no Yoko," Kushina said without hesitation. "Mom, you were the Jinchuriki Kyuubi?" Surprised, Naruto asked. "Yes, but first I'd like to tell you a little bit about myself. I was selected as the second Kyuubi Jinchuriki. In actuality, I was only brought to Konoha to become a Jinchuriki," Kushina started. "Why?" Naruto inquired. The Senju clan of Konoha and the Uzumaki clan of Uzushio were distant blood relatives, the land of fire and the land of whirlpool. All of the residents of Uzushio were endowed with remarkably long lifespans, to the extent that our village was dubbed Choju no Sato. Although some of the Uzumaki were a little rough around the edges, others, like your Jinchuriki seal, were very skilled in Fuinjutsu. The mark on the back of your jumpsuit is actually the Uzushio symbol, which is used by everyone in Konoha today as a sign of friendship between them and the now destroyed Uzushio. In fact, I taught Minato, your father, a whole bunch of different seals, Kushina explained. My nation is long gone. In actuality, it was just a matter of time. People soon learned to fear the power of our Fuinjutsu during that time of war. In order to prevent our enemies from ever finding us, the survivors dispersed throughout the world and vanished. Naruto began, "So why did you have to?" "Apparently, I was born with a particularly strong chakra that was well suited for suppressing the Kyuubi," Kushina went on, "because my predecessor was a powerful kunoichi as well as a Jinchuriki. I suppose that was considered appropriate. Actually, it's funny. Her name was Uzumaki Mito, and I married the Yondaime after she became the wife of the Shodai Hokage. Are you aware of the conflict between Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama?" "Yeah," said Naruto, recalling that specific historical lesson as the Shodai Hokage's most significant conflict. Hashirama-sama took control of the Kyuubi during their battle, and Mito-sama became its first Jinchuriki by sealing it inside her own body to better assist him. After Konoha took control of the Kyuubi, I was brought to the village to serve as its next Jinchuriki as Mito-sama was nearing the end of her life, Kushina explained. "So you were taken advantage of?" Naruto let out a furious shout. The Sandaime Hokage and the village elders were the only ones who knew, and Kushina admitted, "I had no idea why I had to move, and when I learned the truth I was speechless. The loneliness that accompanied being a Jinchuriki made me feel as though I was suffocating. In the end, we were brought here to become the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi. Before the beast can be housed we must fill the Jinchuriki with love," Mito-sama told me. "If you do that, even a Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi no Yoko can be happy." "Mom, were you still content despite being a Jinchuriki?" After some time, Naruto inquired. "Yes, Kushina smiled and nodded. The reason for the fox's attack 15 years ago was that it was under the control of a man wearing a mask. How, then, could you have been holding it simultaneously? Confused, Naruto asked. I guess your dad didn't get to tell you. It figures he left most of it to me. Minato must have had very little time, Kushina understood. Well, you're right, the masked man did have control of the Kyuubi 15 years ago, but moments before its attack it was still sealed inside me. However, Naruto inquired. Minato believed it was Uchiha Madara. I don't know how, but Madara knew about me, Kushina said. Knew what? Naruto inquired. He knew the one moment when a Jinchuriki's seal is at its weakest. He waited for that moment, and when it came he stole the fox from me, Kushina went on. Is there a moment when the seal becomes so weak? What time is that? Naruto inquired. Childbirth, Kushina replied. A full-term pregnancy for a female Jinchuriki is about 10 months. As the chakra to maintain the seal starts going to nurture the child, the seal weakens directly proportionate to it. Eventually, Naruto said, so this Madara, no one knew I was going to give birth, and we took the same safety measures that were taken for Mito-sama to deliver you. Sandaime-sama, his wife, and the Konoha elders were the only people who knew, aside from Minato and my closest friend Uchiha Makoto. Madara killed Sarutobi Bawako, the Sandaime's wife, the instant you were born. Then he took you and said that if Minato didn't leave me, he would kill you. Madara kidnapped me, but Minato saved you, and it was already too late when Minato rescued me. If it weren't for my Uzumaki vitality, I would have perished there when Madara tore the Kyuubi from my seal. Just as Madara took control of the Kyuubi and gave the order to kill me, Minato came to my rescue, Kushina explained. With his fists clenched at his sides, Naruto uttered, so that's the beginning of the nightmare. Minato left to confront Madara and the Kyuubi, which Madara had called to Konoha, after dropping me off with you. Madara was forced to leave after Minato used a contract seal to negate his control of the Kyuubi. In order to prevent further damage to the village, he moved it to our location when he returned to the battlefield to confront the Kyuubi. Kushina lamented, we turned you into the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki and left you with such a heavy burden. I held it down long enough for him to seal half of its chakra in you and the other half with Minato's own body. I didn't come to raise you, and I didn't come to love you. Don't apologize, Naruto said to her. Growing up as a Jinchuriki, I had many difficult moments, but I never held you or my father responsible. Perhaps I never truly understood what a parent's love is like, but I got by without a mother or father in the first place. However, I now realize that I am alive because my parents sacrificed their lives for me. Before you implanted the Kyuubi in me, you showed me love, and now I'm content and healthy. Don't ever think you weren't a good mother because I'm happy to be your son. Thank you, Naruto, for allowing Minato to be your father and me to be your mother. As she dissolved and vanished, Kushina gave him a tearful hug and said, thank you for being our son. As he watched her go, Naruto thought, Mom, I swear I'll eat more than ramen from now on. I'll work on the vegetables. I love hopping in a hot bath, so no worries. I just wish you could have met them. As for school, it wasn't always smooth sailing with the teachers, students, and the academy in general, but things are better now. Kurabi-sensei is a good teacher and I think you would have liked to meet him, outside of the battlefield, of course, but still, he taught me how to live as a true shinobi should. I am Uzumaki Naruto, the man who will surpass all the previous cages by defeating Uchiha Madara once and for all. He cheered, to become a bigger badass than my father and a stronger shinobi than my mother. Naruto exclaimed, hell yeah, as he made his way back to the world of the living. Yugito inquired, what happened? Naruto replied, a lot happened, and he and Kurabi slapped hands. I see. So that's what happened, got it. There's peacefulness in you now, Kurabi laughed. Yugito asked, what happened with the Kyuubi? Did you do it? That's great. Especially when that happened and you did that. Oh Naruto, did you really do that? Kurabi chuckled. Naruto laughed in response. Yeah, it's true, he said. Just tell me what happened already. I don't understand when you talk about this and that happening. Are you doing this on purpose? Yugito yelled furiously. You are, aren't you? That much I get. When asked, I separated the Kyuubi from its chakra, Naruto grinned. Yellow chakra suddenly enveloped his body and assumed the shape of the Rakudo Sennin, complete with the Jinchuriki seal and the necklace of the Rakudo Sennin. The furball is now in a new cage and its chakra core is now stored away from it. Check out what happens when I use it, he said. Your connection to nature has increased, Haku said. Whispering, you actually did it, Yugito grinned. Now it's your turn. Yugito-chan, Kurabi informed her. The solid stone in front of the waterfall was indicated by him. Just keep following the plan. Sit in the center and you will find your answer, he said. Yugito hurriedly closed her eyes and sat down on the stone. A voice said, really now? A doll like you shouldn't be playing ninja, from behind the waterfall. Yugito became so enraged by the statement, you might break a nail or something. I know you care about that moronic teammate of yours, but please. He'd never fall for a hothead like you. That she was unable to continue to sit back. Show yourself. If you're going to talk to me like that, then I'll cut out your tongue and feed it to you, Yugito yelled with rage. All right. Know your true self, said a lone figure who bore a striking resemblance to Yugito. Her eyes were purple, like those of her demon form, and she had a smirk on her face that was almost sadistic and cruel in place of her normal brown eyes. The phony Yugito scoffed at her, asking, what's the matter? Scared? No, I'm not, Yugito said, inhaling deeply before launching himself forward. She cried out, Kaizuki, as her arm caught fire. The fake murmured, Kaizuki, and her arm was also covered in flames. When the two clashed, the real Yugito was startled and knocked back. Call me Neko. Come now, don't act so shocked. After all, I'm you, so of course I have your abilities. Yugito yelled, shut up, and hurried back into the battle. Neko sneered, they're all so pathetic, as she repelled the approaching attack. Especially Naruto. He can't understand you. He comes out of nowhere, from Konoha of all places, and steals the attention that is rightfully ours. He's loved by the villagers and ninja in Kumo, and he didn't even have to do anything to get it other than come here. Yugito yelled angrily, I said shut up, instead. Naruto glanced at Yugito's seated form and asked, what's going on exactly? By sitting in front of the waterfall, anyone can confront their innermost darkness, Kurabi said. Right now Yugito is facing herself, and if she fails she will fall into the abyss. Naruto asked, then why didn't I go through this? Because Yami is no longer a part of you, Kurabi gave in response. Murmuring, that's comforting, Naruto said. Which of us is the real Naruto? Yami can't control me anymore since we broke up, but he won't stop until I die. Gah! Yugito exclaimed as he coughed and collapsed. Haku said, Yugito-chan, hold still, as she materialized beside the blonde girl. Yugito reassured her, I'm fine, while she caught her breath. I think I now know what Naruto feels like when he fights Yami all those time. It's like someone's walking over your grave. Naruto nodded and said, I know it's awful. She knew everything about me, Yugito uttered, his teeth clenched. She knew my jutsu, my tactics, even my secrets. Naruto said, so you're giving up? She turned to face him and tried to say, no. But the words simply would not come. Darkly, Naruto told her, you shouldn't be fighting at all if you're afraid. Yugito shouted back, what do you know? And got to his feet, hurrying forward. She caught him by the collar. How can you possibly understand how I feel? You come out of nowhere and are loved by everyone when I've been working my ass off for years to get where I am. Naruto asked, then why do you fight? Stuttering, Yugito said, because I. Haku uttered the words, I fight to protect those precious to me, behind them. Naruto closed his eyes and reflected on all the people he had met and the friends he had made in this village over the previous 3 years. I fight so others don't have to, he said. Yugito pushed herself away and fled, saying, I. Naruto yelled, Yugito, after her. Let her go, Kurabi firmly commanded. She just needs time to sort things out herself. You can't do it for her. But, began Naruto. She'll be fine. Have some faith in her, Kurabi assured him. When Naruto failed to locate the ice user, he blinked and asked, where's Haku? Yugito mumbled, stupid, 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 as she slowed and collided with a nearby tree. She cried as she reflected on her time on Team B and all that had transpired over the previous 3 years. As she got closer, Haku questioned, how much longer are you going to run away from your problems? Yugito yelled, shut up, I don't want to hear it, as she sobbed. The blonde girl froze when Haku said, I never thought you were a coward, with a sorrowful smile. Naruto is right back there at the waterfall. You and I both know you just need to say 3 simple words to him and you might just be able to control your inner demons. I don't know anything anymore, Yugito said as he leaned against the tree. Gritted, but I'm not a coward, she said. Haku's eyes hardened at the provocation. Then prove it, he said. Well? Are you just going to sit there or are you going to finish what you started? Yugito screamed, I said shut up, and rushed at the older girl. Kusanagi. As she was about to stab, The blade instantly slithered out of her sleeve and into her hand. Haku slid to a stop farther away after making a quick parry with her Kabikiri Hocho. How many more people have to suffer before you get up the courage to say those 3 words to him? Haku inquired to her. As she rushed forward, Yugito yelled, "Shut up! You don't know anything," and Haku stepped in to stop her. Clang with 2 of his 7 swords in his hands, Naruto materialized between them and diverted both of their weapons. Behind the 2 kunoichi, 2 clones materialized and hanged into restraints to keep them in place. Naruto demanded, "What the hell is going on here?" Quietness. When Naruto told the 2, "I'm not leaving until I get an answer, why are you 2 fighting?" Yugito mumbled, "You want an answer," and a moment later, the hanged clone that held her was destroyed when lightning burst from her body. The ice user stood with a sorrowful smile on her face as the hanged clone retraining Haku appeared to literally freeze before poofing out of existence. "Yugito?" she was asked by Naruto. Began Yugito. She muttered, "Oh to hell with it," and hurried forward, kissing Naruto. The sensation caused Naruto's eyes to widen and his mind to freeze, preventing him from calculating what was going on. She could see he was stunned by what she had done, and her face was flushed when she withdrew. Grinning, Haku placed the Kabikiri Hocho on her back and stood aside. Naruto questioned, What exactly was that for?" With a shy smile, Yugito said, "I don't want to return to that waterfall with any regrets." That's where she finally said, "I love you." Unable to react or even come up with a response to such a thing, Naruto simply stood there. He would be the first to acknowledge that she was attractive and that he did care for her. Possibly more than he ought to given their respective occupations, but he was unaware that she felt that way. He was informed by Yugito, "I'm not expecting an answer right away," she finally said, "Take your time," before turning to head back toward the waterfall. Haku added, "While we're on the subject, I love you too," with a modest smile of her own. "Say what?" Naruto's face flushed red, and he passed out from the realizations he was experiencing today. Perhaps that was too much. Haku laughed and left to pursue Yugito. "So you're back again, huh? It'll be the same as before though. You can't defeat me," Neko grinned from the waterfall. Yugito nodded and said, "Trying to defeat you didn't get me anywhere. You just do whatever I do and it gets us nowhere." "You can't get rid of me either," Neko said with a snap. "I know you better than anyone, including yourself." "Then, you already know, don't you?" Yugito said, standing on top of the wave. Neko asked, "What are you trying to say?" Yugito retorted, "You know just how far I've let Naruto into my heart. He is exactly like Kurabi-sensei. Exactly like RyugaXD. Neko retorted, "He'll never accept our feelings." Yugito retorted, "He will one way or another. If I was captured on a mission, I know he would be the first one to mount a rescue because that's just the kind of guy he is." "You bitch," gritted Neko's teeth. "He will still never accept our feelings. Why'd I need to keep repeating myself to you? Don't you get it yet? It's useless." "Maybe you're right," Yugito acknowledged. "But Kurabi-sensei, Haku, Reikage-sama, Naruto, I don't want to fail them." Neko appeared to fall to her knees and struggled to breathe steadily. "Why, after everything that's happened to us, why?" she said. After responding, Yugito blinked. "Because of Naruto. He doesn't doubt himself. He doesn't sulk," she said. "At least when it doesn't come to Yami," she continued on. Neko angrily yelled, "Then what the hell am I?" Yugito smiled and said, "You are me. And I want you back." After saying, "Thanks for everything," Neko abruptly began to crumble and vanished completely. A moment later, Yugito sighed and got to his feet. She said, "It's done," and turned to face the others. Kurabi rapped, "Good going. Your training is really showing," he remarked. "Now come with me. It's time you mastered the Nibi," and then he and the others followed him through the waterfall. Naruto inquired, "Will there be any chains this time?" Kurabi shook his head as they made their way to the temple. "No, that was just you and your Biju," he said. They arrived at the center of the temple and proceeded to the white room on the opposite side. "All right, let's begin, fools ya fools." Naruto questioned her, "Are you sure about this, Yugito?" Yugito nodded and sat down in front of her with Kurabi. "I'll be fine," she said. As their fists collided, Kurabi instructed her to first greet the Nibi, then break the seal. Yugito inhaled deeply and went into her thoughts. The mindscape of Yugito. Jinchuriki seal. When Yugito opened her eyes, she was in her mindscape. A pitch-black cemetery. She had previously visited this location numerous times and had spoken with the Nibi in person, but this time was different. This time, she had come here to battle and vanquish the demon she had kept inside her all her life. Before long, she was standing in front of a sizable steel cage, the flaming form of the Nibby observing her approach. As Nibby got to her feet, a long smirk came to her lips. "Finally come to tame me, have you, kitten? Have you forgotten what I am?" she asked. "I know what you were and I wouldn't be here if I didn't think I can win. Let's just get this over with," Yugito responded. Raising her shirt, she reached for the key seal in her right hand. Once the seal was twisted, it began to warp until it fell apart entirely, shattering the cage in front of her. Nibby roared, "Freedom! I haven't tasted it in a long time," destroying the surrounding graveyard and blowing Yugito back. "Now hold still, kitten, and I'll make your death quick and painless." Yugito yelled back, "Screw you," as she shot into the air, propelled from her feet by flames. Nibby smiled and threw a wave of fire across the battlefield, saying, "Perhaps if we can convince Kyuubi-kun and his host to join us." She roared, "Hi Nami," as the flames swept across the landscape. Yugito gathered lightning in her hand and shot straight up, barely avoiding the wave of death. She shouted, "Rykyu," and threw the ball in the direction of the monster cat. It hit Nibby squarely in the face, but it just went through her and continued. "She's made of pure fire at the moment, damn it." Her eyes widened as she watched Nibby start to gather her flames and compress them into a single sphere. "I can't even touch her like this. And I don't know any Suiden jutsu to help out," she said. "Nekomata Gukakyu." Yugito sped off as the ball sprang forward. Everything in its path, including Yugito, was swept away when the ball exploded in an expanding blast as it struck the ground. Nibby laughed and said, "It's over, kitten," but she stopped when she was still unable to escape her host's body. "Now that hurt," Yugito moaned as her battered form became visible through the smoke. Although her skin was now covered in cuts and bruises, Nibby was surprised to see that she seemed to be largely unharmed. "If I hadn't used the Raiden no Yoroi before the blast hit, then I would be dead right now." Bringing her tails down on her host, Nibby growled, "Why won't you just die?" They were suddenly surrounded by a number of large tentacles that caught the tails before they hit. Nibby was swiftly pinned to the ground by more tentacles that emerged from the emptiness. "Not like that, you perverts!" Nibby snarled angrily. "What is this? This chakra, Hachibi." It reverberated throughout the battlefield. "Now Yugito, do your best and you'll pass this test," Kurabi said. Yugito yelled, "Kusanagi," and the sentient sword slithered into her grasp. Simply, "What is thy bidding, my master?" Kusanagi inquired. Yugito responded, "I need freedom, right now," and slashed the blade into the earth. The two fused, and light engulfed her form. "Ravaging Queen of the Forgotten Land, I ask you to grant me power. The power to govern, the power to lead, and the power to choose. I call upon you. Freedom, Ascendo," she said. A moment later, the emerald-armored knight holding the enormous Kusanagi was revealed as the light faded. With a roar, Nibby ripped free from the tentacles and charged another fireball, saying, "That knight will not save you now." She yelled, "Nekomata Gukakyu," but the tentacles reformed into the Hachibi's head and sucked the fireball. Kurabi eventually stated, "I contained the explosion, but it's up to you to find your solution," as the Hachibi head disintegrated. "I won't lose here," Yugito said, preparing her blade. "I'm going to beat you down and tear your chakra from you." With surprising speed for her size, she charged forward and swung her sword at the demon. The cat swiftly swung around and hit from behind, but Nibby's tails helped deflect the blow. Nibby tried to jump on Yugito after she was knocked to the ground, but she quickly rolled out of her way. Yugito used her sword to bat Nibby away when she lunged again, and the knight swiftly stood up again. Even though the Nibby was pure fire, she seemed to have a physical presence inside her host's body, enabling physical contact even though she was immune to direct harm. Yugito realized this as well and launched an offensive right away in the hopes of overpowering the demon cat. Nibby immediately retreated and hurled another ball of elemental-tailed beast at her mouth. A second later, the fireball exploded in the knight's direction, screaming, "It's not going to be that easy, kitten. Nekomata Gukakyu." Yugito whispered, "Doden. Iwa no Tate," and a wall of stone erupted between them. The knight was blown back, skidding across the void, as the fireball hit the wall and exploded a moment later, breaking the barrier. Yugito moaned and shook her head, then got back up. "Okay. That hurt," she said. Yugito had to raise her shield in defense when Nibby emerged from the smoke and lunged directly at her. Before Yugito could exert enough force to hold the cat back, the knight was pushed back several feet by the blade that caught the inside of the demon's mouth. Yugito gasped in agony as Nibby's tail slashed out from behind the cat and sliced through the knight's armor, severing both shoulders. Before lunging at the weak knight, Nibi swiftly changed positions and knocked the Kusanagi away from the two. After pushing Yugito to the ground and forcing him to bite at her helmet, Nibi yelled, "You're mine now, kitten." Yugito barely managed to shift her head out of the way and grasp the shoulders of the demon cat to restrain it. "I'm not done yet," snapped Yugito. "Oh yes you are," Nibi said, opening her mouth to begin creating another ball of fire. "Let's see you survive this one, kitten. Nekomata Gukakyu." This time, instead of moving, the fireball simply exploded in a single, enormous blast that swept across the region and broke the white emptiness into a never-ending, dark abyss. Nibi seemed to float alone in the darkness and howl to the heavens in triumph as the blast subsided. Her joy was short-lived, though, as Nibi fell to the freshly repaired floor as the white void reappeared. "The words? That should have killed you," Nibi growled. "How did you survive?" she asked, looking around her at the void. "Doten. Tsurugi no Tsuchi." Yugito swung down from above wielding what appeared to be a gigantic stone sword that was many times larger than her own body. Nibi barely escaped, but before she could get back up and stand again, she was kicked away. A second later, Yugito shouted, "Doten. Tsuchi Shigur," and hurled a flurry of swiftly moving rocks at the demon cat. "Hi Nami," Nibi roared, and before the rocks could reach their target, a wave of fire vaporized them before they rushed forward. Yugito threw the stone sword at the demon cat after noticing this. After letting the blade go through her, Nibi lunged at the knight who appeared to have been fixed. Yugito prepared her gauntlet blades by bringing her arms up to her sides and clenching her fists. Yugito quickly spun around when Nibi lunged at her, catching her in the side with the weapons and sending her rolling across the floor. Yugito fell to the ground as the tail swung out once more and slashed across the knight's chest, breaking the armor plate. As Nibi charged forward once more and swung her tails, Yugito hurried back to her feet. Clanging noises reverberated throughout the space as Yugito ducked the cat's initial barrage of blows, pushing her back a few significant steps. Nibi growled as she began to charge 3 threatening balls at her mouth and tails, saying, "Just give up, kitten. You can't win." Instead, "Taju Nekomata Gukakyu," erupted the trio of flames. As the fireballs hit, Yugito hastily pulled her cape around herself, causing it to explode and send her burning body crashing to the ground. Nibi asked, creeping forward slowly, "Any last words?" "Yeah, I've got a few for you." Yugito slammed her hand on the floor and rasped back. "Doten. Yamatatsu no Jutsu," Nibi said as the ground exploded, causing her to fall through it. She added, "You're finished," and the ground slammed shut. "No!" Nibi screamed, leaping from the floor. "I won't lose here, not even to you, kitten." Yugito yelled, "Yes you will," jumping forward and slashing the demon cat across the face before knocking her to the ground. The knight hurried after her, leaping high into the air before landing on top of her and using the long kusanagi to impale Nibi through the chest. Yugito told her, "It's over, Nibi," as her battered armor withdrew and she transformed back into a human. Nibi whimpered, "No. Please no," as Yugito absorbed her chakra and it left her body. Yugito said, "I'm sorry," grinning sadly. Before sending the Nibi back to her cage, she added, "Thanks for everything," excluding her chakra core, which had taken the form of a huge sphere and was suspended above her. It was finished. Jinchuriki Sanctum, Land of Lightning, Island of Death. At last, Yugito said, "It's done," and Naruto exhaled in relief. Karabi said, "Nice one little cat," to her. "Now come with me you two. I'll teach ya both a new jutsu." As he led them out of the white room, Yugito asked, "Where to now?" Karabi led them into another room that was white and void-like. "This is the entrance to a different room," he explained. "Here you'll complete the final stage of your training. I'm gonna teach you both the strongest jutsu a Jinchuriki can use, alright? Are you ready?" Naruto said, "Yeah, we're ready," and nodded. "I have to learn to control the Kyuubi and make it my own, so what do you want us to do first?" "Bring it on," said Yugito. Karabi told them, "First you've got to turn into your Biju," as his body grew into the enormous 8-tailed demon ox. He then added, "Now it's your turn, so hurry on up." After nodding in agreement to the order, Yugito and Naruto swiftly sealed their hands while focusing on drawing their Biju's chakra. The two were engulfed in 2 smoke explosions, but only Yugito changed into the full Nibi no Nekomata, a big fire cat with 2 tails. In contrast, Naruto was still human-sized and had 9 tails and a belly spiral that gave it the appearance of a chibi kitsune. Karabi thought, "No dice huh? It looks like only Yugito is able to fully manifest her Biju." Not surprising since they are actually friendly towards each other. Naruto on the other hand. As Naruto's form retracted and he appeared tired but normal. Naruto collapsed back onto the ground and struggled to control his breathing. It didn't work, he said. He had finally reached his breaking point after facing the Kyuubi, seeing his mother, and worrying about Yugito's battle with the Nibi. I'm sure you'll find a way, Naruto, Yugito assured him. This time, a different voice emerged from the giant ox. Hey Naruto, Yugito, this is the Hachibi speaking. Not Kurabi, so listen closely to what I'm about to tell you, the voice said. That's confusing. Well, I suppose it'll be easier without the rhymes anyway, Naruto grumbled. The Hachibi clarified, I want to start by telling you the danger that using the Biju chakra form entails. Surprised, Naruto questioned, risk? There's a risk when using it. I thought we'd gotten past all of the risks when we finally tamed our Biju. If only it were that simple, sneered the Hachibi. After finally reaching her limit, Yugito transformed back into a human and asked, what risks are you talking about? A huge risk, said the Hachibi. When you're using your Biju's chakra, your demons can grab onto your chakra because you've set aside your own chakra in order to use your demon's chakra. And of course if you run out of chakra then you will die. Incredulous, Naruto questioned, what? Then how does Kurabi-sensei do it? What was the point in doing this if we can't even use our Biju's power safely anyway? Asked Yugito. You've only taken your demon's chakra. You haven't actually tamed them yet. It used to be like that between Kurabi and me too. We used to try and take each other's chakra too, so don't you dare use shadow clones while using the Biju's chakra, Naruto. The Kyuubi will absorb the chakra of the clones you make and you'll die instantly, the Hachibi advised them. Naruto remarked, well, if we use our demon's chakra then we'll have plenty to use. The Hachibi retorted, you fool, don't underestimate the Kyuubi. It will drain you dry. The Nibi is relatively friendly towards you, Yugito, so you don't have to worry about it stealing your chakra. However, it isn't the same with you, Naruto. If you constantly use the Kyuubi's chakra in battle then you will die. There's supposed to be a give and take agreement between the container and the Biju. But the Kyuubi's not the type for that, and there's a limit to how much chakra you can take from it. The idea made Naruto shake his head. The risk? It's too high, he said. But if I can't do this then I can't use the jutsu you're going to teach us. The Hachibi told him, well, just forget about the Bijudama, concentrate on perfecting your own jutsus in that new form of yours. Naruto questioned, Bijudama? What's that? It's simple, the Hachibi clarified. You use your mouth to compress your chakra into a sphere and then spit it out. Naruto blinked, wait, you mean the Amari? Amari? Yes, I had forgotten that's what Kyuubi calls it, the Hachibi gave her confirmation. You can't do it unless you're in your Biju's full form. Anyway, I'm done talking to you too, he concluded, transforming back into a human. Kurabi said, there's nothing to do but give up, you'll just have to use your own jutsu in that form and level up. I need my clones for Rasengan though, so I can't do it in that form, replied Naruto. To compress and spin chakra there has to be 2 of me. Not to mention the Futon Rasen Shuriken. As he fashioned a set of octopus tentacles from his back, Kurabi rapped, when you take the Biju's chakra for a spin, it'll feel just like my limbs. Yugito inhaled deeply before drawing on the Nibi's chakra. Let me try, he said. Her body was consumed by fire a second later. No, she was the fire, just like Nibi. She didn't see any skin or even a skeleton when she looked at her hand. Just flames. That feels odd, she said. My turn, Naruto said, nodding and using the chakra of the Kyuubi. His body was engulfed in yellow flames, revealing his new seal matrix. Naruto said, let's see if this works, and then 2 chakra claws appeared from his shoulders. Kurabi said, not bad for a first go, and nodded. Now show me what you can do, Naruto, he concluded that. Naruto hurriedly raised his chakra claws to his hands and began spinning them while channeling chakra. Okay, he said. Rasengan, he muttered as the chakra started to rotate, changing color from yellow to white, then to black, and finally congealing into a solid ball. What? Kurabi, however, was alarmed. Naruto swore, crap, as the jutsu burst, knocking him back a few feet. Just now, that jutsu was exactly like the Bijudama, Kurabi thought, perplexed. Naruto, who taught you that jutsu? Huh? Don't you remember? It was Ero Sennin, explained Naruto. He said it was created by my father back when he was Hokage. Why? The Yondaime Hokage. What a coincidence, Kurabi added with a startled smile. Or is it fate? Either way it's a miracle. The Rasengan. It's exactly the same as the Bijudama. A jutsu created by observing the Biju. That's what the Rasengan is. It's almost like it was created to pass on to you alone. What luck! It's easy to do in Biju form, but it's difficult to shape as a human. But if you add in the rotation for stability and you're done. How would the Yondaime Hokage even be able to study a Biju long enough to develop that jutsu? Yugito asked. My mother. She was a Jinchuriki, Naruto answered. But, I don't think it'll be as easy as the Rasengan. The Biju's chakra consists of positive and negative chakra. It needs to be balanced, said Karabi. When you compress the sphere, make sure to keep the ratio at 8.2 of negative and positive. That goes for you too, Yugito. Now give it a try. The two teenagers nodded. Right, they said. Far from the battlefield that was the land of fire, Jiraiya of the Sannin, the man who trained the fabled Yondaime Hokage, and the former shinobi of the now demolished Konohagakure no Sato had withdrew to his hideout in the land of hot water. Even after 3 long years of war, he knew that Iwa and Suna were still engaged in combat over the area that was once under Konoha's control because his spy network was still operational. He was aware that while Kiri was still recuperating from the bloodline purges and the civil war that the Yondaime Mizukage had started, Kumo was quite content to let them beat each other into the ground and, ideally, destroy each other. If nothing else, he was considering visiting Kiri to see if the rumor that the Godem Mizukage was a woman was accurate. The so-called Konoha remnant had moved to the land of hot water. The shinobi were fighting for their lives without a place to live, while the majority of the civilians had gone in search of employment outside of the conflict zone. He was aware that another village would soon hunt them down and either kill them or, worse, capture them. The Hyuga clan, who were once the strongest clan in Konoha but were now reduced to nomadic wanderers, were particularly afraid that their Byakugan might end up in the hands of someone else. They knew that their future appeared bleak without a home, and it was a classic fall from grace if there ever was one. When Jiraiya said, "We should head for Kumo," everyone's attention was drawn to her. Asuma asked, "Kumo? Are you insane? You can't honestly be considering their offer, can you? They've offered sanctuary and more importantly, we're allowed to settle down in their village. Right now we need the help," Jiraiya stated clearly. "Hiyashi-sama," Neji practically begged. "I beg of you, we cannot seek help from those people. After what they did to my father. After what they did to your brother." "Enough, Neji," moaned Hiyashi. "I understand what you are saying, but I must think of the clan first and put my personal feelings on the matter aside." Hyuga Ko yelled, "Hinata-sama," as he saw his charge run away into the forest. "Let her go," stated Hiyashi unequivocally. He muttered, "She still has much to learn," as he considered his daughter's 3rd birthday. "Yes, Hiyashi-sama," Ko said with a bow. "There is another reason we should go to Kumo," Jiraiya said. "My new student resides there and he can vouch for us. The Raikage will listen to him." Chunin sneered, "You mean the Kyuubi brat? After what he did to Konoha? I always knew he would come back and destroy us if we let him live. We should have killed him when we had the chance and none of this would have happened." Jiraiya shot back, "That boy is my godson. If you say that again, I'll kill you myself. It wasn't him that attacked Konoha, more like a clone of him was the culprit." Kumo. "Why, Naruto-kun? Why did we have to experience this?" Hinata sat down on a log and sobbed. "Hinata-sama?" Neji said, emerging from the surrounding trees. Hinata pleaded, Neji Nisan P, please just leave me alone. "I always knew you were useless, but I had no idea you would be this pathetic," Neji stated to her. "It was fated that Konoha would be destroyed and it's only a matter of time before the elders place the mark on your head too." "I'm not," Hinata stumbled on her words. "You keep pinning over that loser even after he destroyed all we ever cared about, and for what? Out of some childish crush? It was fate that decided you would be alone forever and now you finally realized that. You cannot change your fate," Neji growled. A voice behind him said, "You sure do like to listen to yourself talk, huh?" Byakugan, Neji hurriedly turned, only to be hit by a flurry of juken blows. The attacker yelled, "Hake Hyaku Naijahachi Sho," as he blew the Hyuga male back into a tree. Neji Nisan," exclaimed Hinata, startled. "Why you?" Neji sounded as his assailant hovered above him. A blonde hair flickered in the wind and a foot was placed on his chest. With amused white eyes, Uzumaki Yami said, "It took me a while to find you but I did in the end. Hello Hinata-chan. Let's have a little chat. Shall we?" With hesitation, Hinata said, Naruto-kun?" Yami smiled condescendingly at her and said, "Sorry, love, but I'm not that fun-loving moron. Fu-chan, would you please make sure she doesn't run away?" he demanded. Hinata was startled by Fu's sudden appearance behind her, who grabbed her arms and sucked bugs into her clothing. "I will kill you if you move," Fu stated plainly. What do you want?" Hinata stumbled through her words. Darkly, "From you? Nothing at all. From that dumb fuck Jiraiya? His life," Yami shot back. "Fu-chan. Knock them both out and then the real fun can begin." Wait," Hinata began, but she and Neji both abruptly passed out. Fu complained, "Can't we just kill them?" "No, we're going to use them as bait to catch a much bigger fish," replied Yami. "Now that we have the bait, our trap is set. Now let's see if that fuck up who calls himself my godfather is worth his titles as a Sannin and a man." "So let's call a vote," Inoichi said. Everyone except the Hyuga clan raised their hands when it was said, "All in favor of going to Kumo, raise your hand." Jiraiya said, "Then it's settled," and nodded. When Hiyashi failed to see his nephew, he asked, "Where is Neji?" When Hanabi said, "Neji went after Hinata Nikken, to-san." "What?" Hiyashi began, but everyone became tense as the deafening sound of an explosion filled the air. "What the hell was that?" exclaimed Inuzuka Kiba. "It was an explosion, obviously," Tenten put back. Hiyashi whispered, "Byakugan," his eyes pulsing. He was suddenly running through the trees with Jiraiya by his side and a number of shinobi in close pursuit. "It came from the direction of Hinata," he said. A girl's playful voice said, "Now that just isn't fair," as Fu materialized in front of them, causing them to halt. "Only Jiraiya of Sannin may pass. The rest of you will have to play with me," she said with a smile. "Out of the way, girl," Ko yelled as he charged at her and delivered a juken blow. "Hake Hisangeki," she cried as she crashed through a tree and fell a few feet. Fu told them, "You need to try harder than that," and she leapt back up before they could do so. Ko said, "How could you, first?" "In this state," Fu explained, "my body is virtually invulnerable. You physically can't hurt me. And time is running out for the little Hyuga heiress and her bitch of a cousin." Hiyashi said, "Go on ahead, Jiraiya-sama, quite clearly. I will be along shortly once I've dealt with this trash." "Okay," Jiraiya said, nodding before leaping past the Nanabi Jinchuriki and moving forward. "Happy," Fu said, "who wants to play first?" "Out of my way," Hiyashi commanded icily as he went for a lunge. He yelled, "Hake Rokuhuion Sho," as he slammed her with a rapid-fire volley of juken blows. They all fell to the ground, standing in what appeared to be a clearing. Fu laughed and got back up. "I thought I told you that that won't work on me," she said. "What are you?" asked Hiyashi. "No normal kunoichi should be able to get back up after taking that kind of attack. And you don't even look hurt at all." "Now that would be telling," Fu remarked slyly. She smiled and said, "Oh, and you've got a bug on your shoulder." Hiyashi demanded, "What?" as a large number of bugs suddenly surrounded him. "Hijutsu. Mashidama," Fu cried out as the insects seized him. "Hiyashi-sama," cried a number of Hyuga. Hiyashi yelled, "Hakesho Kaden," as he spun, shredding the bugs with a spinning barrier of chakra. "That was," pondered Aburame Shibi. "An Aburame Hijutsu, yes," Fu said, grinning as he nodded. "So, you are the Jinchuriki of the Nanabi no Kabutomushi," Shibi said, shocking everyone. Fu's smile expanded as he asked, "So you've heard of me?" "Yes, I'm the Nanabi Jinchuriki. My village, Takigakure no Sato, was attacked and destroyed by Otto, so I had nowhere to go but with the first guy to offer me a way out." "Who?" asked Shibi. Fu teasingly said, "Now that would be telling." Inoichi got to his feet and made a recognizable hand seal. "Then we'll make you talk," he said. Ino yelled, "Dad, no," but it was too late. Shintenshin no Jutsu. Jinchuriki seal in Fu's mindscape. When Yamanaka Inoichi opened his eyes, he was in what appeared to be a prison, with walls covered in empty cells. He had found himself in a gloomy and repulsive place. Red liquid was streaming across the ground, and he knew that its source would be its demonic origin. Soon he was standing in front of a big cage with the red liquid seeping out from the sides and a vacuum-sealed door. "Seal" was written in kanji on a tag that was attached to a wheel on the front of the door. The Nanabi growled from behind the bars of the cage, "Arrogant little mortal. You dare enter my presence uninvited? Leave now or face my wrath." Inoichi trailed off, "You are the Nanabi no Kabutomushi." His own childhood experiences of entering Naruto's head were both distinct and comparable to this Jinchuriki. In contrast to Naruto, who was unaware of the Kyuubi, this Jinchuriki was obviously aware of the Nanabi and had remained human, for want of a better term, from a much younger age. The mindscape clearly showed a harsh and lonely life with the demon trapped at its center. Though it didn't matter now, he pondered absently whether things might have gone differently if Konoha had truly accepted Naruto. As she materialized behind him, Fu questioned ominously, "You dare to enter my head, Mindwalker?" Inoichi began, startled. "How can you?" Fu yelled, "Be gone!" And the intruder was hurled from the mindscape. The Nanabi roared, "Kill them all! I want them turned into a smear on the countryside." Smirking up at the demon beetle, Fu said, "Finally we agree on something." Land of hot water. Battlefield, forest with pain pulsing through his mind in waves. Inoichi clutched his forehead and collapsed back into his daughter's arms. With a nearly panicked tone, Ino asked, "Are you all right, Daddy?" Rumbling, "I'm fine," Inoichi said. "She threw me out. It wasn't her demon. It was only her." "What does that mean?" Shuza inquired, turning to face his injured companion. Fu grinned as the ground rumbled and the clouds overhead darkened. "It means I have full control of my demon," he said. She whispered, "Let's play," as her body erupted in red chakra. Before 3 chakra tails emerged from her spine and an antler of chakra emerged from her forehead, it encircled her and fully encased her. "Come here," she yelled, leaping at them with such suddenness that they were totally unprepared. With a single blow, her claws tore through Hyugako's face, causing the now dead body to fall to the ground a short distance away. Immediately, Fu turned and roared, blowing away several former Chunin and Jonin with a huge shockwave. She was prevented from moving by Shikaku and a few other Nara clan members connecting their shadows. Whispering, "Kagemane no Jutsu," Shikaku said. He yelled, "Now," a moment later. As Shuza and Choji landed on the Nanabi Jinchuriki, they yelled, "Buban Baika no Jutsu," and struck down with their enlarged fists. As the dust settled, Tenten asked, "Did we get her?" "Of course not." Fu yelled back as the chakra began to solidify around her. With 5 tails swishing behind her and a black mask covering her face, it transformed into a crimson shroud of power in an instant. Angrily, the Nanabi yelled, kill them all." As bones began to grow over her body, Fu roared, and then she vanished a moment later. Above them, she reappeared in the sky and swung her fists down. Everyone in the clearing and the surrounding area was blown away by the shockwave that was sent hundreds of feet high by the impact with the ground. Only a crater, roughly half a mile across, remained where trees and ninja had been just moments before. Ino pushed herself to her knees and coughed as she did so. When she looked around, all she saw was devastation. The fallen bodies of people she only vaguely knew were scattered throughout the rubble, but she hurried over to her father when she saw him buried beneath a piece of rock. "Hold on, Dad," Ino commanded frantically as she knelt beside him. "No," coughed Iniachi. "Ino, you have to. Get out of here, now, before things get any worse." Ino responded, "I'm not leaving you here," while attempting to move the rock away from her father. "Ino, please, go," begged Inoichi. "For once in your life, please, listen to me, Ino." The sound of a rock falling caught Ino's attention as she stammered, but it was Shikamaru. Shikamaru said, "Come on," and he took hold of her arm, pulling. "But, my dad," objected Ino. She heard Shikamaru yell, "If we stay here then we're dead. Come on. We've got to get the hell out of here." As the two escaped into the forest at the edge of the cratered debris, Inoichi commanded her, "Go, Ino." As she landed just a few feet from him, Fu purred, "Well, isn't that sweat? Don't worry. They don't concern us. I was just supposed to hold you all here, but when you went into my mind you really pissed me and Nanabi off. What do you have to say for yourself?" "Screw you," was Inoichi's final utterance. Smirking, Fu said, "You're a little too old for me," and she parted her lips. Chakra swiftly condensed into a solid ball of black chakra after gathering from the air. Bijudama. The ball burst in the face of the head of the Yamanaka clan, engulfing the entire world in light. A bright light engulfed the horizon behind Ino and Shikamaru, who were miles away carrying a wounded Tenten and Choji. They were forced to the ground by a tremendous shockwave and the sound of a deafening explosion. When they turned to face the monster they had battled, all they could see was smoke rising up. Fu smirked as she looked over the mile-long scar she had just made on the battlefield. As a testament to her newfound power, the expansive cavern resembled a straight line that extended from her present location to the edge of the world. She was initially apprehensive when Yami offered to teach her how to control her Biju, but her mind quickly changed after learning that Uchiha Sasuke, the man who had captured his Sharingan, was capable of controlling even the most vicious creatures if given the proper training. By entering her mindscape and using his Sharingan to tear the Nanabi's darkness from her, Yami was able to transform the Sharingan into the Mangekyo Sharingan and tame the beast. A practical instrument for his purpose. What she would assist him in doing to the world that had compelled her to live. With the words, Mokuton, Jubaku Iso, a tree suddenly sprang up behind her and seized her by the branches. She was restrained as more branches swiftly emerged from the tree and drew her back. A man in an Anbu mask told her, "You'll pay for what you've done here," as he and several other Anbu appeared in front of her. Disgusted, the Nanabi said, this is a bastardized version of Mokuton ninjutsu. Nothing more than a copy of its true power. This has become boring. Kill them and finish this. Fu chuckled, heh, as the red chakra began to protrude against the restraints. I don't know who you are, but you don't know what you're getting yourselves into. This is a war, but not any war you or the rest of the shinobi villages can understand or fight against. You're nothing. Konoha is nothing. Kiri, Suna, Iwa, Kumo. They're all nothing compared to what's coming. This is a war between the two major factions of the world. Good and evil. Compared to them too. Even I am nothing but a child, Fu continued to giggle as she expanded. The Shodai Hokage impersonator was asked by an Anbu, Tenzo Taicho, what do we do? I'm trying to hold her down. Tenzo strained, but Fu managed to fully escape her bonds. Fu roared, it's over, as her body fully expanded into the demon beetle she was containing, and 7 tails appeared. Die. Bijudama, she exclaimed, gathering chakra at her mouth and launching it in a single, enormous, continuous beam. Quietness. Behind him, Jiraiya could hear distant explosions, followed shortly by a burst of light, and finally, silence. He knew that something terrible must have happened back there, and feelings of guilt and anxiety surged through him. He shook himself and continued to move forward with the intention of saving the Hyuga heiress, who was obviously captured and in the enemy's custody. A familiar voice laughed, that's far enough. Arrow Sennin, and he stopped. Jiraiya said, you. I've heard about you, as he observed a man who bore a striking resemblance to his current pupil. You're Naruto's clone. Or something close to one. Your name is Yami, right? Yami grinned and dragged Neji and a barely conscious Hinata to his side. That's me, he said. His smile was knowing as he asked, you want these two? It was Jiraiya who asked, what do you want? It's simple really. Hand over the key you have in your possession and I'll release these two. Unharmed. I promise you that, and you know that I always keep my promises, replied Yami. Jiraiya scowled, you're not Naruto, she said. How can I know that you won't just kill them the moment I give you the key? How do you even know what the key is? No, I'm not Naruto. But he and I are the same no matter how much either of us hates to admit it. The only difference between me and him is that I refuse to answer to anyone but me. As for how I know about the key, that's a secret. Now, hand it over, Yami said. Finally saying, fine, Jiraiya made a single hand seal. As a big scroll and a red-black toad emerged from his mouth, he thought, Kachiyose no Jutsu. Jaratora demanded, Jiraiya, what do you think you're doing summoning me? Yami inquired, so that scroll contains the key? Rudely, Jaratora said, who are you? Silence lower life form, replied Yami with a sneer. You are of no concern to me. Give me the scroll now. No way am I turning it over to you, Jaratora impulsively retorted. Yami shrugged and pointed to the two Hyugas. Then these two will die, she said. Jaratora questioned his summoner, what the devil is going on, Jiraiya? When Jiraiya said, I don't have time to explain. Just, give him the scroll. You're sure? Inquired the toad. Yes, Jiraiya said with a nod. Reluctantly, Jaratora nodded and tossed the scroll to the floor in front of them. All right, she said. Thank you, said Yami with a smile. He pushed Hinata and Neji off the tree branch and down toward the ground as soon as he said, now catch, making Jiraiya and Jaratora jump after them. Got it? Yami clutched the scroll and laughed. He muttered, Mangekyo Sharingan, and his eyes darkened, displaying a red pattern that overlapped. He muttered, Kamui, and the scroll he was holding was drawn into what he liked to refer to as a black hole. Jiraiya saw the scroll vanish and demanded, what did you do? With a shrug, Yami turned back to him and said, I'm saving it for later, now there's just one loose end to tie up. Can you guess what it is? Jiraiya narrowed his eyes and said, I thought you said you weren't going to hurt them if I gave you the scroll? Them? No. You on the other hand? Yes, Yami said with a snark. He yelled, Amaterasu. and black flames burst in the Gamma Sennin's direction. Before the flames could reach him, Jiraiya swiftly withdrew a scroll and sealed it away. Fukahoin, he said. So it's true, you really did steal the Uchiha's bloodline. But how are you able to use the Mangekyo? To unlock the Mangekyo you have to kill your closest friend, Yami laughed. The closest thing to a friend I have ever had was the Kyuubi. Someone Naruto stole from me during our last battle a year ago. That sense of loss. It was enough to awaken his true power. Or at least a bastardized version of it. Jiraiya asked, what are you talking about? What do you want exactly? What is it you're after? To which Yami replied, I seek naught but blood and carnage, though there is something else I want. Something only one other person has ever had. These eyes I have acquired are nothing more than a means to an end. The Kyuubi and the rest of the Biju are the same to me. What do I want? That's simple, I want to be complete. What do you mean? Jiraiya asked again, do you want Naruto? It doesn't matter now. There is something else I want and I know you're not going to give it to me willingly, Yami said with a sigh. And what's that? Asked Jiraiya. Your head, Yami growled and sprang forward, his lightning-covered fist flying. Chidori. Jiraiya moved to counter, holding a spinning ball of energy, and yelled back, why do you want me? What did I ever do to you? Rasengan. Shockwaves traveled through the surrounding forest as the two attacks collided in the middle. Both fighters were blown apart as a loud, booming sound filled the air. Yami landed against a nearby cliff edge and moaned as Jiraiya struck the side of a downed tree. Yami stood up again and yelled angrily, You were never there for me, for us. You left us despite being our godfather, despite the fact that you were our father's sensei. You left us alone surrounded by the hatred of others. You didn't care and now you see before you the results of your neglect. Jiraiya thought, I was tracking Orochimaru, Sandaime-sama said you would be okay. Yami growled back, and you believe that old fossil? That bastard took away everything from me, my father, my life, my family, my childhood. He may have been a brilliant leader but he was an absolute idiot when it came to me. He chose not to tell me about the Kyuubi or my father because he was afraid that I might leave the village. He was proven right when we got the hell out of that nightmare 3 years ago and headed for Kumo. And you're even worse. At least he was thinking of the safety of his home and people. You just left and didn't even pay me a visit. Fuck it. I haven't even met you before today and I wish I never did. Jiraiya began, I know we've made some mistakes. Some mistakes? You fucked everything up from the start? To hell with the pedophilic snake. He's dead. Deal with it, Yami snapped back. And that was because of Naruto, not you. He fixed another of your mistakes. Why should he have to? Why should I have to? Why should we have to prove anything to you of all people? In Konoha it should have been them proving themselves to us, not the other way around. They disregarded everything the Uzumaki clan, the Senju clan and my father stood for and now they've experienced the consequences of their actions. Jiraiya growled, and who are you to judge them? Yami mockingly remarked, I am the one who will establish peace and order. Jiraiya's eyes widened at the words, what? Yami remarked, the Rakudo Sennin. He was an interesting man, strong, powerful and he had a will of fire that would just not back down. You ask me who I am? I'll tell you. Naruto and I are the Rakudo Sennin incarnate. What? Jiraiya questioned, startled. Yami grinned and said, nicely done on training my other half. A revolution is coming. Ero Sennin and Naruto and I are going to be in the center of it. The day when he and I finally end our personal war will be the day that the world will either be saved or destroyed forever. So Naruto is the child of prophecy, Jiraiya thought. No he isn't. At least not completely, pointed out Yami. He and I together are the child of prophecy whom will bring about the revolution of this world. Unfortunately for you, you won't be here to see that new world come into existence. We'll see about that, Jiraiya said, forming a series of seals with his hands. Kachiyose no Jutsu. He exclaimed as he slammed his hand to the floor, causing a seal matrix to spread out across it. A huge red and black toad with a Samyamata in its right hand and a Sakazuki-like shield in its left was called forth with a burst of smoke. He sang and danced and then fell on his ass when the toad below him shifted slightly. These tears of blood, overflowing with rage. I went from Sanin to Sage. The most holy hermit sage of Myobokuzen toads. I am Jiraiya-sama, he said. You're an idiot, spat out Yami. Jiraiya said to the giant toad, hey, Gamaken-san. How often must I ask you not to bob at a crucial moment? Gamaken said plainly, I am ungraceful, in response. When Yami said, enough playing around. I'm going to kill you now, A dazzling light burst from the Onijin in the blonde's hand as she said, "Dark Knight of the Fallen Kingdom. I humbly ask that you grant me power. The power of the forgotten, the power of destruction, and the power of reincarnation. I call upon you. Crusader, ascendo." The Black Knight Crusader stood up and spread his wings as the light faded. As he took to the air, Yami laughed and said, "Let's start, shall we?" Jiraiya informed his summoner, "I can't afford to play by ear against someone like him." He finished by rubbing ink onto his face beneath his eyes. "We'll be going all out from the start. I'm using Sage Mode," he said. Gamaken said, "What? You don't mean?" "Yes indeed. I'm summoning the elders," Jiraiya affirmed. "So buy me some time." Gamaken concurred, saying, I, ungraceful as I am, I shall try." Yami yelled, "Kaden! Senpu Hozenka!" as his wings spread wide and flames erupted in the direction of the toad. Gamaken lifted his shield, but as the flames spread around the three, the blast blew him back a few feet. Yami teasingly asked, "Had enough yet?" "So this is a knight's power. It's similar to battling Hanzo," Jiraiya reflected. "I don't understand how this can be, though. How does he know the secrets of this world? How does he know my secrets? It's almost like he has an inside source of information, but where is he getting his information from? His movements and actions are calculated down to the number of water drops on his neck." "Come on over," Yami shouted as flew forward with his sword raised at his side. Gamaken swung round and tried to gut him as the blade came in and connected with the side of the Samyamata. Kaden. Hishishi no Jutsu, after catching fire, the Onijin gradually sliced through the Samyamata. Gamaken gasped, "Oh no," as his Samyamata was sliced in two, causing him to leap away. "Jiraiya, hurry. Send Gamaken Dono home. From this point on, I have it." Jiraiya leapt to his feet and yelled. Gamaken finally said, "Good luck," before vanishing in a cloud of smoke. "Dai Aro Senin," Yami exclaimed as he swung down with his sword on the Gama Senin. There was an explosion of smoke from the impact and dust flew everywhere, followed the sound of a deafening boom that echoed through the air. What? When Yami felt his sword being pushed back, he had to back off a few steps and blinked. "Dude. Why must you always call us to such raucous locations? You can't blame Bunta for yelling at you," a fresh female voice asked. She went on. As the dust started to settle, a second male voice said, Now Shima, let him be. I'm sure Jiraiya Boya's done got his reasons." Telling the voices, "I do apologize for the circumstances," Jiraiya said, "Bosses ma'am," greeting them. The male voice added, "But lad, I thought ya hated this form with passion, implying that it would make you unpopular with the ladies." "Well, beggars can't be choosers," Jiraiya replied. "For my opponent possesses one of the knights of the Rakudo Senin and the bloodlines of Konoha and probably others too." "So, Crusader is our adversary, huh?" the male voice pondered. "I've only heard legends about him." And Jiraiya said, "Yes. So please lend me your aid for just a little while. Shall we begin?" he questioned as the dust blew away to reveal his body, which was hunched over with webbed hands and feet, two small but old toads embedded in his shoulders, goad-like pupils, and an enlarged nose with a red ring around his eyes. "What on earth are you doing? Even by my standards, you're not a typical shinobi," Yami inquired inquisitively. When asked honestly, "I'm just a human," Jiraiya replied. "This power you wield. It reminds me of Naruto's burst mode," Yami thought. "It's almost as if they're two sides of the same coin." "You need to learn how to enter Sage Mode on your own, Jiraiya Boya," said the male toad perched on his left shoulder. "Well, I'm still a babe in swaddling clothes compared to you two," Jiraiya said. "Yami. Let me introduce you to Shima and Fukasaku, the toad elders of Myobokuzan." Shima said, "Now hold still," as her tongue erupted in the direction of the Black Knight. "Zesenbaku." As the tongue swiftly encircled Yami's arms and shoulders, she repeated. Yami thought, "She's fast," as he attempted to escape. "I'm next," Fukasaku declared, and a moment later, his tongue exploded out. "Zisenzen. His armor is pretty dense. This ain't working," he said, as the tongue appeared to pierce the Black Knight's armor. As the toads' tongues retracted, Jiraiya grinned and sprang forward, focusing his chakra into a recognizable sphere that whirled in his palm. "Cho Udama Rasengan." With the chakra ball growing to twice his own size, he cried out. Yami wrapped his wings around himself as the attack hit him, thinking, "He's too fast." Jiraiya stood in the middle of the devastation, feeling the cuts and scrapes from his own jutsu, but they soon healed because of his sage chakra's accelerated healing. The jutsu detonated in a massive explosion that sent trees flying away from them and left scars on the earth itself, reducing everything within a mile to a crater. I think we got him, Fukasaku grinned. I wouldn't be so sure about that, Yami said, startling the three as his voice reverberated across the battlefield. His eyes had changed to a red helix, and his body had returned to its human form. He stood unharmed, with a set of spiritual bones wrapped around him. What is that? What? Jiraiya asked. As Yami chuckled ominously, it's called Susanoo. It's one of the Uchiha clan's stolen abilities, but what can you expect from that clan, huh? They constantly cheat, con, and lie to get to the top. They have tarnished this world, my world, and even the Kyuubi acknowledge it. Simply put, you're insane, Jiraiya said. Yami replied, maybe so. But I won't stop until I get what I want, adding that at the moment, she wanted your head nailed to the wall of her bedroom. Jiraiya boy! Fukasaku yelled. Jiraiya nodded and made a hand seal. I know, she said. Gomon, Senpo. As they threw a tremendous blast of fire, wind, and oil at the shadow, the sage and both toad elders yelled. Yami raised his hands in defense, muttering, of crap, as the flames swept over him like lava, engulfing him in a vortex of fire and oil. This time, did we get them? As the blast subsided, Shima inquired. Probably not, Fukasaku said as their adversary reappeared, Yami standing on top of the flaming oil, still wrapped in those spiritual bones, and wearing that same damn smile. Jiraiya began at the motionless shadow, thinking anxiously, damn. Under these conditions where my ninjutsu are being nullified. At this rate. Even in sage mode I'll be killed. He reflects Naruto personally, so is Naruto this strong too? Any ideas? He inquired of the two toads. If neither taijutsu nor ninjutsu are gonna fly, then the only thing left is genjutsu, Fukasaku said. But I'm a dud when it comes to genjutsu, Jiraiya said. Not at all. I won't, Shima exclaimed. Don't be selfish, Ma, Fukasaku advised her. What are you discussing? Confused, Jiraiya asked. It's a duet, Fukasaku said, adding, using a song to confuse an opponent's sense of hearing is our most potent genjutsu. We will have won once they're under the jutsu's influence. Amaterasu. Black flames shot out of Yami's eyes as he screamed. Oh shit, Jiraiya swore and produced a scroll. Fukahoin, he said, as the flames were swiftly dragged into the seal before they could reach the Gamma Sennin. He checked to make sure he hadn't missed any and then exhaled in relief. After a moment, Fukasaku said, we got him, and he and Shima began to sing. Megan. Gameransho, what? Yami thought as his body went numb and he realized that he was in a cubic barrier guarded by 4-toed samurai. It's a genjutsu. He stopped when he felt dizzy and the world began to distort. You are inside a genjutsu paralysis that binds your psyche, Jiraiya said. Now you won't be able to move. Arrow Sennin, you'll pay for this, Yami yelled angrily. Jiraiya sighed in agreement. Naruto is the child of prophecy. You're not him anymore. Goodbye. Yami. The surroundings dimmed. With a big stone sword piercing the shadow Uzumaki's chest, Jiraiya stood over Yami's body and said, it's done, before he got up and retreated. Shima coughed and Fukasaku sneezed a moment later. Are you both okay? Concerned, he asked them. Fukasaku strained to say, the genjutsu song hurts the throat lad. It's a real pain keeping tempo with Pa. This just ain't easy at all, Shima said. As he began to leave, Jiraiya apologized to them and said, please take your rest now. You both deserve it. Not bad Arrow Sennin. As expected of a member of the Sannin, a voice behind him said, distorted and dark. What? Jiraiya turned quickly and yelled. Jiraiya retreated, trying to escape the sword's reach, clutching his wound as a fully recovered Yami swung up with the Onijin and sliced the Gamma Sennin's left arm right off. Dude. Your arm. Shima yelled in surprise. I know. Sounded Jiraiya. What's happening? He had passed away. We drove a sword straight through his heart, even though he had no pulse. He ought to be finished, Fukasaku yelled. As he hefted his blade onto his shoulder, Yami grinned and nodded. Oh, I'll admit you almost had me there. If I were human, you would have gotten me for good that time, but I'm not. According to what Konoha has said, I am a demon. Until I simply change and return, there is only one weapon that can truly kill me permanently. The only thing that can kill me and keep me dead for longer than a few minutes is Naruto's Ryujin. When he said, are you saying, Jiraiya's eyes grew wide. Until you're dead, I'll simply keep returning stronger and stronger, regardless of how many times I'm killed. Even Naruto is aware of this, albeit it takes him longer to change after a fight. Yami grinned and shrugged. That's why I keep running away from him when I'm in a losing battle. Oh, and you let your guard down. Sensei, he said, surprised by a burst of smoke behind the Gamma Sennin. When Jiraiya heard 1,000 birds chirping, he turned and asked, what? Chidori. As he pierced the sage's chest with his lightning-covered fist, Yami yelled. Jiraiya boy. As Yami shoved them back into the trunk of a nearby tree, Fukasaku yelled in concern. Game over, Yami said in a whisper, his smile menacing. Jiraiya snapped, Pa. Ma. Run now. Naruto. Tell Naruto. Everything. While Yami snorted and backed away. And so ends the gallant Jiraiya, Yami grumbled. You were a strong opponent and a good teacher. But you were useless godfather when it came to us. As Yami's eyes reddened again and the two toad elders separated from the hermit's shoulders, Jiraiya gasped for breath. Run. Now. Amaterasu, Yami muttered, and in a matter of seconds, Jiraiya's body was consumed by black flames that disintegrated him. Jiraiya boy. As her husband dragged her away, Shima yelled. Ma. Hurry up. We must leave this place. As the two toads ran away into the neighboring river, Fukasaku screamed. After an hour, Yami allowed the flames to go out and he sighed in relief that another of the people who had wronged him had paid the ultimate price for their actions. Yami ignored them and just stared silently at the burning flames, standing there without saying anything while his partner, Fu, dropped down beside him. How are you doing? Concerned, Fu asked him. With a rough, I'm fine, Yami turned away and said, come on, we're leaving, it's almost time. You need to talk about it if something's bother you, Fu advised him. I don't need anyone, replied Yami. I've never needed anyone before and I don't need anyone now. Not even myself. He did not respond, so she asked hesitantly, how did you find out about this? Almost everything? Then she questioned him. There are only 2 female Jinchuriki, Yami retorted. My Onijin recognized that Naruto and I would wield 2 more swords, while both of you would wield the 2 of 5 swords of the Rakudo Sennin. I chose the girl who has sided with my other half because she is the epitome of balance, neither good nor evil. That's all. She is pure. What about the key, then? And what else? Fu asked. Just like the Kyuubi, a piece of my parents were sealed in me the day I was born, Yami replied. I remember everything, including the Kyuubi. With this key, I now have access to the Yang chakra of the Kyuubi. All we need to do now is wait for Naruto to awaken his true power, and then I'll take it from him. I can finally carry out the last phase of my plan once I have that power, Yami stated unequivocally. Pandora's box. Fu muttered in concern. It was a rather perilous artifact that contained all of the world's evil, so that begged the question. What did Yami so desperately want from that box? Since finishing his training to control the Kyuubi's yin chakra a month ago, Naruto has faced the challenge of responding to Yugito and Haku's confessions to him. Was he fond of them? He did, of course, but was he in love with them? There was a significant difference between love for a friend and love for someone you would consider spending the rest of your life with, even though he knew he cared about them more than he should given their occupations. Regarding bloodlines and or noble clans like the Senju, Uchiha, and Hyuga clans, he was aware of the Clan Restoration Act. After Naruto confronted her about Uzumaki Mito, Tsunade's grandmother, she had essentially acknowledged that he was her heir and had a right to the Senju clan name. Being the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki only strengthened his position because, in contrast to Konoha, Kumo regarded Jinchuriki as village ninja, particularly those who were able to subdue their demons. But because of their love for him, Yugito and Haku mistook the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. He had been raised in Konoha's hatred and could not even fathom a girl genuinely liking him as more than a friend. What was the name of that girl with the pink hair that he once liked? I believe that Sakura's continuous acts of violence and rejection had a profound effect on the heir of the Uzumaki Senju clan. Then came the most recent news. He stated unequivocally, Jiraiya of the Sannin has been killed. The Konoha remnant has come to Kumo requesting asylum and I have granted it. Quietness. I'm sorry Raikage-sama, but we must have misheard. I could have sworn you said Jiraiya of the Sannin was killed? Yugito replied with a question. You heard me correctly, Yugito-chan, he affirmed. Naruto, one of the Toad Elders of Myobokuzen wants to speak with you. He wouldn't say what, but he did say that it was important to you specifically. Unaffected, Naruto inquired, where is he now? He hardly knew his godfather, if you wanted to call the man who had left him for years, much to Konoha's disapproval. He admired the man's strength and shinobi principles, but Jiraiya had abandoned him on the day of his birth and only showed up after Naruto had already left Konoha. Despite being an excellent teacher and skilled shinobi, he always seemed to fall short with his students. A voice said, "Right here, from the side." Leaning against a small chair, Fukasaku wondered, "So you're Naruto, a lad?" Naruto questioned, "Who are you, geezer toad?" "My name is Fukasaku," established the Toad Elder. "Jiraiya boy's dying wish was for me to explain everything to you. Of your destiny, and everything that goes with it." Naruto questioned, "What are you talking about exactly?" "When Jiraiya boy first came to Myobokuzen, he was brought to the Ogama Sennin," Fukasaku said. "He was given a prophecy concerning you. It said that a student of Jiraiya would bring about a great revolution that would reshape the world." Reflecting on his conversation with the Dragon Elder the previous year, Naruto muttered, "I'm Destiny's pawn." Confused, Fukasaku said, "Excuse me? I already know," said Naruto. With anxiety, Fukasaku questioned, "Have you seen it?" "No. But I can feel the world changing. Traveling down a darker path. One step closer to destruction," replied Naruto. Fukasaku stated unequivocally, "Yami is the one who killed Jiraiya boy, but the Kyuubi Jinchuriki didn't appear shocked. We killed him, but he just regenerated and came back for more." Naruto posed the query, "What did he want?" "He wanted the key to the Kyuubi's seal," Fukasaku said candidly. "Why would he want that?" Yugito inquired inquisitively. "It doesn't matter," Naruto said with a sidelong glance. "I'll deal with him myself sooner or later. It's only a matter of time before I face him again." "There's more," he broke the silence. 3 days ago Suna was attacked by the rogue organization Akatsuki. The one hunting the Biju. They've captured the cage. You remember that kid Gaara? He was captured. Suna didn't send anyone out to rescue him. He's dead. In a whisper, Naruto said, "Gaara's dead," recalling his fellow Jinchuriki. He went on, "Suna was destroyed by Iwa shortly after. It looks like with the cage out of the way they capitalized on the weakened village. The land of stone has now assimilated the bulk of the land of wind." Haku remarked, "Iwa is going to focus on us shortly." According to I agree. "That's why I have a new mission for you," the team was told. "Reikage-sama?" inquired Yugito. Team Samui has recently done a diplomatic mission to Kiri in order to open a dialogue and hopefully form an alliance with them. "We need to solidify our hold as the strongest shinobi village," he said. "Now that the bloodline purge is over, the Yondaime Mizukage has been killed and the Sanbi contained within him has been released. Team Samui is tracking the beast and it appears it's heading for the land of Wave. I want you and several other teams to intercept it and capture it." "A Biju? Really?" Haku exclaimed in shock. Naruto said, "We'll get it done," and nodded. "Who will be leading this mission?" When he said, "Darui will be in command, he'll be sealing it in the Kohaku no Johei until it is brought to Kumo." Naruto questioned, "The Kohaku no Johei, Reikage-sama?" "The Kohaku no Johei is one of the Rakudo Sennin no Hogu," he said. "It's the tool we used to seal the Hachibi before it was sealed in Karabi. Simply call out to the target and the pot records its voice and seals it inside." "Sounds easy enough," murmured Naruto. In response, Yugito said, "It's easier said than done. The 2nd Air Fleet will be going with you to provide air support. Good luck Team B." Land of Rain. Headquarters of AIM, Akatsuki Pain said, "Sasori, Deidara, first. I want you to meet up with Kakuzu and Hidan. They're going to need the help when they move to capture the Nibi." "High Leader Sama," both of the Akatsuki operatives said. Hidan yelled angrily, "We don't need any help capturing that little bitch. I will hand her over to Jashin Sama personally." Pain retorted, "I am not concerned about the Nibi. Her sensei is the Hachibi Jinchuriki and she is often in the company of the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. It will not be an easy task to capture her. To confront her would mean you would have to face one of the other two also." Hidan laughed and said, "Huh? Bring them on. I'd like to see them try to kill me." "Simply put, you're being a fool Hidan," Kakuzu said. "Even for us it would mean certain death should we face 3 Jinchuriki at once. Not even your god can save you from 3 Biju. Itachi, Kisame, you two hunt the Yanbi and the Gobi. They shouldn't give you much trouble," Pain responded. "It shall be done Leader Sama," Itachi stated emphatically. Kisame asked, "Can I cut off their legs?" But Pain chose to ignore him. Pain commanded, "Zetsu, watch the Sanbi. Konan and I will deal with the Rokubi." It was Konan who asked, "What about the Nanabi?" Unconcerned, Pain said, "We will deal with her and that shadow later." As the holograms of the Akatsuki members vanished, leaving just Pain and Conan in the room. A lone red Sharingan whirled wildly in the shadows. Yes, my Moon Eye plan will soon be finished. Nothing can stop it now, the figure, Uchiha Madara, said with a gloomy laugh. If only everything would go according to plan. Lightning Land. Arashi, Kumo airship. Kumo's second air fleet included the Arashi, Team B's personal mode of transportation, and more than 18 airships with dozens of ninja on board. Other countries started to notice Kumo's new toys after the first fleet was sent out on missions, specifically escort and bodyguard missions. They knew that they couldn't take on the strongest shinobi village directly until they figured out a way to use those airships to counter any kind of retaliatory strike, and Iwa in particular had been unsuccessfully attempting to replicate the technology. In the event that another country attacked Kumo, they would be merely bombed from the sky, and the only defense would be a chakra barrier the size of a village, which would take a Biju's strength to sustain for very long. Naruto saw his two love interests and teammates when he entered the airship's command deck. Haku stood at the controls while Yugito lay down on the couch nearby. Below, on the lower deck of the airship, the other teams that accompanied them were preparing for the drop. Haku piloted the airship to their destination while she, the main pilot, caught some rack time. Naruto attracted the attention of his two teammates by asking, "Hey, can I talk to you two for a second? We haven't really spoken since we were on that turtle island, so I wanted to tell you now just in case something happens on this mission." Haku asked, "What is it, Naruto-kun?" Naruto grinned and remarked, "I love you both. No matter what happens, I want you two to know that." "Idiot," Yugito grinned in return. "We already know, you didn't have to say it." "Speak for yourself," Haku said through a laugh. When Naruto finally said, "I should have answered you both weeks ago, I'm sorry I took so long." "Well, when it comes to you, we've grown accustomed to waiting for you to sort things out," Yugito said. Naruto blinked and asked, "What's that supposed to mean?" "Nothing. Nothing at all. Place of wave. Arashi, Kumo airship." Through the speakers, Shi's voice said, "We're closing in on the drop zone now." "Alright people, you heard him," Darui said in his typically slack voice. "I know it's kind of dull, but I want everyone ready to jump right now." Naruto asked over his shoulder, "Yugito? Haku?" When Yugito said, "The Kohaku no Johei is secure." When Haku said, "We're ready to go," he nodded. According to Shi, over the drop zone in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Before leaping out of the now open hatch and into the sea of clouds, Naruto joked, "Where's my one-liner?" Yugito grinned and sighed, "Idiot," and quickly trailed behind him. Haku laughed and jumped a second later. "Those two never change," he said. With the same smile on his face from his initial jump, Naruto descended past the clouds in a matter of seconds. As he continued to descend toward the quickly approaching ground, a few birds flew by him. He swiftly pulled out a well-known three-pronged kunai and threw it to the ground. He muttered, "Hiraishin no Jutsu," and disappeared as he was ready to fall to the ground. He immediately reappeared, still grinning, crouching on the ground where the kunai had struck. As he stood, he turned to see Yugito slowly descending beside him, her boots controlled by fire, keeping her in the air. Standing on a sheet of ice that resembled a floating board, Haku was directly behind her. "You idiot," Yugito said, still as reckless as ever. Naruto smiled back. "That's always fun," he said. "We appear to have landed on the southern side of the island," Haku said. "We should regroup with the others at the northern beach and contact Darui Taicho." Naruto nodded and became serious once more. "She's right," he said. "Yugito, can you sense anything?" Yugito answered bewilderedly, "I can feel the Sanbi. At least I think it's the Sanbi. It's like it's moving around. Like its chakra is changing." Naruto asked, "Any idea what it means?" "I think it's using the water to hide its presence," Yugito candidly replied. "Let's report to Darui Taicho," mentioned Naruto. "They heard someone say, 'Sorry to disappoint you, but you're coming with us,' from above." Deidara dropped a barrage of clay bombs on the three Kumo nins, who had just time to move out of the way. Naruto yelled in shock, "What the hell? They're Akatsuki," said Haku. Yugito asked angrily, "Great, what do you freaks want with us? And how the hell did you evade my senses?" "We want the demons," Sasori said with a somber laugh as he lowered himself into the clearing. "Surrender and we will make your deaths as quick and as painless as possible." Naruto retorted, "Not the most enticing offer, so, no thanks." "Naruto-kun. Yugito-chan and I will deal with these two. They probably sent others to capture the Sanbi too," Haku said. Naruto asked the girls, "You sure? We've got this," Yugito shouted, dismissing him. Naruto said, "Alright. Good luck," and then he started to fly into the trees. Deidara shrugged. "It doesn't matter, she said. "The zombie brothers should be more than enough to deal with that demon filth, Yugito sneered, "We'll see," while lightning sped across her body. Along with a few others, Darui was among the first to arrive at the meeting spot on the island nation's northern beach. As soon as possible, they began erecting a camp, and the group's sensors kept an eye on local activity. Before long, they would have found and captured their target. Darui asked, "Any word from Team B?" Samui shook her head, saying, "Nothing yet. Teams B, H and R seem to have landed further south than we did." "It doesn't matter," sighed Darui. "How dull. They'll be here soon. What about the Sanbi?" Samui answered, "We've tracked it to about a mile off the shore. It's just sitting there. Like it's waiting for something." Darui thought, "I wonder what it's waiting for." A voice behind him said, "Perhaps it's waiting for us." Darui spun around in shock as his assailant slashed across his chest, where his heart was, and black threads seized him. Samui grabbed Darui and leapt away as Atsui entered from the side and cut the threads. The assailant wore a Takigakure no Sato hatai and a black cloak with red clouds emblazoned on it. Atsui assumed a protective posture and asked, "Who are you?" "Kakuzu," the assailant said indifferently. He remarked, "And you've let your guard down," as a second man in the same cloak materialized behind him brandishing a three-bladed scythe. Samui called out to her brother, "Atsui, watch out." Atsui turned and asked, "What?" But it was too late. When a single scythe cut drew blood, the novice recoiled in laughter. "I am Hidan," said the giggling man. He smeared blood on the ground, forming a triangle and a circle, and exclaimed, "Jashin-sama. Behold! I give myself, body and soul, to the carnage that is to come. In your name, I will rip their insides out and shred their entrails." "Atsui?" Samui inquired anxiously. "I'm still hot," affirming Atsui. Adding, "It barely grazed me." "They're Akatsuki," said Darui. Darui gathered his hands and cried out, "Rantan! Raise a Sakasu!" His hands emitted beams of light that flew in the direction of the two Akatsuki agents. Hidan simply grinned as the beams closed in and struck him in the chest, but Kakuzu leapt back to evade the blow. After the smoke cleared, Hidan, who had black skin and white markings resembling a skeleton, was visible standing in the middle of the circle. Hidan chuckled and said, "I'm done playing with you nobodies. I've already cursed you. My pain is your pain, you bastard. I'll show you the pleasure between life and death." Karui thought, "What is this guy saying?" As Samui turned to face her brother, her eyes widened in surprise. "His pain is Atsui's pain? Wait, it can't be," she said. Hidan pulled out a retractable spear and stabbed himself in the chest, laughing. "Well then, let's experience the ultimate pain together, shall we?" Samui yelled, "No, stop." As she witnessed her brother collapse to the ground and cough up blood, she rushed to him and flipped him over. Hidan kept laughing as his skin returned to normal. "How's that? Amazing, huh? The pain of death," he said. Heh, that's one down." Kakuzu remarked, "HMPH, you sure took your time." "What can I say? It was fun," shrugged Hidan. "Why, you filthy," Samui said, her voice starting to grow angry. Hidan laughed and said, "Huh? What, you want me to take you down too? Perfect, the more sacrifices for Jashin-sama, the better." Darui yelled, "Raiden! Karapansa!" and hurled a creature that resembled a black lightning panther at the man brandishing the scythe. As the two Akatsuki agents shied away from the approaching attack, Kakuzu remarked, "Kuroi Kaminari, huh? It's been a while since I saw the Sandaime Reikage's signature jutsu." Naruto yelled, "Rasengan!" as he leapt from the trees and headed for Hidan while holding a spinning ball of chakra. Before blasting the Akatsuki agent back down the beach, the spiraling sphere struck Hidan in the chest and drilled for a few seconds. Naruto slid to a stop in front of the other Kumo ninjas. "Got one," he said. Darui said, "You're late, Naruto," with a sigh of relief. "I know it's dull, but where are your teammates?" "They're fighting two more of these freaks at the southern edge of the island," said Naruto. "That hurt, you bastard!" Hidan cried out in rage as he stood again, his chest pierced by the spot where Naruto had struck. Naruto exclaimed, "What the fuck is this guy?" "We don't know, but he killed Atsui with some cursed jutsu," Darui responded. "He cut Atsui with that scythe of his and cursed him. Any damage dealt to that thing's body was transferred to Atsui." Naruto nodded and made a hand seal. "Then I'd better deal with him first," he said. In Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, 3 clones materialized next to Naruto. Complete the mission, I've got this, he told his fellow Kumo ninja colleagues. Darui commanded, don't get yourself killed, and he and the majority of the others leapt away. Make them pay for this, Samui said, carrying the body of her departed brother. Kakuzu remained steadfast and threw off his cloak to reveal 4 white masks buried in his back. Black threads burst from the masks, taking on humanoid shapes as they leapt off his back. Kakuzu said in a monotone, the Kyuubi Jinchuriki huh? Let's get this over with. You will be judged by Jashin-sama, exclaimed Hidan with joy as he charged forward, his scythe ready. As he prepared his 7 swords, Naruto thought, I can't let him cut me with that. Hidan descended quickly and struck one of Naruto's 7 swords with his scythe. There was a loud clang as the 2 struck, followed by the sounds of metal slicing flesh. Naruto then spun around and used 3 more swords to slit Hidan across the chest. You think that can kill me? Hidan asked, laughing unfazed and launching another assault. How can a guy who doesn't die be killed? As he knocked Hidan down and stabbed him in the chest with 2 swords, Naruto asked thoughtfully. Hidan appeared indifferent or even unfazed by the large holes in his chest as he took a step back and removed the 2 blades. What on earth is this guy? Kakuzu yelled, Futon, Atsugai, Kaden, Zukaku, as the mouths of 2 of his masks parted. As the blast rushed in the direction of the Kyuubi Jinchuriki, wind and fire burst from the mouths and encircled one another, intensifying their heat and size. As he draws a Hiraishin Kunai, Naruto thinks, I can't fight like this. The wind-enhanced flames, known as Jikukan Kekai, swept over Naruto but were swiftly absorbed by the kunai and carried to another identical kunai in the middle of nowhere. Hidan screamed, die and be judged by Jashin-sama already, as he drew closer and cut with his scythe. There was a loud clang as the 2 weapons made contact as Naruto pulled his Ryujin out of its sheath. Watch out, Hidan, Kakuzu cautioned. As he attempted to cut the blonde, Hidan laughed and exclaimed, die already you heathen. Naruto's clothing changed into the White Knight's light armor compressed into human form as he thought, have to use burst mode. His speed doubled instantly, and he turned swiftly to slash the Ryujin across the undying man's chest, deflecting Hidan's attack at the last second. With a rolling thud and a look of disgust on his face, Hidan struck the ground a few feet away. Hidan roared angrily, you'll pay for that demon filth, and stood up again. Naruto formed a familiar hand seal, thinking, I have to even the odds or even with the Kyuubi's chakra I won't survive. As soon as he said, Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, 2 clones appeared next to him and began directing chakra toward his hand. The chakra condensed and spun to form a large chakra shuriken with what appeared to be a Rasengan in the center, and the air was filled with a bell-like screech. Kakuzu cautioned, Hidan, don't let yourself be hit by that. Even for us, contact with a jutsu like that would mean certain death. Like I can die, Hidan said with a sneer before lunging forward. Naruto yelled, Futon, Rasen Shuriken, and threw the chakra shuriken at the oncoming Hidan. Hidan attempted to dodge, but the chakra shuriken suddenly grew larger, snagging him by the middle and tearing him to pieces. As it literally obliterated every trace of the poor Akatsuki agent, the central Rasengan also grew and engulfed Hidan's body. Naruto sighed in relief as Hidan came to an end with a resounding blast of wind from the tornado-like vortex. Kakuzu shook his head, disappointed. Stupid Hidan, getting himself killed like that, he said. As Naruto focused on the last Akatsuki member, he thought, burst mode is down to half charge. I have a feeling that this guy isn't normal either, he continued. Simply, I'm not a fool like Hidan, Kakuzu uttered. Do not expect me to blindly charge in without thinking like that blubbering idiot you just killed. Naruto glared back. It doesn't matter because I'm going to kill you for making Samui sad, he said. You stand alone. I seem to be underestimated, Kakuzu remarked with a laugh. You remind me of the first Konoha shinobi I ever fought. The Shodai Hokage. Naruto's eyes widened in shock. What? Raiden. Gion. A black creature sprang up from beside him, its jaws agape. With the sustained lightning bolt pursuing him, Naruto leapt back into the trees as lightning burst from the opening. As he ran frantically up one of the big trees, Naruto thought, I can't let my guard down around this guy. Kaden. Zukaku. Another of the black creatures hurled tiny fireballs at him, which exploded along the tree behind him. Fuck it. As he dodged the onslaught, Naruto reflected, it's like fighting 5 guys at once. Naruto snarled, enough of this, and made a series of hand seals while observing the closest black creature, the water one, if he was not mistaken, close in on him. He exclaimed, "Futon! Kazuryuden no Jutsu!" And a dragon of wind burst forth in the direction of the flying, webbed creature. The wind ripped the water-masked creature to pieces as it struck it directly. As his armor withdrew and he fell to the side of another tree, he thought, "Damn it, my burst mode is depleted." Another mask, this one the wind one, flew in from the opposite side of the tree and fired a number of air bullets at him, slicing out sections of the tree so he had to dodge or risk being struck. Futon. Atsugai. Naruto drew on the power he was both cursed and gifted with, thinking, "Damn it, I have no choice but to use Kyuubi's chakra." Suddenly, the familiar seal of the Rakudo Sennin formed across his body, and his body transformed into swishing yellow energy. "What is that? Is that the chakra of the Kyuubi?" Kakuzu narrowed his eyes and thought, "It looks strange." When Naruto's lightning mask heart was crushed by a long arm of yellow chakra that blasted out of his fist, his eyes widened. A second later, Naruto slammed his fist into the Akatsuki agent's face and vanished in a burst of speed that was faster than anything he had ever seen. What absurd speed! Kakuzu thought as he was hurled back through the forest, slamming into a big tree's side with force. What on earth is that guy made of? Fuck! Naruto flinched as he let go of the Kyuubi's core, saying, "I think I almost broke my hand on his face." "What the hell is with your skin? I hit you in the face with enough to Kyuubi's chakra to shatter a small mountain yet you're still standing," asked Naruto. Kakuzu responded, "I call it Doden. Domu. My skin is almost impenetrable to all but the most powerful of attacks," as the two black creatures that were still there rushed in and lodged themselves in his back. As the two masks embedded themselves in his shoulders, black threads emerged from every part of his body, including his mouth. When the two masks said, "Now let's finish this Kyuubi Jinchuriki," their mouths opened simultaneously. Kaden. Zukaku. Futon. Atsugai. The masks caused fire and wind to burst out, merging into a single, enormous firestorm. The firestorm that had nearly consumed him was put out when Naruto swiftly drew on the Kyuubi's chakra core once more and roared inhumanly. As the flames subsided and he focused chakra on his hands, he created two distinct chakra arms. A black sphere the size of his head was formed by the collection and condensation of black and white spheres of chakra. As soon as he had fully formed the ball, he launched himself forward at full speed, suddenly materializing in front of Kakuzu and slamming the sphere into the middle of his chest before he even realized it. Naruto cried out, "Amari," as the ball made contact and burst into dazzling light. Before his body was totally destroyed and the blast spread out in all directions, Kakuzu had just a moment to realize that he was going to die. As the earth and trees moved due to the forces released upon the island nation, Naruto himself was blown free of the blast. Everyone on the island felt the horizon light up and the ground tremble. The only remnant of the battle that was left after the blast subsided was a sizable crater. Quietness. Land of Wave. Team B landing zone, Southern Beach. Yugito continued to stare at the two Akatsuki agents in front of them and asked, "Which one do you want?" "I think I should deal with the one in the air," asked Haku. "Then let's go," Yugito said with a nod before launching himself at Sasori. As dozens of ice mirrors formed in a cluster in midair around her and Deidara, Haku leapt into the air and swiftly made a series of seals with her left hand while holding the Kabikiri Hocho in her right. "Makio Hyosho," she yelled. She landed on a mirror and stood on it, gazing at the bomber from Akatsuki. "I apologize for the actions I am about to take. Please understand that I don't wish to cause pain," Haku murmured softly. "You don't wish to cause pain? Girl, you should really get another job, said Deidara. He threw a bunch of tiny clay bombs at her and said, "Why don't you take a look at my art while at it, Ket?" As Haku cried out, "Sensatsu Suisho," thousands of ice needles shot out of the ice mirrors, striking the bombs before they could reach her. As Haku leapt back and onto another mirror to avoid the blast's outer edge, the bombs exploded too soon. "Don't bother my art, girl," Deidara said with a grumpy scowl. Laughing, he made the dragon he was riding spit out multiple large globs of clay at her, saying, "You're good but my art will always prevail." Haku raised both of her hands and yelled, "Hyuden! Soryu Bofusetsu!" Two black dragons of ice yelled at the approaching globs. The second ice dragon was able to get close to Deidara after one of the dragons swiftly devoured and smashed through the globs. Deidara mumbled, "Oh dear, as his clay dragon barely avoided the ice dragon, barely grazing its side. He grinned and said, "Oh, too slow, but he quickly looked away when he noticed a glimmer of movement. After the first ice dragon had dealt with the clay globs, Haku had leapt on its back and jumped again, bringing her within striking range of him. He grunted, "Crap," and leapt off his clay dragon just before Haku, brandishing the Kabikiri Hocho, sliced off the clay dragon's head with a single blow. Whispering, "That was close," he hurriedly fashioned another clay dragon to mount. Haku stated unequivocally, "You cannot escape, surrender," as she created a second ice mirror to stand on. As soon as they said, "Makio Hyosho," dozens of ice mirrors appeared all around them. Deidara thought, "Interesting, HN," and then grinned once more. Haku squinted her eyes and said, "But you underestimate my art," before noticing a tiny clay bird fly next to her face. Ketsu. The clay bird exploded with a loud noise, and she was unable to dodge it. A few seconds after the blast, the ice mirrors broke apart, unable to support themselves. He laughed as he watched the Kabikiri Hocho fall from the smoke cloud and hit the ground, saying, "Ha ha ha ha. And that is why my art is the greatest." As he dropped to the ground and walked toward the sword, determined to claim it as a memento, Deidara continued to laugh. Just as he reached for it, he was abruptly impaled by 6 spikes of ice. He let out a startled gasp and turned to see an unharmed Haku standing there, perspiring, her hands in a seal. Hisatsu Hyoso, Haku had uttered as ice spikes covered the battlefield's ground level. Demanding, "How? I killed you, sincerely, you killed my water clone," Haku said. She eventually said, "That is all," as she proceeded to pick up her Kabikiri Hocho. Deidara gritted her teeth and said, "Why you tricked me, why you'll pay for this. I'll become art." Whispering, "No you won't," Haku cut with the Kabikiri Hocho. She concluded, "Not this time," as the blond man's head dropped to the ground next to his body. "I'm sorry." Yugito grunted, "Raiden no Yoroi," and bounded forward at her most unnatural speed. Sasori's Hiriko puppet armor merely broke on impact as her fist swiftly found its target. Sasori himself barely avoided its devastation and retreated, attempting to distance himself as much as possible. "Clearly this won't be as easy as I thought," Sasori pondered while he produced a scroll. Whispering, "Fuin. Kai," he opened his most potent puppet. Yugito stared at the puppet and trailed off, as that. Over the years, she had seen photos of the other cages, and she was certain that she recognized this one. Sasori affirmed, "Yes, this is the Sandame cage." He gestured toward the puppet and said, "Impressive, isn't he?" Yugito narrowed his eyes and remarked, "So you really are Akasuna no Sasori?" The puppet master questioned, "Even a child like you knows my name, huh? I'm not what you expected, am I?" "Not even close," said Yugito. "Why do you look so young? You should be my sensei's age at least." The Sandame cage's chest plate exploded as Sasori shrugged and said, "Maybe you'll find out. Shall I end it now?" Satetsu Kaiho? Black iron fragments emerged from the chest, gathered in midair, and then, like a single, enormous tree that was growing, began to branch out towards Yugito in an attempt to stab her. Thanks to the lightning armor she was wearing, Yugito's newfound speed and reflexes suddenly came into play. Swiftly she retreated, dodging the rush of iron sand as it approached her until it swept down upon her like a great wave. Seeing no way out of the impending assault, she closed her eyes and searched within for the answer. She discovered what she was seeking. She erupted in blue, purple chakra, which covered her body like a two-tailed cat. As the chakra transformed into flames, her body disappeared, and in her place was a huge, hideous blue fire cat. Sasori watched as the demon cat roared, vaporizing the iron in a single blow and unleashing a huge wave of flames. Sasori said, "This could be difficult," right before the fire cat spit a huge fireball in his direction. Yugito roared, "Nekomata Gukaku," as the fireball burst. Sasori yelled, "Satetsu Keshu," as he gave the cage puppet iron fragments to reassemble into a massive hammer. The demon cat was struck by the hammer, but it simply went through Yugito's flame-made body unharmed. "Not good enough." Yugito yelled, gathering chakra at her mouth into a sphere. She yelled, "Bijudama," as the Sandame cage puppet was destroyed in a single, tremendous blast as the ball exploded at Sasori. Sasori uttered the startled words, "Never thought I'd see that one destroyed," he said, "It looks like I've got no choice," and he exposed himself by removing his Akatsuki cloak. Yugito questioned in horror, "What have you done to yourself?" Sasori was a puppet that was alive. When Sasori said, "It's been a while since last I used myself," his eyes widened almost uncontrollably. He produced a scroll, unlocked its seal, and exclaimed, "Welcome to hell, Fuin." Kai. Out of the scroll, 100 puppets soared into the air above them. After a moment, Sasori's chest plate opened, revealing chakra wires that connected to the army of puppets he had let loose. Yugito growled and swung her tails, but the puppets managed to avoid her blows. Although the same could be said for them, it soon became evident after a few more swings that she simply couldn't hit them. The Nibby was practically impervious to all attacks except those based on water when she was using her full power, but all of that strength was only useful if you could actually hit your target. As Yugito released the Nibby's chakra and transformed back into a human, she thought, "It looks like I'm going to have to do this the hard way." Sasori utterly uttered, "Running out of chakra already? I expected better from a demon." Yugito retorted, "I still have a few tricks left," as her body was covered in lightning. She muttered, "Raiden no Yoroi," and balled her fists at her sides. As the puppets swooped in and knocked them aside one by one, she leapt forward. Before Sasori could even blink, Yugito was on her arm up. She yelled, "Lariat!" as her arm made contact with Sasori's chest, blowing out his back and sending his shattered puppet body skyward a few meters. She awaited his return to his feet, he didn't. Around her, the other puppets fell to the ground. She had prevailed. "The mission was a success even if we did run into a few problems," Darui reported with a seemingly indifferent expression. "We managed to seal the Sanbi and we encountered a few of those dull guys that matched the description of the Akatsuki. Team B took care of them though not before we lost Atsui to one of them." Yugito-chan. He frowned as he asked. "When we dropped in over at the southern beach we were immediately confronted by 2 Akatsuki agents," Yugito said. "They were Akasuna no Sasori and the infamous Iwanukanen Didera. We knew that they wouldn't have come alone because the Sanbi was in the area and 3 Biju in the same place was too good an opportunity to pass up, so they must have sent others to capture it while they tried to capture me and Naruto." Haku added, "We split up. After that, Yugito-chan and I remained behind to deal with the 2 Akatsuki agents while Naruto-kun went on ahead to aid Darui-sama and the rest of the squads. Naruto Dono defeated both the Akatsuki agents at the northern beach alone," Darui stated. "I dare say he is as strong as Karabi-sama now." "Not yet," he said with a headshake. "Not until he completely tames the Kyuubi within him. Unlike Karabi and Yugito-chan, he is not on friendly terms with his Biju." "Either way he defeated them both," Darui said with a shrug. "That's still hard for me to believe," Yugito thought. "I was on par with that bastard Sasori, even though I know Naruto is strong and the Kyuubi is the most powerful of the Biju. The power gap between Naruto and me is much greater than I initially believed if he actually defeated 2 Akatsuki members, especially if he did it by himself without the Kyuubi's assistance." She had no idea how much stronger Naruto had become than her, and she wasn't sure if she could defeat him without the Nibby's chakra helping her. Although she hadn't witnessed it in action, she knew that his new controlled Kyuubi mode was something completely different because he was a master of the wind element. The chakra of a defeated and tamed Biju always assumed the form of the Biju within, such as Karabi's and hers, but when Naruto absorbed the Kyuubi's chakra, it changed. Like those ancient carvings she had seen as a child in the village museum, it assumed the shape of the Rakudo Sennin. What caused it to take that shape? Did the Kyuubi itself have a role in it? Perhaps because Naruto was the first Jinchuriki to tame it, that was the cause? What was Uzumaki Naruto, or even better, who was he? He asked. "Where is Naruto-kun now?" Darui sighed. "I don't know, Raikage-sama. Karabi-sama took him the moment we entered the village." "Karabi," mumbled he himself. Darui asked, "Should I get him for you, Raikage-sama?" "No," he said, shaking his head. "Let Karabi deal with the boy. As Raikage, he would entrust the boy to his younger brother, who was unquestionably Kumo's best teacher." Land of Rain. Headquarters of AIM, Akatsuki, he said. "Didera, Sasori, Hidan, and Kakuzu are dead," Zetsu said. Didera and Sasori were beaten by the Nibby Jinchuriki and the last of the Yuki clan. Hidan and Kakuzu were killed by the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. It looks like they've tamed their Biju. Quietness. "This is unfortunate," thought Pain. Kisame shrugged and said, "We caught the Yanbi and the Gobi at least." Pain replied bluntly, "Until we have taken the Nibby and the Sanbi, we cannot seal the Yanbi, Gobi, or the Rokubi." "The Nibby and Kyuubi Jinchuriki have returned to Kumo with the Sanbi," said Zetsu. "They're all in one spot." Itachi asserted, "Kumo is also the most powerful of the 3 major villages, with those curse-sealed monstrosities that Orochimaru built. Danzo is obviously attempting to elevate Otto." A new, very dark voice sneered, "Kumo will fall," as a figure emerged from the darkness. "Toby?" Kisame inquired, perplexed. The man in the orange mask examined them, his Sharingan glowing crimson against the darkness. Uzumaki Naruto. He's thrown quite the wrench into my plans. I'll show him the power of the Uchiha clan, he said. My power, the power of Uchiha Madara. Kisame smiled and trailed off. Mizukage-sama. Itachi thought calculatingly, so the true leader of the Akatsuki finally reveals himself. Zetsu, Madara said emphatically. Prepare your clones for battle, we're going to war. Zetsu said, yes Madara-sama, bowing. Pain asked, you intend to attack Kumo? Yes, Madara said with a nod. Pain asked, with what exactly, in addition? With everything we have, was Madara's straightforward response. Zetsu is not a man, he is an army and you should have more than enough power to deal with this so-called most powerful ninja village. I am not your puppet, Pain said, glaring at the godlike creature before him. With a hint of mockery, Madara questioned, don't you want peace? He turned away and said, we need all the Biju for our plans to come into fruition, since we can't seal the Yanbi, Gobi or Rokubi until we seal the Nibi and the Sanbi we'll use them against Kumo. The village will fall even if the Kyubi, Hachibi and Nibi fight in the battle. Pain nodded slowly. So be it, she said, and then they will only know pain. The mindscape of Naruto. Jinchuriki seal Kyubi's voice echoing through the room. Naruto. I've always been here, I've watched your everyday of life and you were always too naive. Naruto snorted and remarked, well, isn't this a rare treat? You coming to talk to me instead of the other way around? Did the ass-kicking I gave you knock some sense into you or something? I get it. You finally want to be friends because you're lonely in here. Do not insult me, boy, Kyubi snarled at him. Even with the power you've taken from me you won't be strong enough to survive the coming storm. Our enemies gather and plot the death of you and your friends. Sooner or later the hate you feel will grow and consume you just as it's done so many others. Naruto glared up at the fox and said, you need to learn to stop underestimating me. Kyubi growled, you don't understand anything, you gullible fool, out loud. You think that if you defeat your darkness that you can erase all that rage? Erase all that hate? You are powerless to do anything about it and you know it? Naruto asked as he passed through the cage's bars, are you done yet? What? Kyubi questioned, startled. Naruto raised his hand and remarked, are you saying that I should just sit around doing nothing, paralyzed by fear? That's exactly what you want, Kyubi. He commanded, come here, and a number of interlocking torii swiftly emerged, pinning the enormous fox to the ground. You're the gullible fool. As Naruto leapt on its nose, Kyubi snarled, how can you still be so confident when you can't defeat Yami? Naruto looked straight into the fox's left eyes and uttered, the moment I start second-guessing myself it's all over. I'll deal with Yami and save the whole damn world. Hey, the little baby has finally learned to stand up for himself, Kyubi said with a grin. You know Kyubi, Naruto remarked stealthily while grinning. His statement, I hope that one of these days I can do something about all the hate you carry inside you, obviously caught the demon fox off guard. You've really put me through hell but I never blamed you for any of it. It was Madara's fault that you attacked Konoha and ended up in me. It must really suck being consumed with hatred all the time. Believe me, I know. The blonde jumped off its nose and fell to the ground. How stupid are you? I'm the Kyubi no Yoko. I haven't fallen so far that a little baby can influence me. I'm a living mass of malevolence. Kyubi growled at him. No problem. Naruto smiled and waved its words away. I'm not a baby anymore, and I think it's worth a shot. Besides Madara is still out there and I'd rather have you fight with me than against me. Kyubi scoffed at the blonde, saying, you think that I'll help you just because I want Madara dead? Don't make me laugh. Naruto said, Madara used you and got away with it, with knowledge. When he said, you'll help me just to spite the guy, the demon fox appeared to pause for a few long seconds. Kyubi began to smile. You know just what to say to me, Naruto, she said. I'm not like those humans you're able to manipulate into believing in you. I am the Kyubi no Yoko, strongest of the Biju and I won't be changed by anyone, especially not another container. Then I'll just have to do it alone, Naruto said with a sorrowful grin before turning away. Goodbye Kyubi, then next time you see me will probably be when I finally release you. What? Upon hearing those words, Kyubi froze. What do you mean release me? Naruto turned to face the demon fox and said, what do you think? You are a part of the Uzumaki family. You've helped my mother in your first Jinchuriki, so when I finally die I'm going to release you far away from human civilization. From there you can do whatever you want. I won't care anymore. Unable to comprehend such an act, Kyubi questioned, you'd do that for me? Why? Naruto answered, because I owe you that much, and turned away once more. Kyuubi said, wait, preventing him from going. I'll help you kill Madara, but only if you promise to release me before you die. That's a promise of a lifetime, confirmed Naruto. Otto, Root Complex. The land of Sound Shimura Danzo was informed that intruders had broken into his underground complex by explosions that reverberated throughout the base. He initially believed it to be the supposedly immortal Uchiha Madara and his goons, the Akatsuki, but he had no idea who it was. He was mistaken. He turned quickly when Yami said, hello Danzo, from behind him. Why have you come here? Danzo asked, revealing his Sharingan-clad arm. I've come to deal with you, was Yami's honest response. I don't want to leave an enemy at my back when I finally make my move. Unconcerned, Danzo said, so you're here to kill me, Uzumaki Yami? Mockingly, you know who I am? I'm touched, Yami remarked. Unlike others, I can tell the difference between you and the real Naruto, said Danzo. Yami mockingly said, I am the real Naruto, to the elder. As soon as he said, Taju Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, hundreds of clones appeared all around him and charged forward. Futon. Shinkua. Danzo expelled a burst of wind from his mouth, destroying the advancing shadow clones in the process. You'll have to do better than that, boy, he said explosively as he brandished a kunai. Danzo inhaled deeply and extended the weapon's range by blowing wind chakra onto the kunai. At the sight, Yami narrowed his eyes and used his Onijin to channel his fire affinity. As the two weapons made contact and attempted to overwhelm their opponent, sparks flew. Before Yami could even feel him pull away from where their blades were locked, he felt something pierce his chest. Looking down, he discovered that Danzo had somehow managed to stab him with that same wind kunai. How? Yami backed away, coughing up blood. What the hell did he use? He couldn't have possibly hit me, and that wasn't a genjutsu, either. You participated in the destruction of Konoha and thus your continued existence cannot be allowed, Danzo said. That old fool Sarutobi should have either had you killed or turned over to me and saved us all a lot of grief. Yami dropped to one knee and gasped, the old man? Danzo said, look at him, Sarutobi, Minato, Kushina, to the sky. He is your ultimate mistake. A mistake I will now correct. Shut your mouth. Yami growled, his eyes transforming into their Mangekyo Sharingan, shaped like an atom. Amaterasu. Danzo was instantly burned as black flames engulfed his body. Impressive, said an uninjured Danzo behind him. Most impressive, Yami said, turning as Danzo stabbed the boy with a kunai. Susanoo. Exclaimed Yami, who was surrounded by purple glow spiritual ribs. Danzo thought, this is Susanoo, and retreated. Futon. Shinku Taigoku, he exhaled, then blasted a huge ball of wind at Jinchuriki, the shadow. However, Yami anticipated it and, as the wind sphere exploded, he formed the remaining spiritual Yamabushi around his body. As the explosion blew a hole up and out into the forest on the surface, the entire complex trembled. Yami emerged behind Danzo, his fist encased in lightning and thrown forward, and Danzo landed on the soft grass. Yami yelled, Chidori, as he impaled the old ninja through the rear. He exhaled, that has to kill you, only to feel Danzo's body vanish. What? He asked, turning as an uninjured Danzo materialized behind him and quickly sliced Yami's head off his shoulders. Danzo said apathetically, mistake corrected, as Yami's limp body sagged to the floor. Before it, Yami's head said, the only mistake here is not being able to figure out how you're still alive, and his body broke apart before reassembling again. I can keep this up all day now that I have the Kyuubi's chakra within me. Danzo said, seemingly unconcerned, so it would appear, and took off the bandages covering his right eye. In his right eye socket, there was another Sharingan, but this one had a black shuriken-shaped pupil and was blood red in contrast to the others. Yami gasped as she gazed at the exposed eye, that's a Mangekyo Sharingan, she said. Where the hell did you get that? When Danzo said, it doesn't matter, his Mangekyo Sharingan whirled and his eyes narrowed. Koto Amatsukami. Remain dead. Remain dead. Remain dead. Remain dead. Remain dead. Stop it. Yami yelled, his Onijin starting to pulse as he gripped his head. Crusader. The light engulfed his body. As the light faded and the Black Knight with the enlarged Onijin in its right hand and a pair of black feathery wings emerged, Danzo thought, that's. So this is one of the Rakudo Sennin's knights in its unleashed form. Kaden. Hien. Yami gathered fire chakra around the Onijin in his hands and spread his wings. He pushed out, launching a huge blaze of fire that instantly turned everything it came into contact with to ash. After the explosion subsided, Danzo was seen standing unharmed amidst the flames, but Jinchuriki's shadow was drawn to something. With the exception of the one in his Mangekyo Sharingan, 5 of Danzo's Sharingans on his arm were closed, leaving just 5 open. Danzo quickly formed a set of hand seals and bit his thumb before he could think of anything else. Danzo slapped his palm on the ground and exclaimed, "Kachiyose no Jutsu." A huge Baku materialized in a puff of smoke. Yami scowled at this unexpected development as its nose blew, creating a loud noise that reverberated throughout the demolished forest. Yami had to direct his chakra to his feet to avoid being drawn in when the Baku opened its mouth and began sucking in air with such force. After a short while, he turned to see Danzo had left his spot, but it was empty. Danzo yelled, "Futon! Shinku Renpa!" from behind him, and a strong gust of air abruptly lifted him off the ground. Yami tried using his wings to make up for the vacuum while gritting his teeth behind his helmet. He quickly pulled his wings in to cover himself after realizing it wasn't getting him anywhere. His wings were covered in flames, and he spun as quickly as he could, causing a spinning tornado of fire to sweep across the Baku and drive it back to its own world. Yami turned to Danzo and whispered, "Kaden. Dai Shaonetsu no Jutsu," as the flames subsided. With a sigh, he shed the armor that surrounded him and transformed back into a human, holding the standard Onijin tightly in his right hand. "You can't outrun, you can't kill me, and you know you can't beat me. Those Sharingan you have keep closing the longer this fight goes on, so I bet that they're the source of your power and the only reason you've survived this long against me." Only 2 remained, along with his Mangekyo Sharingan, as Danzo glanced down at his arm. He stared. "So you figured it out? Clever boy, but I'm not finished yet," he said. Yami yelled, "You can't control my mind now, you old bastard," as Crimson Chakra burst out of his body. It encircled him, tore at his flesh, and sent out a string of powerful but feeble shockwaves in every direction. Under the condensed red chakra shroud with 6 tails and what appeared to be bones protruding from the main body, he was invisible when the light faded. "The power of the Kyuubi," wondered Danzo frowningly. "Interesting. But irrelevant. For the world I must kill you and put an end to your senseless destruction." Yami snarled, "Try it," and vanished in a flash of speed. He returned to Danzo's side and slashed him across the face, destroying the elderly shinobi and flattening a good mile of earth around him. Once more, Danzo emerged unscathed and hurled his right arm out, hurling multiple columns of wood, of all things, at the Red Fox. As the wooden columns transformed into straps and held him in place, Yami growled. After witnessing the Kyuubi's recollections of his conflict with Senju Hashirama at the Valley of the End decades prior, he was able to recognize this power. Yami roared, "You're not getting me that easily," and threw dozens of red and blue balls of Yuki into the air. As the Yuki balls condensed into a single black ball and then shrank to the size of a peanut, Danzo frowned and narrowed his eyes. "Amari." The black ball burst into a dazzling sphere of light, causing a 10-mile-wide sphere of destruction to expand. In the middle of the 10-mile-wide crater he had just made, Yami, now in human form, fell to the ground once more as the blast subsided. "You'd better be dead after that, you bastard." "Not quite," Danzo said, emerging from the smoke unscathed. "I told you," exhaled Yami. "I can keep this up all day." When Danzo said, "I have no doubt of that," he nodded. "However, I can seal you away forever." "And how do you plan to?" Yami began, then stopped. No matter how hard he tried to move, seals began to spread across his body, making him stay motionless. "What did you do to me?" Unconcerned, Danzo said, "You're an Uzumaki, you figure it out," as he walked up. The Uzumaki clan. Yami gave the elderly shinobi a vile glare. They were wiped out because Konoha refused to help them when Iwa and Kiri launched the attack on Uzushio. "We helped you during the First and Second Wars, and how did you repay us? You left us all out to die because you didn't think we were worth helping. Konoha got what it deserved when Suna and Otto destroyed it. Just like you're getting what you deserve. I'll set this world ablaze and establish an everlasting peace. The only way to achieve peace is to destroy humanity once and for all. The human race vanquished, just as they deserve." With clarity, Danzo stated, "I cannot allow you to do that." "You're not the one destined to stop me," Yami replied with a sly smile. "This is war. The leader, the desire, the good and the evil. The soldiers, the civilians and the victims. This is war. It's the moment of truth, the moment to live or die. That is the peace I seek and the destiny I was born with. I will erase all conflict, all war, and only one man can stop me, And he's not you. Naruto, thought Danzo. He and I will decide the fate of this world, Yami said with a friendly smile. You have no part in this grand tale. Now kindly die. Amaterasu, he exclaimed, engulfing a startled Danzo in black flames that flared from his eyes. He was unable to withstand the attack this time because even his Mangekyo Sharingan had closed by this point due to his Izanagi Jutsu. Ura Shisho Fuinjutsu. Danzo exclaimed as his corpse burned. As the sealing technique sucked everything within its reach into Yami's stomach, he hardly had time to get out of its radius. Yami remarked, he was stronger than I thought, as she looked down at Danzo's lifeless body while a blur fell next to him. Fu said, Otto is destroyed, to her companion. I've wiped out the last of the bases. Yami turned to her and nodded, then there is nothing else for us to do here, as he sealed Danzo's body. He smiled and said, now the final act can begin, his eyes flashing red. Fu asked him, where are we going now, Kumo? The immortal Uchiha Madara twisted onto the roof of a minor structure at midday and looked out over the quiet village. The idea made him snort. Peace was a fantasy at worst and a joke at best. He slammed his hand down on the roof's floor and swiftly made a set of hand seals. Madara yelled, Kuchiyose no Jutsu, and 3 distinct smoke explosions quickly followed. A moment later, the Yanbi, Gobi, and Rokubi emerged in the middle of the village, bringing with them death and devastation. She exclaimed, what the fuck? As he saw civilian villagers fleeing past him in an attempt to get away from the raging monsters. As one of the Gobi's tails crashed into the building to his left, Darui yelled, holy shit, and barely avoided being hit. The Yanbi breathed a stream of lava across the village, igniting it, and the entire platform collapsed. She said, paralyzed with terror, this can't be happening, just before a huge shockwave blew him back. The force of the shockwave literally broke his body and everything in a 2-block radius. Darui exclaimed, she, in surprise at witnessing his friend's easy death. From the side, Hyuga Hanabi shouted, there's an army at the southern gates, while Byakugan was in action. Darui yelled, Raikage-sama, as he, covered in lightning chakra, materialized out of nowhere and struck the Yanbi square in the jaw, causing it to recoil. With a sudden burst of speed, he appeared above the Gobi and commanded, Genin and Chunin withdraw. Get the civilians to the shelters. With a downward kick, he caught the monster's head and sent it crashing to the ground. An explosion of light occurred as the Ice Princess emerged and descended upon the Rokubi. Frozen Princess of the Ancient Moon, I ask you to grant me power. The power of eternity, the power of transcendence, and the power of the immortals. I call upon you. Eternal. Ascendo. It said. Haku yelled, I won't let you hurt anyone else, as she used her enlarged Kabikiri Hocho to stab the demon slug in the side and knock it to the ground. Darui. Go and get the Kohaku no Johei immediately, he said. Darui said, yes sir, and leapt in the direction of the Raikage Tower. With her fists clenched, Ino said, it's like Konoha all over again, as she positioned herself alongside the other members of the squad. They're attacking us from the outside while their demons are deployed behind our defenses. This isn't Konoha, he stated unequivocally. I won't let this village fall to those bastards. By saying, we need a plan to stop them, Shikamaru interrupted. We fight or we die. That's the plan. Southern gates of Kumo, the land of lightning. As she dispatched another white Zetsu clone, Samui yelled, don't let any of them through. Even though they were weak, the battle would ultimately be one of attrition because there were hundreds of the damned things. Yugito cried out, Raiden. Reryuden no Jutsu, as a dragon of lightning descended from the sky and struck a dozen Zetsu clones. She snarled, there's no end to these things, as an aim nin rushed toward her. The aim nin was cut down by her fiery fist. Out of my way. Kaizuki, she cried. Omoi exclaimed, heads up, as a figure emerged above the Nibi Jinchuriki. The novice yelled, die, as he cut down with a sword that pulsed with lightning chakra. Yugito turned and said, damn, as Karui blacked the attack after sliding in from the side. Karui used lightning chakra to hold her sword in place and demanded, who the fuck are you? My name is Rokusho Aoi, the newcomer said with a smile as Karui was blown back to the ground by lightning from his sword. And this is the sword of the Naidame Hokage, the Raijin no Ken. Bastard. Yugito growled and pushed her flaming fist forward. Kaizuki. Not good enough. Aoi exclaimed, grinning, as he swung and matched her fire blade with the lightning sword. What? Yugito erupted into lightning as a crack appeared on his sword. He scowled at the actual Yugito who was assisting Karui, standing next to Omoi. This is the Rai Bunshin no Jutsu? He asked. The Raijin no Ken was split in two when a yellow flash appeared out of nowhere. Naruto yelled, Rasengan, as he hurled a revolving chakra sphere at the startled Aoi. He stood with his back to Yugito and the other Kumo defenders, encased in Kyuubi's chakra in the shape of the Rakudo Sennin. Naruto yelled, what the hell do you think you're doing to my girlfriend, assholes? Before launching himself forward and encircling himself with 6 distinct chakra spheres. En Naruto-kun? Samui asked, blinking in shock. Yugito whispered, Raiden no Yoroi, and wrapped lightning chakra around her body before pursuing her boyfriend. Naruto yelled, Rasenrangan, as he created chakra arms that swiftly protruded, shoving the energy spheres into 6 Zetsu clones and turning them into trees. Yugito yelled, Lariat, as she stabbed and aimed Jonin in the chest. As Omoi watched them rip through the enemy lines, he muttered, those two. Naruto sank to his hands and knees and roared, Rasenkyugen, on his back, a massive rotating ball of chakra developed, and his chakra arms swung out, seizing multiple Zetsu clones and drawing them into the sphere. Even as his chakra arms seized more of them, they simply vanished when they came into contact with the swift energy. Yugito shouted, Raiden, Udama Raikyu, as she threw a huge ball of lightning in the middle of the AIM Nin lines. A good dozen of the AIM Nins were struck and killed when it exploded upon contact and lightning erupted from the impact. Naruto shouted, come here, as he rushed forward and raised both hands. He only raised one finger at a time, and Yuki started compressing into 2 more chakra spheres at his fingertips. This time, though, they were encircled by 4 white wind blades, giving them the appearance of tiny chakra-based Fuma shurikens. Futon. Suin Chibi Rasen Shuriken. He threw the 2 tiny chakra shurikens at the Zetsu clone army, who sliced them with them before they exploded a few seconds later with enough force to break through their defenses. Quietness. A chilly voice said, Impressive Uzumaki Naruto, as 2 figures emerged from the opening he had just made. Naruto trailed off, Itachi introduced himself, Kisame by his side. My name is Uchiha Itachi, he said. You're coming with us, Naruto-kun. Not a chance in hell, ejected Naruto. So be it, Itachi said with a nod of comprehension as his gaze changed to the Mangekyo Sharingan form. Oh shit, murmured Naruto. Itachi muttered, Amaterasu, and black flames erupted in the direction of the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. Naruto appeared behind the Uchiha after avoiding the flames, which were visible as a yellow flash. Naruto yelled, Rasengan, as he rammed a single spinning chakra sphere into the Uchiha's chest. Susanoo, Itachi said, swiftly encircling him with the skeleton of a spiritual Yamabushi and thwarting the attack. As Kisame swiftly swung Samahada at Naruto from behind, seemingly draining some of his chakra and revealing its true form, Naruto retreated. A single 3-pronged kunai was thrown aside by Naruto, who then embedded it in a tree and materialized directly beside it. Whispering, Hiraishin no Jutsu, he said. He shouted, Yugito, deal with Itachi while I handle this guy. And threw 5 more 3-pronged kunai at the Kiri Nukanen for no reason. Yugito said, I'm on it, as she suddenly materialized behind the Uchiha. Kaizuki, she exclaimed as her hand repeatedly caught fire and she pushed forward. Unfortunately, the attack failed to breach the seemingly impenetrable spiritual Yamabushi's defenses, forcing her to retreat. Itachi said, surrender, quite plainly. No, Yugito replied, pulling out her kusanagi with a voice full of venom. Ravaging Queen of the Forgotten Land, I ask you to grant me power. The power to govern, the power to lead and the power to choose. I call upon you. Freedom, Ascendo, she cried out as she was engulfed in light. As the light faded, Itachi muttered, that's. Across from the spirit Yamabushi, Yugito stood in her knightly form, her blue cape billowing in the wind in her emerald hue. Just as Itachi raised his Yata no Kagami to block the approaching attack and simultaneously counterattacked by swinging the Totsuka no Tsurugi from the side, she raised her kusanagi and lunged forward. Naruto muttered, Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, as 2 of his shadow clones materialized next to him and sped in the direction of the Kiri Nukanen. In order to save chakra for later, he was fighting in his burst mode rather than using Kyuubi's chakra. Kisame yelled, I'm not falling for your tricks, brat, and sealed his own hand. When the first Naruto approached, he was spinning chakra in his hand. Mizu Bunshin no Jutsu, he said, and a lone water clone formed at his side and moved to intercept him. The leading Naruto yelled, Rasengan, as he struck the water clone's stomach with the chakra sphere. The water clone was ripped apart as it burst forward, spinning in a torrent of power. Kisame chuckled as he cut through the second Naruto and then brought Samahata around to cut through the first Naruto. "Not bad kid, but I know which one is the real you," he said. Naruto grinned at Kisame after he quickly split the Kyuubi Jinchuriki in two. He muttered, "Oh shit," and pushed himself away. Bunshin Daibakuha. Naruto exploded, destroying the Kiri swordsman as it flew across the battlefield. Good plan. Using the smokescreen at the start from creating your clones to sneak away and leave those two clones to face me. It was a good plan. But you know as well as I do that plans rarely survive contact with the enemy, Kisame chuckled. Well, Naruto shrugged, I was hoping to kill you with that last jutsu, but oh well. Kisame mocked, as expected from a Jinchuriki, demon, monster, abomination. Thing. You're just like Yagura, a weapon which can only harm others. Naruto concurred, I'm nothing like that insane bastard. Keep telling yourself that, Kisame said, squinting. A water shark rose from the neighboring lake and then landed on Naruto's position, yelling, I have you now Uzumaki, Suiden, Suikoden no Jutsu. With a grunt, Naruto leapt into the air as the water dragon approached. Shit, he said. Futon. Kazuryuden no Jutsu, he exclaimed, and a wind dragon burst from his arm. The clash and spin of the two elemental animals resulted in their explosion in a flurry of wind and water. When Kisame swung, Naruto ducked and attempted to stab his leg, but the swordsman jumped over the blow and kicked the boy away. Despite Naruto's rapid recovery, Kisame had already caught up to him and used the Samahata to swing down, forcing the blonde Kyuubi Jinchuriki to retreat out of the blade's long reach. Hold still you little insect, Kisame berated. With one hand seal, Naruto joked, how about no, you pointy-toothed bastard, Taju Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Almost 100 shadow clones appeared across the lake in an instant. Kisame scowled and made a series of hand seals. That's a lot of shadow clones kid, he said. Suiden. Daibakufu no Jutsu. In a single, overwhelming assault, water rushed up from the neighboring lake and descended upon the army of shadow clones. When it was obvious, Kisame stood and surveyed the battlefield shrouded in fog, but he was unable to spot his opponent. Naruto yelled, Udama Rasengan, as he and another clone ran in Kisame's direction. He was holding a much bigger rotating chakra ball, which exploded in a destructive vortex as soon as he threw it at Kisame. Kisame roared in agony as he was slammed against the base of a broken tree and blown back across the battlefield. Quietness. I'm not done yet, Kisame yelled angrily as he stood up shakily again. The simple statement, give up Kisame. You can't beat me, came from Naruto. Your sword may be able to steal my chakra and even the Kyuubi's chakra, but that doesn't mean I can't kick your ass. Kisame began to smile and said, the stronger my opponent is, the stronger I become, he exclaimed, never tiring. Never going down. That is why I am known as the Biju without a tail. Suiden. Daibakusu Shoha. Then a massive volume of water burst out of his mouth and flooded the surrounding area. It swiftly expanded into a gigantic water dome, holding its shape with Kisame's chakra and requiring Naruto to rapidly use the Kyuubi's chakra once more. Lightning Land. Kumo Plaza. The 6 paths of pain were making their way to the Raikage Tower on the opposite side of the village, traversing the devastation the Biju had left behind. With the Biju on the rampage inside Kumo, everything was proceeding as planned. According to reports from Konan, Itachi and Kisame had already been engaged in combat by the Nibi and Kyuubi Jinchuriki. There was only one more target to capture because the Raikage and that damned Yuki clan heiress were currently fighting the Biju that were on the loose. You know I don't like it when you idiots invade my home, Kurabi sang. But right now I'll play with you cause I'm in the zone. The Diva Path said, Yatsuki Kurabi, quite clearly, you're coming with us. I'm gonna float like a butterfly and sting ya like a killer bee, cause I'm the 8-tailed beast. Kurabi wrote in his notebook, rapping, I'm going to kill ya. Show ya ain't no match for me, so prepare yourself fool, ya fool. Diva said clearly, Hachibi no Kyogyu, as Asura rushed forward. You will fall before the power of God. A number of blades sprang out in the direction of the Hachibi Jinchuriki as Asura's arm split into a mechanical construct. Before hurling the pencil in his other hand directly at the Diva Path, Kurabi drew a sword from his back and ducked the approaching blades. Diva's eyes narrowed, and he let the pencil go by with a slight head tilt. A lightning-enhanced pencil that can pierce a target, Pain thought, and hurriedly rearranged his paths into a formation. With Diva in the middle, Asura on point, and the other 3 forming a defensive line in front of Diva. Naraku was in back. It's a distraction and he's attempting to gauge my mid-range reaction time. Kurabi rapped, now twice you will be perforated, as he drew closer to Asura. But please don't let me be hated, he said, swiftly driving 3 of the 7 swords he had at his disposal into Asura's chest and slicing him to pieces with the other 4. Kurabi's eyes shifted to the remaining 5 paths, and Asura just collapsed under the attack. He easily destroyed my Asura path, Pain thought. Red chakra burst out of Kurabi's body, emerging as a 7-tailed ox. He lunged at the human path, moving at inhuman speed. Kurabi yelled, Lariat, as he closed in on human, causing him to collapse in a heap on the ground after blowing out his chest. As the Hachibified Kurabi swiftly turned and lunged at Preta next, Pain thought, this is the power of the Hachibi compressed into human form. Fujutsu Kyuan. Kurabi felt the Hachibi's chakra being yanked away from him as his attack connected, and a chakra bubble that resembled a vacuum engulfed the Preta path. With a puzzled expression, Kurabi said, You're stealing my chakra. With their amusing eyes and even stranger jutsu, these guys he was fighting were truly unique. He drew back, grinning now. You've got pretty strange orbs, puppet goon. Too bad I'm gonna make him dead eyes very soon, he said. Diva proclaimed, we are the 6 paths of pain. Kurabi smiled and said, Pain A. He released a huge stream of oil from his mouth and directed his lightning chakra toward the sword that was still in his grasp. I'm gonna make you weep, you creep, he said. Kaiten. Hikaru. The oil caught fire as a result of a single lightning strike, spreading throughout the village block. Preta yelled, Fujutsu Kyuan, as the approaching wave of devastation was swiftly absorbed by his vacuum bubble. Ink in your mouth, asked Diva. You really are an octopus. The rumors were true after all. Kurabi asked, abruptly emerging behind the Preta path, didn't Cha know? I'm an ox and an octopus, he claimed with a smile as he cut Preta's head. Pain was shocked to think, he used that fire lightning jutsu as a distraction to get in close to my Preta path. He's obviously not your typical Jinchuriki, and based on his level of skill without using the Hachibi's chakra, I might have to use that jutsu to get him. Kurabi exclaimed, as red chakra burst out of his body once more. It compressed into the shape of an 8-tailed, human-sized chakra ox after wrapping itself around him and tearing his skin apart. As a white skull appeared on Kurabi's left shoulder, Pain thought, he's different from before. Animal slammed his hand down on the ground and said, Kachiyose no jutsu, and a huge 3-headed dog materialized in a puff of smoke. When it came within range of Kurabi's chakra tails, it charged at him, but the chakra ox just knocked it away. Lariat! Kurabi cried out as he sprang forward, crushing the upper half of the animal path's body and capturing Animal with the white skull. Impressive, said Diva. Kurabi then lunged at him, saying, as expected of the ultimate Jinchuriki, but this time it was different. Kurabi was blown back with unexpected force during Shinra Tensai, and he was smashed through one of the nearby platforms, causing the entire thing to collapse down the mountainside. Kurabi thought as he leapt back onto the plaza platform, that wasn't a shockwave. The Hachibi said, watch it be, from inside of him. This guy has the Rinnegan. What he hit you with was pure gravity, a jutsu of the Rakudo Sennin. That might be an issue, Kurabi said sharply, downplaying the danger. The Hachibi yelled, I'll help, enter Biju state, be, at him. No way, idiot, Kurabi retorted, if I merge with Ya, each blow will have too much power and we'll destroy the village around us completely. Anyway, the Gobi, Yanbi, and Sanbi are on the loose. When this is all over, it won't really matter how much power I use because the village will be lost at this rate. A person with the Rinnegan will not tolerate version 2. The Hachibi responded with a shout. Kurabi exclaimed, Che, fine, as his body was engulfed in purple tentacles. The god pondered, that was quite a fall, looking up at the cloud-covered platforms that made up Kumo further up the mountain, when he heard a sudden roar and turned to see a huge ox with 8 tentacle-like tails. So this is the power of the Hachibi. Impressive, he thought as he watched as his form exploded in a blast of smoke and dust covering the entire plaza until a crushing weight destroyed the plaza platform and the remaining paths fell down the mountainside into the valley of water below. Stay put, idiot! As he focused a black and white lightning sphere into a single, pitch-black ball at his mouth, the monster ox rapped, Hachibi-sama is going to make you look like a tool right now. As he drew his other paths back behind Diva, Pain thought, oh dear. Bijudama. In a single, massive explosion, the Yuki sphere swept across the 4 paths of Pain. Tensai Shinra. The four paths of pain emerged from the smoke entirely unharmed when the explosion subsided. Stupid, what are you? This time, the Hachibi was the one who posed the query. A god, Diva said simply, bringing his hands together. Shibaku Tensai, he said, and a tiny gravity sphere formed in his open hand before shooting skyward, shining light on the world below before gravity abruptly changed to the upward direction, lifting the earth itself in the direction of the gravity sphere. Be careful, he's employing the same jutsu that the Rakudo Sennin used to make the moon. Avoid getting sucked into it. At his container, the Hachibi yelled. It is too late. Kurabi screamed back as he was raised off the ground and slammed into the artificial moon that was rapidly growing while Kumo was moving through the skies. Damn this fool. He gritted his teeth as the earth hit him from all sides and forced him deeper into the tiny moon. I won't lose so easily. He roared to life, attempting to claw its way out of the moon's side. Diva remarked, amazing, at this rate I'll have to make a bigger one, and brought whole mountains out of the earth's surface. He declared, now you know pain, and threw the different mountains at the Hachibi, burying the enormous ox in the middle of the moon's expansion. Quietness. The Hachibi no Kyogyu has been captured, Pain said, breaking the quiet. We're down 1. 2 more to go. Southern gates of Kumo, the land of lightning. Naruto thought, this isn't my day, as the water poured over him, forming a huge dome with Kisame at its center. I wanted to preserve Kyuubi's chakra, but I can't survive without it in this circumstance. Given the other Akatsuki in the village, he would prefer not to have to activate God mode at the beginning of the battle. I need a plan or I'll die here, he said. Ha 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 ha. Now what are you going to do, boy? Kisame chuckled as Samahada turned into a shark-like creature and merged into his back. After thinking, it appears that I have no other option, Naruto swiftly drew on the Kyuubi's chakra. A black seal matrix extended from the spiral on his stomach to the 2 twin spirals on his shoulders and a necklace along his neck, while the water surrounding him bubbled as his skin and clothing transformed into yellow chakra. Kisame asked in confusion, what is that? Is that the Kyuubi's chakra? That doesn't look like a biju. It doesn't matter. As long as Samahada is with me I can rip that chakra from you a piece at a time until it's all gone. Naruto raised his right hand and extended his forearm into 2 chakra arms. As the chakra arms whirled around his hand and the chakra gathered into a single rotating sphere, the water began to ripple. As the chakra arms drew back into his body, 4 wind blades extended from it, resembling a spinning white shuriken. Naruto yelled, Futon! Rasen Shuriken, but the water muffled his voice. Before the shark man could react, he pushed the chakra shuriken forward, and it swiftly sliced through the water in his direction. Kisame was hit squarely in the chest by the attack, and as its core spread outward, it engulfed him in a whirlpool of power as his body was torn apart, cell by cell. The wind sphere finally burst with a resounding boom, destroying the water dome and enabling Naruto to land on solid ground once more. After glancing at the swordsman and sensing his disappearance, Naruto turned to face Yugito, who was engaged in combat with another monster. Maintaining his God mode, he took off with the intention of ending this war permanently. The startled Itachi was hit by Yugito's enlarged Kusanagi, but he was able to block it with his Yata no Kagami. When he saw an opening, he used the Tatsuka no Tsurugi to strike her, landing her squarely in the chest. To his surprise, though, the blade didn't seal the Myers's power she possessed, and she retreated in the form of freedom. Doten. Imashim Kusari. Yugito cried out as the startled Yamabushi was swiftly restrained by stone chains that sprang from the ground. Itachi said, an interesting ability you wield, with curiosity. I can see why Madara considers you a threat, you and the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. Yugito yelled, shut up and die, and hurled the Kusanagi directly at Itachi. Once more, he deflected the attack with Yata no Kagami, but he was caught off guard when Yugito charged at him and struck him with both gauntlet blades. Itachi was forced to dodge the vicious attack as the 2 blades sliced deeply into the Yamabushi. The Uchiha whispered, Amaterasu, and black flames erupted from his eyes. Yugito screamed in agony as her armor began to melt as the flames swiftly reached their target and engulfed her form. Even a night is nothing before the black flames of the sun goddess Amaterasu. Nibi. Suddenly, in a dazzling display of light, blue flames burst from her form. When the light went out, a big blue firecat appeared in place of the night, and the black flames were swiftly absorbed by it. That was close, she roared at the Uchiha while muttering. Itachi thought, the Nibi. The demon cat yelled, Nekomata Gukakyu, as a huge orange ball of fire burst out of its mouth and flew in his direction. Itachi whispered, "Oh dear," as the fireball struck the Yata no Kagami and burst into a tremendous explosion. Yugito thought, he'd better be dead after that. Yugito barely ducked to the side to avoid the blow as the Totsuka no Tsurugi emerged from the smoke a second later. "Obviously not," said Itachi, who was still covered in Susanoo, as the smoke soon cleared. Itachi whispered, "Tsukuyomi," as they looked at each other. Even though the Nibi inside of her poured more chakra through her to break it, the Genjutsu quickly took control of her mind. He said, "I have you now," and pushed the Totsuka no Tsurugi in front of him. Nibi yelled, "Move!" as the demon cat briefly gained control and barely avoided the blow. "Wake up, kitten." But her seemingly unconscious container did not respond. Itachi pondered, this is the Nibi itself, not the Jinchuriki. The girl's mind must have been shut down by Tsukuyomi, allowing the Nibi to take control. As his eyes began to bleed, he thought, if I don't seal away the Nibi's chakra right away, this will be difficult. "Enough of this," the Nibi said as flames erupted from her body and collected at her mouth to create a black ball of demonic chakra. Bijudama. The ball burst into a huge light beam that swept across the Yamabushi in front of her. As soon as he saw the demon cat, Itachi lunged forward and coughed as the smoke cleared after the explosion. As the flames gradually went out, the Totsuka no Tsurugi stabbed straight through the Nibi's flaming body and let out a roar of pain, leaving her young Jinchuriki motionless on the ground. Susanoo disintegrated shortly after, and Itachi collapsed to his hands and knees, spitting blood onto the stony floor. "My eyes," Itachi thought as he raised his head and his vision grew blurry. At this point, he could only see the color of Yugito's hair and the strewn blue flames surrounding her. He could hardly see more than a few feet ahead of him. The Nibi said to her host, "Kitten, are you all right?" "I've been better," Yugito said, standing up unsteadily and feeling lightheaded. Itachi, who could hardly move straight anymore, approached her slowly and came to a stop directly in front of her. Itachi rasped out, "I'm glad. Someone like you has finally come to end my suffering," before he dropped to his knees and then to the side. His breathing slowed as he lay flat on his back, obviously calm and exhausted. With a faint smile on his face, he said, "There's always a next time, Sasuke." His final thought was of the family he would eventually see again. A fresh voice said, "So you were able to defeat Itachi," coming from behind her. She whirled around and was punched in the stomach. "Well done, you've done me quite the favor, little girl," she said. A man in front of her was dressed in an orange spiral mask with a single eye-hole and an Akatsuki cloak. As she retreated, Yugito rasped, "Why you're..." Even at her strongest, she knew she couldn't defeat this man because she was so tired. "Uchiha Madara," the man said, while laughing. In her mind, the Nibi yelled, "Run." The man said, "You're mine now, Nibi," and as he moved forward, black flames erupted on his right side. Startled by that jutsu's unexpected attack, he yelled, "What?" He was about to say, "Amaterasu, but Itachi is dead, so who?" when he noticed a red blur on the side. A moment later, he felt a claw strike his chest, knocking him back a few feet. "Why you two?" Yugito fell to her knees, gasping in shock as she saw two figures suddenly appear in front of her. With a broad smile and a threatening glare, Yami remarked, "Oh, you don't know how good it feels to finally get the chance to kick your ass, Uchiha Madara." Madara glared back, the shadow of Uzumaki Naruto, as his wounds healed rapidly. "I've been upset with you and your partner since the day you were born, and today is the day I finally deal with you both for getting in the way of my Moon's Eye plan." Yami smiled and said, "I have a better idea. After all the trouble you've caused me, how about I murder you and thwart your plans?" As six figures with the same strange eyes and orange hair fell in front of Uzumaki Naruto, he stopped suddenly and said, "Who the hell are you?" Naruto questioned them. "We are the six paths of pain," Diva said, "and we are God. Fight and die or surrender and die. You have a choice, make a decision right away, or we'll do it for you." As Kyuubi's chakra encased him in the Rakudo Sennin, Naruto smiled and said, "I'll choose the third option. I'll kill you six and save the entire damn village. Look, I don't know who you are, nor do I care, but right now you're in my way, so I'm going to make this real easy for you. Either get the fuck out of my way or I'll make you," Naruto stated clearly. When Diva said, "Your demands are irrelevant," the Preta, human, Asura, and animal paths rushed forward after the words, "You will fall before the might of God," were spoken. Declaring, "I'm gonna settle this," Naruto made his move to intercept. With chakra arms forming from his shoulders, Naruto yelled, "Rasenrangan," and slammed four spiraling spheres of chakra into the four attacking paths. Preta muttered, "Fujutsu Kyuin," as he swiftly absorbed one of the chakra spheres, but the other three struck their targets and instantly destroyed them. As Naruto retreated, he thought, that one absorbed my chakra. I'd better remove it right away if it can absorb my attacks, or it will cause issues later. Diva remarked, impressive but still futile, as Naraku emerged from the side and a hideous figure with purple flames dancing around it materialized from the ground beside him. What the devil is that? Naruto's eyes narrowed as he thought. The remnants of the paths he had already destroyed abruptly disappeared and came out of the monster's mouth undamaged. Did he just bring those guys back to life? What the devil? Please don't tell me that I must murder those idiots once more? As you can see, even with the Kyuubi's power, you are still no match for a god, Diva declared coolly. As he lifted the shroud from his form, Naruto thought, I can't risk using Kyuubi's chakra like this. I can't afford to waste Kyuubi's chakra fighting those two until they're taken out, Ryujin said, merging into his back as his white armor encased his form a moment later. As he felt the knight's chakra flood his coils, he thought, I'll have to settle for using burst mode for now. Naruto's eyes narrowed even more as Preta and Human bounded forward by themselves this time. Human was right behind Preta, who was leading the way, most likely to protect the other path. The absence of long-range jutsu suggests that the human path is attempting to approach and swiftly eliminate him. Human rushed in front of Preta as soon as they were within range and delivered a right jab, but Naruto blocked it. Following 3 more punches from Human, which Naruto struggled to block, an opening appeared, and Naruto spun around, kicking the human path in the side with enough force to shatter it completely. Naruto was forced to flee as Preta slashed at the blonde Jinchuriki with a stick that resembled a black blade. Naruto took hold of his arm after the third slash, blacked him, and struck the Preta path in the face hard enough to send him flying back toward the other 4 paths of pain that were still in use. Asura suddenly materialized out of nowhere and punched Naruto in the head. With a cable attached, his fist seemed to protrude from his body, and tiny missiles in the shape of darts emerged from the cable. As the missiles passed over him and launched a 3-pronged kunai at the Asura path, which was embedded in the ground in front of it, Naruto fell to the ground. Hiraishin no Jutsu. Naruto slammed a spinning chakra ball into the Asura path's chest as he materialized right in front of it. He cried out, Rasengan. As Asura was blasted back, its chest pierced by a huge hole. Nuisance, said the irritated Human. He slammed his hand down on the floor and exclaimed, Kachiyose no Jutsu. 3 smoke explosions materialized in front of him. From the smoke, a massive rhino, ox, and dog emerged and charged in the direction of the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. With a familiar hand seal, Naruto thought, those things have the same eyes as those 6 guys. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, and 3 clones appeared at his side in an instant. He commanded, go, and the clones rushed forward to stop the approaching animals. The 3 clones called out, Sho Udama Rasengan, as they leapt to their feet and fashioned 3 enormous spinning balls of chakra in their hands. They unleashed a torrent of power that blew smoke and dust in every direction after bringing the 3 jutsus down on the raging beasts. Diva said, enough, and hurried on. He raised his hands and leapt between the 3 clones. The 3 clones abruptly felt themselves drawn away from the man as Shinra Tensei, a pulse of gravity, was heard. As they flew and hit the ground hard enough to dispel them, they let out cries of surprise. What on earth was that? Naruto's eyes widened as he thought. He crossed his fingers into a seal and settled into a glare, saying, that wasn't a shockwave. He exclaimed, Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, as 2 more clones materialized beside him. He proclaimed, I'm going to settle this, as the 2 clones began to direct chakra toward his right hand. What kind of jutsu is that? As Pain eyed the new technique that produced a terrifying bell-like screech, he thought, that is not the one he used before. Naruto yelled, Futon. Rasen Shuriken, as he threw the chakra shuriken directly at Diva. Diva, however, barely jumped over it as soon as it came within range, and it proceeded to sail in the direction of the animal paths and Naraku. As he made Animal and Naraku try to dodge, Pain realized that they had been his target from the start. Just as they were beyond its reach, the chakra shuriken's wind blades suddenly grew larger and ensnared the 2 escaping paths. It grew. A moment later, the central chakra sphere also expanded, engulfing the 2 paths in a ball of wind and pure destruction as they were torn apart until nothing remained. He thought this in surprise. Damn it, Naruto said sharply as his white armor pulled back. I'm out of burst mode. Pain said, you are out of chakra, and held up his hand. Bansho Tenin, he said, and Naruto felt himself drawn in the direction of the Diva path by another gravitational pulse. He can also draw things to him. As Naruto raised his hand and swiftly drew on Kyuubi's chakra once more, he wrapped himself in the Rakudo Sennin's shroud. Wakusei Rasengan. He used a chakra arm to maintain the jutsu by creating a single large spiraling sphere with 3 orbiting ones surrounding it and thrusting it in Pain's direction. As the assault hit him, Pain thought, the power of the Kyuubi. Shinra Tensei. Gravity changed as Naruto and the jutsu were blasted away and collided with the side of a demolished platform. As he clasped his hands together, Pain thought, his skill is impressive, but I should end this now. Shibaku Tensei. As he forced himself to stand again, Naruto questioned out loud, now what? This guy is really strong. It's like battling both Old Man Raikage and Kurabi-sensei simultaneously. This is your end, Pain said, hurling a tiny, white, glowing ball into the air. It briefly illuminated the battlefield before going dark and slightly enlarging. At that moment, the earth itself began to tremble as it was drawn up toward the black gravitational ball. How on earth is this jutsu? As whole mountains began to rise off the earth and encircle the gravity sphere until it was entirely encircled, Naruto pondered. He put his hands together to form 8 distinct chakra arms, thinking, well, whatever it is, that chakra ball in the center must be its weakness, so if I take that out I shouldn't have to worry about it. What is he doing? As Naruto began to amass an unnatural quantity of chakra, Pain pondered. As he raised 2 chakra arms to his actual hands and collected red and blue spheres of chakra into a single black ball, Naruto muttered, concentrate. Concentrate. At his sides, the remaining 6 chakra arms were accumulating wind and chakra to form a pair of rotating chakra shurikens. With the words, Futon. Suin Rasen Shuriken, he threw the 2 chakra shurikens at the new moon that even he was now drawn to. With narrowed eyes, Pain thought, that's. A deep hole was made in the side of the moon that was floating overhead when the 2 chakra shurikens struck their target and exploded in a huge blast of wind. Naruto shouted, Amari, and hurled the black sphere into the hole he had created. At the moon, the human-scaled Bijudama collided with the black sphere and burst into a single, enormous blast that blew away nearby trees and rocks. Pain said, the power of the Kyuubi. Magnificent, as he began coughing up blood into his hand out of the blue. Naruto appeared to be prepared for another round as he dropped down in front of him, causing debris to fall everywhere. He chuckled as he thought, this boy has already mastered the power of the Kyuubi to such a degree. Naruto said clearly, let's finish this, and raised his hand to form 2 more chakra arms for his upcoming jutsu. Pain said, I'm surprised you're not going to ask me why I want the Kyuubi, as if the blonde's thread didn't interest him. Naruto replied, I don't care, as he held another chakra shuriken. Pain began, I used to be a student of Jiraiya-sensei, he wished for peace. I want the Kyuubi to obtain peace. Naruto retorted, any peace you create will only end in destruction, and hurled the chakra directly at the Diva Path. Destructive chakra shuriken. Futon. Rasen shuriken. Pain saw it coming and leapt over it. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Naruto swiftly produced 20 clones that charged directly at the Diva Path while still utilizing Kyuubi's chakra. Pain cried out, Shinra Tensei, and, with a single blow, blew the clones away. Even as Pain fell onto his hands and spat the ground, Naruto went to his knees and felt the last of Kyuubi's chakra vanish. Was it too much for me? As he looked up and saw Naruto using a final, well-known jutsu in his right hand, he thought, it's too late for that jutsu. You haven't a ghost of a chance. Give up. Naruto yelled back, give up trying to make me give up, and threw a 3-pronged kunai at the Akatsuki leader from his left sleeve. Hireishin no Jutsu. He slammed the chakra ball into his stomach as he materialized directly in front of the Diva Path. He yelled, Rasengan, as Pain was blown back. As he spun in midair and crashed into the surrounding rubble with enough force to shatter it further, Diva let out an inhuman scream of pain. Naruto said, that has to kill you, and fell to his knees. Never in his life had he felt so worn out, and he knew that nothing would stop it if that didn't. There was nothing left for him but silent prayers and well wishes. He pushed himself to his feet gradually and approached the fallen Diva Path form. He was dead. A Jiraiya student, perhaps? That explained the guy's cage-level fighting, for sure. At least it was over. What is that? As he knelt down and removed a tiny black road from Pain's left arm, Naruto pondered. He picked it up, felt Kyuubi's chakra finally recharge, and felt it envelop him in its shroud again. This sensation. This gloom. Were these 6 merely puppets? Are you the one? He squinted at the tallest mountain in the distance as he turned. The Cloud Peak. Lightning Land, Kumo Marketplace. He yelled, "Now Darui-kun," as he leapt far above the gobi and wielded a lightning spear. He landed a blow that pinned the beast to the ground by striking the top of its head. Fuinjutsu. Raimu. The gobi's body began to be dragged abruptly into the big container that resembled a jar next to Darui. "One down," said Darui. "This one was just too dull." Haku slashed with her sword, catching the Yanbi in the side and knocking it back. "Please hold still, Saru-san," she said. Darui. "Assist Haku in sealing the Yanbi," he said. He said, "I'll deal with the Rokubi," and he shot off. After putting Kohaku no Johei on the ground, Darui said, "Whenever you're ready, Haku-san." As he threw a panther of black lightning at the raging monkey, he cried out, "Raiden! Kurapansa!" But it was batted away as if it were insignificant. Omoi muttered, "Oh crap," as the Yanbi roared, forming dozens of geysers that spewed lava everywhere. Karui shouted, "How do we fight something like this?" Haku yelled, "Hayaten! Yukihana no Jutsu!" and slammed her hand to the floor. The lava abruptly froze and turned to ice in front of everyone, forming the appearance of several ice flowers. At the sight of the display, Ino exclaimed, "Amazing!" Haku went on, "Hayaten! Mugenryu Hyasoju no Jutsu!" and fashioned a blue ice dragon with two enormous wings, hurling it directly at the Yanbi. The monkey's side was struck by the ice dragon, but it melted instantly and appeared to only aggravate the raging beast more. She gritted her teeth and said, "It's not enough," as a ball of black chakra began to form at the monkey's mouth. "Oh no! Everyone, get out of here now!" Karui said, as the sphere caught her attention. "Run!" exclaimed Samui. The Yanbi roared, "Bijudama!" and the black sphere burst forward in a beam of light. Haku exclaimed, "Hayaten! Namida Raitok!" as she made a mountain of ice between them and the demon monkey by slicing with her sword. It was swept over by the Yanbi's attack, but the majority of the blast was deflected by the ice mountain Haku had formed. "That was close," a relieved Karui exhaled. "I wouldn't be so sure," says Samui in a somber tone. The last attack had nearly destroyed the village, leaving it in ruins. Their village would have been destroyed instantly if Haku hadn't made a last-ditch attempt to divert the blast. Haku yelled, "Darui! Get ready!" and leapt into the air, spreading her wings. "Arashi Fuin!" She stabbed her Kabikiri Hocho after descending from above. Darui exclaimed, "I got it," as the Yanbi was dragged into the Kohaku no Johei. "That's two." Haku replied, "And that's my limit," as she collapsed to her knees and transformed back into a human. Karui hurried over to the older girl and exclaimed, "Haku-chan," with concern. Haku reassured her, "I'm all right," as she regulated her breathing. "I think I just overdid it with that ice mountain," she said straightforwardly as she turned to face Darui. "Go help Raikage-sama. He's going to need the Kohaku no Johei to seal the Rokubi." Darui said, "Get some rest," and nodded. "We'll handle this, even if it's kinda dull." Southern gates of Kumo, the land of lightning. Yami smiled as his Mangekyo Sharingan whirled wildly, seemingly to mock the immortal before him. "I'm going to enjoy this," he said. As Shisui's eye narrowed in its socket, Madara reflected, "Even with Shisui's eye that I got from Itachi, I will only be able to use that jutsu on one of these two." Now that Sasuke was dead, Itachi had nothing left to lose, so he chose to give Madara Shisui's eye and die in combat, putting an end to the Uchiha clan for good. Although they are both arguably strong, which poses a bigger risk? Yami whispered, "Amaterasu," as black flames erupted from his eyes and engulfed Madara in a pitch-black conflagration. "Wah! Damn!" Madara snarled as his mask whirled, distorting the surroundings. When Madara's form returned to normal, the flames appeared to vanish into the warp, only to be engulfed by hundreds of bugs. Fu said, "Hajutsu." Mashidama, while her bugs ate Madara's flesh. "You're not going to teleport away unless you become tangible again, and I can keep my bugs on you wherever you go now. I wonder which one of us is going to run out of chakra, you or me." Madara pondered, "It seems like I have no choice," and his eyes swiftly transformed into a black shuriken pupil over a sea of red. "Koto Amatsukami," he said, gazing into Fu's eyes and the Nanabi that resided inside her. For once, Yami was taken aback and asked, "What is that?" "The Mangekyo Sharingan. How do you have that? What did you just do?" Fu's bugs vanished and rushed in Yami's direction a moment later. As the bugs surrounded him, he yelled, "Fu! What are you doing?" He told Fu to stop it now, but she just stared at him as though she could see right through him. Madara ordered the Nanabi Jinchuriki to kill him. Danzo used the same jutsu against me. As Fu hurled herself at him, Yami realized. Wake up, Fu-chan. Fu yelled. Justice. As Yami threw himself away from her, as she transformed into her much larger and more formidable Hunter Knight form. Green light burst from her body. That bastard tried to control me, she growled fiercely, drawing 2 of her 6 swords from her sheath. Oh, you're in trouble now, Yami said with a smile pointing to Madara. Futon. Tenbatsu. Fu cried out as her 6 swords swung out from behind her and sped in Madara's direction. Then the blades began to spin around him, producing a wind gust that intensified as the blades' speed increased. Madara felt dozens of wind blades slash at him, but each time they went straight through his body. He thought, impressive wind jutsu. She's attempting to hold me in place until my time runs out and I have to stop practicing jutsu. Unfortunately, that won't work against someone of my caliber, but that's to be expected from one of the Rakudo Sennin's knights. Yami whispered, Byakugan, as his eyes went white and the veins surrounding them swelled. You bastard, let's see you get out of this one. Madara laughed, impressive, while the wind whipped at him. But futile nonetheless. I will retrieve the Biju and accomplish my Moon's Eyes plan despite your interference. In response, Yami said, we'll see about that. A weak voice behind them said, Why? Why are you here? And Yami turned to face it. Yugito sat with her back against a broken tree and asked in a strained voice, Why did you save me? Yami sneered and returned his focus to the imprisoned Madara. Don't misunderstand, he said. I wasn't saving you. I was merely denying Madara access to the Nibi. He already has more than enough of the Biju under his control. I didn't want him gaining another. I see, Yugito said, breathing and nodding in comprehension. Since Yami was Naruto's darkness-given form, it goes without saying that he could only experience negative emotions like rage and hatred. Since he appeared to view his partner, Fu, as little more than a tool, compassion and companionship would have been out of his reach. Madara whispered, Onmyoten. Izanagi, and abruptly disappeared from the wind prison Fu had constructed. How did he accomplish that? With his Byakugan active, Yami narrowed his eyes and thought. Jikukan Ito, Madara said softly as he materialized behind Fu, his mask spinning in a temporal and spatial whirl. Yami yelled, Watch out, but it was too late. With her sword clattering to the ground next to her, Fu turned only to be drawn into the spiraling vortex before spitting back out in human form. One down, said Madara. To force me to use Izanagi is a surprise, but I shouldn't have expected anything less from one of his knights. Why don't you just die? Yami glared at him. Madara jeered, Why do you still live? Only I can live forever. Forever just got a hell of a lot shorter, Yami retorted, his gaze shifting into the Mangekyo Sharingan form of an atom. Amaterasu. Madara was engulfed in black flames that burst from his eyes. Jikukan Ito. Madara cried as he encircled his body in a spiraling vortex of time and space. In a moment, the flames were sucked in and gone from the world. Tsukuyomi, Yami said in a whisper as they met eyes. Madara mockingly questioned, Are we really going to play this little game? As he dismissed the potent genjutsu. What in hell is required to murder this man? Yami thought angrily. I try everything, but he just brushes it off. Shall we play some more? Madara chuckled. Land of Lightning. Main Plaza in Kumo. Come here, you overgrown slug. Yelled like a man under a spell, leaping at the enormous Rokubi no Namakuji that was mercilessly razing his village. He roared, Jigokazuki. As he struck forward, his lightning element compressed at his fingertips. As the attack hit and tore into its side, the Rokubi let out a yelp of pain, but its wail sent out a powerful shockwave that blew back and sent him crashing into a partially destroyed building. After he recovered, he shook himself and gave the lumbering-tailed beast in front of him a fierce look. When the Hachibi was first released, his father had faced it and prevailed, despite a permanent injury. Now that he was in front of the raging Rokubi, he knew he couldn't defeat it. Even though he was not his father and would never be as strong as him, he refused to let this demon treat his house, his village, and his people as though they were inconsequential. As the beast roared again, he lunged at it and struck its face with such devastating force that it roared in pain and rage. The Ondaime Raikage continued to beat the Rokubi until he delivered a final blow that sent both of them tumbling down the mountainside with 2 resounding thuds. Although he and his brother had previously engaged in combat while the latter had completely changed into the Hachibi, they had never actually attempted to murder one another. He was now wondering whether his brother had ever resisted him at all as he watched the Rokubi recover. He stood up, still wearing his lightning armor, and punched his fist into his hand, letting out a hollow laugh. I's eyes widened at the sight of the Rokubi suddenly beginning to gather red and blue chakra spheres at its mouth. The Rokubi yelled, "Bijudama!" as the sphere blasted forward, destroying everything in its path with a burst of light. I closed his eyes and focused as much of his chakra as he could on his lightning armor, even as the blast swept over him. If I move, that blast will destroy the village, he thought. After a few moments, the blast subsided. A female voice called out, "Satenkyaku," as a figure appeared above the Rokubi. Tsunade landed beside the Raikage's still body as the kick hit the beast's head and sent it crashing to the ground. "You can't die that easily," she said, turning him over and healing him by channeling chakra to her hands. I grunted, that was painful, as Tsunade promptly repaired the harm he had suffered. When Tsunade told him, "Darui is on his way with the Kohaku no Johei, we just have to hold this thing off until they get here and then we can seal it." I stood up once more and remarked, "That pot has never held more than 2 biju before, once we seal it we will need to move it to the Jinchuriki Sanctum at the Falls of Truth on the island before they break free of the pot." Tsunade grinned and remarked, "Then it's about time you prove that you really are the fastest man alive." I smiled back, "Let's do this," and the two leapt at the Rokubi. Karui exclaimed, "There they are," and gestured down the mountain, where they could plainly see the Rokubi destroying everything in its path and 2 blurs repeatedly hitting the enormous demon slug. She exclaimed, "Raikage-sama! We're here," as they descended into the combat zone. With a leap above the demon slug, he formed a spear of lightning in his hands and yelled back, "Prepare the Kohaku no Johei for the sealing." "Fuinjutsu! Raimu!" he cried out as he hit the ground, piercing the Rokubi's head with the lightning spear. Shortly after the Rokubi was drawn into the open pot, Darui hastily sealed it after the last of it had been added. Samui remarked, "That was cool," as he and Tsunade fell in front of them. He picked up the pot and hefted it onto his back, saying, "I'll take that." Without saying a word, he ran at full speed out of the village and toward the ocean, where the turtle island was sleeping. Omoi inquired, "Where's Raikage-sama going?" "He's taking the Kohaku no Johei to the Falls of Truth before the seal fails and the demons break free," replied Tsunade. "How goes the battle?" "Most of the enemy army has been killed and the rest are fleeing back to whatever rock they crawled out from," Samui said sharply. Tsunade questioned, "What about Naruto and Yugito?" "Most likely they are still in battle with the enemy." "Southern gates of Kumo, the land of lightning," Madara mockingly questioned, "Is this the best you can do, little shadow?" Yami snarled, "Shut up," as a purple spiritual Yamabushi engulfed his body. He shouted, "Susanoo," and inserted an arrow into the spirit bow. Madara laughed when the arrow went off and straight through him. "That won't work against me," he said. Yami glared and thought, "This guy doesn't care about anything I do. Genjutsu is useless against this bastard, and even Susanoo's arrows are insufficient to hit him. I don't think either the Kyuubi or Crusader will be able to cause any long-term harm." Uzumaki Yami. The shadow of Uzumaki Naruto. "I should have killed you both the day you were born. It would have saved me the trouble," Madara grumbled. "You are unimportant to my Moon's Eye plan. The one I want is the real Kyuubi Jinchuriki." "You're not getting him," Yugito exclaimed as she stood up again. Yami glanced over his shoulder to see the blonde girl glaring defiantly at the unstoppable Uchiha as Madara snapped his head in her direction. Madara remarked, "I see you still have some fight in you. Very well. Face me and surrender the Nibi." "That's not going to happen," Yugito said, releasing a strong chakra burst while forming a hand seal. "Kachiyose. Edo Tensai." "What?" Madara exclaimed, startled, as 3 coffins materialized next to the Nibi Jinchuriki in puffs of smoke. "That jutsu is impossible. She couldn't have it," Yami said, staring blankly as the coffins opened one by one. From the smoke came a female voice asking, "Where am I?" To Yugito's right, a lone figure emerged from the coffin a moment later. A woman with violet eyes and long red hair asked, "What happened?" "Why, you're—" Yami stumbled, his eyes wide as he gazed. Startled, the red-haired woman said, "Naruto? Is that you?" Yami's fists trembled at his side as he trailed off, "Mom. This jutsu. Edo Tensai. The Nidaime Hokage's Kenjutsu. The jutsu that can revive the dead and use them in battle," Madara said hoarsely. "I should have expected it from the Jinchuriki of the Nibi, the Queen of the Dead." Yugito grinned back. "Never count me out," he said. "Cats have 9 lives." A deep voice said, "Well, this is interesting," from the second, center, coffin. A moment later, a tall, large, dark-skinned man wearing a kumo hatai emerged with a scar on the right side of his chest and the kanji for lightning tattooed on his right shoulder. He said, "So this jutsu is some kind of resurrection jutsu created by the Naidame Hokage, huh? It feels strange," as he glanced at Yugito behind him. "Are you the one who summoned us? The Nibi Jinchuriki? So we've finally got our hands on Konoha's forbidden scroll." "Yes sir," Yugito said with a nod. A well-known 15-year-old redhead said, "Yugito-san, from the third and last coffin. I died alone when the Akatsuki ripped Shukaku from me. I seem to have you to thank for bringing me back to face the one behind them." Yugito returned the smile, saying, "It's good to see you too, but unfortunately I didn't summon you all to catch up on old times." "I'd imagine," said the woman with the red hair. "Well, what are we waiting for? Let's kick some ass already." Madara scowled. Uzumaki Kushina, the Naidame Kyuubi Jinchuriki, Yatsuki Rikia, the Sandame Raikage and Sabaku no Gara, the Godem Kazekage. "Yami!" exclaimed Yugito. "You don't like me and I sure as hell don't like you, but neither of us can defeat Madara alone. Are you with me or not?" When Yami snarled, his shape burst into that of a crimson chakra fox with 9 tails and white bones covering him. "Damn it," he said. "Alright, I'm with you. But only until this bastard is dead. Once that's done our alliance is over." "Fine by me," Yugito said with a sinister grin. "Nibi." The Nibi retorted, "Right here kitten," as purple chakra surged through her body. Yugito roared, "I'm taking you down right here Uchiha Madara," as her body was torn apart and covered in a thick, repulsive chakra that resembled a human-sized cat with 2 purple tails. The Sandame Raikage remarked, "Our opponent is Uchiha Madara? I thought he was dead, he will be soon enough." As her hair began to flare and her chakra began to spin around her, Kushina growled, You masked bastard. Because of you the Kyuubi was released. Because of you Minato-kun was forced to seal it in our son. And because of you both Minato-kun and I weren't there for our child. I won't forgive you. Yugito-san. After this is over I wish to speak with you about the fate of my siblings and my village, Gaara said. Sure, Yugito said with a nod. Let's go. As Rikia punched through him, Madara thought, this is not working out the way I had hoped. He grunted as Yami delivered a forceful blow to his face mask, saying, I should back off for the time being and act. I've spent the majority of my time with Jikukan Ito already. For the first time in almost a century, he was overcome with worry. Chakura Kusari. Kushina cried out as chakra chains flew at the unstoppable Uchiha from her back. This is bad, Madara thought as he attempted to leap into the trees while dodging the many chakra chains that were hurled at him. Gaara said, Renden. Suna Shigur, as his sand rose from the earth and then descended upon the forest like rain. As he escaped the overwhelming attack, Madara thought, it looks like I have no choice. Rikia was on top of him again almost instantly, smashing the right side of his mask with a fist to the face. With a shout of, this ends here, the Sandame Raikage hurled himself at the apparently battered Madara. Madara whispered, Kachiyose. Gedo Mazo, as he regained consciousness and slammed his hand against concrete. A second later, there was a smoke explosion and a huge statue of a demon with only one of its 9 eyes open. As he retreated, Rikia glared and cried, what the hell is that? That statue. It's where they sealed the Ichibi when they took Shukaku from me, replied Gaara. Ready yourselves because the real battle has just begun. As crimson chakra erupted from her body, Kushina smiled and said, just 1 tail's worth of chakra. This will be easy. The chakra grew until she became Kyuubi no Yoko in her full size, nearly twice as large as the statue. Even though she does not possess the beast, she is still able to use the Kyuubi's chakra. Shocked, Madara thought. Even though she no longer possesses its chakra core, it is evident that she is still at least a pseudo-Jinchuriki, which implies that the Kazekage must be the same. Gaara declared, I will fight with you, as sand exploded beneath his feet. After a moment, the sand rushed up and formed a full-sized Shukaku. As he released the full chakra of his Biju, Yami thought, Edo Tensei Jinchuriki must still have some of their Biju's chakra in their system like that Soragai from the Fire Temple. He shaped it into the shape of the Kyuubi no Yoko, though it was only half as large as the one Kushina had changed into. Even though Uzumaki Yami is merely a shadow, he has the same ability to use the Kyuubi's chakra as the real Jinchuriki. As he stood on top of Gedo Mazo's head, Madara thought, even though it appears to be less powerful. In a flurry of purple flames, Yugito said, don't leave me out, as she too assumed the Nibi's actual form. Let's finish this once and for all. When the two Kyuubi, and Ichibi, and the Nibi lunged at Gedo Mazo, Madara thought, this could be a problem. As Yami and Kushina knocked Gedo Mazo to the ground, Yugito and Gaara circled around in a fast-paced battle. The statue then let out a roar and used sheer chakra to blast them both back. Before Kushina and Yami retreated and came to a stop beside the other two demons, this appeared to continue for 10 more minutes. Kushina remarked, this isn't going to be easy. Gaara cried out, Sabaku Taiso, as the demonic statue was covered in rising sand. Soon after, Yugito yelled, Nekomata Gukaku, and threw a huge ball of red fire at Gedo Mazo. Kushina and Yami both screamed, Kaden, Kitsune Enden, as they threw twin streams of fire at the statue. The sand was transformed into glass by the flames, completely encasing the statue in transparent glass that prevented it from moving. Rikia yelled, now, as he leapt to great heights and shaped a lightning spear in his hand. Fuinjutsu. Raimu. He hurled it, and it hit the glass prison of the statue. Gedo Mazo roared at that moment, sending a huge shockwave that knocked the 4 demons and 1 cage back. It broke free of my Fuinjutsu with brute force. Gaara said grimly, this isn't working, as the glass shattered. Darkly, Madara commanded, do it, from atop the monstrous creature's head. A ghostly dragon sprang out at the group as its mouth opened a moment later. Kushina yelled, don't let it touch you, as the group leapt out of the spirit dragon's path. As he retracted Kyuubi's chakra and transformed into a human-sized chakra fox with 9 tails and skeleton bones, Yami muttered, damn it. He resurfaced on top of Gedo Mazo's head close to Madara after thinking, none of us have the strength to destroy that thing. Maybe if we can kill Madara it will stop on its own. Madara laughed as he barely avoided being struck by Yami's swishing chakra tails. So you wish to fight? Fine, I'll take you on, he said. He said, too slow, and then kicked Yami hard in the side of the head, sending him tumbling to the ground. With a sudden burst of speed, Yami reappeared behind Madara and slashed him across the face, roaring, why won't you just die already? Yami swiftly slammed the Uchiha into the ground with a resounding thud as they both fell to the ground below. Every time he yelled, die, 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 die. A punch that broke the earth was delivered, until Yami finally had enough and began to charge a familiar black chakra sphere at his mouth. Amari. Madara whispered, Onmyoten. Izanagi, as Yami's just exploded in his face. As the world was engulfed in light, the ensuing explosion spread, knocking Gedo Mazo, Kushina, Gaara, Yugito, and Rikia away. All that was left after the explosion subsided was a sizable crater with the different fighters battling to stay at its periphery. A battered Madara lying down on his back a few feet away and a visibly exhausted Yami who had transformed back into a human were in the middle of the recently created crater. How many times do I have to kick your ass before you just die? Yami exhaled. Madara glared as he slowly stood up again. To think, you forced me to use Izanagi again. Just give up, he said. Yami shot back, pulling the Onijin from its sheath. You give up, trying to make me give up, Yami said. As he opened a scythe with a chain attached, Madara remarked, it appears that our understanding of jutsu won't be sufficient to decide this, but by our skill with a weapon. Yami shouted, let's go, as the two rushed toward one another. Not good enough. Madara chuckled as he caught the shadow warrior with his chain and phased right through him. Yami cried out, Chimera no Jutsu, as a huge seal appeared on the ground all around them. What? Shocked, Madara thought. Thanks to Izanagi, both of my eyes have closed. Knowing I couldn't see anything, he must have set this up. Jikukan Ito, Yami said sharply before vanishing in a temporal and spatial spiral. He imitated my Jikukan Jutsu, Madara swore in her head. Fu, in her human form, stood in Madara's blocky pocket dimension, scanning the area with concern. She noticed a sudden movement to her side and turned as Yami began to spiral into being. You're running late, Fu informed him. Let's go, Yami said with a smile and took her hand. Jikukan Ito, and then they vanished in yet another space-time whirlpool. We're back, Yami declared as he and Fu returned to combat. Kushina roared, let's end this, and they all withdrew. Both Fu and Yami burst into their complete Biju forms. She screamed, now, as the 5 Biju threw back their heads and began to gather tons of chakra into black spheres at their mouths. Their cries were, Kanbi, Taju Bijudama, as they each attacked Gedo Mazo directly. Madara exclaimed, no, as the attacks hit their target and exploded in a dazzling burst. The blast swept over Geto Mazo, which could not withstand the saturation strike and was engulfed in flames. Rikia appeared directly in front of Madara as the light finally went out, slamming him into the ground with a resounding thud that caused the ground around them to crack. "Hold him down!" yelled Kushina as she transformed back into a human and landed next to him. "Ura Shisho Fuinjutsu!" she cried as a seal formed on her stomach and her chakra chains seized the fallen Uchiha. "No! I will not die here. My Moon's Eye plan will be completed," Madara screamed, restrained by chakra chains. Kushina growled at him and said, "You will be sealed in this decaying corpse for all eternity," she yelled, "Fuin," as he was drawn into her seal by the chakra chains. Yami exhaled with relief as the last of the Kyuubi's chakra left him. "It's finally over," he said. Yugito nodded as she let go of the Nibi's chakra and collapsed to her knees. "Yes it is," she said. "Naruto," Kushina said, grinning sorrowfully at Yami. "Before I vanish again, please remember that both your father and I love you. We made you into a Jinchuriki and left you all alone. I'm sorry." Yami acknowledged, "Despite all the misery it's caused me, having a Biju sealed inside me isn't so bad." As his body collapsed and sagged to the floor, Kushina trailed off, "I really am sorry, Naruto." Rikia told Yugito, "I'm glad to see Kumo still stands strong with the next generation," and nodded. "Look after the village and I'll see you in the next life, Nibi Jinchuriki." After Yugito bowed in respect and said, "Until next time Sandaime-sama," Rikia collapsed. According to Gaara, "I wish to remain a bit longer. I want to see my brother and sister again." "The jutsu can last forever if needed," Yugito informed him. "Fu, we're leaving," Yami said, putting his hand on her shoulder. "Jikukan Ito," they said, and then they disappeared. Yugito proposed, "Let's go back to the village." Cloud Peak, the land of lightning. The dragons of the elemental nations lived on Cloud Peak, but they mostly resided in the hollowed-out mountain rather than on it. A tiny cavern at the summit of the snow-covered tip was shielded from the elements by, of all things, white paper. Unfortunately for them, someone was able to locate them. Naruto screamed, "Open up!" and punched the paper barrier hard enough to rip a hole in it. As he forced his way inside, he demanded, "Where are you?" "So, peace arrived, has it?" a voice in the cave's darkness asked. He commanded, "Stand aside, Conan," and a blue-haired woman grudgingly moved aside. A red-haired man with the Rinnegan, who looked to be nothing more than skin and bones, sat in a white-gray chair with mechanical legs farther down the cave. Naruto questioned the redhead, "Are you the real one?" Nagato stated unequivocally, "I am trying to create peace. Surrender now and give me the Kyuubi. You attack my village, murder anyone who gets in your way and then have the audacity to tell me what to do," Naruto replied. "I don't fucking care if you're the Rikudo Sennin himself, fuck off." Conan scowled as she stepped forward. "You dare," he said. The moment Nagato said, "Don't move," she froze. "It's already over," Naruto said as a chakra rod suddenly blasted out of the chair and hit him in the stomach. "At this range I can easily control you." "You're really pissing me off," Naruto uttered as he simultaneously flared his knight's chakra, the Kyuubi's chakra, and his own chakra. He took the rod out of his stomach and threw it away. Glaring at her, he asked, "Are you done yet?" Nagato stumbled in surprise. "Why you? How did you?" before continuing. "Nagato's chakra rods are useless even at this range?" Conan pondered. Naruto sighed and said, "You don't stand a chance against me if that's all you have. You know, I came here because I wanted to find out what your problem was, but talking to you now, I find it too much of a pain in the ass." "What?" A glare took hold of Nagato's face. "I am trying to create peace and save the world from human nature. This is most certainly not a game." Naruto glared back. "Peace? Save the world? That shit has nothing to do with my life." After saying, "The world can't be saved so damn easily," he turned back to face the leaving area. Nagato raged. "Where are you going?" Naruto said, "I'm leaving," over his shoulder. "You may have some crazy powerful jutsu, but right now you're nothing but a cripple in a chair with delusions of godhood." Nagato posed the query, "Then what would you suggest?" Naruto paused and turned back to face the two Akatsuki founders. "If the answer were so easy," he said, "don't you think someone would have figured it out by now?" With a sigh, Nagato shook his head and said, "You do not know true pain." "Pain? Are you shitting me? I'm a fucking Jinchuriki for crying out loud," replied Naruto. "We're hated for the demons we hold, but you know something, living with a Biju isn't so bad." You do not know the pain of losing someone close to you or the hatred it creates, Nagato blunted. I loved Konoha. And the Sandaime Hokage, despite the fact that he lied to me my whole life, and when he died I was sad and I hated the one who was responsible, said Naruto. But you know, I stopped caring a long time ago. Nagato asked, what do you mean? Moving past that pain and disregarding that hatred was one of the hardest things I've ever had to do, said Naruto. But I've learned that lingering on the past and forgetting to look towards the future will only cause more pain and misery. There's nothing I can do about your pain or the hatred of this world, other than look forward to tomorrow. Nagato put his hands in a seal and lowered his head, saying, you might not be able to do anything right now, but maybe I can do something. Naruto questioned, what are you doing? As Nagato directed chakra to his hands, his eyes glowed gray. You do understand true pain, he said. Geto. Rinne Tensai no Jutsu. No Nagato. Cried Konan. That jutsu will. This is something I have to do, Konan. Nagato asked himself. There is something about this boy. These eyes of mine can see many things, and when I look at him I see what could have been and what must never be. Naruto repeated. What is he doing? He's sacrificing his life in order to bring back those who have died today, Konan replied. How could this boy have altered Nagato so drastically in such a short period of time? The Kyuubi said, you're just like Madara, in the back of Naruto's mind. You can manipulate people to do whatever you want. The only difference between you and him is that you manipulate light in people's hearts while Madara manipulates the darkness in people's hearts. Naruto retorted, never compare me to that bastard. Nagato exhaled, done, as his hair turned gray. Onmyoten. Bonbutsu Sozo, he then introduced himself. As his eyes went white and his Rinnegan vanished, Konan muttered, Nagato. Kyuubi snarled, no, as Naruto's eyes began to burn. That bastard just transferred his Rinnegan to you. Dear Kami, this is really painful, Naruto shook himself, thinking. As he exhaled his final breath, Nagato said, it is done. I leave the rest to you, and eventually entered the embrace of death. Konan let out a cry and trailed off. Nagato. What about you? Was Naruto's final question. After a brief pause, Konan said, I'll return to AIM and provide aid any way I can. I'm not going back to the Akatsuki. A new, yet recognizable voice said, Madara is dead, as a particular shadow materialized behind Naruto in a time and space spiral. Yami? With a startled thought, Naruto turned swiftly. I've got you now. Yami chuckled as he cut across Naruto's right arm with his onijin. With a gleeful, finally, he retreated, his sword covered in blood. He licked the blood from the blade and seals began to appear all over his body. Now I can finally complete my plans, he said. Chimera no Jutsu, he said, his eyes turning gray and wringing the pupils. He simply took the Rinnegan from me. Naruto's eyes widened as he thought. Yami grinned and said, now we can end this little game of ours. Naruto sprang forward, yelling, where are you going? Answer me. He was startled to find that he had actually run through Yami as if he hadn't been there. Yami said, Pandora's box, first. I like to think of it as the prison where all the demons were locked away by a goddess. The Jubi no Okami came from the box and the Rakudo Sennin appeared and sealed the beast within himself before hunting down and exterminating most of the remaining demons that escaped. With the Jubi no Okami now separated into the 9 Biju, I plan to release another Jubi upon this world. Naruto asked, why would you do something like that? Yami turned to his other and laughed, I thought that was obvious. I plan on sealing the new Jubi within myself and become the ultimate Jinchuriki, the strongest shinobi in the world. After that I will wipe this world clean of all life and with the power of the Rinnegan and the new Jubi, I will remake this world in my image. Naruto yelled angrily, you can't just play God like it's some kind of game. Amused, Yami said, why not? It makes life a little more interesting, don't you think? Space and time began to spin around him. If you think you can stop me, I welcome you to try. I'll be waiting at the place where Pandora's box is buried. The Valley of the End, he said. Jikukan Ito. Naruto lunged again and screamed, wait, but it was too late. Inquiring, what just happened? Konan asked. The response from Naruto was, Yami. He got away. With the Rinnegan, you mean the Valley of the End? What the devil is that? The village's reconstruction got underway the day following the conflict with the Akatsuki and Omegakure no Sato's forces. To raise money for the reconstruction, the Raikage and the village council had already started negotiations with the Lightning Daimyo and his council, regarding the village itself. Yugito demanded, "What do you mean, you're leaving?" Naruto responded, snatching a pair of scrolls from the table, "Yami is going to the Valley of the End. I need to face him." "No way," said Yugito. "It's too dangerous." Naruto replied, "I'm going," turning to put on his red trench coat. "Naruto-kun," shouted Haku. "I agree with Yugito-chan, it's obviously a trap." "Maybe you're right," Naruto said, nodding, "but I need to finish this." Yugito asked, "Why? Why does it have to be you? Why don't you just let someone else handle it?" "Because I'm the savior of this world," asked Naruto, grinning. "Kurabi-sama is still sealed in that moon thing that Pain created and we still don't know how to release him," Yugito stated clearly. "The last thing we need right now is you going off gallivanting after Yami." A sorrowful, "I'm sorry," Naruto said. He was told by Haku, "We can't let you just go like this, Naruto-kun." Yugito yelled, "Hey, wait," as her Kusanagi changed into a snake and charged at Haku. Kusanagi snatched up the Kabikiri Hocho in an instant and threw them both into Naruto's grasp. Naruto smiled back, "I love you both," and then vanished with both swords. Hiraishin no Jutsu. With her fists clenched at her sides, Yugito uttered the words, "That reckless idiot." Haku said, "Come on," to her. "We need to inform Raikage-sama of this." Naruto resurfaced a few miles outside the village, beside one of his abandoned three-pronged kunai from the fight with Pain the day before. He grinned as he remembered his time in Kumo and glanced over at it in the distance. Naruto trailed off and turned away, saying, "Thank you for everything, Kurabi-sensei. Old Man Raikage, Haku-chan, Yugito." In order to get out of the country before Kumo sent Hunter Nins after him, he started to run. He still had a task to complete, which was to permanently stop Yami. He couldn't allow Yami to unleash a demon army on this world by opening Pandora's box. He had no idea why Kusanagi had taken the Kabikiri Hocho from Haku and appeared to have left Yugito behind, but he knew there had to be a reason. Until he felt the rush of chakra from the blade and his white armor form around him, he was unaware that the Ryujin was pulsing and fusing with his body. As more chakra entered his system, this time from the two rebel swords themselves, he slipped Kusanagi and Kabikiri Hocho onto his back and accelerated. When Naruto said, "It's time to go to work," former Valley of the End, Land of Fire border. As he emerged in a spiral of time and space, Yami asked, "Are you done yet?" "Almost," Fu replied, positioning herself directly between the two enormous statues of Uchiha Madara and the Shodai Hokage. "Hurry it up," Yami said with a grunt before turning away. Over her shoulder, Fu inquired, "Where have you been? You disappeared for hours." To which Yami replied, "I was testing out the limits of my new powers." Fu inquired further, "How?" "By destroying Iwa and Kiri," Yami replied, grinning contentedly. Fu stumbled in shock. "Why, you destroyed two of the major ninja villages?" "Both of those villages were directly responsible for the destruction of Uzushio," said Yami. "They got just as they deserved for their crimes." "Yami-kun." Fu pondered anxiously. Over the course of their 3 years together, she had come to love him more than just as a traveling companion, and she was the only one who truly understood who he was. Even though he was initially only a shadow of the original Uzumaki Naruto, he had developed and now had healthy emotions to counterbalance his negative traits. He was nevertheless motivated by the desire to accomplish his objectives and exact revenge on the world for its wrongdoing. He was unquestionably a monster with a terrible purpose, but this is what he desired. He intended to alter the world by destroying everything and then starting over with a completely new world and everything in it. He envisioned a world free from suffering, disease, hunger, war, rage, and hatred. His goal was to establish an eternal paradise free from victims like himself. He only required a chakra source strong enough to employ that jutsu extensively. Yami grinned and peered farther down the valley. "Oh, he's finally here," he said. "What?" Fu exclaimed, startled. Yami said, "He's coming, you know," as the sound of a dragon's roar reverberated through the atmosphere. Fu told him, "I need more time." Yami waved her away, saying, "Continue the ritual," and turned to face his opponent. He laughed and made a series of hand seals. "You're attacking head-on? You haven't changed at all, Naruto," he said. "Kachiyose no jutsu." Taka blasted directly at the approaching dragon after emerging in a puff of smoke. "Taka. Stop those two." As she skimmed the water's surface, Miyaka naively remarked, "It looks like we're expected. Have you got any ideas?" Naruto nodded and got up on the dragon's back. "Yeah, I've got one all right," he said. He yelled, "Shirado, as his appeared to retract and transform into a mechanical appendage that resembled the cannon of an airship. With a single blast, green chakra burst out of the tube and blew straight through Taka, causing it to yell in agony and drop dead into the water before vanishing in a puff of smoke. "Nice shot," Miyaka said with a laugh as she blew past the cloud of dust and proceeded to the statues. "Target the base of the statues. Where the feet are. That's where Yami is," instructed Naruto. Miyaka acknowledged, "I've got him," and a huge ball of fire burst out of her mouth. "Kaiten. Teppodama." The enormous ball of fire swiftly fell on its target when Yami muttered, "Shinra Tensai," and waved a hand to scatter the fireball. He said, "How disappointing," but he blinked in shock as a lone, three-pronged kunai swooped by. That last attack was merely a ruse. Naruto yelled, "Hiraishin no Jutsu," as he emerged from behind Uzumaki's shadow. Rasengan. He sprang forward, hurling the recognizable spinning chakra sphere at his adversary. With no concern, Yami said, "Fujutsu Kyuin," as the chakra sphere was swiftly absorbed. In order to bring Naruto face to face, he took hold of his extended arm and pulled. "Surely you can do better than that." Naruto shot back, "I already have," before raising his other hand and thrusting it into Yami's abdomen. He yelled, "Gobyo Fuin," as Yami's Jinchuriki seal was covered in 5 elemental symbols. That's. Yami stumbled as he withdrew, gripping his abdomen. Naruto explained, "Now you've lost the ability to use the Kyuubi's chakra and your chakra control is screwed. Sit tight and I'll deal with you later," before hurriedly passing Yami in the direction of Fu. Yami grinned and said, "You're too late," as a column of light burst upward from the statue's feet. "The ritual is already complete." "There's still time," interjected Miyaka. "If we can just reseal it before the seal breaks down completely, we may have a chance." Yami said, "Good luck with that," laughing. "Did you ever wonder why I chose Fu-chan over all the other Jinchuriki in the world? Did you ever wonder why she was chosen to wield one of the Rakudo Sennin's swords? It's because she was one of the only 2 female Jinchuriki, and you had already chosen the other as a sword-bearer." Naruto demanded, "What are you talking about?" Yami clarified, "Only a woman can lay their hands on Pandora's box. If a man does so, they die and their soul is cast into the box to be devoured by the demons within. I needed Fu-chan in order to open the box and release a new Jubi, and the best way to ensure that was to select one of the strongest women in the world. Naturally my choice had to be a Jinchuriki, but since you had already sunk your teeth into the Nibi Jinchuriki, I chose Nanabi Jinchuriki. She will release the new Jubi and I will become its Jinchuriki. With it I will be able to power on Myoden, Banbutsu Sozo and change this world." Naruto shot back, "I won't allow it," and the Kyuubi's yellow chakra burst out of his body, transforming into the Rakudo Sennin. But unlike before, his jacket was open to show a black undershirt, and the seal was warped. Yellow flames flickered off the bottom of the jacket, which itself had stretched downward and seemed to be waving in the wind. Yami exclaimed, "Is that the Kyuubi's chakra? That shroud isn't that of a Biju." "On Myoden, Banbutsu Sozo," Naruto cried out, showing off his silver-glowed Rinnegan. Reality warped around them as red and blue flames formed in his hands. The valley vanished abruptly, to be replaced by endless mountains, and Fu lay nearby, barely conscious, clutching a gold box containing the remains of the 2 statues, which were now only rubble. "Damn it," Naruto exclaimed as he felt the last of the Kyuubi's chakra drain from him and blood spurted from his mouth. With wide eyes, Yami trailed off. That jutsu was. How could he have mastered control over creation so quickly when he only acquired the Rinnegan yesterday? Naruto inhaled, that should keep the lid on Pandora's box for the time being. To be honest, he was only able to accomplish such a feat because, after obtaining the Rinnegan, he had finally managed to get the Kyuubi to fully cooperate with him. The fox's chakra apparently forced the Kyuubi to recognize him as the old sage's successor after he gained those eyes on top of the Rakudo Sennin's form, and he eventually gave the boy his name. After 16 years of referring to the fox as the Kyuubi, Naruto still found it hard to accept that the furball actually went by Kurama. Let's just say that the fox received a lot of criticism and stop there. "Gobyo Kaian," Yami exclaimed, hastily removing the seal that had been applied to him just a moment before. "As long as I have Fu-chan, I will have access to a new Jubi." Naruto asked, "What makes you think I won't kill her?" "I'm still you," Yami shrugged in response. "Despite our time apart, I still know who you are and what we can become," he continued to smirk. "Let's finish this, brother." "I'm still here, you know," exclaimed Miyaka, as she hurried directly toward Yami. Whispering, Tsukuyomi. Yami gazed up into the dragon's eyes. Miyaka abruptly changed direction and collided with Yami on the ground. You have no part to play here, dragon. Naruto screamed, damn you, and rushed forward. A long chain hung from Yami's sleeve, and he grinned. In order to create his signature jutsu, which was a spinning sphere of energy, Naruto closed in and directed chakra into his right hand. Phasing through Yami, he lunged forward, only to be caught by the chain once he was completely through. Then, flashing to it, Naruto threw a three-pronged kunai to the ground a few feet away. In an explosion of speed, Yami turned and vanished, only to reappear a second later behind Naruto. Without hesitation, Naruto responded by driving another kunai into the Uchiha's chest. Not bad, Yami declared, appearing to cough. As he phased through Yami, Naruto thought, I can hardly touch him. His eyes narrowed. Jikukan Ito, Yami said, grabbing his wrist and laughing as time and space warped around his face in a spiral. Naruto flashed to a kunai and hurled it quickly away from them. He gritted his teeth and said, Hiraishin no Jutsu, as he reappeared and fell to the ground. Yami stayed put and turned slowly in the direction of the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. You shouldn't blame me for this, you know. I'm doing what everyone else does, doing what's in my nature. To be the strongest, to go the farthest, to climb the highest. By becoming the Jinchuriki of the new Jubi, I will eradicate all suffering from this world and establish true peace. Naruto retorted, I won't let your twisted sense of logic destroy this world, while removing another kunai with three-pronged blades. In his right hand, the blonde sprang forward and formed another spiraling sphere. You can't even touch me, Naruto, Yami said simply. To compete, to envy, to hate each other, and devour one another. That is the nature of this world. As he closed in and threw the kunai at Yami, Naruto thought, I just need one shot. Would you shut the hell up already? After letting the kunai phase through him, Yami hurried to seize Naruto. He laughed as his jutsu started working again as soon as he grabbed Naruto's arm. He started to say, I have you now Nar, but was abruptly cut off when Naruto landed on top of him and hit him. With a shout of, Rasengan, Naruto drove the chakra sphere into the shadow Uzumaki's back, driving him into the earth. He yelled, Got you, ya bastard, as Yami swiftly vanished and then reappeared a short distance away. You, Yami snarled as he rose to his feet again. How did you? He said in a venomous and angry tone. Hiraishin no Jutsu, Naruto said as he materialized next to him and stabbed him in the side. Outraged, Yami yelled, You placed that damn seal on me? Naruto said, This world may not be perfect, quite clearly, but that doesn't give you the right to play God. Amaterasu. Yami cried out, his eyes exploding with black flames. If I don't change this world, then who will? I'll change this world. Naruto yelled back as he barely avoided the deadly flames and Kyuubi's yellow chakra returned to him. Who's going to believe that line? Will they understand that? Of course they won't, nobody will. Yami screamed as he swiftly spewed out twin dragons of fire at the sunset sky above and formed a series of hand seals. Kaiten. Goryuka no Jutsu. Naruto looked up at the approaching thunderstorm and thought, You have to be kidding me. I'm fighting too, remember? Kurama said in the back of his mind. He sensed the smirk of the demon fox. Your brother has the yin half of my chakra and I want it back. Get ready, he said. Yami raised his left hand toward the clouds and then lowered it to the ground. Humanity has brought us to this path. With their ignorance, their greed, their jealousy. Goodbye my loathsome brother, he said. Kirin, she said as lightning blazed overhead, transforming into a roaring dragon-like creature. The whole valley appeared to tremble as it burst into light as it hit with a loud thunderclap. Yami appeared unharmed, but she was breathing heavily when the light went out. It's over, he said in a whisper. Naruto said, I wouldn't be so sure, from behind him. Impossible, Yami uttered as he turned to see Naruto holding a Hiraishin kunai at the edge of the recently created crater. Of course, your Hiraishin no Jutsu. You almost got me with that last one, Naruto acknowledged. But we both know that it's not going to be that easy. Hey, grinned Yami. You never did know when to just give up. Naruto returned the smile. Neither did you, he said. Yami admitted the point. I suppose not, she said. He muttered, Susanoo, and a moment later, a huge, ethereal purple Yamabushi holding a bow and arrow appeared. Naruto muttered, oh shit, as the Yamabushi inserted an arrow into its bow and began to fire. Kyuubi. As the yellow chakra shroud materialized over him, he yelled in contemplation. He barely avoided the initial blow and proceeded to shoot at Inhuman, avoiding multiple arrows as he went. With a shout of Futon Rasen Shuriken, he threw the well-known wind-enhanced chakra shuriken directly at Yami. Yami remarked, "That's too much," and raised his hand to the approaching shuriken. He muttered, "Fujutsu Kyuin," and the chakra shuriken vanished. Naruto trailed off, "That's the power of the Rinnegan." Yami pondered, "You seem surprised. What's wrong? You also have the Rinnegan now, so why don't you use it?" Naruto retorted, "Because unlike you I don't rely on bloodline limits to fight. My strength is my own and I worked hard for it." With a laugh, Yami said, "And I haven't? We both knew where we were heading when we chose to walk this path all those years ago. Duke, Crusader, Eternal, Freedom and Justice are the 5 sentient swords created by the Rakudo Sennin. We both knew that nothing was easy and yet we still accepted our swords as a part of us despite knowing that there had to be a catch of some kind. Now we have reached the end of that path and there's no way to prevent it now. Humanity vanquished just as they deserve." He sealed his hand and then Susanoo did as well. Naruto started to say, "What are you?" but stopped when he heard a loud roar and looked up. He muttered, "No way," as a meteorite fell toward them through the clouds. Yami cried out, "Geto Ryusei no Jutsu," as the meteorite crashed to earth with a loud thud and a huge shockwave that destroyed the entire mountain range. Naruto exclaimed, "Shinra Tensai," as he used his gravity manipulation to push outward. The Raikage had sent Yugito, Haku, and Team Samui to track down and retrieve Naruto after the Kyuubi Jinchuriki left 2 days prior. The Naruto retrieval team had been forced to pursue on foot since Kumo's airships were all still waiting back in the village to protect against any potential attack by the smaller shinobi villages. The journey from Kumo to their destination, where Naruto was to fight his evil twin, had taken them 2 days, even at full speed. Fortunately, they were nearly there. As they came to a halt on top of several branches, Karui exclaimed, "What the hell is that noise?" Yugito muttered, "You've got to be kidding me," as the ground shook violently beneath them. "I think Naruto-kun is fighting further up ahead," Haku thought. A fresh voice said, "If I were you, I wouldn't go over there." As she glanced at the green-haired girl who was sleeping on a nearby tree branch, Yugito trailed off, Aren't you Yami's girlfriend?" "I suppose." Fu let out a sigh. "Those two have been fighting for 2 days straight without a break." Karui interrupted to say, "You're joking. I know Naruto-kun has stamina that any man would kill for but 2 days straight without a break? And you're saying that Yami is keeping up with him?" Omoi responded. Fu shook her head at her own statement, "Those two. They're far more than mere humans now. Even by Jinchuriki standards they're not normal. I'd even go as far as to say that they've surpassed Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara when they were in their prime." Yugito questioned, "Can't we get any closer than this?" "I've tried," said Fu. "Every time I get closer they always pull off some ridiculously powerful jutsu and I get blown away. It's been 2 days and they're still going at it as if they're just getting started." Gritting his teeth, Yugito said, "Damn it. Yami-kun even took my sword to do battle with Naruto," Fu grumbled. "Right now there isn't anything more we can do." Yami cried out, "Mokuton! Jukai Koden!" and he landed in a crouch, his hands sealed in a seal. A web of wooden death grew toward Naruto as hundreds of trees burst from the earth behind him. "Is that all you've got?" Naruto screamed back, clapping his fingers together to form a seal. As he exclaimed, "Taju Kage Bunshin no Jutsu!" 100 shadow clones burst into being beside him and rushed forward. With enormous spiraling spheres in their hands, they hurled Sho Udama Rasen Tarangan, and wiped out the approaching wave trees. As Naruto emerged from the smoke brandishing a well-known chakra shuriken, Yami shouted, "Come now Naruto, we no longer need words to understand each other," laughing. Naruto shouted, "Futon Rasen Shuriken," as he threw the chakra shuriken directly at Yami. Yami whispered, "Amaterasu," as black flames burst from his eyes and hit the chakra shuriken in midair, causing it to expand and then prematurely explode in a windstorm. "That's not good enough Naruto." "Hiraishin no Jutsu," Naruto said as he suddenly materialized behind him and bounded forward with a whirling ball. "Rasengan Chidori!" Yami cried out, raising his hand to block the attack and encasing it in lightning chakra. As the two attacks linked and detonated with sufficient force to blow both fighters away from one another, the ground trembled. "Come on Naruto, there can only be one Rakudo Sennin in this world, so let's finish this and see which one of us is the strongest shinobi." Naruto inquired, "Has anyone ever told you that you talk too much?" Yami said, Many times, recalling the hundreds of times Fu had made comments about it. Yami, Naruto informed him, there's always another way. It doesn't have to end like this. Yami retorted, humanity brought us to this path, with their ignorance, their greed and their hatred. Humans are worse than any animal because they're monsters that pretend to be civilized. At least the Biju do not deny who and what they are. Naruto shook his head and said, maybe you're right, but still. Humanity is a flawed creation, but they don't deserve to be wiped out by us or anyone else. If they're destined to go extinct, it'll be by their own hands and theirs alone. Given the extent of the damage they had caused to the environment, neither of them considered themselves to be human anymore. The Valley of the End had been wiped out by their unrivaled power. One was a master of darkness, and the other was surrounded by golden light as they stood apart. A coin with two sides. They never learn, denied Yami. They never listen. Mankind vanquished, at last, just as they deserve. Naruto said, I won't allow it, as he felt the Ryujin emerge in his hands and separate from his body. Yami nodded while keeping the Onijin by his side. So be it, he said. Ascendo. Omoi saw two columns of light burst upward in the distance and winced. They're still going at it, she said. When Fu said, they've finally released their night forms. Yugito questioned, are you saying they haven't used them yet? Fu shivered and explained, they've been fighting with nothing but their normal abilities. It looks like they've finally grown tired of playing around. Omoi said, what should we do? Nothing, said Yugito. Notwithstanding their size, the two knights swung their enormous sentient swords with unnatural speed, colliding and battering one another faster than even the Yondaime Reikage. Every time the massive blades collided, a series of shockwaves were released as the ground cracked around them. They split apart long enough for Yami to shift his weight and launch himself directly at the White Knight, so no words were necessary. As he cleaved the White Knight in half at the waist inside the Black Knight known as Crusader, Yami couldn't help but smile. However, he frowned upon realizing that he had only cut Naruto's cape. Naruto shouted from above, Raiden! Feinari Ryushin! As a ray of light burst from his shield and fell upon Yami. As he leapt into the air and barely avoided the beam, Yami exclaimed, ha 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 ha. A mile-wide crater full of dust and ash was all that was left when the beam struck the earth, causing the ground to tremble as the earth exploded. Doesn't this feel right? Look at us. Fighting for the right to call ourselves the strongest shinobi just like Senju Hashirama of old. Doesn't it feel good? Like I care about that, Naruto retorted, stepping up. With his wings spread wide, Yami roared, Kaden. Senpu Hozenka. Flames blazed directly at the White Knight. Half the battlefield was on fire when Naruto screamed, damn it, Yami. As he raised his shield, blasted the flames away, and blocked them. Their 2 days of personal conflict had left the sky dark with thunderous clouds overhead, and rain had begun to fall, extinguishing the bottle's embers even as Yami slowly sank back to the earth. You didn't answer my question, said Yami in a straightforward manner. My response is no, Naruto answered. It doesn't feel good. I hate war and the suffering the victims have to go through every time it happens. You know that my plan is the only solution, Yami said, pointing his free hand at the White Knight while lowering his sword. I will create a world where there is no more anger, hatred or envy, and all that stands in the way is you. Naruto questioned almost imploringly, are you really so lost, Yami? It doesn't have to end like this, you know? We both knew what we were getting into when we first laid our hands on one of the swords, Yami said, raising the Onijin again and shaking his head. And I told you that we don't need words to understand each other anymore. Within the White Knight's core, Naruto's eyes narrowed into a glare as he prepared the Ryujin by his side and charged forward. Fine, he said. Raiden. Feinari Yajimento. Yami cried out, Raiden. Sutorai Karaiden as the two swords made contact with a dazzling flash of light. The earth below exploded, shattering the clouds above them. Haku remarked, such ridiculous strength, as the light faded and the ground trembled. I knew that Naruto was strong, Yugito uttered, stunned and in awe of the ungodly power being displayed. But I had no idea he had surpassed us so completely. This cannot continue, Fu thought, his face worried. They will kill each other if this continues, despite their inhuman strength. Haku questioned, Yami was after Pandora's box, right? Yes, Fu said with a nod. Haku went on, so where is it? I don't know, said Fu. I lost track of it after the battle started and I haven't seen it since. Debris covered the area around the two fighting knights, and smoke and dust drifted off from the burned and fire-stricken battlefield. Their swords clattered the ground and their armor broke and fell away. Their forms broke like glass, sending the two warriors to the ground, where they landed in a crouch, their lungs struggling for air. Naruto questioned, "Do you know why every Ryu Sennin before me has been killed by their shadows?" "No," said Yami. Naruto clarified, "It's because they never had any friends to fight beside them. That's the reason why I survived out first battle all those years ago in the Land of Wave. After that you had to have known that you couldn't beat me as long as I had my friends with me, so you decided to steal bloodlines in order to acquire more power to overwhelm us with." Yami shrugged and asked, "Your point?" "It didn't work because during our fight in Takigakure no Sato I had something worth fighting for," Naruto said. "Now even after you sealed away the other half of the Kyuubi's chakra inside yourself and absorbed the Rinnegan, I'm still able to fight you even footing." Yami snorted and straightened up, his fists clenched at his sides. "We'll see about that," he said. "I grow tired of this," he said, as crimson chakra burst out of his body and launched it into the air. His blood combined with the foul chakra and condensed into a red haze that enveloped his form, tearing apart his skin. Over his body, a white skeleton resembling a fox grew larger, forming something wholly unhuman. Skin quickly followed, and soon flesh began to grow over it until it completely covered the now giant demon fox. Ultimately, Yami stood with the body of 9 enormous tails and 4 mass claws swishing behind him. As he threw his head skyward, the demon fox let out a loud roar that reverberated throughout the battlefield. Kurama said, "Get ready, brat," in the back of Naruto's mind. "I want the rest of my power back and I will get it." As Naruto's jumpsuit unzipped and the altered seal unraveled until it opened fully, yellow chakra flames surrounded him in a blaze of golden light. As the bottom of his jacket lengthened and the yellow flames flickered along its bottom, his jacket swung open to reveal a black undershirt. Yellow chakra kept growing out of his body, and with a loud boom, it transformed into a huge transparent fox with 9 tails and a long line of seals that resembled Naruto's form and ran the length of its body, from its spine to its tails. "Let's go, Kurama." Former Valley of the End, Land of Fire Border. The once beautiful valley and forest turned into a series of craters 10 miles wide as the two battling giant 9-tailed foxes slashed, clawed, punched, kicked, and slammed against one another. No words were spoken as the two collided once more, causing a tremendous shockwave to rip the surrounding terrain apart. With a smile on his face, Yami snatched Naruto's chakra arm and hurled him towards a nearby mountain, sending his lighter half rolling back to him after flattening it on impact. Yami screamed, "Bijudama," and hurled a single black chakra sphere at the chakra fox. As he sailed past him, Naruto leapt high to dodge the blast, hitting the mountain behind him and wiping it out. "Hold still and die," Naruto exclaimed, "like hell," as he appeared to vanish in a flash of speed, his chakra body seemingly gone. "Why is that speeding?" As Naruto materialized above him and transformed into a chakra fox, Yami pondered. He bit into Yami's neck as he fell, pinning him beneath him. As he liberated himself, he yelled, "Why is your chakra shroud so different from mine? Why is it like that?" Naruto responded, "You already know, from inside the chakra fox's head." "But then, why isn't it like that for me? If we're both the Rakudo Sennin reborn, then why am I like all of the other Jinchuriki?" Yami was confused. "Because the real Rakudo Sennin was champion of light who didn't let his darkness consume him," said Naruto. "I often wondered why he created his swords and gave them to the dragons. I think he wanted his next incarnation to become greater than he was and to do that both light and darkness but must be balanced." Yami finally said, "Let's end this," as he began to accumulate chakra in his fox mouth. As he also collected chakra into a huge black ball several times the size of his own body, Naruto raised his arms. Yami and Naruto yelled, "Udama Bijudama," as he spat out the enormous chakra spheres at them. Monstrous power slammed into them both as they struck each other with inhuman force, exploding in a huge sphere of destruction that appeared to stretch across the land. With Yami and Naruto in human form on either side of the crater, the remaining crater was easily 1,000 miles wide. The gathered ninja could only stare in shock and mild terror at the enormity of the newly formed crater as coughing reverberated throughout the site. They had always found it hard to believe anything could be that powerful, even though the old stories claimed that Yoko's power was unmatched by the Kyuubi. Most people considered Senju Hashirama to be the most formidable shinobi of the founding era, and they considered his power to be almost as legendary as that of the Rakudo Sennin. How powerful must the Shodai Hokage have been to not only oppose such a force but also prevail after witnessing the Kyuubi's full power in action and knowing that Uchiha Madara was a monstrous man? Haku questioned, "When will this end?" I don't know, was Yugito's candid response. Fu replied, I think it just did, as a black chakra pillar rose from the crater's center into the sky. That's Pandora's box. Yugito trailed off, saying, You're not saying. It's open. Kurama shouted in the back of his mind, Get up now. We're out of time. Get up and close Pandora's box before it releases something. Yami said, You can't, as he fell to his knees next to him after landing by her lighter half. The box is already open, nothing can stop it now and I'm too weakened to seal the new Jubi. It looks like we both lose in the end. Naruto moaned, I can beat it, out. Naruto, even with my power we are no match against a Jubi. There's no more we can do but run, Kurama replied. Yami questioned him, You just don't give up, do you? Naruto retorted, We don't give up even at the end, as he forced himself to stand up painfully. What appeared to be a huge obsidian dragon with 10 enormous tails and flaming red hair along its neck was revealed when the column of black chakra subsided. The dragon pondered out loud, So this is the human world. Intriguing, it said, glancing down at the two blondes in front of it. Do you wish to flee, humans? It befits your kind to run and cower in fear of the coming fire. Your world is over. I will enjoy hearing the screams of your kind as they are slaughtered without mercy. Naruto shot back, Not if I have anything to say about it, as his 3 swords began to resonate. If you want this world then you'll have to go through me. He's still standing even at the end of the world, Yami thought, and then a smile appeared on his face. Is it his love? Is that the reason he keeps going when he knows he won't succeed? Is that what keeps him going when things get tough? It was sufficient to simply observe Naruto's back while he held the Ryujin firmly in his hand. The shadow warrior shakily pushed himself back to his feet and felt both of his swords begin to resonate with the others. Well, then I'm not going to be showed up by a fun-loving fool, he said. Naruto questioned his darker half, What? Are you gonna help? Yami retorted, After that bastard kills you, someone has to finish the job. So you both stand before obliteration to defend this world, would you? How curious. My brother when he was alive told me that the humans he'd known were weak things, hardly more than insects, shivering under rocks and ready to flee at the mere sight of him. When he last walked this world, they did little more than scream and cling to their god, mewling and praying, counting on him to protect them. How amusing to think that those cowards begot someone like you too, the Jubi no Ryu grumbled. The Jubi was a creature of pure evil, old man Rakudo purified us when he created us. It was nothing more than a rampaging beast who took joy in the torture of those it considered beneath it. That's why it didn't wipe out you humans when it had the chance. When old man Rakudo descended to this plane of existence he defeated it before it could destroy this world, Kurama told the 2 Jinchuriki halves. Naruto's voice reverberated throughout the battlefield, There's 2 of us and 1 of you. I say the odds are in our favor. The monstrous beast chuckled at the ridiculousness of the assertion. Ha 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 ha, it said. You grow more fascinating by the second, human. I never imagined I'd meet one of your kind who wished to stand against me in battle. Very well then. I shall prepare a place for us where we will not be bothered by distractions. If you still have the courage to face me, seek me there. Is he heading out? As the obsidian dragon appeared to burst into a column of black chakra and vanish back into Pandora's box, Naruto pondered. He's probably working on completely opening the box and allowing his army through. The first Jubi did the same back during the Demon War. His armies hunted down any stragglers that somehow managed to escape his rampage, Kurama said. Yami retorted, We must stop him before he can do that. If you fear for your life, do not follow me. You can spend what little time your world has left cowering and crying, as befits your kind. But if you truly desire to raise your blades against the world I would build, then come for me. I've waited eons for this moment. I can spare a few more minutes to deal with you, said the Jubi as it completely vanished from the container. Naruto said out loud, Let's go, and Yami nodded in agreement. Together, the 2 went up to the box and touched its side. The legend that only women could touch it without repercussions seemed to be true after all, and they yelled in shock as they were dragged inside. The end of the world and Pandora's box, the 2 materialized in a twisted, dark emptiness, surrounded by red water on the ground, with black clouds overhead and lightning slashing back and forth. Apart from the lone enormous black dragon with 10 tails standing with its back to them, it appeared to be completely deserted. The Jubi turned to face the 2 and grinned ominously. So you've decided to meet your end in battle after all, he said. It pleases me greatly to see such misplaced valor, humans. Take a moment to appreciate your surroundings, for where we stand shall serve as your tomb for eternity. Naruto questioned, Why do you want to destroy our world? The other Jubi wanted to hurt us too, but we don't know the reason why. The Jubi mocked them, saying, "You will taste all of it in my claws. The hatred for the gods that has boiled in our veins. The only question left is how long you will remain standing before I take your insignificant lives. Try to keep it interesting for me, would you? And when you do fall, know that your world and everything in it is mine to dominate. Mine to subjugate. Mine to rule. When I finish with you, you can take solace in knowing your friends and kin will soon follow, as I wipe all who oppose me from the face of this world." Yami remarked, "Cocky bastard sure loves to run his mouth." Naruto, "Look who's talking," shot back. "Focus, you too," yelled Kurama angrily. "It won't be long now," the Jubi said with a gloomy laugh. "At last, the world shall be under my foot for all eternity." With a shout of, "Like hell it will," Naruto and Yami both hurled themselves at the approaching dragon. The two Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi were surrounded by golden light as the five swords suddenly burst into flames, and then they appeared to merge together. With narrowed eyes, the Jubi questioned, "What is that?" As he felt the other half of his chakra return, Kurama roared, "This is. Old man Rakudo, you magnificent bastard, you knew all along." Neither Naruto nor Yami were visible when the light went out. Instead, a 40-foot-tall, black and white-plated armored giant stood in their place. The knight was holding a single golden blade and a red cloak with black flames emblazoned on the bottom. A combination of the 5 knights and a descendant of the ancient sage, this was the 6th and final knight of the Sage of 6 Paths. Deliverance. The Jubi sneered in disgust. "You merged together? It matters not," they said. With a speed far greater than one might anticipate given its size, the dragon bounded forward and said, "Your defiance is nothing but an annoyance, human. Now kindly die." Salvation said plainly, "You've made one mistake," and vanished as the Jubi struck. He said, "You underestimated me," as he descended from above. Lightning struck, wind spiraled outward, and gravity changed as the blade connected, piercing the black dragon directly. With a roar that shook the world and seemed to shatter the void itself, the Jubi growled and withdrew, apparently uprooting country-sized chunks of the ground in the distance and then throwing those same chunks at the ultimate knight. Its tails flailed about. The Jubi roared, "Just die already, human," and hurled a large rock with one of its tails at him. Salvation grunted, "That's not good enough," and raised his hand. He exclaimed, "Shinra Tensai," as gravity changed, pulsing outward with strange force and obliterating the enormous rock fragment. The Jubi growled, gathering chakra at its mouth in a huge sphere 4 times larger than the ones Naruto and Yami had previously used. "Why won't you die?" it snarled. "Cho Udama Bijudama." The knight turned his hand to face the chakra sphere before it exploded. Salvation shouted, "Shinra Tensai," as the sphere exploded in a dazzling burst. The blast seemed to shake the entire void before settling down after washing over the two fighters. Even as he was collecting chakra in his left hand, Salvation was ultimately still standing, despite the fact that his armor was, to be honest, cracked all over. Surprised, the Jubi no Ryu asked, "How do you still live?" Salvation answered, "Because I still have something worth living for," and held up his left hand. He yelled, "Futon! Rasen Kamikaze!" and threw a huge chakra shuriken at the demon dragon. It ripped at the monstrous beast with a tornado of destruction, striking it squarely in the chest before expanding into a mountain-sized ball of power and wind. It finally detonated with a resounding boom, knocking the knight to the ground and leaving a bleeding and severely injured Jubi in the middle of a freshly created crater. The Jubi yelled, "Human, you are an exemplary member of your race. You fight like no creature I have ever known. Though this is not the end. My kind's hatred never perishes. It is born anew in a cycle with no end. Salvation, I will break this chain of hatred," said emphatically. Before breaking into a cloud of darkness, the Jubi proclaimed, "Those like you. Those who share the blood of that accursed sage and that will of fire. They are eternally bound to this curse. We shall ever follow your kind, dooming them to wander a blood-soaked sea of darkness for all time." Kurama said, "Raise your sword," to the knight. With a nod, Salvation raised the blade toward the ominous cloud. As the world around them dissolved, breaking like glass, and eventually disappeared when the last of the dark cloud had been absorbed, it appeared as though the darkness was drawn into the sword. That Jubi has been sealed inside the sword and will be eradicated over time. What prevented the Rakudo Sennin from doing this to the original Jubi? Salvation inquired. Because he sealed it within himself instead of the sword, said Kurama. He thought it couldn't handle it unlike his own body, and by the time he realized it could, he'd already created a Biju. Let's go home. Salvation sighed as the dark realm was engulfed in light. He detested the white walls surrounding him as well as the white ceiling. When he woke up from his quiet sleep, he noticed that first, then the sun shining through the closed window, which was Kami forsaken. He let out a groan as he felt pain radiate from what felt like his whole body, but unlike other times, he was relieved to feel pain. It indicated that he was still alive. Incredulously, Naruto thought, I'm alive. And here I am once more. Where has Yami disappeared to? He felt a weight pressing down on his legs as he struggled to sit up and gather himself. When he saw their heads resting on his legs and their faces sleeping, he exhaled, Yugito. Haku. Wearing what appeared to be their civilian clothes, they sat next to his bed. They had been startled awake by his words, but Yugito blinked and then yelled, Naruto. She screamed, Naruto, and sprang at him, embracing him. You reckless idiot. With a faint smile, Haku trailed off, Naruto-kun. Yugito asked, do you know how worried we were when you took off to fight Yami? With a sigh, Naruto leaned back in the hospital bed and said, I'm sorry, it was something I needed to do. Yugito pulled away and clenched her fists, saying, You. She yelled, you idiot, as tears streamed down her face. Don't you ever do something like that again, understand? I won't, said Naruto. He turned to Yuki, who had dark hair, and said, Haku. Haku said, I'm glad that you're all right, Naruto-kun, with a tearful smile. Come here, Naruto said, embracing her while she sobbed. He whispered to her, I'm all right. Everything's going to be all right from now on, while she trembled in his arms. As he asked the Nibi Jinchuriki, what happened to Yami? After you both reappeared on the battlefield, Fusan grabbed Yami and escaped. A few teams were sent out but they found nothing, Yugito responded. Naruto trailed off, I see, and the sword? Sword, replied Haku. We couldn't find the other swords. Miyaka Dono and Hodori-sama took the sword we found with you, Yugito continued. Naruto pondered, the 5 swords merged into one, they became the 6th sword. Yugito said, it's with the dragons now, and nodded. Naruto sighed and said, and hopefully it will never need to be used again. Hi, Kurama? Are you alright? When Kurama said, my chakra is split again, though at the same time I feel whole. I can speak with both of you now like I could before with your shadow clones. In order for you to speak with Yami? Naruto pondered as he asked. Yes, Kurama grunted in response. Where is he now? Naruto asked. Kurama answered, a long way from here, and then went quiet once more. As Haku put it, so what happens now? The Akatsuki are defeated. Kumo is the last of the major villages and practically rules the shinobi world now. Yami won't be bothering us again and Pandora's box is locked up once more. I think we all need a well-deserved vacation, Naruto laughed. I feel like I'm forgetting something important though. Pain had built a huge floating structure in the shape of a sphere that hovered a few miles from the village. The Hachibi Jinchuriki, Yatsuki Kurabi, the sensei of Team B, and the brother of the Yondaime Reikage were housed on this man Madamun. Even with the Hachibi no Kyogyu, Gyuki sealed in his body, he had been trapped in this thing for a week and was beginning to feel thirsty and hungry. I hate to say it but I don't think we're going to get out of here anytime soon, Gyuki said. Kurabi waved his worry away, saying, it'll be fine, yo. We just need to wait for Naruto. That kid, thought Gyuki. Even after all this time he still has people waiting for him. Huh? What do you say? Kurabi inquired, a little perplexed. It's nothing, Gyuki said in a contemptuous manner. That kid just reminds me of someone I knew a long time ago. Really? Kurabi inquired. Who? The Eastern Sea is the land of water. The lone ship was sailing across the calm, serene water, moving away from the shinobi continent and toward faraway places. The man in charge was yelling commands at the crew as they went about their daily business. As all of this was going on, a lone figure dressed in orange and black stood at the bow of the ship, gazing out at the vast ocean. He turned to face the woman who was approaching him when he heard her ask, Yami? Shouldn't you be resting? You're still recovering and shouldn't push yourself too much. When Yami said, I'm fine Fu-chan, she smiled, I'll be alright. You've changed since your battle with Naruto, wrote Fu. Yami turned back to the sea and explained, he and I were only half of a person when all of this started, but when we became salvation we were made whole again. He and I now share the same heart and soul. He loves those 2 girls that stand by him and I. Fu said, you. What? To him. I think actions speak louder than words, Yami said with a sheepish smile before putting his arms around her waist. She started to say, "Yami, what are you?" but he interrupted her by drawing her in close and kissing her. After a brief moment of resistance, she put her arms around his neck and returned his kiss. They eventually withdrew, and she inhaled deeply while blushing profusely. "So I guess I know where you stand now." With a hint of nervousness, Yami asked, "And you?" Fu smiled and replied, "I will always stand by your side," as they set sail for their next exciting journey. Lightning Land. Reikage Tower for the residents of Kumogakure no Sato, the most formidable and potent shinobi village on the continent. 4 years flew by. There was a period of peace in the shinobi world that had never been witnessed before because no one was foolish enough to oppose Kumo's possession of all 9 biju. Since war was a natural part of human nature, it would undoubtedly recur at some point, but most likely not during their lifetime. Naruto refounded the Uzumaki clan in Kumo a year after the last battle, marrying both Yugito and Haku. A boy named Uzumaki Minato and a little girl named Uzumaki Kushina were born to Yugito and Haku, respectively. 2 years later, after his wives had finished with him, Naruto suffered 2 broken hands, and even Kurama felt sorry for him. In relation to Naruto, the now 20-year-old blonde hero exclaimed, "I am so late," as he hurried to the new Reikage's tower, since the old one had been destroyed 4 years prior during the Akatsuki attack. "Why today of all days?" "Reikage-sama is waiting for you on the balcony, Naruto-kun," said the personal assistant of the Reikage. Naruto ran past her and said, "Thanks Mabui-chan," over his shoulder as he went up the stairs. "He never changes," Mabui said, grinning as she shook her head. As he dashed through the hallways to the Reikage's office, Naruto thought, "Oh man, I am so late. What prevented you from waking me up?" Kurama retorted, "I'm not your damned alarm clock, brat. Besides, I was busy last night." Naruto retorted, "Yeah, and I bet Matabi-chan was as well." In reference to Matabi-chan, does it not follow that you two are brothers in S since you were both made by the Rakudo Sennin? Kurama growled at him, making sure his Jinchuriki understood that the threat was serious. "Finish that sentence and I will eat you," he said. "As long as you're both happy," Naruto thought defensively. Kurama brushed it off, saying, "Whatever. Eyes front and center, it's time you faced the music." Naruto said out loud, "Here goes nothing," as he opened the Reikage's office door and walked slowly inside. "I hope he isn't too ups." "Ian Kuro." He snatched Naruto's face and squeezed while yelling, "Ah!" As he attempted to separate, Naruto screamed, "I apologize for being late, would you kindly let me go now?" "You slept in too late again? On this day of all days?" He yelled at the Kyuubi Jinchuriki as he released him. "I knew I should have used the Hiraishin no Jutsu but I kind of forgot to place a marker in your office," Naruto said. "You put one at the training grounds, one at the ramen stand you frequently visit, and one at the Uzumaki compound. However, you consistently neglect to include one here where your missions are assigned." The blonde left a moment later. "And to think I picked you for this," he said, sighing at the ridiculousness of it all. "Go get ready and be back here in 5 minutes," he said. Sometimes that kid is worse than Kurabi. "Tell the devil, yo, lay off 9-0 for the day," Kurabi rapped. "He'll be fine. So take this as a sign," Kurabi said. "Ian Kuro." Naruto smiled as he walked over to the balcony where his wives were waiting. "Here we go," he said. Haku, holding young Uzumaki Kushina, said, "We made a commitment to ourselves that we would be the first to bow to you when the time came." As she and Haku bowed at the waist, keeping their kids close to ensure they wouldn't fall, Yugito grinned at him and said, "You did it," holding Uzumaki Minato in her arms. "You really did it," she said. "I'm glad you're with me," he replied. "But you never need to bow to me. We love you," Yugito said earnestly to him. "Always," said Haku. "I love you too," he replied with a smile before emerging onto the balcony where the villagers were gathered below. A new era begins from this day on. As he entered the battlefield, he yelled to the crowd, "From now on, I am the Godem Reikage." The cheers were thunderous.